The story begins with a decaying boy, about to die. Right in front of him was a door that could completely change his life. He was finally reaching for the handle, but two people tried to stop him from opening it, saying that it was better to kill him once and for all. Even when he was hit, he didn't stop. Despite all the pain, he continued to force the door, determined not to miss this opportunity like the first time. At that moment, he thought he wouldn't make the same mistake. That door was his now, and he would do anything to get through it. So he went in, even if he was dragging his feet. He was determined that, even if he died there, he wouldn't leave that door to anyone. He needed to recover everything that had once been destined for him. It was then that he remembered a moment from his past. At the time, he was watching a television report about Japan's first gold medalist, Hirosaka Renji, who was giving a special interview. Next to him was 15-year-old Ariaki Subaru, who was excitedly talking to his brother, Ariaki Taiga, about how incredible it was to see Renji. However, Taiga responded coolly, asking him not to talk to him like that, making it clear that they were not blood brothers. He said that they shouldn't behave like real brothers. On the television, the news was reporting an incident involving the release of an otherworldly door that had taken place the previous day. Because of a delay in discovering this door, an empty house ended up being the scene of a catastrophe, which resulted in the deaths of 16 people. The victims were attacked by creatures from the underworld who escaped through the open door. Renji explained that, as everyone knew, these creatures were immune to any kind of military weapon, and that they were sealed on the other side of the door. The only way to stop them crossing into the human world was through the players. These players were people chosen by the Door of Trials, who had to enter the other world and defeat the creatures before time ran out. In the case of that incident, the door's timer reached 0. It opened and released a ferocious creature. Although Renji had defeated the gigantic creature with a single blow, he claimed that he had been unable to prevent the door from opening, and as a result, many were sacrificed. The interviewer then commented that if he hadn't been there, the number of victims would have been even higher. She recalled that all of society praised the players as heroes, people who protected the world by putting their own lives at risk. Renji then urged anyone who found a door to another world to immediately inform the authorities, as gamers were the only ones who could protect humanity from these threats. At that moment, Subaru was amazed, thinking how incredible the players were. They were true heroes, ready to risk everything to protect others. Then the story explained that it all began 5 years earlier, when the first door to another world suddenly appeared. At that time, people despaired when they realized that military weapons were completely useless against the creatures of the underworld. The only hope lay with the chosen ones, those who managed to pass through the door of trials that appeared along with the door to the other world. These chosen ones came to be called players. The doors were classified as gold, silver, and bronze. Among them, the gold door was the most powerful, granting players extraordinary combat abilities. Whoever managed to conquer a golden door received status, honor, and a huge reward. The players became figures admired and respected by all of humanity. During the interview, the reporter asked Renji what kind of person could be chosen as a player. He replied that when they were inside the door of trials, they learned that purity of soul was the factor that chose the strongest. But when he heard this, Taiga scoffed, saying that this purity of soul thing was complete nonsense, since there was nothing pure about players. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing more than idle chatter. It was at that moment that, right before Subaru's eyes, a golden door appeared. It was the first time he had seen a door appear so close to him. Subaru knew that if he entered that door, he could become someone like Renji. However, before he could even touch the handle, Taiga pushed him away, stepping in front of him. Even though he apologized, he made it clear that the opportunity was now his. And without a second thought, he walked through the golden door, stealing what should have been Subaru's. 3 years had passed. Now 18, Ariaki Subaru was tied up, being cruelly stoned. People were aiming directly at his head, as if it were a game, where whoever hit the best would win the most points. While he was being humiliated, someone came up and asked if they were bothering Subaru again. At that moment, Ariaki Taiga, his younger brother, appeared. Subaru, looking at him, remembered that day when Taiga stole his golden door. Since then, Taiga has survived the ordeal and become the youngest gold player in all of Japan. Taiga looked at Subaru with contempt and called him a damn insect. He said it was pathetic to see how he was being mistreated by 3 bronze-ranked players in such a humiliating way. He said he was disgusted to have a younger brother like him and that, fortunately, they weren't related by blood. Then Taiga asked one of the boys for a stone, held it in his hand, and activated his special ability, accumulating energy. His arm turned golden, glowing brightly, and everyone around was amazed by that power. Taiga's ability was so strong that it could rival even the legendary golden sword of Hirasaka Renji himself. In the face of that power, Subaru was terrified, trembling with fear. When Taiga threw the stone, it looked like a meteor crossing the sky. Luckily, he missed his target, because if he had, Subaru would have died on the spot. Even so, the impact was so absurd that the clouds disappeared from the sky, and Subaru, overcome with fear, ended up urinating in his pants. Taiga then said that he didn't care what they did to Subaru, that it wasn't his problem. Once again, Subaru was left there to be tortured, humiliated, and trampled on as usual. People passed by laughing at him, taking photos and recording videos saying that this was the boy who was always getting beaten up by the players. They commented that he was so pathetic, completely different from his younger brother, and that if they were in his shoes, they would have taken their own lives a long time ago. That same evening, in an extremely luxurious house, the television was broadcasting a report that doors to another world had been opened in the cities of Koto, Suginami, and Shinagawa. Traffic restrictions had been lifted, and as usual, Ariaki Taiga was manning several of these doors. At that moment, his parents were celebrating with pride. Taiga's mother said what a wonderful son he was, that even though he was only a student, he was already helping his parents so much, just as she expected from someone who carried her blood. She was happy to have put him out into the world, unlike that other useless boy who was only her husband's child. His father added that Subaru was a complete failure. Meanwhile, Subaru was in his tiny house, practically a miserable hut next to the mansion, where Taiga and his parents lived. From inside the big house, Taiga complained that his water bottle was empty. She said that there was no other way, and that she would have to send someone to fetch more. Then she shouted for Subaru, demanding that he go and buy some water, and reminded him not to buy the wrong brand. Subaru, trying to resist, replied that he was studying at the moment, but Taiga laughed and said that even if he studied, it would be useless. He said that Subaru would never be anything more than a pet, locked away forever in his insect cage. Then he crumpled up some money and threw it in his face. After buying the water while walking alone, Subaru wondered what Taiga meant by forever. He wondered if he would really spend the rest of his life in that cage, living like an insect, suffering in the scorching heat of summer, the biting cold of winter, and being constantly mistreated by his parents, who treated him as worthless. He wondered if this was his destiny, to spend his whole life being the boy who buys water for others, with no value whatsoever. He came to the conclusion that he didn't want to live like this anymore. He wondered why always him. He thought that if he could start again, he would never have left that golden door to anyone. At that moment, he felt that it was better to die than to continue with that miserable life. But as if life wanted to prove that it could get worse, some school bullies appeared on the path, saying goodnight in a debauched way and calling him a bug. They pretended to be surprised to find him there, and commented that they were very tired after destroying a door from another world. One of them looked at Sawatari, who had a bruised face, full of burns and wounds from fighting the monsters. They said that being a bronze rank was difficult, and even so, they invited Subaru to go with them, just to relax. Realizing that it was a trap, Subaru immediately ran out, trying to escape. But Sawatari, even though he was wounded, warned him that he wouldn't go to the hospital until he had finished what he wanted, which was to torture and kill that insect. He said he didn't even need to hold back. After all, they had permission from his own brother, Taiga. As he ran desperately, Subaru was followed by the 3 players. He soon took the first blow, which tore his arm. Those maniacs laughed, surrounding him like hungry hyenas. Subaru wondered if they were really planning to kill him. As much as he thought he didn't deserve to live, he realized deep down in his heart that he didn't want to die. When they finally reached him, Sawatari threw him into an alley, kicked him to the ground like a piece of garbage. And once again, Subaru found himself being lynched, trampled, humiliated, and treated like an insect, just like he always was. Subaru thought he would finally die. People around him said he was so weak it wasn't even funny. Sawatari said it was time to kill him, so he summoned his skill called Red Rose, which was a flaming sphere. At that moment, Sawatari himself said it was over for that damned parasite. But suddenly, something strange began to form in front of one of the bullies, and before he knew it, he was torn in half. What caused this was a huge bronze door that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was shocked, wondering where that door had come from and why a door of trial was there. Subaru himself wondered if it really was a bronze door, but unexpectedly the door began to crack. First, it turned into a silver door. Then it changed back into a gold door. And right in front of Subaru, it transformed once again, now becoming a rainbow door. Subaru had never seen a rainbow door before. Sawatari himself was confused and wondered if this color was more powerful than gold. Meanwhile, Subaru thought that that maybe this was his chance to start his life over from scratch. The bullies jeered, saying that the weakling was already at the door and that he was about to open the handle. They made it clear that they wanted to kill him before he could do it. Subaru knew that that door had appeared in front of him for the second time, and that he couldn't make the same mistake. Even though he'd been hit, even though he remembered everything he'd suffered, the humiliations and the times he'd been called a damn insect, he decided that this time he wouldn't let it go. While the others tried to stop him, he took a firm hold of the handle and walked through the door. He thought that, even if he died, he wouldn't hand that door over to anyone. He needed to get back everything they had taken from him: strength, status, honor, and money. Everything that was rightfully his. As soon as he crossed, the system welcomed him, and a strange creature appeared before him, informing him that the rainbow race would now begin. It was then that his real story began. The creature, with a long claw, stuck one of its fingers into Subaru's forehead, electrocuting his entire body. As the system updated, it completely repaired Subaru's damaged body. His nearsightedness was corrected. His legs, which had previously been broken, were regenerated. His heart and lungs were revived. Subaru opened his eyes and breathed again. As soon as he took his first breath after coming back to life, he was confronted by this strange creature. He was startled and immediately ran, but the creature just walked away in silence, without reacting. Looking around, Subaru began to remember everything that had happened. He knew that he was now inside the rainbow door. That creature was surely the master of that door. He remembered an interview he had seen with the legendary Hirasaka. In the interview, the reporter asked what happened inside a trial door, and Hirasaka explained that, in his case, it looked like a medieval castle with a gold surface. It was probably the place of residence of the door's owner. He also explained that behind each trial door there is a leader, and to become a player, you have to be recognized by that leader. The aim of the trial is to surpass him. Subaru realized that the being in front of him was the owner of the rainbow door. He wondered what kind of test this was. He remembered that in Hirasaka's test, he had to face a golden knight in a sword duel, and after winning, he was recognized and received his power. Even in the interview, Hirasaka invoked his famous golden sword to show the result of the trial. The Subaru understood that the aim of the test was simple: to touch the owner of the door. That was enough. However, looking at the creature that looked more like a monster with a body glowing in rainbows, he realized that it wasn't going to be easy. The creature was clearly impatient, sighing, and then asked how much longer Subaru would be standing there. He said that his body had fully recovered and now it seemed that it was his brain that was broken. The Subaru replied that he was fine, and the beast, out of patience, told him to hurry up. He said that this was the test. If he can touch it with a single blow, it will grant him its power. It's as simple as that. Subaru, a little lost, asked who exactly he was. The creature replied that there are only 3 types of door in the world: gold, silver, and bronze. He had never heard of a rainbow door, but then he wondered what the point of this silly piece of information was. Suddenly, the creature summoned an absurd blast of energy that almost split Subaru in half and completely destroyed the room and everything in it. Subaru realized at that moment that touching that being would be practically impossible. But the beast, already tired, told him to hurry up because he wanted to get it over with and go to sleep. Subaru was completely shaking with fear. He even tried to accept the situation, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. The creature, curious, asked what was going on and also wondered why they had chosen someone like Subaru for this. Despite saying that technically it couldn't help, the creature decided to give him a present. It threw him a red sword, followed by a veritable shower of weapons in the same color. Subaru was terrified, but realized that none of those weapons fell on him. In fact, he was supposed to choose one. The beast explained that if Subaru was so afraid of touching him, he could use any of those weapons. And if he couldn't, all he had to do was turn right, go through the door, and go home. However, if he chose the door, it would mean giving up the race. At that moment, Subaru wondered whether he should really touch that absurdly powerful creature or simply go back to his previous life. Facing his own past, Subaru decided to get up. The creature asked if he was really determined, and Subaru, trembling, started walking towards the door. The rainbow creature then said it was impressed. It realized that Subaru opened that door not by chance, but because deep down he wanted power. Subaru realized that this was true, even though he was completely terrified. After all, everyone who seeks power ends up feeling that fear. The creature looked at him and said that after all, he was just an insect. These words reminded Subaru of everything he had experienced. He remembered when he was called an insect by his own brother, who stole all his power. He remembered all the people who had tried to kill him and how, all his life, he had been treated like nothing. The rainbow beast said that, as far as he was concerned, it didn't matter if Subaru wanted to live like a miserable wretch. It wasn't his problem. However, he warned him that he would have to bear the consequences of his choices. He could grow old like an insect insect, but it would be his responsibility. At that moment, Subaru, full of rage, slammed the door and wondered what was wrong with it. He wondered what the fuck it was. He said that all powerful people are arrogant. They always think they can do whatever they want just because they have power. They even think it's normal to call other people insects. The beast replied that of course that was normal. But Subaru, holding back his tears and his pain, said that he didn't want to waste any more time. He said that it hurt. It hurt to be treated like this. It hurt to be ignored. It hurt not to be seen as a human being. He asked why nobody understood him in this fucking life. The creature then asked if the insect had gotten angry. Filled with hatred, Subaru told the monster to shut up and attacked it. Even the creature was confused by this reaction. Subaru shouted that the creature had better hurry up and hand over that power, so he punched it straight in the face. The creature defended itself, and a rainbow barrier appeared in front of it, blocking the blow. Subaru wondered if it even counted as an attack, but to his surprise, the rainbow beast was impressed. He said that the blow was incredible, wonderful, and that he could feel the extreme hatred in Subaru's fist. And yes, it confirmed that he wasn't wrong after all. He never was. The creature finally said yes, Subaru had succeeded. From that moment on, he would receive the power he so desperately sought. Then the rainbow creature opened its mouth and bit Subaru's shoulder, making him scream in pain. A red aura began to emanate from his body, and Subaru, in the midst of his suffering, wondered if he was going to die right then and there. He had promised to give him the power, but was he going to kill him first? Seized by despair, Subaru bit back. He decided that if he was going to die, he would rip that power out himself. The creature was completely surprised and said that it had never seen anyone as interesting as him. And for that very reason, he decided to offer an extra service. Soon, that red aura began to transform into a rainbow aura. The pain became so intense that Subaru simply collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. The system then announced that he had passed the test. His body was being reconfigured and he was no longer just an ordinary player. Before disappearing, the creature wished Subaru good luck. It revealed that its name was Vanquish, and that it found Subaru extremely interesting. As soon as Vanquish disappeared, the system confirmed that the ordeal was over. From that moment on, Ariaki Subaru officially became a level 1 player. But more than that, he was now a progenitor vampire, inheriting the supreme skill called Vanquish. When he woke up, the name of this skill echoed in his mind. The system reported that he had acquired the Blood Model skill, along with a bonus skill called Rainbow. He also gained 3 additional skills: Blood Usurper, Those Who Hate Glory, and Those Who Walk Under the Sun. While all this was going on, the door to the trials began to disappear. Subaru had 30 seconds to get out of there, as the ground was literally collapsing. But to his misfortune, his body still couldn't move, so he ended up falling into the abyss as the door shattered. Outside, the bully who was watching saw the door break down and commented that this meant Subaru had failed the test. Sawatari, mocking, said that after all that he had still failed. However, before they could celebrate, a rainbow-shaped interdimensional crack appeared in midair. From within it, Subaru appeared, completely whole. As soon as Subaru came out of the interdimensional crack, the people around him were shocked. They commented that he was back, but completely finished. Sawatari, confused, wondered if he had really become a player. And there was Subaru, his eyes now completely cured of myopia. And of course, although it wasn't a very important detail, his eyes were glowing with the colors of a rainbow, which was something to take note of at the time. Sawatari, not understanding, asked how he had managed to become a player. That's when Subaru realized it was true. Now he was indeed a player. He had received the power of Vanquish. The moment Sawatari tried to attack him, Subaru managed to dodge with absurd speed, something he would never have managed before. Even so, he asked him to stop. Sawatari, annoyed, asked if he had stolen his door, but Subaru thought that obviously not. That door had been his from the start. Sawatari tried to attack again, and although Subaru was still afraid, his new eyes allowed him to see his enemy's every move, as if everything was in slow motion. Each blow of the katana came in a clear, smooth trajectory, as if the world had slowed down around him. It was then that Subaru realized that he could actually see. He also noticed that even though Sawatari was a gamer, and therefore faster than a normal person, he was still able to follow every movement perfectly. He dodged every attack as if it were natural. The other bully watching was completely impressed. Meanwhile, Sawatari was getting angrier and angrier. Subaru thought he could finally dodge, so he grabbed Sawatari's sword-wielding hand and asked him once again to stop. Only Sawatari realized that, despite everything, Subaru was still shaking. Filled with hatred, Sawatari screamed, calling Subaru a bastard, and asked him if he had any idea whose arm he was holding. At that moment, Subaru was terrified again. Sawatari knew that even with power, he was still terrified. Taking advantage of this, he landed a brutal knee right to Subaru's stomach. Then he tried to throw a punch, but Subaru managed to dodge it with great effort. Even so, Sawatari landed another blow. However, it was at that moment that Subaru realized something strange. The blow simply didn't hurt. The system then appeared in his vision, informing him that his vitality was working properly. His HP was 155 out of 173, and his mana was 131. The system also explained that if his HP reached 0, he would be unable to move, so he had to fight with everything he had. Subaru wondered if this was some kind of tutorial. He realized that this was how a player saw the world. He could see the trajectory of the attacks, the distance, the statuses, the map, everything in real time. And maybe that's why that blow just now hadn't hurt a bit. Now it was clear to him. Yes, he was a gambler. Meanwhile, Sawatari was starting to get desperate. And the other bully, even more so. His friend even commented that Subaru could probably already see the status menu. But Sawatari, completely out of control, told him to shut up. He said that never, ever would a miserable insect like Subaru, who had pissed himself with fear earlier, be able to kill him. Without wasting any time, Sawatari activated her Red Rose ability, trying to burn Subaru alive. A giant explosion hit him straight on. However, to everyone's surprise, Subaru came out practically in one piece, feeling only a slight heat on his body. He thought he was going to die, but when he looked, he saw that his HP had only dropped to 121. Subaru realized that if he was hit a few more times, it would really get dangerous. Meanwhile, Sawatari, completely indignant, shouted at him, asking if he was kidding. He said that the Red Rose had enough power to destroy a car, and yet Subaru held on. The other bully, terrified, asked if they shouldn't run away. The door Subaru opened was stronger than gold, but even so, Sawatari insisted that they shouldn't. She said that while Subaru was still at level 1, they had to defeat him right there, before he became a real monster. As they argued, Subaru realized the danger. He thought it might be better to run away, but before he could react, he was caught by the web ability. Gray threads stuck to his body, and he realized that it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. Sawatari took advantage of the gap and charged at him with her katana. Subaru was desperate. He thought this was terrible. He needed a skill, anything, to defend himself. But there was a problem. He didn't know how to use a skill. It was at that very moment that blood began to flow. But to his surprise, it wasn't his blood. From Subaru's own skin came blades made of blood, which not only blocked Sawatari's blow, but also hit him square in the head and chest. This was Vanquish's ability, the blood mold, which had activated on its own to protect its bearer. And Subaru, still in shock, could only wonder what the hell was Vanquish doing there. At that moment, Vanquish, observing everything, commented that those guys were really very boring. So just this once, he decided to explain to Subaru how his power worked. He said that, with the blood mold, he could manipulate the state of his own blood for up to 10 seconds. The sword that defended him just now, for example, was precisely a manifestation of this. To use the power, all he had to do was imagine. The rest depended on creativity. As soon as Sawatari was hit by the blades, the webs holding Subaru immediately broke. Vanquish then advised Subaru to feed the anger he felt. At that moment, he was almost hit in the eye by Sawatari's blade, but managed to narrowly dodge it. Only, unlike before, they were no longer calling him an insect, but a creature, but a monstrous creature. Subaru, unable to understand, asked why he still insisted on attacking him, even in that deplorable state. Sawatari, completely overcome with fury, replied that he had lost his own door because of him, and that, in addition, Kunisaki had died, so now Subaru had to die. He said he was a murderer, but Subaru fought back, pointing out that they had tried to kill him first. Only Sawatari, completely blinded by rage, said that it would have been better if Subaru had died inside that door. He said that no one would miss him, because no one needed him. Subaru then closed his eyes and reflected. In a way, it seemed true, but following Vanquish's advice, he decided to feed his anger. He opened his eyes, filled himself with hatred, and told himself that they were all selfish bastards. At that moment, he concentrated his rainbow power, accumulating an absurd amount of energy in his fist. Even though he was facing a blade that could kill him, he simply ignored it, easily broke the sword in half, and landed a devastating punch right in Sawatari's face. The impact was so absurd that Sawatari bounced off the walls like a rubber ball. When he finally fell to the ground, he was practically dead. Subaru, panting, completely possessed by his own rage, looked at the destroyed body. The other bully, body, in shock, asked if that had really happened with a single blow. Desperate, he tried to use his web to protect himself, but in reality, he was just grabbing Sawatari's body to escape. Subaru stared and wondered if he had really escaped. Meanwhile, the other boy, running with the body on his back, was still wondering what the hell had just happened. He couldn't understand how someone at level 1 had defeated Sawatari with just one punch. He wondered what monster that madman had gotten that power from. Meanwhile, Subaru stared at the entire destroyed shed, with blood splattered all over it, a body practically broken in half, and wondered what he should do now. He told himself he'd won, but what was he supposed to do with all that mess? He had no idea how to deal with it. The next morning, the police arrived at the scene and were completely horrified. Analyzing the body, they commented that such a precise and clean cut, which broke a person in half, was definitely not made by a human being. Perhaps it was the work of some creature from the depths. But at that moment, someone appeared on the scene. It was none other than Hirasaka Renji. He told the policeman not to worry, as he had already checked the surroundings and there was no sign of any creature nearby. However, when one of the policemen approached with the victim's card, he realized that this guy was Kunisaki Shotoru, a bronze rank player. Next to the card, there was also his player registration card. Hirasaka, analyzing the situation, thought that if someone managed to break a bronze-ranked player in half, then the culprit was at least as powerful as a silver-ranked player. His heart was racing. In fact, technically, it wasn't even his heart, but the heart of Ludwig, the owner of his door. He took a deep breath and said that it didn't matter. They would find the culprit as soon as possible. After all, this was no time for the players to be fighting among themselves. Everyone's duty was to destroy as many doors as possible before that abomination called the Celestial Clock reached 0. And as he spoke, the seconds were already ticking away. Soon, complete destruction would come to this world. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Taiga's house, he looked at his watch and wondered if Subaru hadn't returned by now. It was already morning. He thought it was strange and realized that he hadn't even read his messages. That's when he opened his cell phone and saw a news item. A copper rank player had been found dead in Tokyo. Looking at the scene, Taiga was shocked. He recognized that the dead guy was one of those who had been bullying Subaru. He reflected and wondered if, by chance, Subaru had actually become a player. And if so, whether he had anything to do with it. Meanwhile, in the city of Shinagawa, at the Japan Gamers Federation headquarters, a huge building responsible for organizing the gamers and controlling the portals, Subaru observed everything around him, trying to understand if all those people around him were really gamers like him. After everything, Subaru went to the new member registration area, where he met a super cute, very attentive and polite receptionist. She asked if he wanted to register, and Subaru said yes. He thought that in Japan, it is illegal for any non-member to enter portals, and that it is only possible to level up within them, so he urgently needed to become a member. He also thought about what happened yesterday, which basically ended in a murder. He realized that investigating a player's death was also another player's job, and if the culprit was someone very strong, like a gold-ranked player, the chances of facing him would be enormous. And if it's Taiga, he's going to die. So until then, you need to complete as many portals as possible, get stronger, and prepare. Meanwhile, the receptionist began to explain the general rules. She said there were 3 things he needed to know. The first was that each portal he completed made him level up. The second was that the more stars the portal had, the harder it would be. And the third that if he destroyed a portal, he could exchange the stars for money. At that moment, Subaru realized that he had a star in his pocket. He asked if he could change it. He thought that it had probably fallen out of Sawatari's pocket yesterday. He looked at it and realized that it was completely smooth. So, even though he felt a bit bad, he decided that he would borrow this money from the dead man. The receptionist, however, asked whose star it was. Subaru quickly replied that it was from a portal that appeared in front of him shortly after he became a player, and which he managed to complete. Only at that point, she explained that a non-member entering a portal without registering could be sentenced to up to 5 years in prison or pay a fine of up to 1 million. Subaru froze. He thought he had made a bad mistake. He had no idea that the punishment was so heavy, and he was desperate, wondering what he would do now. Meanwhile, at the police station, Ariaki Taiga arrived. The doorman was surprised and asked why he was honored to be there. Taiga replied that he was there because of the murder case that happened yesterday, and that he wanted to know if the witness and the evidence were there, because he needed to confirm something small. Later, Subaru received the news that his account was now over 100,000 yen. In the end, he managed to exchange the star for cash. Normally, this would be considered a very serious crime, but the receptionist let it slide just this once. Subaru thought it was a very close call. Still, he thought, if a player wins all this with a single star, then maybe this world isn't so bad after all. He remembered his old dream, which kept returning to his mind, but he knew that now, in order to achieve it, he would have to risk risk his own life. He decided he needed to find a portal, but first he looked around. He saw a clothes store, a barber shop, and thought, why not? He was all washed up, really. He was very well looked after in both places, spent a lot of money, and left feeling like a new man, with new hair and new clothes. Later, sitting in a coffee shop, Subaru reflected on how incredible it all was. Not only had he managed to buy his own clothes, but he had also been to a barber for the first time in his life. And what's more, he was also drinking caramel makeup for the first time. She thought it was simply wonderful. He got emotional, realizing that it was the first time he had actually experienced true freedom. All his life he had been imprisoned by something or someone. He thought that as soon as he'd finished drinking that, he'd look for a portal, and once he'd closed a portal, he'd go back there for another macchiato, because now he was officially a player. However, at that very moment, on the other side of the cafe window, Taiga appeared, calling him a fucking insect. Subaru, in shock, wondered if they had already found him. He immediately thought he had to get out of there, but Taiga, without even thinking twice, broke through the glass, grabbed Subaru, and threw him so hard that he went flying, hitting several cars on the way, until he crashed to the ground. Halfway there, he realized that he was about to run over a mother and child. He quickly activated his blood mold ability, creating blades that stuck to the surrounding cars to reduce his speed and prevent him from hitting them. He managed to save them in time, and even though he was hurt, he shouted for them to get away as quickly as possible. Looking at it, Subaru could only think that it was shit. That, without a doubt, was the worst situation he could have been in. Taiga, looking at him on the ground, simply couldn't believe that this insect had actually become a player. Subaru, even though he was scared to death, thought that even though he was facing a gold-ranked player, and worse, Ariake Taiga, he still had to do it. After all, now he had power too. While all this was going on the street, traffic was at a complete standstill with a huge traffic jam. People, unable to understand anything, began to wonder what was going on. A woman in traffic asked a man why everything was at a standstill. The old man, terrified, replied that it was because Ariake Taiga had gone mad and that she should get out of the car and run away, because everything there was going to be completely destroyed because of him. At that moment, the two of them were staring at each other. Subaru mentally wondered how Taiga knew where he was. Taiga just replied that he wasn't going to say. He would have to find out for himself. Even though he tried to hit Subaru with a punch, he managed to dodge. Subaru thought that perhaps his cell phone was being tracked and that it was a mistake to have called to confirm payment. But Taiga said that it made no difference because he would never find out. He would die right there. Then Taiga activated his golden arm, and Subaru realized how dangerous it was. Staying focused, Subaru mentally asked Vanquish if he could at least give him a hint. Vanquish explained that blood mold was a skill that transferred magical power to one's own blood, allowing one to manipulate it freely. But he warned that if Subaru abused this ability, his blood would quickly run out. Even so, Subaru didn't care. His priority was to survive, and that was the only thing he needed to focus on at the moment. There was Ariake Subaru, level 1, with 132 life, 119 mana, 36 strength, 29 defense, 36 agility, 31 dexterity, and 35 luck, against Ariake Taiga, level 23, a golden knight with 562 life, 220 mana, 53 strength, 122 defense, 120 agility, 128 dexterity, and 101 luck. Taiga announced that he was going to finish him off right there and used his golden impact, creating a huge explosion where Subaru was standing. But to his surprise, Subaru managed to dodge it using threads of blood. He realized that he was imitating that other guy's ability and didn't even know exactly how, but he had managed to activate the blood mold. Even so, Taiga was already behind him, saying that he was too slow. When he tried to land another punch, Subaru drew another thread of blood and managed to change his trajectory in the air, narrowly dodging it. Even so, he knew that if he was hit by such a blow, he would die on the spot. Taiga began to wonder if Subaru's ability only consisted of pulling wires with his hands, if he could also move freely or grab things. But he said that was pathetic, because a single blow was all it took to kill Subaru. At that moment, Subaru stopped. A mist of blood appeared around him. Taiga was surprised, thinking he was about to use another skill. Taking advantage of this gap, Subaru remembered Vanquish's teachings and knew he needed to stimulate his own hatred. So he went on the attack, but to his dismay, when he hit Taiga, it was he who felt the pain. The same attack that had defeated Sawatari like it was nothing didn't even scratch Taiga, and even damaged Subaru in the process. Shortly afterwards, Taiga landed a powerful blow to Subaru's chest, causing blood to gush out. His life, which had been at 109, began to drop rapidly due to the bleeding down to 12. Taiga then declared that he could no longer run away. away. But at that moment, several darts of blood appeared around him. Taiga realized that Subaru still had some cards up his sleeve and wondered what he was planning to do. Subaru realized that the more injured he was, the stronger he became. Blood was his power. Blood was his... He then transformed all his blood into a dense mist and trapped Taiga inside it, firing several darts of blood at the same time. He believed that this was the most resistant blood he could create at that moment. But Taiga was still smiling. He said that he had already warned Subaru that he was nothing but garbage. He hadn't suffered a scratch. Subaru realized that Taiga had everything: speed, power, defense. He was on another level, literally, after all. He was level 23. Even though he was on the verge of death and had become a gambler, Subaru realized that, no matter how many skills he used, he would never be stronger than Taiga at that moment. Meanwhile, Taiga thought that the ability to transform blood into various forms had very high applicability. He knew that if he let Subaru level up, it would be a big problem in the future. So he decided that he needed to finish him off immediately. Before that happened, Taiga then activated Golden Impact again to end it all at once. When the blow hit, it seemed that everything was over. But surprisingly, Subaru was still alive. He realized that speed, strength, and dexterity hadn't worked. His life was now at 5, and he had only survived because he had used something that felt soft and sticky at the same time to protect himself. Taiga was confused, wondering what the hell that was. It looked like a punching bag or a tire or something. He realized that the thing had absorbed all the impact, working like an airbag. What's more, it was stuck to his golden arm, like a gum that wouldn't come off. Subaru realized that he had imagined exactly that, an unbreakable gum. And thanks to that, he managed to survive the fatal attack. At that critical moment, Subaru created several blood bubbles. He knew that the effect of the blood mold only lasted 10 seconds. But even if he had to spend all his mana, he would do anything to stop Taiga. He used all that blood to stick to Taiga's body, who tried to break free using his strength, but was unable to. He could even walk, but he was completely stiff and paralyzed. Even so, Taiga made it clear that Subaru shouldn't think he had won. But Subaru replied that he never thought about winning. His only goal from the start was to survive, and he believed he would succeed. So he spent all the mana he still had to cover Taiga's entire body, using the blood mold that only lasted 10 seconds, and escape. During this time, he created a large mist of blood to ensure his escape. Taiga, furious, thought that the worm thought he could make a fool of him. He swore that Subaru would not escape, and promised that he would hunt him down to the end. But before he could do anything, someone came calling. It was none other than Hirasaka Renji, who, as he approached, asked what kind of mess Taiga was causing, and he wasn't alone. Along with him were Shikishima and 2 other players. Taiga said he didn't have time to explain, and that he needed to get out of there, but he was immediately chained up by the others. They said he had gone too far. Taiga looked around and wondered if they had really called in 7 gold-ranked players just to stop him. Renji replied that they were restricting his movements, so he should keep quiet and listen to what they had to say. Later, when the sun was setting, Subaru was alone, all destroyed, with little life and almost no mana. Even so, at least he managed to escape. However, he realized that he couldn't even scratch Taiga, and if he met him again, he would surely lose. He looked at his clothes, which had just been bought, now all torn and destroyed. Her other purchases were still in the cafeteria. Still, he thought shopping was fun, but now he had to fight for his freedom. He never wanted to go back to that shitty life, so he decided that he would get stronger no matter what. The next morning, in front of an otherworldly portal, a woman was arguing with a group. She said that she had already booked that portal and that all she had to do was check the website. But the group, known as the Grex team, replied that nobody cared about reservations, and that she looked too weak, so she could just leave the portal to them. She then asked if she really looked that weak and concluded that they definitely didn't know her. She said she would refresh their memory. That woman's name was Amamiya Sayaka. Later, after facing her, they realized that she was in fact very weak. They asked her what level she was, and she replied that she was level 8. It was then that they understood why she hadn't managed to win. The average level of the Grex team was 13. The group leader commented that it was no surprise that she had lost, and Sayaka realized that the guy's ability was extremely incompatible with her. The leader then told her to get out of there and said that in this world only the strongest survive. Sayaka was completely surrounded. Even so, she replied that she was well aware of this, since she had been kicked out of the last team for not having talent. That's why she said she wasn't going to lose to them. The leader said he would put her to sleep once and for all, and Sayaka was almost in tears at the desperate situation. But suddenly, Subaru appeared. All all bloodied, asking if they were trying to decide who would enter the portal based on survival of the fittest. And then he asked if he could take part too. The gang leader looked at him without understanding who this crazy man was, but before he could say anything, Subaru used a blood mold that crushed his head instantly. Subaru, out of patience, simply asked to be excused, saying that he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible and for everyone to get out of his way. The other players, shocked, asked what level he was, and Subaru replied that he was level 1. No one believed him. They said he was lying because it didn't make sense for someone of level 1 to have a skill of that level. One of the guys wondered how he could have so much power being level 1, but thought that if he really was level 1, they could surround him and finish him off easily. As soon as the first guy ran up to attack him, Subaru simply punched him so hard that the guy fell over instantly. Meanwhile, Subaru reflected that even though he was fighting players, it all seemed too easy. He started pummeling everyone with his punches, realizing that these guys were much slower than anyone he had ever faced, especially compared to Taiga, who was infinitely more dangerous than them. The gang members wondered who the hell that guy was, who theoretically was only level 1. When one of the guys tried to use his ability, the Rexa Blast, by firing several shots directly at Subaru's face, he simply defended himself with his blood airbags. Then he landed a punch so powerful that it literally broke the poor guy's face. While all this was going on, Sayaka was just watching, completely shocked, wondering who the hell that guy was who had appeared out of nowhere. Even after defeating all those guys, Subaru seemed more concerned about the state of his clothes, which were even more destroyed. Meanwhile, Sayaka was thinking that surely that guy was a gold-ranked player. It didn't make sense for someone to be that strong. Then, without ceremony, Subaru simply stole one of the guy's clothes that were still in one piece, put them on, and commented that they fit perfectly. Sayaka, shocked, wondered if he had really just stolen the guy's clothes out of the blue. Not knowing where to stick his face, Subaru just nodded at her and entered the portal. It was then that Sayaka became even more indignant and wondered if he had really just stolen her portal too. For the first time, Subaru was inside a portal to another world. He thought he was imagining something different, perhaps a place full of scary monsters, but to his surprise, the view was actually quite beautiful. But that thought was short-lived, because Sayaka opened the door right on his head, calling him a bastard. She said it was a good thing he hadn't locked the door, so she quickly locked it through the system. The system itself confirmed that the exit was now blocked, and they could only leave after defeating the boss. Sayaka commented that even if those idiots woke up, they wouldn't be able to get in now. Subaru replied that he had won that portal fairly, but Sayaka countered by saying that he hadn't, because she had booked that portal before. Those guys had been stealing from her, and now he had too. Subaru, a little nonplussed, thought it made sense. Discovered portals are registered on a website where players can make reservations. He tried to justify himself, saying it was his first time entering a portal. He said he had a good reason. He needed to level up as quickly as possible. Then he asked if he could accompany Sayaka. She thought for a moment and concluded that it made sense. After all, he was level 1 and had clearly never entered a portal before. So she accepted, saying that he had helped her and that he also understood very well what it's like to want to get stronger. Subaru was very grateful, but she had already made it clear that the split would be 70% of the stars for her and 30% for him. He accepted without complaint. Soon afterwards, she held out her hand, introducing herself as Amamiya Sayaka and saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Just as Subaru was about to introduce himself under his real name, he realized that he was currently being considered as a suspect in the murder of a player, so he introduced himself as Vanquish. Sayaka thought it was strange, wondering if he was a foreigner, but he quickly replied that he didn't care. He just said that they were going to start. It was then that a stone almost hit Sayaka, but Subaru managed to warn her in time. She reacted quickly, punched the rock, and broke it into several pieces. Soon afterwards, Sayaka realized that she had spoken too loudly and commented that they were coming. A huge group of goblins and kobolds were approaching. Sayaka didn't seem too worried. She said it was a piece of cake and quickly went after the monsters. In that world, players faced creatures from the underworld using their increased strength through flex player skills, which allowed them to overcome biological limits. There were also special abilities. Sayaka channeled her ability, imbuing her fist with energy, and punched a goblin so hard that she knocked him out instantly. Then she started destroying all the kobolds and goblins as if they were nothing. Subaru thought she was quite strong, even surprised. Sayaka then asked him what he thought of his skill. She explained that her skill, Instant Abyss, stuns any opponent with just one blow. It was a terrible skill for ranged combat, but in hand-to-hand she was completely dominant. Only after a few seconds, all the monsters started to get up. This was because they hadn't been defeated, just stunned. The stun effect only lasted 3 seconds, and if they weren't eliminated in that time, they returned to the fight. Now Sayaka was completely surrounded, and in desperation she started asking Vanquish for help. Subaru took that plea for help very seriously, replied, "Leave it to me," and didn't take a single step forward. This made Sayaka think that he was so far away from her that she was going to die right there. Then Subaru began to analyze the situation. Several enemies spread out, long-distance combat, Sayaka in the middle. Using flying blades wasn't a good idea. That's when he decided to use his blood mole. He created several strands of blood that extended to the goblins and kobolds, binding their necks. Then he pulled them all in the same direction. Not only were the monsters thrown to the ground, but they were also dragged for several meters, thrown high into the air and fell, obviously all dead. Subaru only commented that he was ready, and with that move alone, he rose 3 levels in one go, reaching level 4. His blood mold skill evolved to level 2. Now its duration, which used to be 10 seconds, has become 15 seconds. He also realized that all the wounds on his body had healed, his strength had increased, as had his mana and life, which had been fully restored. Subaru was extremely happy, experiencing the sensation of leveling up for the first time. Then Sayaka approached him, looking at him, and asked in shock if he had really defeated them all at once. Subaru commented that Sayaka's skill was truly incredible, but to his surprise, Sayaka replied that it was actually her who should be saying that. Subaru then asked if her ability really did stun enemies without fail. She confirmed that it did, but explained that it only works against opponents with a difference of up to 3 levels, and that the stun time is 3 seconds. Subaru analyzing said that if she could use this ability every 3 seconds, she would basically become invincible in one-on-one combat. Sayaka agreed, saying that this was true. Subaru then pointed out that a good ground for this would be that gap where the enemies were passing through. Sayaka asked for a moment to test this strategy. She approached the first goblin and threw a punch with her Instant Abyss skill, stunning the goblin. She waited for the 3 seconds to pass and then threw another punch, stunning him again. He saw that it really worked. With that, she realized that she could just keep punching without stopping. She defeated a level 6 goblin this way and was thrilled, saying that it was a lot of fun. Now she could finally have fun using her skill. While Sayaka entertained herself with that, Subaru thought it was perfect. Now he could concentrate on his other problems while she took care of that line of enemies. But while she was enjoying herself, she received a notification from the system that the boss had appeared. She tried to warn Subaru, but realized that he had already noticed, because right in front of him was a huge kobold, with a goblin riding on top of it. This was the goblin boss, level 17, and the great kobold, level 12. Subaru, looking at them, said that she could deal with the other enemies, while he would take care of the boss. Then the two of them were staring at each other fiercely. Sayaka, watching from afar, was shocked when she saw them all jumping very high. In the middle of the jump, they began exchanging blows so fast that it was hard to keep up. Suddenly, the goblin boss activated a skill, and the system detected it, but didn't reveal what it was. Soon after, he fired a magical arrow called Level 2 Fodder, which split into several other arrows. Subaru reacted quickly, using his blood gum as a shield to block all the attacks, falling to the ground unharmed. He thought that if his blood mold hadn't been at level 2, he would surely have died in this attack. Analyzing the situation, he realized that he was fighting a silver-class cavalry archer, mounted on a giant kobold and equipped with very powerful abilities. At that moment, Subaru was absolutely certain that this was a real boss. Meanwhile, Sayaka, watching on, was completely amazed. The fight was so intense that she realized she couldn't even get involved because her skills were no use against enemies with such a high-level difference. After all, the bosses were level 17 and 12, while she was only level 8. But when a normal kobold appeared behind her, she easily defeated him, stating that her job was to deal with the little ones while Subaru took care of the boss. Meanwhile, Subaru concentrated using his blood mold, firing several darts in the direction of the kobold and the goblin. However, both dodged with impressive leaps. Again, the goblin chief fired a shower of magic arrows, and Subaru had to defend himself once more with his shields made of blood gum. Despite his attempts, the big kobold was incredibly fast. Even with his enormous size, Subaru realized that the biggest problem was the goblin boss. Because of his skill with a bow and his control over the long-distance battlefield, he tried to look for a loophole, but he couldn't even create a rope of blood to tie them together. Suddenly, the system detected another skill being activated. This time, his shield wouldn't be enough. It was a level 3 piercing arrow, capable of passing completely through blood gum. The arrow went straight through Subaru's shoulder, leaving a hole. He immediately realized that his shield was useless against this ability, as the penetration of the arrow was absurd. He soon realized that the previous shower of arrows was actually a trap. The Goblin Chief was using it as bait to force him to take cover, and thus create an opening to fire the piercing arrow. Subaru realized that he had fallen into the trap and was now lost, not knowing exactly what to do. But just as the Goblin Chief was readying another arrow, the big kobold, who was about to attack, took a devastating punch from Sayaka, who used her Instant Abyss. Subaru, looking on, was surprised. He thought that this ability only worked against enemies up to 3 levels apart, but as the kobold was level 12 and she had just risen to level 9, the difference allowed the skill to work. Sayaka then began to stun the kobold endlessly, keeping him pinned down and unable to react. As a result, the Goblin Chief, who was without his mount, was forced to flee. Sayaka, shouting, told Subaru that it was up to him now. Subaru thanked him very much for his help, and without wasting any time, used his blood mold to completely envelop the kobold's head. He then concentrated all his power and transformed that blood into an extremely resistant rubber. Subaru leapt forward holding Kobold's head and did all he could to break his neck. By defeating that big level 12 kobold, he went up 2 levels, now reaching level 6. With that, he completely recovered his HP and mana. He thought that had worked, so maybe his next idea would work too. Thinking of Taiga's ability, he used the blood mold, activating the derivation called Blood Fist, and created a fist identical to the Golden Fist, but made of blood. Even though the goblin boss tried to defend himself with a piercing arrow, that arrow couldn't get through the Blood Fist. The goblin was hit hard, broke down into golden energy, and then the system confirmed that he had defeated the level 17 goblin boss. This brought Subaru up another 4 levels. His blood mold was now at level 3, and its duration, which had been 15 seconds, had increased to 20 seconds. Sayaka was extremely impressed that he had managed to win, and Subaru just made a peace sign to her, as if it were nothing. They then completely finished the Karakau Canyon, which had a difficulty of 2 stars. The total clearing time was 16 minutes and 17 seconds, leaving 3 hours for the portal to open again. At this point, Subaru was level 9 with 399 horsepower, 281 mana, 123 strength, 85 defense, 100 dexterity, 84 agility, and 86 luck. When they completed the mission, they had 30 seconds to get out. Outside the gate, that shirtless guy was sneezing, feeling cold, since even his jacket had been stolen. Filled with hatred, he swore he would kill the bastard who had done it. Then he realized that the gate had been cleaned. He wondered how, since it normally takes about 2 hours to complete a 2-star portal, and it had been done in less than 20 minutes. As soon as Sayaka came out of the portal, she asked why they were still waiting there. The guy asked if they had actually managed to complete it. Sayaka said yes, of course. He said he didn't have to lie, but at the same moment, everyone there received a notification from the system confirming that the Karakau Canyon had been cleared. The remaining time in the world was then added to the celestial clock. The system explained that the celestial clock is a huge clock that can be seen from anywhere in the world. When its count reaches 0, the world simply ends. That's the theory everyone believes. The only way to prevent this from happening is to clear the gates, as this adds time to the clock, ensuring that the world continues to exist. That's why players never stop fighting. The guy, all beaten up and shivering from the cold, stood in shock wondering if they had really managed to clear the portal, since the recommended level for 2-star portals is level 10 or higher, and neither of them had reached it yet. Subaru, a little miffed, apologized for taking his jacket, saying that it had ripped and that he intended to compensate for the damage. The guy replied that he didn't need to, that he could keep it. Another commented that guy hadn't been saying until recently that he was going to kill Subaru, and he replied that of course not, that it was just a joke. Then he walked away. The people around bowed to thank them for their work, and soon everyone left. Subaru wondered what it was all about. Sayaka replied that they were scared because of the absurd strength he had shown. Just then, the portal broke completely, and 2 stars fell to the ground. Sayaka commented that this was the time to make money, but Subaru said that they needed to talk about it. Later, he explained that he intended to redeem the stars in her name. As he asked if she was listening, she realized that he was completely focused on sipping his coffee, relieved to finally be back at the cafe. Sayaka then asked what they would do with the money. Subaru replied that, of course, he would share it with her. She then changed the subject and asked if Vanquish was really his real name. From the way he choked on his coffee, she was was pretty sure it wasn't. Sayaka said that he was clearly using a fake name because he didn't want anyone to know that he cleared that portal, let alone how strong he is, even though he's only level 1. She also made it clear that she wasn't blaming or accusing him of anything. After fighting alongside him, she realized that he is a good person. After all, he saved her life. She commented that, if possible, it would be great to continue cleaning gates together as friends. She said that he could count on her for anything, but also warned him that she didn't know how reliable she would be, since she's a bit of a klutz. Subaru became thoughtful when he heard the word friends. He had never heard anyone say that to him before. It moved him so much that he became emotional and thanked Sayaka very much. He replied that she had also helped him a lot, so he decided to tell her his real name. He said that his name was Ariaki Subaru and that he was going to tell her everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. When she finished telling her story, Sayaka was shocked. She realized that the situation was much more problematic than she had imagined, involving gates, persecution, and even a false accusation of murder. Subaru confirmed it, saying that even he was confused, and everything had happened directly to him. Then suddenly, Sayaka realized something and asked if he was Ariaki Taiga's older brother. When he confirmed it, she asked if he had really stolen his golden door. On the spot, Sayaka became indignant, saying that this was completely unforgivable. But Subaru explained that they weren't even blood relatives. Sayaka then said that in that case, he needed to get strong enough to defeat that damn Taiga. Subaru replied that technically his life was literally at stake, so he didn't have much choice but to get stronger. Sayaka then commented that in her family, there are also 3 sisters, all gamblers. The eldest and youngest sister got silver doors, but hers was a bronze door. The team started with the 3 of them, but she ended up being kicked out because she was considered too weak. So her main goal now is to get stronger and prove to her sisters that she can do it. He asked if that didn't sound a bit like what he was going through. Subaru replied that yes, it was very similar indeed. Sayaka then said that this was exactly why they needed to get stronger together. She held out her hand and suggested that this time they would never betray or abandon each other again. She asked him what he thought. Subaru thought it was incredible and shook her hand, sealing the deal between the 2 of them. Sayaka then said that she was really looking forward to working with him, commented that they seemed to be the same age and that they could skip the formalities. She asked him to just call her Sayaka. Subaru accepted and said he would try to get used to it. Meanwhile, at the Players' Federation headquarters, on the upper floor where the conference room was, the hearing against Ariake Taiga was starting, conducted by Hirasaka. He informed them that at the moment Taiga was restricted, so they were the only gold-ranked players allowed to act. One of the players present, dressed as a rascal, commented that it was no problem. After all, there were only 6 people. He also said that he never liked that guy anyway. Another player warned that, apart from the gold rankers, the only ones who could clear 4-star gates were those with a lot of effort, and that the current number of employees was insufficient to deal with the growing number of high-difficulty gates. Hirasaka replied that they had no other choice. They would need to increase the number of jobs per person until Taiga's restriction was lifted. He also said that he would ask the silver-ranked teams to participate in strategies for 5-star gates. Everyone was surprised and asked if he was sure, since he was asking silver players to take on missions of this level. One of them replied that technically it could be possible, as long as it was a team of 10 people, all at least level 30. At the moment, there were exactly 7 5-star gates active in the Tokyo region, which needed to be eliminated urgently. As for the gate located in the city of Meguro, also a 5-star gate, they decided that the responsibility would lie with the Juliet team. This team had an average level of 31 and was led by Hizaki Julieta, who was level 38. They were passing just as Sayaka and Subaru were getting out of the elevator. Subaru almost got in their way and immediately apologized. Hizaki responded by telling him to be more careful next time. Subaru then commented that those guys looked really strong. Sayaka explained that this was Team Juliet, the strongest team in the silver category, and she was curious to guess where they were going in such a hurry. But that didn't matter to them at the moment. Subaru and Sayaka's focus was on rescuing that star and heading straight for the next portal. Sayaka commented that the next portal was 2 stars, so it would be easy. Subaru asked where exactly it was located. She replied that it was in the city of Meguro. At that moment, the 2-star portal was active, with 17 hours left to complete. Inside it, there was a spiral staircase that seemed to descend into the afterlife. Later, inside this portal, Subaru was desperately trying to rescue Sayaka, who was seriously injured and bleeding profusely. He realized that the bleeding wouldn't stop on its own, and full of rage, he put her arm back in place using the power of the blood mold. Determined, he swore that he would not forgive whoever had done this, and that he would kill the bastard right then and there. The system then explained how it all started 2 hours earlier, when they entered the portal called the Soldier Disposal Gate, with a difficulty of 2 stars. Subaru asked if Sayaka Sayaka could know in advance what was inside the portal. She explained that they could enter and exit freely, as long as they didn't lock the portal from the inside. That's why specialized players do this initial scan to bring back information, such as the fact that the portal had a huge spiral staircase. Sayaka commented that that narrow staircase would be perfect for his skill. She then suggested that he lock the portal to start the mission. As soon as he did so, the system confirmed that the door was locked, and Sayaka told him it was time to get cracking. Suddenly, an army of skeletons started coming up the stairs. Subaru wondered if they were coming from downstairs. Then he noticed an extremely intimidating feeling coming from downstairs. It was probably the boss. Sayaka, on the other hand, realized that there were many enemies coming up. The moment a skeleton's blade almost hit Sayaka, Subaru quickly created a shield with the blood mold, defending her. She counterattacked, knocking the skeleton away, but it was too close. Subaru warned that more were coming. Using his blood molds, he managed to block all the skeleton's weapons, creating an opening for Sayaka to destroy them. She got excited and said that it had been very good. However, she realized that the skeletons were level 10 or 11. Subaru then reminded her that, with the portal locked, they couldn't leave until they had eliminated them all. The only option was to finish them off. He agreed that he would take care of the defense, while Sayaka would focus on reducing the number of enemies. Subaru realized that the terrain really was perfect for Sayaka, but he was worried about the absurd amount of enemies. Besides, that sense of danger coming from downstairs was much greater than the one he felt in the fight against the goblin boss earlier. Despite taking down several skeletons, Sayaka was already badly injured. Subaru commented that they had a lot of enemies, and that it was better for them to alternate their attacks, asking her not to exert herself until she was completely exhausted. Sayaka countered, asking if it wasn't the other way around, since when she leveled up, the fatigue went away. Then shortly afterwards, she went up to level 10 and said that the only way was to give it her all until she went up a level again. Subaru agreed that this made sense and decided to use everything he had. He activated Blood Tide, a skill that swept the entire staircase at once, destroying dozens of skeletons at once. Sayaka asked him to wait a bit, worried, but Subaru didn't care about mana at the moment. He hardened the Blood Tide, transforming it into blades that broke all the skeletons along the way. Sayaka commented, impressed, that his skill was as incredible as ever, but Subaru replied that it wouldn't last long. With that, she went on to finish off the remaining ones, breaking the skulls of the skeletons. The massacre was so great that Sayaka quickly rose from level 10 to level 15, but she apologized and told him that the rest was up to him. Subaru then concentrated all his power, squeezed out the blood, crushing the skeletons, and kept using more and more powerful bursts of blood. He also rose from level 9 directly to level 16. Before he knew it, he was feeling much better, stronger, and ready to continue fighting. Sayaka commented that Subaru was even crazier than she thought. Even his enemies were afraid of him. However, one of the skeletons ended up taking advantage of a gap to attack her from behind, but was immediately hit by a blood arrow thrown by Subaru, who warned her not to let her guard down. Despite this, he thought that the way Sayaka had said it, it was true. If they carried on like this, using everything they had and leveling up, they would easily reach the bottom. But he couldn't get rid of that bad feeling. The pressure coming from the lower floor was getting more and more intense. They climbed several levels until they finally reached the end of the staircase. Sayaka was on level 20 and Subaru on level 19. As soon as they stepped down, the system announced that the boss had appeared. It was a giant corpse widow, known as Empress Judith, level 29. She looked extremely scary, and with her first blow, she destroyed everything around her, except for the two of them. When the rubble began to fall on them, Subaru reacted quickly, protecting himself with his blood. It was then that he realized that the blow was actually caused by a huge whip in her hands. He noticed that the open field was completely suitable for that boss. The space favored ranged attacks and unpredictable trajectories. Sayaka commented that the boss seemed extremely incompatible for them to face. Subaru thought the same and was worried, but something caught his attention. That intimidating feeling he had been getting all along didn't seem to be coming from her. For some reason, it didn't make sense. Empress Judith attacked again, swinging her whip in several different directions. Sayaka dodged desperately, while Subaru protected himself with his blood shield. She then asked in despair what the hell they were going to do now. Even though they were trying to get closer, there was no foothold near her. Subaru quickly analyzed and realized that the boss's ability probably consumed mana to extend the whip, but wondered if her mana had the same mass as his blood. It was clear that Sayaka wouldn't be able to use Instant Void, as the difference in level was too great. This made her almost useless in that fight, so he thought that perhaps he should defeat the boss alone, using the blood mold in a defensive and balanced style. But if he did, Sayaka would gain almost no XP after the victory, and he promised that they would grow strong together. He wasn't going to break that promise. He determined to make it work. He called Sayaka over and told her that he was going to block the whip while she beat that wretched skull as hard as she could until she got tired of it. Sayaka, dodging another lash, replied that it was fine. She was up for it. Subaru then activated the blood mold with 100% viscosity, creating several bubbles of blood that floated in the air. Judith realized this was a problem and tried to attack him, but he defended her whip with ease. The viscous blood split on impact and began to stick to her body. Subaru then began to crush her little by little, squeezing and locking her movements. Sayaka, taking advantage of the opportunity, jokingly commented that he was trying to make a bean dumpling with her. She added that if Subaru had a skill like hers, he would be completely invincible. He replied that his skill was only being matched this time by the sheer luck of the type of combat. So Sayaka went for it, punching Judith straight in the face, but she realized that it didn't even cause a scratch. Even so, she didn't give up. She kept hitting her over and over again, without stopping. Subaru reflected that, according to Sayaka herself, in order to gain XP from defeating an enemy, the player had to be responsible for at least 20% of the total damage caused. He realized that, in this world, players who acted as defenders or support had a hard time leveling up. He wondered how these players could get around this limitation. While he was thinking about this, he realized that his blood mold only had 5 more minutes to run. Immediately, he shouted for Sayaka to get out of there. When Sayaka pulled away, the blood that bound Judith finally broke free. And of course, at the first opportunity, she attacked Sayaka, who narrowly managed to dodge. Soon afterwards, that minefield of lashes reappeared, with blows coming from all directions. Sayaka faced Judith firmly, even as she began to be slowly covered in Subaru's blood, which wrapped her in a bubble and carried her away. He asked if she was alright, and Sayaka said yes, she was fine. Subaru then said that the plan would be to do it one more time. Suddenly Judith, in a hoarse voice full of hatred, called Subaru insolent and asked him where he had gotten that power from. Subaru was surprised, wondering if a creature from the underworld really knew how to speak. She went on to say that it was impossible for that person to lend a power to a mere human. It was then that Subaru, not quite understanding, asked if she was talking about Vanquish. He even tried to be polite, asking that if she could talk, then just wait a little while. But this only made Judith even angrier. She shouted that it was impossible, while her body began to emit an even more intense energy. Subaru noticed that she was awakening more power, and Sayaka recognized it immediately. She explained that her older sister had told her about this kind of ability when a boss uses most of their mana to transform. And indeed, Judith looked like she was about to explode. He immediately detected the activation of the skill. A gigantic laser began to form. Trying to protect himself, Subaru put up a wall of blood, but realized that his mana was evaporating rapidly, as if his own blood was disappearing into thin air. He knew that, like this, his mana wouldn't last long. What's worse, he realized that the lightning bolt wouldn't just hit him, but Sayaka too. With no choice, he concentrated as hard as he could and created a prism of blood, running straight at the front line. He then transformed the prism into a spear, lengthening his shield, and charged forward. With a precise blow, he pierced Empress Judith's neck, taking off her head. Thus, he defeated the boss and rose to level 20. Even with his victory, Subaru was worried. He thought that, even though he had defeated her, he would have liked to talk more, especially about the Vanquish. He wanted to understand if those creatures from the underworld were the same ones that controlled the doors. Sayaka, smiling, praised him, saying that he had done a great job. She admitted that, in the end, she depended on him a lot. She had also leveled up and was now level 21. Subaru replied that yes, he was happy that she had also gained XP because it meant that they were really achieving their goals together. He thought that the next time he encountered a talking boss, he would try to strike up a conversation before simply killing it. It was then that he noticed something strange. He asked Sayaka what was going on, as she seemed worried. Sayaka replied that, even though she had defeated the boss, she hadn't received the notification that the gate had been unlocked. Subaru asked if that meant they couldn't leave. Sayaka replied that this had never happened to her before, until suddenly they saw a door, a rainbow door. Sayaka was surprised and wondered if that was really the door Subaru had seen before. Now she believed it. She said that it was definitely his second test. Subaru wondered if that was normal. Sayaka replied that, technically yes. The conditions changed for each door, but she had heard that players got a new skill every time they completed a door. Subaru reflected, wondering if it had appeared because he was now level 20. Sayaka commented that he had also heard that the most powerful player, Hirasaka Renji, had opened 7 doors. Subaru was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't known that information. Sayaka, very excited, said that they were doing very well. She said that if they kept it up, they could become a very powerful combination. Subaru thought she was right. Now he could fight enemies using only his blood mold, and if he got one more skill, he would be as strong as those legendary players. Sayaka, smiling and full of energy, cheered him on and asked him to enter that rainbow door right away. Subaru replied with a smile and opened the door, but just as he did so, a large beam of energy sliced through his arm and hit Sayaka, who fell to the ground bleeding profusely from the chest. Even with his arm torn off, Subaru tried to go towards her, but couldn't. It was then that he came across a creature that looked like Vanquish, but it wasn't exactly him. The creature complained that it sucked and thought Subaru was alone. Subaru then realized that this was exactly the feeling he felt when the mission began. He realized that this guy wasn't Vanquish, and concentrated on trying to keep Sayaka alive, but her bleeding wouldn't stop. The monster said it was his mistake, and asked if that girl was really that important to Subaru. He said that it didn't make sense for someone to be friends with an insect that dies with a single attack, so he declared that he had done her a favor by eliminating her, and that he would do her another favor by getting rid of Subaru as well. But Subaru, furious, built up an enormous amount of energy and decided that he would kill that bastard. At that moment, he put his arm back in place using his own power and declared that now that monster would die. Without hesitation, he charged at it like a wild creature. The huge monster with the rainbow aura seemed to be enjoying himself. He introduced himself as one of Lord Vanquish's subordinates, revealed that his name was Carrion, the king of the ghouls, and that he would be the one to carry out Subaru's next trial. Subaru accepted the challenge and replied that he would kill him right then and there. The system immediately informed Sayaka that he only had 48 seconds left until his death and asked him if he would like to activate the Blood Usurper skill. When Subaru walked through the door into that empty space, he wondered if Carrion really was Vanquish's subordinate. He tried to communicate with Vanquish, who was inside his mind, and angrily questioned why one of his subordinates had attacked his friend. However, Vanquish simply disappeared from his mind. Carrion then explained that it was pointless trying to talk to him because the Vanquish inside Subaru's head wasn't the original body, it was just a manual. Therefore, he wouldn't answer anything that wasn't related to the tutorial. Soon after, Carrion welcomed Subaru to the world of judgment and explained that the condition for finishing that test was to cause a real wound to his body. He also said that he found Subaru interesting and that if he could do it, he'd just have to try. Without wasting any time, Subaru charged forward with his prismatic blood armor, launching a powerful kick. However, Carrion easily blocked it with his blade. He commented that Subaru was very impatient, asked him to listen just for a second, and explained that if he managed to overcome this ordeal, he would receive one of Lord Vanquish's greatest treasures, the Divine Chisel, which was exactly the weapon he was using. But Subaru replied that there was no problem, he just needed to kill him quickly. He then summoned several paws made of blood to attack Carrion, who was impressed by the technique. Carrion admitted that Subaru was using the power of blood very well, but that in order to hit him, he would need to be much faster. Even though he was impressed by the boy's power, Carrion managed to dodge all the attacks. He remarked that the blood whip Subaru was using seemed to be a copy of the skill of the boss he had defeated not long ago, and indeed it was. The paws coming out of Subaru's back turned into a huge whip. Carrion then confessed that he had been watching Subaru fight alongside Vanquish for a long time and realized that he had an incredible ability to adapt to his enemy's fighting style as if it were his own. Subaru, out of patience, ordered Carrion to stop running away and fight for real, as he didn't have much time. Carrion accepted and, with extreme ease, using his divine chisel, cut through all the webs and paws that Subaru had created, breaking everything into thousands of pieces, as well as ripping off his ear in the process. Carrion explained that this was the power of the divine chisel, a weapon that Vanquish himself had created by putting an essence of technique into it. He said that it was the ultimate bloody sword, capable of destroying even paradise. With the divine chisel, any kind of shield became completely useless. As he spoke, Carrion realized what Subaru was doing. The ground began to shake, so he quickly jumped up to escape an underground attack. Carrion was very surprised to realize that Subaru had hidden the blood whip underground and had even created several thorns to trap it. He admitted that this boy really did have potential and that he was an excellent warrior. Carrion tried to break everything and escape from that prison of thorns. Subaru wondered if he would really be able to get out of there, and yes, Carrion did. He freed himself from the trap, said that Subaru was really good and that he had surprised him, but then landed a single punch that left Subaru seriously injured. He then threw his divine chisel up and gave Subaru another beating. knocking him away. Carrion said that he recognized that Subaru was much stronger, but he also said that he was underestimating him, and that despising him had been a mistake. He said that the trial was no kind of joke, and that if he went in like that, it wouldn't end well for him. Even so, Subaru stood up once again, now surrounded by even more blood. Carrion was at a loss to understand, wondering if he had heard absolutely nothing of what he had just said. But Subaru, determined, thought he wouldn't listen, because Sayaka's life was at stake. He then activated a blood mold, a derivation of his blood armor, and concentrated all his hatred in that armor. He charged at Carrion like a real beast. His blows were extremely powerful, but Carrion still managed to dodge. However, the attack didn't just come from the front, as Subaru used webs and whips coming out of his back, creating enough distractions so that he could find a gap and attack. Subaru thought that this time he wouldn't escape. Meanwhile, Carrion was having a great time. The two began exchanging punches. The blows were fast, brutal, and extremely powerful. Carrion noticed that Subaru's armor was very well made, but he was sure it wouldn't withstand his next attack. Even so, Subaru kept attacking. Carrion then took advantage of a gap and cut his arm in half, but to his surprise, this was part of Subaru's plan. The next second, he reconnected his arm and landed a powerful punch to Carrion's face. The problem is that Subaru's other arm was also cut off, but he simply sewed it back on from a distance, as if it were an arm with a Bluetooth connection, which goes back on its own and hits the enemy in the face. This made Carrion realize that this boy was too strong. As Subaru's body was cut into several pieces, he simply didn't care. He regenerated everything and kept hitting, kicking, and attacking without stopping. Carrion began to think that no matter how many times he cut that guy up, he would always relocate, rebuild himself, and keep fighting. Only that way, Subaru would end up running out of mana and dying. Despite this, Subaru was still standing. Carrion then realized that he was completely insane as a demon. At that moment, he remembered a conversation he'd had with Vanquish himself, when the Lord had asked him if he believed that. Carrion replied that that damn thing had bitten him back, literally. Carrion was surprised and said that it was totally unexpected. Vanquish, for his part, commented that he found that little boy very interesting, and was sure that Carrion would end up liking him too. And indeed, at that moment, Carrion was laughing, recognizing that Subaru was great and that he had started to like him a lot. However, he also made it clear that Subaru needed to inflict more damage if he wanted to pass the trial. Meanwhile, Subaru seemed to be completely out of his mind. He no longer even looked at the world around him. He was only focused on destroying it. He used the blood mold once again, this time creating a blood spear. Subaru, staring at Carrion, declared that it was he who was underestimating him. In the next second, Carrion was violently pierced by the spear, spitting out an absurd amount of blood. Subaru, his gaze full of hatred, said that he had to die soon. Carrion was broken in half, after which Subaru undid his armor and returned to his normal state. Even though he was seriously injured, Carrion laughed and commented that it was simply incredible. He said that instead of just making a wound as was the condition of the trial, Subaru simply went straight for the kill. He asked if by any chance he was trying to jump class, calling him a bastard. Subaru, still overcome with adrenaline, replied that he wanted him to die right away. Carrion looked at him and said that he was very cruel, asking him to calm down. Subaru then explained that if he didn't die, the portal wouldn't disappear, and Sayaka would end up dying. Carrion laughed and told him not to panic, calling him an idiot. He explained that time outside didn't flow into the door. It was as if time stood completely still inside that space. He also asked how Subaru intended to survive, since his body was all patched up, and when his mana ran out, he would simply die. Subaru replied that that was probably the case. He couldn't think of any other way to beat Carrion. Even though it was a trial, Sayaka ended up getting involved, so before he died, he wanted to at least try to save her. Then he commented that, come to think of it, Carrion needed to die, because even though time was standing still, his mana was running out fast. Carrion started laughing, making fun of it, and saying that it was just Sayaka this, Sayaka that, realizing that Subaru was clearly in love. Subaru, a little miffed, denied it and explained that it wasn't that. He said that they had made a promise never to abandon each other, and that she was the first friend he had made in his entire life. These words reminded Carrion of the day he was taken in. At that moment, the vampire swore on his own pride that he would never betray or abandon him. That was the day he met Lord Vanquish. And yes, it was true. He had never been abandoned by his lord. Carrion then apologized to Subaru. As an apology, he decided to give him the divine chisel and his own skill, telling him to treat it as a celebration for having skipped a note. Subaru, surprised, asked why he was giving him all that, if he was going to die. Carrion answered no. He reminded Subaru that that door was inside a portal, so yes, he would receive the rewards for defeating it. Soon, a system message appeared, informing him that Subaru had defeated the level 57 Carrion Ghoul King. This caused him to rise from level 20 directly to 26, regenerating completely, recovering his life and mana. In addition, he obtained the Divine Chisel, the Vibrating Sense active skill, the Cadaverous Fist, and the Cadaverous Fist knowledge passive skill. His blood mold also rose to level 6. Subaru then thought that it made perfect sense after all. He had defeated a creature inside a portal. He confirmed that both he and Vanquish were creatures of the underworld. Carrion replied that yes, they all were. He said that even Vanquish was also a creature of the underworld. But before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, because it was time for Subaru to go home. Before saying goodbye, Carrion advised Subaru that if one of his friends ever died, he could, not that he was saying he should, use the Blood Usurper skill. He went on to say that the last strength Subaru showed was exactly like Lord Vanquish himself, so he gave his "see you later" and disappeared. The mission was finished. The gate was completed, and now they could evacuate. Subaru was carrying Sayaka on his lap, and at that moment, he realized that he didn't care one bit about the system completion messages. All he cared about was saving Sayaka, so much so that he was already calling the emergency services as he watched the gate crumble. However, at that very moment, a new portal appeared, a 5-star portal with only 10 hours to complete. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in Moby Dick's hideout, the Juliet team was being completely decimated. Not even Hizaki Julieta understood what was happening. Everyone was being killed without being able to react. The commander, desperate, asked what they should do for their master, because if this continued, they would all die. The problem was that they were up against Moby Dick himself, the Whale of the Skies, a level 59 creature. As he passed, he launched dozens of water needles that pierced and killed everything in their path. Hizaki was desperate to see his subordinates being killed off one by one, and worst of all, that creature wasn't even the boss of the portal. They asked him how they could defeat such a thing since most of the players were already dead. Meanwhile, Hizaki was thinking, looking at the few who were still alive and wondering how many people would have to die before it was over. The commander asked if Hizaki was thinking of abandoning his comrades after all. He was the one who had taken on the mission. But Hizaki, without caring, killed the commander with a sharp blow to the head. In his mind, his own life was much more important than that of his subordinates, whom he considered ugly and useless. Soon the system reported that most of the players had died and that the lock on the gate was temporarily open. Hizaki confirmed that he was the last survivor. As soon as the notification appeared, he complained, asking why the others weren't coming back yet, and called everyone idiots. He ordered his subordinates to hold the creature while he ran away. Hizaki simply turned his back and ran. Some who were there wondered if this guy was really their leader. Without much choice, those who remained tried to resist, but were soon killed. Meanwhile, Hizaki managed to get out alive. However, as soon as he escaped, the system warned him that there were now no more survivors inside the gate, so the creature from the underworld would be released. Risak was also hit at that moment, and as he fled, he thought that his subordinates were completely useless. They hadn't even managed to take down a single monster. The system then informed him that the creature from the underworld would target the players who were inside the gate when it failed, meaning that Risak himself would be first on the list. While all this was going on, Sayaka was being helped by an ambulance. They were managing to stabilize her, but suddenly a system notification arrived informing them that the mission to Mob Dick's hideout had failed. The remaining time dropped to 5,837, and the penalty was heavy, deducting 240 days straight from the world clock. Subaru wondered who had abandoned the mission until he suddenly saw Hizaki running desperately for help. Subaru recognized who he was right away. Hizaki showed up soon after, saying he needed a car, and asked if Subaru was a gambler. Before he even heard the answer, he explained that that whale was chasing him, and that he needed to save time by escaping with the ambulance. He asked if the nurse knew how to drive. The nurse confirmed that he did, but explained that he was looking after the patient. Hizaki, totally impatient, called him stupid, and asked if that injured girl was really the patient. The nurse confirmed that it was, and said that if she wasn't taken away immediately, she wouldn't survive. Hizaki, without a shred of empathy, shouted for them to leave the girl, and said that his life was much more important. After all, he was a silver-ranked player. He even tried to drag the nurse out of the ambulance, but Subaru intervened on the spot and ordered him to stop immediately. Hizaki, full of rage, asked who that kid thought he was. At that moment, the Players' Federation sent out a general alert to everyone, warning that a creature from the underworld had appeared in Meguro City with a danger level of 5 stars. As a result, everyone immediately began to evacuate not only Meguro Meguro, but also the surrounding towns. Without wasting any time, Subaru told the nurses to take Sayaka away and he would take care of the problem. They obeyed on the spot and put her in the ambulance. Hizaki, furious, started shouting, asking what he thought he was doing, and threatened to kill him. Subaru, unflustered, just put his hand on his shoulder, looked at him and said he could try if he wanted to. Soon after, Subaru caught the eye of Hizaki, who was all beaten up and tied to a building, and asked if that whale was after him. Juliet, with difficulty, confirmed that it was, because the creatures of the underworld always target the players who were inside the gate at the moment it failed. Subaru then understood the situation. Meanwhile, Hizaki wondered why that guy was so strong, given that he'd been beaten up by Subaru, who didn't even look tired, and even thought he'd never seen that man before. Subaru realized that this was actually fortunate. As long as Juliet was alive, the creature wouldn't harm anyone else. Besides, he knew he couldn't let that whale go after Sayaka, so he needed to defeat it right there. He then asked what Hizaki's abilities were, and in the meantime, slapped him across the face with a whip. Hizaki, trembling, replied that he could summon water, shoot lasers with water, and that he was also very fast. It was then that the whale created several water bubbles. Hizaki, desperate, warned that it was about to attack. In fact, those bubbles turned into jets of pressurized water. Hizaki thought he was going to die right there, but to his surprise, all the attacks were blocked by a huge red structure. It was a large flower. Hizaki, startled, wondered if it was Subaru's doing, and yes, it was. Subaru had used the blood mold to lift that giant flower, completely blocking the whale's attack and leaving it trapped and motionless in place. That azalea was gigantic. Hizaki could hardly believe his eyes. He was completely shocked to realize that this kid was defending himself against an attack that could easily pass through a silver-class player's shield ability. Staring at the whale, Subaru commented that it was even better that it was floating, so he could fight with all his might. So he activated his blood armor and lunged forward, punching the whale right in the face with his blood fist. But despite the impact, the attack didn't work so well. The whale absorbed the blow, and Subaru was thrown back to the ground. The creature was ready to devour him. Its scream was so loud that it broke all the windows in the city and shook Hizaki himself, who was still hanging on. Subaru began to wonder if his attacks weren't working because of his own level. After all, that creature, apart from being a 5-star, still had a very high level. It was then that he decided to summon his new weapon, the Divine Chisel. But the whale wasn't going to stand still either. From inside its mouth came several missiles with tiny eyes, and it fired them all at once towards Subaru and Hizaki. Subaru, holding the Divine Chisel tightly, understood that this was the creature's trump card, so he concentrated all his power on the chisel and made a cut so fast that it split all the missiles in half at the same moment. The explosions hit the whale itself, causing it to be thrown back a little. Hizaki simply couldn't believe his eyes. Soon after, Subaru received a message from the system explaining that this was the Blood Sword, Divine Chisel, a weapon that consumes the user's mana to launch a slashing attack. The more mana he put in, the more powerful the attack. Subaru then realized that perhaps he had used too much mana because he had no idea how much he would need to defeat that whale. Only, of course, it was far from over. The whale began to create a huge sphere of water around itself, which got bigger and bigger. Subaru realized that he had to stop it, because if that sphere became complete, the disaster would be immense. So he decided to use a third of his mana again and launched a slash in the form of a blast straight towards it. As soon as the energy blade touched the creature, it was cut into several pieces and exploded in a shower of blood. Luckily, the large sphere of water she had created didn't cause any disasters. It simply broke up and turned into a light rain that fell across the city, and soon afterwards a rainbow appeared in the sky. No one was hurt. The people there were completely confused, not understanding how anyone had ever managed to defeat a creature from the underworld of that level. Meanwhile, Subaru, completely drenched, commented to himself that he had let his guard down in the end. He had defeated the Sky Whale, a level 59 creature. Hizaki was completely terrified. He saw with his own eyes that creature being defeated with just one blow, and wondered if that kid would be the next gold rank. But Subaru, thinking to himself, knew that wasn't how it worked. You don't level up by defeating a boss outside the gate. Even so, he was relieved to have done little damage to the city. Now his next objective was to get to where Sayaka was, so he prepared his feet with the blood armor and set off at a run. Meanwhile, an old man on the street street was recording everything with his cell phone and said that the video was sure to go viral. Later, at Shinaga Hospital, the medical staff were in the middle of a very delicate operation, trying to save Sayaka. But when Subaru finally arrived, she was already in the morgue. At that moment, he completely lost it. He felt that it was all his fault. He believed that it was because of the Rainbow trial that she had ended up in this situation, and deep down, it was all Carrion's fault. But when he remembered Carrion himself, he remembered that one day he had said that if any of Subaru's friends died, he should use a skill called Blood Usurper. It was then that Subaru opened his large system and searched for this skill. He discovered that it was a passive skill, whose first active skill was called Blood Usurper, which allows you to resurrect a player who has formed a bond with you, turning that person into your relative. This can only be done within an hour of death. And at that time, there was only one person with whom he could use this skill, Amamiya Sayaka. Subaru wondered what it was about turning someone into a relative. Could he really bring Sayaka back to life? He only had 15 seconds to make that decision, so he didn't even think too long before activating Blood Usurper. Her body was immediately taken over by the ability, and Subaru nervously realized that maybe time wasn't enough. All he could think was that she needed to go back. With only a second to go, apparently it hadn't worked. Subaru despaired, wondering if he had failed. Could it be that he couldn't even use a simple skill? It was at that moment that Sayaka's sisters came running, crying and completely distraught at her death. The two ran straight past Subaru and threw themselves on top of their sister's body. He soon realized that they were the sisters Sayaka had mentioned the other day. Her older sister, crying, said that she had always told her to stop playing. The younger sister begged her to wake up and wanted to know what had happened. Suddenly, the older sister looked at Subaru and asked who he was. At first, he didn't know what to say, but then he remembered the words Sayaka herself had said to him. They were friends, right? So he answered that he was her friend. But at that moment, the older sister didn't think twice and pinned Subaru to the wall, asking if he was the one who had dragged Sayaka into such a dangerous mission. She said that she had always warned that idiot. They said that once they were strong enough, they would protect her, and she wondered why, just then, someone like him had appeared in her life. Just as she was getting ready to hit him with a punch, something unexpected happened. Everyone was paralyzed. That's because Sayaka was getting up. The sisters understood absolutely nothing. Sayaka stood up, but there was something strange. She had the mark of a vampire on her neck. As soon as she stood up, an armor made of blood formed around her body, looking like a mix between a sayata and a shield, but clearly there was something wrong. The sisters asked, frightened, if she was really alive, but without paying much attention, Sayaka looked at her older sister and ordered the filthy woman to take her hands off her master. Without hesitating, she lunged at her own sister, who understood absolutely nothing. It was Subaru himself who parried the blow, wondering if that was really Sayaka. Her strength was absurd, but the next second, Sayaka stopped, obeyed, and immediately bowed to her master, Subaru. The sisters were completely at a loss to understand what was going on, and even Subaru himself had no idea what was going on. He asked her if she wasn't Sayaka, and she said yes. She said that she had been resurrected as his relative through his ability. She explained that she no longer had the memories of her past life, but that she would now obey her master Subaru completely. Subaru despaired, wondering how it could be that she no longer had the memories of her past life. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The younger sister, outraged, asked what he had done to their sister, while the older one shouted that he was a perverted bastard. The two of them immediately declared that they were going to kill him right then and there. Subaru, startled, responded by asking what that was like. Sayaka herself, looking at him, asked if he really was a perverted bastard. Subaru, completely indignant, replied that of course not. Then, without hesitation, Sayaka said that if that was the case, she would kill those rude people for him. She summoned various weapons made of blood and declared that 10 seconds would be more than enough. Subaru, desperate, started shouting, "No, no, 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 calm down, calm down, calm down." Then he apologized to her sisters, used his skills and pinned them to the wall to prevent them from being attacked. He said he would explain everything later and quickly pulled Sayaka out of the hospital by the blood Sayata. As he dragged her along, Subaru thought that damned Carrion had never explained that what he would revive wasn't exactly Sayaka. And Sayaka herself, while being pulled, asked if he didn't want her to kill those two anymore. Subaru thought he had no idea what he was going to do from now on. For now, all he knew was that he needed to ask Sayaka what exactly it meant to be a relative. But as soon as he left for the reception room, he came across the TV on. At that moment, he saw a news item about him. They were showing the footage of when he defeated the whale. In the article, he was called the mysterious player, the savior of Meguro. Subaru wondered if the whole thing was really the result of the whale and if someone had actually recorded the fight. While he was thinking about this, two players appeared, commenting that Mr. Salvador had become a celebrity very quickly. They also commented that they didn't know Taiga had an older brother. Those two were none other than Shikishima and Udik, both gold rank players. Subaru immediately became suspicious, wondering why two gold players were after him. But he soon realized that it wasn't just that. There was a huge presence coming from behind them. That's when Shikishima said that they had found him at Hirasaka's request. Subaru, startled, wondered if Hirasaka was there too, and then he appeared. Japan's #1 gold rank player, Hirasaka Renji, was standing right in front of him, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Hirasaka explained that Subaru was suspected of destroying a commercial facility near the city of Shinagawa, as well as being suspected of murdering a player who was a classmate of his. So he wanted to have a little chat. Subaru was instantly shocked. After all, he was facing the strongest player in Japan and the person he admired the most. And yet he couldn't believe that he was meeting him under these very circumstances. Hirasaka, noticing his nervousness, told him he didn't have to be like that. His suspicions had been completely cleared up. Later, he was in a limousine with the others, where he told his whole story from the beginning. Hirasaka listened attentively and said that it looked like a rainbow door. He also said that it was the first time he had heard of something like this, and that, so far, Subaru had already overcome 2 trials, and even managed to resurrect a player called Sayaka. Subaru replied that that was all he had to tell. He then asked why he was being cleared so easily. Hirasaka explained that Tokyo had many surveillance cameras scattered around the city. He said that in the first situation, all the destruction around the mall was recorded from start to finish. The cameras clearly showed that he was just a victim, chased by Taiga. Then came the suspicion about Kunisaki's murder. The door that turned Subaru into a player was the same one that split Kunisaki in half, and in that scene, 2 people were present and witnessed everything. Subaru wondered if those 2 had really testified on his behalf. Shikishima explained that yes, he was no longer under suspicion of anything. He also commented that the news itself was helping. At that moment, the newspaper was showing information about the mysterious player who had defeated a 5-star creature without causing any casualties. It was clear that a huge number of videos were being shared on the networks, making Subaru a real hero. Subaru, surprised, asked if it was serious, and Shikishima said yes. He also said that after hearing the whole story, the mystery about Taiga had finally been solved. He explained that the fact that he only had the golden arm skill made perfect sense. For a player who has stolen a door from someone else, no matter how much they level up, the second door will never appear. That's how they discovered that Taiga was trying to fool everyone. Shikishima said that the reason Taiga probably kept Subaru around was because he hoped that if the second door appeared on him, he might try to steal it again. That's why he treated Subaru like a little pet insect, always around but just waiting for the right opportunity. Hirasaka then told them that now was the time to check all the answers they needed. Later, they were in the basement of the headquarters, on the 6th floor, inside the special anti-player prison. And there was Taiga, locked up, obviously completely furious. Hirasaka informed him that he was now in the custody of the golden chains, and Shikishima warned that fake bastard that Subaru had already told them everything. He made it clear that they would continue investigating on the basis of Subaru's testimony, and that he should prepare himself, because this was far from over. Taiga asked how Subaru had the courage and said he was going to kill him. He called him a bastard and said that all the doors should be his. He couldn't understand how someone like Subaru could accept that situation. That creature, that disgusting thing, had almost killed him right there in front of everyone. But Subaru himself had stopped it. Even so, Subaru found it very strange because, despite being in front of Taiga, who had always been so scary and unpleasant for him, he was feeling calm. Taiga told him to stop looking like that, but Subaru just said he'd leave the rest to them and thank them for everything. Taiga yelled at him to go back, calling him a bastard, while Udguntu asked if it was okay to let him leave like that. Hirasaka replied that yes, it was fine. In fact, he was planning to give Subaru some privileges, but for now he would leave it at that. Hirasaka thought he needed Subaru to get even stronger, especially since a 6-star gate had appeared. Later, Subaru was at the reception desk exchanging his stars. The receptionist informed him that he would receive 300,000 just for the 2 stars, but in addition, he would earn another 20 million for defeating the creature from the underworld. He was completely shocked, not believing what he was hearing. The woman explained that, as well as the money, he would now have Federation privileges. With a special card, he could use various facilities for free, such as hotels, convenience stores, and even the Federation's own headquarters. Subaru was so terrified that he didn't know how to react. He looked around and realized that several people were looking at him as if he were a real idol. Even the receptionist was clearly proud of him. People were commenting on how amazing and cool he was. Subaru wondered if he was really that popular, and the receptionist confirmed it, saying that she had told everyone all about his achievements. She said that he was stronger than ever and that from now on he could get everything he wanted: power, money, and fame. She asked what he intended to do with it all, but Subaru honestly had no idea. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor underground, Taiga was completely out of his mind, screaming and destroying everything in sight. Suddenly, someone appeared and put even more golden chains around his body. It was Kinokawa Sakura, a gold-ranked player who, by choice, was acting as a receptionist. Taiga, of course, was furious, but she tightened the chains even more, suffocating him without any difficulty. Taiga wondered if the Subaru had really gotten that strong. He thought that Subaru had already passed through 2 doors, and now maybe he didn't even care about him anymore. He felt that he was being completely despised, and that filled him with hatred. He thought that this world hadn't chosen him again, and, outraged, he shouted that he didn't need a world like this. Then something completely strange happened. Inside his cell, a black door with a very strange seal appeared. Not even Kinokawa herself knew what it was. The door began to speak, saying that everything was very frustrating, that it was full of envy. Even Taiga himself couldn't understand what was going on. The black door continued, saying that since that world didn't choose him, then he could choose himself. Soon, a monstrous hand appeared from inside the door, claiming that for this reason they could kill everyone together, right down to the last one. Suddenly, several hands began to emerge from the door and pulled Taiga inside. Kinokawa tried to stop them using her gold chains, but the black door simply broke them all as if they were nothing. The strength of that thing was absurd. The door trapped Taiga along with it, and at that moment, Kinokawa's limbs began to disintegrate one by one until they disappeared completely. She was horrified, and Taiga, completely desperate, wondered what kind of curse or power it was. The black door said it had power to offer Taiga. It said that together they could end this world. Meanwhile, later, Sayaka was talking to Subaru and asked if anything had happened since he was lying on the floor like that. Subaru was deep in thought, reflecting on power, money, and fame, and wondering what he really wanted to do from now on. He commented that he found it strange to keep calling her Sayaka, since she was no longer the same person. Sayaka replied that he could call her Sayata. Subaru agreed, but asked if there was a way for the original Sayaka to come back. Sayata explained that that body belonged to someone who had died because of it, and that she wasn't really the same Sayaka. Sayata then asked to see the window of the Blood Usurper skill. Subaru was surprised, asked if she could really see his status window, and she confirmed it. She said that their souls were interconnected, so she had access to everything. As he analyzed it, Sayata commented that at level 35 there was another skill that could perhaps solve that problem, and that he could unlock it when the 3rd door appeared. If there was a way to bring Sayaka back, she would probably be behind one of those doors. Subaru thought it would be a good idea to try and meet up with Vanquish himself, who was the one who had given him this ability. He thanked Sayata and realized that all he needed now was to focus on leveling up. He put his costume back on and decided that they were going to enter a gate. He thought he needed to find Vanquish as soon as possible. At that moment, a resident was thanking him very much for his help. He said that a gate had suddenly appeared at the entrance to his business, which had destroyed everything. He could hardly believe that a savior like Subaru had appeared there. Subaru replied that he would do his best and asked if Sayata would go with him. She confirmed it, saying that she was now a relative of his and would serve him as long as she lived. Subaru could also see her status window. Sayata was currently a level 21 kindred vampire with 1,175 HP, 331 strength, 231 defense, 273 agility, and 231 dexterity, but 0 luck. Despite having the Blood Mold level 3 skill, she had no mana of her own. Sayata explained that a relative depends on their master's mana, so whenever she used a skill, it would consume his mana and not hers. Even so, Subaru thought she was very strong, probably twice as powerful as Taiga now, and he himself was about 20 times stronger than the original Sayaka. Without wasting any more time, they set off into the portal, called Children's Limbo, 1 river down, with 3-star difficulty. Inside the portal, there were countless demons. When the 2 of them fell inside, Sayata asked if she could borrow his mana. Subaru agreed, said she could do whatever she wanted, and that in fact he wanted to see her strength in action. Sayata then summoned a circle of blood and declared that all those who stood in her master's way must die. The circle of blood worked like a saw, advancing and cutting through everything in its path. Subaru found it extremely useful, but Sayata Sayada explained that it was ineffective against high-level opponents. Even so, Subaru said he would try to use it at the next opportunity. Soon, the head of the portal appeared. Subaru, while summoning his divine chisel, said that he would face this one himself, and after a few seconds of battle, they were already out of the portal. The store owner was completely impressed by the speed with which they had solved the problem. Subaru went up to level 28 and thought that 3-star portals were no longer a problem for him. He believed that he could even start facing 4-star portals. However, someone was watching. It was Shikishima, who was surprised and asked if he had really cleared a 3-star portal in just 10 minutes, finding it very impressive. Subaru then asked what he was doing there. Shikishima replied, asking if he hadn't seen the notification. He reported that Taiga had escaped. Until that moment, no one had made this public because the incident had happened the night before. What's worse, one of the gold-ranked players had been crushed by Taiga. Subaru asked who the victim had been, and Shikishima replied that it was the anonymous rank 4 player, the one who controlled the chains. Shikishima explained that Subaru probably didn't know her by her real name, but he certainly knew who she was. It was the pink-haired girl who always stayed at the front desk. At that moment, Subaru was completely terrified. Shikishima went on to say that, for the time being, she was only unconscious. The surveillance cameras had been destroyed along with all the data about what had happened, so there was no evidence of what had happened. Faced with the danger this posed, the gold-ranked players decided to start working in pairs to clear the gates. Subaru asked if he was included in this, and Shikishima confirmed it, saying that of course he was. After all, Subaru's rainbow gate was much stronger than a golden gate. Shikishima explained that Subaru could choose whichever gate they entered now, because they would be together for a long time, and he made it clear that he didn't want to be disappointed, as he was the one who had offered to team up with Subaru. He said he was sure of one thing: Taiga would go after him. Later they were inside the Hangman's Cave, a 4-star portal. Subaru was reflecting on Shikishima, who was a gold-ranked player with a skill so strong that it was second only to Hirasaka Renge. Shikishima commented that with every star a portal rises, the enemies become 10 times stronger. But even so, he was sure it would be a very easy victory. The 4-star Hangman's Cave had a remaining time of 872 hours. Subaru thought that, actually, it looked like Shikishima didn't even need his help. But Sayada disagreed, saying that of course he did. Subaru noted that Shikishima's ability, called Golden Ostentation, was theoretically supposed to be used to shoot invisible bullets with his fingers. But what he was witnessing was literally a meteor shower falling on his enemies. The creatures were completely decimated. They couldn't even stand for more than a few seconds before dying. Subaru realized that the monsters in that portal weren't exactly weak, but they were still being defeated without any difficulty. Shikishima commented that those notifications of defeated monsters were very annoying. He explained that gold-ranked players had a very strict rule. Outside the portals, in the real world, it was strictly forbidden to use their abilities, except the first one, and that was exactly why he had always hidden his powers. He said that if he used it in the real world, it would cause absurd destruction. They followed the path until all that remained was to face the boss. It was explained that after Japan's best players found out who owned the gates, they were given the title of the 7 Horsemen. The one who empowered Shikishima was the Dragon Incarnation, one of the 7 Horsemen. Shikishima warned Subaru to prepare for the next portal because he intended to make at least 3 by the end of that day. And with a single attack, he completely pierced the boss, the Sawyer Executioner, defeating him as if he were nothing. The total completion time was 52 minutes, and after that, there were still 871 hours left to go to the Celestial Clock. Shikishima commented that 52 minutes was a bit much. Subaru was surprised. He thought they had defeated the 4-star boss too quickly, but he realized that gold-ranked players were really on another level, completely different from his. Shikishima even apologized for killing most of the monsters this time, and assured him that next time it would be Subaru who did it. Subaru replied that it was fine, and promised to do his best. Later they went to the glass waterfall gate, also 4 stars, which had a remaining time of 911 hours. They were already in the boss area when Shikishima explained that this was special terrain, called Stage X. He said that low-ranking players couldn't even move in this type of terrain, and warned him to be very careful, because these terrains only appeared when the boss appeared. Suddenly, a giant cat jumped right in front of them. It was a huge glass cat which tried to crush Subaru with one paw. Sayada was extremely worried, but Subaru, using the slashes of his divine chisel, managed to free himself and broke the cat's paw in half. The glass spirit was level 42, and that seemed to be just the beginning of the fight. Shikishima commented that that was the sword he had seen in the video, and asked if it could really cut a 4-star boss. He thought that was incredible. Meanwhile, Subaru realized that that boss was much stronger than Carrion and thought he would be in danger if it weren't for the divine chisel. But the problem was that this skill consumed too much mana. The moment he tried to strike again, the glass spirit simply regenerated. Soon after, it landed another blow on Subaru's head, which he narrowly managed to dodge. He realized that the divine chisel was no longer very useful in this situation. It used a lot of mana and wasn't being very effective against that boss. Sayata offered to help her master, but Shikishima refused. He said not yet, because now the fight was starting to get interesting. Sayata asked if he intended to abandon Subaru, and Shikishima said no. If he started to lose, he would intervene. If he really started to lose, then he would intervene. He thought he had been very lucky to find an X-type boss right at the start. Even if the rainbow door was stronger than the golden one, that was no use if the player had no combat experience. Shikishima wanted to see how far Subaru's true potential went. Subaru realized that that glass terrain was extremely incompatible with his fighting style based on manipulating blood. The ropes had nowhere to attach, the blood mist offered no advantage, and the traps wouldn't work against an enemy as big as that glass cat. He tried to blind the spirit, but it didn't have much effect. Even so, the glass spirit managed to hit him with another paw and threw Subaru against the shards of glass. Shikishima looked on and commented that it didn't look good. He thought that the boy was still very inexperienced and that this was normal. After all, that was what always happened when someone faced rare and irregular bosses for the first time. He admitted to himself that perhaps he had placed too many expectations on Subaru, but Sayata disagreed. She asked him not to underestimate Subaru and asked if he had understood yet. He said that Subaru had already found a way to counterattack. It was then that Subaru used an unexpected strategy. He attached a thread to his own glass spirit, using it to propel himself and dodge attacks. He thought that if he couldn't use the ground, he would have to attack directly. He then created a rubber rope made of blood. He realized that this glass spirit had no joints or senses. It was like a giant slime in the shape of a cat. He knew that cuts, even with the divine chisel, wouldn't be enough. He then thought of another way, and remembered the skill he had copied from Carrion, the cadaverous fist, a martial arts technique created by Kingo Carrion, capable of destroying the target from the inside out. Subaru understood that if he transmitted shockwaves into the enemy, he could cause serious damage. He used the blood mold to advance at high speed and, combined with the cadaverous fist, created such an impact that the glass spirit simply imploded and then exploded into pieces. However, even after breaking into pieces, the glass spirit fell to the ground and regenerated completely. But Subaru didn't stop. He pulled the glass cat by the neck and landed another punch on its face. He thought that if this fight was about regeneration, then he was more than used to it. After all, he had experienced it many times with his own body. He told himself that the glass spirit was using mana to regenerate and that all he needed to do was destroy it until all that mana ran out. Shikishima was surprised. He wondered if Subaru had really managed to analyze and understand his enemy's abilities in such a short time. And more than that, he realized that he was combining two different skills perfectly. He already knew that Subaru could manipulate blood, but this went far beyond what he had expected. He admitted that his fighting style was completely out of the ordinary, but he also thought he was a bit crazy. Sayata was clearly proud. After a few more punches and kicks, the glass spirit was desperately trying to rebuild itself, but it was already broken and almost powerless. Shikishima commented that by now, both Subaru and the boss were very tired. Sayata, worried, urged Subaru to hang in there. He really was sweating a lot and completely out of breath, but looking at the state of the glass spirit, it was obvious that the monster was in an even worse situation, practically destroyed. Shikishima, laughing, made fun of the situation and told Sayata. He said that if Mr. Subaru managed to defeat that kitten, he would buy him some sushi himself. Sayata asked him if he thought he'd be bought for food that easily. But as it turned out, it worked, because Subaru became much more motivated and used the Dead Man Springer again. So they managed to complete it in 48 minutes, and the remaining time was 910 hours, which were added to the celestial clock. Subaru rose to level 31. Later, they were in a sushi restaurant. Shikishima asked how long he was going to wait, that he should eat soon, but Subaru was just admiring the food. He said he wanted to enjoy it a little longer, because it was the first time in his life he had seen sushi, and he was very happy. Sayata even got emotional, saying that he must have had a very difficult life. Shikishima didn't understand, and commented that he didn't know what she was doing on the floor, since it was a high-class bar. Meanwhile, Subaru thought that who would have thought that he could gain his own glass spirit by defeating him. This spirit was a mystical beast that even if destroyed, could regenerate itself by consuming its master's mana. Shikishima explained that after defeating an ex-boss, you always get a special item. Hirasaka had the pure blood earrings, which increased his maximum mana by 50%. Taiga had a demon panther coat, which reduced the physical damage he took by 50%. Shikishima then asked if Subaru's red sword was also such an item. And just then, Subaru realized that he had never stopped to think about it. While thinking about what that glass spirit could be useful for, Shikishima commented that being able to use a creature from the abyss was something extremely rare. He even suggested that Subaru should give it a name, which made even the spirit a little scared. Subaru then decided that his name would be Sushi. From that moment on, he was no longer a glass spirit, but Glass Sushi, who was clearly saddened by this. Shikishima asked them to hurry, pointing out that sushi tastes better when it's eaten fresh. But suddenly everything started to shake. Shikishima asked what was going on, and that's when they realized that a demon griffin had escaped from a portal. Shikishima told everyone to hurry up with the food because the situation was about to get serious. At that moment, the griffin was carrying someone and leading them straight to their death. But of course, the players were there to rescue them. Sayada attacked with her circle of blood, Shikishima used his golden temptation, and Subaru, as always, did what he does best: impress. He kicked so hard that he pierced the griffin's head. The victim, who was plummeting from the sky, was saved when she fell onto a little blood mattress created by Sayada and was then thrown straight into Subaru's lap. She turned bright red and he asked her if she was hurt. She said no, she was fine. At that moment, it was Sawatari, the bully who used to mess with Subaru, who was coming to rescue this person called Kana. Subaru realized that Kana was his sister. Kana asked if her brother knew that boy, and Shikishima, watching everything, commented that look who was there, the guy from the last interrogation. Shikishima then thought that Sawatari was one of the boys who bullied Subaru. He even asked if Sawatari wouldn't thank him, but Sawatari, full of pride, replied that he saw no reason to do that, especially to an insect. To Subaru. Kana, on the other hand, smiled big and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Subaru replied that it was no big deal, but Sawatari told his sister that she didn't need to thank that guy. Kana asked what was wrong, and Sawatari said that lately he'd been in a good mood, calling Subaru a little bug, and asked if he wanted to get back at them now. But Subaru was calm, and Sawatari said that if he had chosen a stronger door, they might not even be in this situation. Only Subaru replied that he had heard that Sawatari himself had testified in his favor at the time, so he just thanked him and left. Shikishima thought it was pointless. After all, they were on completely different levels. Subaru commented that he just wanted to go back and finish his sushi, and Shikishima asked if Sayada didn't want to as well. She replied that her body didn't need to eat or drink. At this point, Kana asked what was happening to her brother, while Sawatari just thought it was really pathetic. When they returned, they found that the sushi restaurant was closed because of the incident with the creature from the underworld. Shikishima said it was fine, that he would bring Subaru back another day. Only Subaru was very, very sad. Meanwhile, Sawatari was deleting the videos he had recorded of Subaru being humiliated. He wondered why he was doing it, but deep down he knew it was for the best. He told himself that it would be bad if Subaru came back for revenge one day, but in reality, it wasn't even about that. Suddenly, they noticed something strange happening outside. Later that morning, Shikishima called Subaru, asking if he was still at the hotel because Taiga had shown up at his school. He said they needed to get there as soon as possible. At that very moment, while Sawatari was talking to his little sister Kana, he was interrupted by a frightening scene. Taiga was completely corrupted by the black door. Everywhere he went, new black doors appeared, and this was spreading throughout the school and the boarding houses. The school then made an announcement to all the players inside. Taiga explained that the door would grant a new power strong enough to compete with gold-ranked players, and of course everyone was very interested. He said that all you had to do was enter the door to receive this new power and join it. Soon after, Shikishima commented that he had received a notice from the school, which had arrived just 3 minutes ago, along with a photo. He even joked that Taiga's hairstyle was the same as his. Subaru, looking at it, asked what the black door was that appeared in the background of the picture. Shikishima replied that he didn't know, but his senses told him that it definitely wasn't a good thing, so they needed to get there as soon as possible. One of the players even asked if, after entering that door, they would end up becoming Taiga's henchmen. Just then, Taiga himself appeared and asked why they were hesitating so long to enter. He looked at his two former friends and asked how they were, said that it was only their own fault that they were failures, and asked if they had ever stopped to think why, even though they had passed the same tests as the others, they had never been chosen. Why did another gold-ranked player pass and they didn't? Taiga said it was time to show the chosen ones who they really were. Meanwhile, Sawatari remembered his past, when Kana, still a little girl, had asked him if Dad and Mom had left because she was a bad girl and if they didn't want them anymore. Sawatari at the time replied that of course not, that she wasn't a bad girl, and that it was okay because he was there with her. He asked her not to cry, only in order to get food for her, he would get kicked in the alley, do anything, just to be able to feed his sister. But there came a point when even he was getting hungry, and he saw the other children getting everything, while they were despised by everyone. Sawatari wondered what would happen to Kana if he ever died, and he also wondered why all this was happening to them. It was at that moment that the bronze door appeared in front of him. He then looked at Taiga and asked if he was also one of the chosen ones, why he was doing that. Taiga replied that he wasn't, actually. He revealed that he had stolen the door from Subaru, who was the real chosen one. From what they say, the doors choose people with strong, bright souls. But Taiga claimed that his soul wasn't inferior to Subaru's, and he still got a rainbow door. Taiga said that damned Subaru was obliged to stay below him for the rest of his life. He said that was why he was going to turn the world upside down using the black door, which, according to him, was the one that had chosen him. Then he asked if Sawatari didn't also want to take revenge on Subaru, and told him to join him and destroy that bastard once and for all. Sawatari thought that if he refused, he would surely die, but he also thought that he couldn't die that day. Only before entering the black door, he saw Kana's message again and remembered when he got his own door. At the time, he had gotten the door so that he could feed Kana, but after that, he ended up becoming a different person. When Taiga showed up corrupted at school, he was terrified. Sawatari recalled that at the time, he had heard that Taiga's older brother was in the same room as them, and that he was just an ordinary person. In fact, that brother was Subaru himself. Sawatari realized at that moment that he was lying to his sister. He had never really been a good person. Because of his own weakness, he had done bad things to weaker people, and he thought it was really pathetic, especially when he looked at Kana, who was such a good girl. Sawatari then asked if Itoshima could make a rib for Kana that night, and Itoshima said, sure, why not? Sawatari asked him to tell Subaru that he was sorry for everything he had done in the past. He then summoned his power and launched a direct attack on Taiga. He said that he would buy Itoshima some time, and began to run away using his dark web. Taiga, annoyed, said that he wanted to hear his explanation for doing that first. Sawatari replied that it was because Subaru had saved his sister's life. Taiga then asked if he owed Subaru one. Sawatari explained that instead of cursing or humiliating him for everything he had done, Subaru had simply thanked him. He said he hated the fact that he had been so pathetic. And once again, he wondered what would happen to Kana if he died. At that moment, he realized that for him, it no longer mattered what bad things happened in the world, because counting on Subaru, he knew that everything would be alright. Taiga didn't quite understand what he meant, and asked if he was trying to befriend the very guy he used to humiliate, calling it a disgrace. Sawatari replied that he didn't care if it was shameful or not. He was sure that Subaru had such a big heart that he wouldn't care. And then, glaring at Taiga, he said that he was the pathetic one. The next second, Sawatari's head was already being crushed by Taiga's hands, which held it tightly. Sawatari, about to die, only thought he was happy. After all, he had managed to see his little sister smile. Just then, Subaru arrived, smashing everything in his path. They were finally facing each other again. Subaru, seeing Sawatari's body, remembered Kana's smile and became even angrier. He simply threw a punch so hard that it knocked Taiga off the building. Taiga, crestfallen, commented that revenge had come faster than he had expected. Subaru angrily asked why he had done it. He thought that, although he didn't like Sawatari, it didn't matter what kind of person he was, because what mattered was that he had someone important in his life. Subaru then asked why he killed him. Taiga mockingly replied that he wanted Subaru to show all the power he had, because now he was much stronger and would destroy him. They clashed fist against fist, only for Subaru's blood fist to be deconstructed on the spot. When they both fell, Subaru wondered what that was all about. His ability had been destroyed with brute force alone. Taiga was also feeling something strange in his arm, and commented that it might be a little early to use that power, but that it was more than enough to kill him. Just then, suddenly a shot rang out very close to him. Shikishima appeared, telling him to try if he could beat them all together. At that moment, Shikishima, Hirasaka, and Yudu were gathered together. Taiga even commented that it was the first time he'd been surrounded by them, and was surprised to see that the three of them were much angrier than before. He even teased them, asking if it wasn't funny when he split that shitty little woman in half. Immediately, everyone was completely furious. In the next second, Taiga's arm had already been ripped off by Hirasaka's golden sword. Even though he was bleeding profusely and in pain, he was still laughing in their faces. Taiga said that this was the first time he had seen a negative expression on the face of the famous Hirasaka Renji, and asked if this was frustrating for him. Hirasaka answered yes, that it seemed he was really nervous now, to the point of even surprising himself at how nervous he was. Subaru, watching, thought it was so fast that he couldn't couldn't even see their movements. It was like a flash of light. So that was the real skill of the number one in the gold rankings. Hirasaka asked if Subaru was okay, and he said yes, but Taiga interrupted by saying that he was the opponent. At the same moment, a huge mutant arm replaced the one he had lost, and Taiga told everyone to pay attention to it. That monstrous hand managed to do the unthinkable. It destroyed Hirasaka's golden sword. Subaru realized that this was exactly what had happened to him too. Udo then activated his second ability, the Golden Wall, to completely surround Taiga, while Hirasaka tried to get his attention. Udo said he was already prepared to receive his punishment, and then it was explained that gold-ranked players can't use any skills other than the first one, just as Shikishima had said before. But Udo himself admitted that he had no idea what kind of power it was that destroyed Hirasaka's sword. Shikishima, realizing the danger, ordered everyone to get away from Taiga immediately. Sayata said she would help, so they started machine gunning Taiga non-stop, but all the bullets simply disappeared, completely destroyed. Not a single shot touched him. Taiga broke Udo's golden wall with ease and asked if they were surprised. Udo was shocked because that wall, even 5-star bosses couldn't destroy easily. He realized that it was probably this power that had defeated Kinokawa. Worried, Udo asked if Hirasaka was all right. Hirasaka thought that was extremely problematic. It didn't seem to be a type of attack or defense. Shikishima realized that there was a very clear special effect in that ability. If they didn't find out exactly how it worked, the situation would become much more complicated. Udo asked for permission to use his other abilities, realizing that the situation would only get worse the way it was. But Hirasaka said that if he did that, many civilians would be caught up in the fight, and that was exactly what Taiga wanted to happen. Shikishima also realized that if the fight went on like this, he would have to break the rules himself. But for now, they couldn't do anything without knowing the special effects of Taiga's ability. The bullets disappeared as if they had been burned, and Sayata and Udo's abilities were destroyed as if they were nothing at all. According to the doctor who examined Kinokawa, her hands and feet were destroyed and turned to ash at the same moment. This made Shikishima understand exactly what Taiga's ability was. Taiga, laughing, declared that he was going to stamp his name on the world as the most terrible person who ever lived. He said that first, he was going to display their bodies for everyone to see, but no one would be able to recognize them after the damage they would do. But before he could do anything, Subaru appeared to attack him directly. Shikishima yelled at him not to do anything stupid, because Taiga's ability was related to time. He explained that anything that entered that mist moved forward in time instantly, and told Subaru not to enter it. But Taiga thought that was exactly what he wanted. He believed that Subaru would die like the miserable insect he had always been, and that he needed to prepare to die at that very moment. So he activated his ultimate skill, the Triumph of Death. Shikishima thought Subaru was lost, but in the next instant, Taiga was punched so hard in the middle of the face that his head was simply crushed in one piece. Subaru was completely covered in a layer of blood. Sayata, surprised, commented that her lord was as incredible as ever. She explained that blood mold is a skill that converts mana into blood, allowing Subaru to manipulate it freely. He was constantly spreading this blood all over his body, which allowed him to pass through the mist of Taiga's ability without being affected. Taiga, surprised, asked how he had done it, and Subaru, staring at him, asked if he was afraid. He apologized, saying that the time when he was afraid of Taiga was over. And, as he wanted, now Subaru would show all his power. He then activated his supreme ability, the Prismatic Blood Armor, an evolution of the Blood Mold, version 2. Taiga, not understanding, asked what the fuck he was talking about, and who he thought it was to talk to him like that. At that moment, several black doors appeared, surrounding them all, the same black door that had corrupted Taiga's own powers. Udo commented that the smoke coming from the doors was something that resisted anything it touched, and Hirasaka said it was the first time he had seen a skill capable of summoning a door like that. Taiga laughed and said that if Subaru thought he would be useful just because he could protect himself from the smoke, he was wrong. He said that first he would turn all his little friends into dust. Subaru looked at Sayata and remembered what had happened to her. He thought he wouldn't let it happen again. Hirasaka realized that there wasn't much he could do at the moment, so he told Shikishima and Udo that they had permission to use their other abilities. And that's how the festival began. Not by their powers, but by Subaru's power. Then he wondered if Taiga really dared to touch his friends right in front of him. Deep in his heart, the hatred was burning again, so he activated his conditional skill called Those Who Hate Glory, one of the 3 high-level skills Vanquish had given him. This skill increases the effect of all the others by 30% while he remains in a state of hatred. In the first fight against Taiga, the difference in status between them was huge, but now Subaru was much stronger. Without wasting any time, he went for it. Taiga tried to hit him, but Subaru dodged as if it were nothing. Even as he tried to block the next blow, Taiga realized that it was an extremely heavy kick, so strong that it broke his arm and he soon lost his guard. Taiga became desperate, wondering if he couldn't even defend himself against it. Subaru then took advantage of the opening, pulled him close, and while Taiga thought he was one step ahead, Subaru had already prepared several blows in his direction. The first was a punch right in the middle of the face, followed by a thorn that launched Taiga into the air. Subaru thought he was using his abilities to improve and strengthen his nervous system, which made his tentacles move much more naturally, even more than when he moved his own fingers. With that, his whip of tentacles was completely destroying Taiga, and he knew that when someone was caught by it, there was simply no escape. Taiga fell face down on the ground, completely defeated. At that moment, the Black Door said that this was very bad. Hirasaka wondered if that voice was coming from the door, and she answered yes, explaining that the owner of the Blood Mold door was neither Carrion nor Judith, but Vanquish. She also said that Taiga had no chance of winning. Shikishima asked Subaru to stop because they still needed to ask Taiga some questions, and then Subaru did stop. Subaru agreed, saying that he was right, but asked what they would do with the smoke. Shikishima then asked if Sayata could make the same mist that Subaru had created earlier. She agreed, and activated her blood mold called Mist. Right away, everyone realized that the strong smell was iron, or blood, but only Shikishima had the courage to say it out loud. Sayata told him to shut up. She also noticed that the mist and smoke were starting to disappear, and Shikishima explained that this was because the activation condition was contact, basically a chemical reaction that disappeared when it reacted to new particles. He asked the man with the black door if that was right. At that moment, the black door opened and they could only see a huge eye and hear a voice, which said that these people were very skilled. In such a short time, they had already realized how their skills worked. Shikishima replied that it was really just a hunch and asked why he was there. The man with the black door replied that it was quite simple. He wanted to destroy that clock. Subaru was terrified. Shikishima asked why he wanted to do that, but the man with the black door said that, of course, he wouldn't tell. Even so, he commented that they were very clever and that he wanted Taiga to be as clever as them. Shikishima then asked if he could at least tell him something, and that's when the gentleman at the black door told him about a prophecy. According to him, Hirasaka, Hyusei, and Shikishima Ryu, these three would be defeated by Taiga in the very near future. Shikishima replied that they shouldn't underestimate them, while Subaru said that this prophecy was wrong. The Lord of the Black Door asked why he thought that, and Subaru replied that he would never allow that to happen. The Lord of the Black Door then said that he was really interesting, the incarnation of Vanquish. Subaru asked him to say his name, and he introduced himself as Kokugaiji, the Black Embryo King. Meanwhile, the students watching from above commented that Taiga lost too easily, and were outraged, saying that it was a lie when he said he was able to compete with gold-ranked players. One of the students asked what they would do now. Kokugaiji replied that he would think about it for a while. Soon after, he declared that he wanted to change this world, and for that reason, decided to destroy the current world, including all living things in it. But of course, Subaru wouldn't let that happen. Only when he tried to attack him, the door disappeared, reappeared somewhere else, and pulled out Taiga's body. Even so, everyone attacked Taiga's body at the same time, but Kokugaiji just waved goodbye. Sayata commented that she could hardly believe that 3 gold-ranked players had let him escape. Shikishima retorted, asking who she thought she was to say that, since he himself couldn't because of the restriction. He then explained that 2 enemies had appeared at the top of the grid while they were battling. These 2, of course, are also the owners of Black Doors. Even Sayata hadn't realized that. Shikishima said he felt a much greater power, infinitely greater than that of Taiga. Even Sushi got in Sayata's face, and Shikishima thought that the enemies were much more prepared than they had imagined. In the Kingdom of the Black Embryo, Kokugaiji commented that Taiga was so defenseless against all of them. He called Taiga ugly, weak, stupid, and useless. He said that Taiga must know exactly what he's thinking right now. That if he were stronger, smarter, and prettier, things would be different. Then Kokugaiji said that it was okay. He would remake him in the way he most wanted, because nothing in this world can be achieved by just being yourself. He then said that he was very happy to welcome all his new allies. The first girl who appeared declared that if one day she became stronger than the leader, she would betray him without any problem. Another boy commented that he didn't care who he allied with, he just wanted to get stronger. Then suddenly, a man in sunglasses walked past Keio, and Kokugaiji said he was only there because he saw him. Kokugaije found this incredible and said that everyone was very welcome. They were going to kill everyone in that world. Sometime later, Sawatari's funeral took place. Everyone who had been present at the incident was there, including Itoshima and Kana. Kana was completely distraught. Even after everyone had left, she decided to stay there alone. Itoshima told Subaru that Sawatari apologized in his final moments. He said that, in the end, he was just a lost boy, just like them. Despite everything he had done for Kana, Itoshima was outraged, cursing Sawatari, saying that the idiot had made Kana cry. Later, Subaru was talking to Shikishima. They commented that that black door had no longer appeared, but now there were only 5 players left at the school. Some people had also disappeared around the city. They were sure that the enemy was preparing, gathering allies. Subaru said that his plan hadn't changed. He will prepare while he clears the portals. Shikishima remembered about that prophecy and said that he promised to protect everyone from Taiga, didn't he? Subaru replied that he had, but that they didn't need his protection. Even so, Shikishima said he was counting on him. He added that as of tomorrow, he would no longer be making portals with him, but with Hirasaka. Later, in Taito City, Hirasaka said that Shikishima had already explained everything to him. He said that they would get on well working together. Subaru replied that he hoped so too. At that moment, he remembered what Shikishima had said, that his fighting methods were very different, so he didn't have much to teach Subaru directly. However, he realized that Subaru's hand-to-hand combat was decent, but his sword skills needed to improve. That's why he wanted Hirasaka to train him. Subaru thought he could hardly believe he was going to clear a portal together with Japan's most powerful player. He even commented that Hirasaka's hair looked different that day, and Hirasaka replied that he simply hadn't tidied up. Suddenly, a group appeared, asking if Hirasaka was there. He replied by asking how Yamada was, and they said he was fine, but that the portal was already booked. Hirasaka looked at his calendar and realized he had made a mistake. The gate he had booked was not the one he had booked, but the one in the city of Nerima. Subaru was outraged, asking how that could be, since Nerima is almost an hour away by train. Then, an hour later, they were in the city of Nerima, facing a mysterious jungle of 4-star difficulty. Hirasaka commented that he had heard that Subaru had cleared a 4-star portal before, but explained that the level of difficulty at the entrance was just an estimate, so they shouldn't let their guard down. Within the hour, Subaru was already sinking in a swamp. Sayada complained that he was a clumsy idiot. Subaru asked if she could pull him out, but Hirasaka just raised his thumb in a kneeling position. Subaru, in desperation, asked what the thumbs up was for and what he was responding to, since he was clearly sinking. Sayada could only ask what was wrong with that guy. Shikishima warned Subaru to watch out for Hirasaka. At first glance, he seems smart, intelligent, and even a perfect Superman. But in reality, he has nothing but his own strength. He's pretty dumb. Subaru was surprised and wondered if this was really the person he admired so much. Even so, he decided to help Hirasaka with his blood mold first. But at that moment, a level 43 iron ant appeared, and Subaru thought it was the worst possible time. Except that suddenly, Hirasaka came out of the mud using his 4th skill, the Titan's Sword, which was such a giant blade that it simply made the ant disappear in one blow. This is Hirasaka Renji, known for his good posture and good looks, but anyone who has known him for a long time probably feels the same way as Subaru. Hirasaka commented that he thought he was going to die. In fact, during his childhood, he never had anything very special. He got normal grades, did normal things. His parents thought he was intelligent, but instead of being disappointed, they continued to give him an enormous amount of love and affection. One day, in 4th grade, he saved a classmate who was being bullied. The friend cried, thanked him, and Hirasaka felt very happy about it. But the next day, he became the new target of bullying. Instead of worrying about his own situation, he was even more shocked to discover that the friend he had saved was actually the one doing the bullying. People often betray others because of their own weakness. That day, Hirasaka Renji decided that he would never betray anyone regardless of the situation, because he believed that if he did that, he would be able to have a real friend. Hirasaka then asked Subaru to pull him out using his skill. Saya complained, asking how many times he had to get bogged down like that. Hirasaka apologized, saying that he thought the enemy would have good intuition. Subaru realized that it was quite heavy to pull, and Hirasaka explained that he had decided to bait the creature. Saya was even impressed, and Subaru himself began to understand better who he was. Hirasaka is always the one who fights against the unknown to protect his allies. He may seem full of weaknesses, but that's not true, and it's not because he's absent-minded. In fact, he's very flexible, open-minded, and adapts quickly. That's the kind of player Hirasaka Hirasaka is. Subaru then offered him a towel to dry himself off, and Hirasaka commented that he was well prepared. Subaru replied that it wasn't actually him who had given him the bag, but Shikishima himself, who had prepared it with towels, drinks, and a few other useful things. As he said this, the look on Shikishima's face was sad. Subaru commented that it was Shikishima who had prepared that bag, and Hirasaka replied that, of all his friends, it was Shikishima who was suffering the most. He was sure that at that moment he was swamped with work. And yes, he really was. Shikishima was running the reconnaissance department, investigating a portal, making a report for public relations, answering an administrative email, and at the same time negotiating with the president. Udo even commented that, with so much work, it would be better to put Hirasaka to work too. But Shikishima replied that he was useless for that kind of thing, calling him an idiot, and complained that Kinokawa needed to improve soon before he sent everything to that place. Subaru commented that they seemed to get on well, and Hirasaka confirmed it. He said that he, Shikishima, and Kinokawa, in particular, have formed a group since the Federation was founded. They have been colleagues for 8 years, so the only thing he can't let go of is what Taiga did, leaving Kinokawa in that state. There's no way he'll forgive that. Hirasaka said that even though Taiga is Subaru's brother, he will spare no effort to defeat him. But Subaru replied that he'll do the same, because he has his own reasons for fighting Taiga, and no matter what happens, he's ready. Hirasaka thanked him for that. They were on a very large map, but finally they found what they were looking for. 20 kilometers ahead was the boss. Subaru asked if Hirasaka could see, and he said yes. He has a skill called Eagle Eyes, which allows him to zoom his vision up to 100 times. It's a passive initial ability of the Golden Knights. In addition, Hirasaka commented that Subaru himself should now be able to see too. Subaru then saw a huge tree. That was the boss, the level 81 Spirit Defense Tower. Suddenly it began to glow brightly on the horizon. Hirasaka, of course, was already prepared. He immediately activated the Titan Sword to protect himself. The blow felt like a meteor shower falling on them, but obviously the tree remained intact. Hirasaka then asked if Subaru remembered when he said that the boss's writing level was only an approximation. That's what he was talking about. Subaru was startled, wondering what the fuck that was, since that was a long-range ability, even more powerful than Shikishima's own. It was completely different from an ordinary 4-star boss. Hirasaka explained that the common monsters in this portal are equivalent to 4 stars, but the boss alone is equivalent to 5. That's the difficulty of facing unknown enemies. Subaru thought that if Hirasaka hadn't used that giant sword as a shield, they would have been hit hard, and now he wondered how they were going to kill that thing. Hirasaka commented that he was surprised Subaru could fly so high. Subaru replied that flying consumes a lot of mana, so it won't last long, but Hirasaka said that he had already helped a lot. The moment he looked at the boss, he realized that he was already bleeding. Hirasaka explained that this was the only reason he had been able to defeat the boss. Subaru was completely amazed when he saw that Hirasaka had used his 6th skill, called Dimensional Cut. This skill allows you to distort the blow and attack any visible place by moving the blade in space. You have a high chance of losing your sword after using this attack, as well as consuming a huge amount of mana. But if done well, victory is practically guaranteed. Thanks to this, they defeated the boss and now had 30 minutes to get out of the portal. Later, as the sun was setting, Hirasaka commented that it had been a lot of fun and thanked them for their work. Subaru replied that he was the one to thank, because he had learned a lot from Hirasaka. Hirasaka then apologized for defeating the boss on his own, and, speaking of which, asked if Subaru could not tell Shikishima anything about his mistakes. But Subaru replied, a little awkwardly, that he had already reported everything and that Shikishima was already very angry. Hirasaka realized he was in trouble, but still told Subaru to meet him at the same time the next day, because he had already booked another portal, this time a 5-star one, and asked him to get ready. Subaru thought about it until he got home. He reflected that today's boss was considered low level for a 5-star. Then he realized that he needed to understand the way Hirasaka fought. He needed to adapt his own style, but he felt he hadn't learned everything yet. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of the Black Embryo, the man with the sunglasses asked how many were ready. The other replied that about 20 people, including the best and the worst. And then, later, in Kambayashi Park, in the city of Shinagawa, that team, the Grecs, considered to be a bit of an underdog, were facing 2 people who had been transformed by Kokugaiji. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Bunkyo, a man asked if that guy was Hizaki Giulietta, and Giulietta replied by asking who he was, asking him to stop acting like he knew him. The man who had a centipede wrapped around his body said that Giulietta was exactly as the rumors said, and that even if he killed him, he wouldn't feel the least bit bad about it. Another man wearing glasses said it was time to sort and sharpen because the hunt was about to begin. Later, Shikishima was receiving a call from stupid Giulietta, who asked if he had killed. Shikishima called Julieta an idiot, saying that he should be in confinement because of the punishment, since the suspicions about him killing his own comrades have not yet been cleared up. She also warned him not to try to escape just because his mother is president. Julieta replied, somewhat ironically, asking him to take it easy, saying that this time he was the victim, because he was attacked and had no choice. Shikishima asked who the opponent was, and, according to the player card, he was Kishikawa Sochi, a copper rank player. Julieta said that he had no doubt that this was related to that Black Embryo faction, which he had already notified a few days ago. What's more, he commented that, strength aside, he sensed something different in his opponent's skill. It was a variation on insect manipulation. Shikishima was surprised because Kishikawa's signature skill was refining and manipulating small amounts of iron, not insects. As he imagined, those black doors really are capable of granting totally different abilities to the original ones. Shikishima also commented that it wasn't just that, as several people had been attacked the night before. The only one who managed to fight back was Juliet himself, and he already knew that it wasn't going to end anytime soon. Meanwhile, the entire Grex group was in hospital. Julieta, even though he'd won, thought he hated that guy, that weird Four Eyes. He also thought that that varied ability was very similar to that Rainbow Door player, Subaru, because it seemed that their system was different. On the other side, those two from the Black Embryo commented that everything was fine. They had managed to defeat the group called Grex, but regretted that Kishikawa had lost to Julieta. They asked if Kei had cleared everything up yet, and he said yes, that he had already eliminated the main silver-ranked team and had also received permission from Taiga and Kokugaiji. The others then asked if they could start now, and Yatsurugi, now after his transformation, said yes, that they could start hunting down and killing the gold-ranked players. Later, in the town of Shiota, in Marunouchi, in front of the new building, was the group from the third portal diagnosis department. The leader of this group was Kausaka Masago, and she explained that she was going to pass on the strategy for completing the 5-star portal. Subaru was impressed, realizing that this really was something special. He thought that the Gate Diagnosis Department was an information unit set up by Shikishima himself, made up of people with analysis and reconnaissance skills. This department's job was to pass on information about the stage of the portal and increase the chances of survival during the cleansing. Subaru also realized that Kusaka was married. She commented that for players who risk their lives, it was a bit strange, and that was precisely why she decided to leave the front line. At the time, she was advised by Shikishima himself to enter this department. She also thanked Subaru immensely, remembering the day he defeated the Great Whale, because thanks to that, her husband and son, who were on the street that day, were safe. Subaru replied that he was glad her family was okay. He thought it was really good to have helped those people, even if he hadn't realized it at the time. Then Kusaka began to explain the stage. She showed her that inside the portal, called the Throne of Storm and Thunder, there is a very small stage, made up of just 2 places, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones at the top of the palace. Hirasaka asked if that was where the bosses were, and Kusaka confirmed it, saying yes, that either only one of them is the boss, or both of them are bosses. Subaru wondered if they really were multiple bosses. He thought he had already faced something like this his first time there, in the 2 stars, but a 5-star portal was completely different. Hirasaka then put his hand in front of Subaru's face, as if to wake him up, and asked if he was okay. As soon as he confirmed it, he said they could leave for the portal. Subaru was nervous, but somehow he felt his heart calm down next to Hirasaka, because that guy was amazing. Except, just as they entered the 5-star portal, the Black Door attack happened. Yatsurugi suddenly appeared, killing all the people in the 3rd department, and commented that he already knew they were failures. Kosaka realized right away that this guy was on the wanted list, but she didn't even have time to react, as she was soon killed too. Yatsurugi then confirmed that both Hirasaka and Subaru had entered the 5-star portal, and said that, as promised, the Black Door would open in 10 minutes. Taiga, who was standing next to him, replied that it was fine, just wait. Taiga now looked completely different, being a full black rank player. Meanwhile, on the stage called Throne of Storm and Thunder, the group was there, with a count of 7,918 hours to go, which would be about 330 days. Subaru commented that everything was too quiet and even humorous for a map named after Storm and Thunder. Hirasaka then thought it best to keep an eye on everything, and asked Sayata to please lock the portal. The moment she locked it, she felt a bad feeling, and as soon as the lock was confirmed, the weather changed completely from sunny to an extremely powerful storm. Subaru commented that it came out of nowhere, and Hirasaka explained that enemies always appear as soon as the portal is locked. Hirasaka also commented that it was possible to feel the boss's presence, since the map was very small, but when they felt it, they realized that it was something beyond all expectations. The presence the three felt was monstrous. Those two bosses were undoubtedly 5 stars of the highest class. The first was the Delta Storm, level 89. The second was Thunder Killin, level 93. Delta smelled something and commented that it was a twist of fate. He asked if Keelan remembered that smell too. It was the smell of the golden radiant night. Keelan replied that, as well as him, he smelled someone with a big nose, someone they had probably faced a long time ago, and he commented that it was the smell of that hated and cursed immortal. Delta then said that he was weak, and Keelan agreed, saying that he didn't even know if he would survive it. Then an entire army of soldiers appeared before them. Subaru realized instantly that they were all monsters. Every one of those soldiers was more powerful than the whale he had faced before. They were all level 60 Thunder Knights. Subaru told Sayata not to worry about mana, because he could handle it. He asked her to use everything she had. Sayata then replied that she swore on her own soul that she would protect that body, and activated Blood Mold, Field of Death. At the same time, Hirasaka drew his golden sword and told them to get ready because they were coming. Subaru thought that if he didn't go all out right from the start, he would lose. So he activated Blood Mold, Blood Armor, summoned Infernal, and went at his enemies like a madman. Hirasaka, as always, kept his cool during the fight, activated the Titan's sword, and managed to take out a third of the knights in a single blow. However, he realized that more than half of them still survived, and that they were much faster than he had expected. Just then, when the first rider advanced, he was punched in the face by Subaru, who was completely furious. Even so, the soldier managed to get up, pulled Subaru to the ground, and started punching him several times. Subaru thought that if that mere knight was already like that, then he was equivalent to, or even stronger than the whale and carrion he had faced before. Just as he was about to receive another blow, Hirasaka called out his name, worried. Subaru thought he wasn't there to get in the way, so he kicked the knight in the face, and then knocked him down with an elbow. All he could think about was that he hadn't come there to be a burden to Hirasaka, but to help him. Without wasting any time, he used his wires to bind the knight, and then activated the punch, finishing him off completely. Thus, he finally defeated the level 54 Storm Knight, who wasn't level 60 because their average was just level 60. Subaru wondered if this knight hadn't leveled up, or if they really gave so little XP. He was incredulous. He couldn't believe he had tired himself so much just to take down one of them, and now he was surrounded by 4 more. With no way out, Subaru summoned his divine chisel. He knew he couldn't use cut wings as the mana cost was too high, so he had no choice but to fight with the chisel. Only to make matters worse, he realized that the 4 knights were also summoning their swords. Now that was clearly level 5 difficulty. Even so, he thought he couldn't let Hirasaka down. He calmed down and reflected that he didn't need to compare himself so much. The night before, he finally realized that no matter how much he watched, he would never be Hirasaka's equal. And in fact, he didn't even need to be. When Shikishima had told him to learn from him, he hadn't been talking about his skills, but about his way of fighting. Subaru remembered that he had always given his all in battle, and realized how much stronger he had become than before. It wasn't simply by leveling up, but by the way he now prepares for battle, how he uses his senses, and how he has learned to fight. He decided that he wanted to become even more powerful, not just to defeat enemies, but to protect. No matter how strange or shameful it seemed, it was precisely this kind of battle, where his life was on the line, that made him stronger. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the middle of the 4 knights and managed to block their blows using only his chisel. Even so, he ended up being attacked from behind, losing a lot of blood and some of his tentacles, but he stood his ground. When one of the knights moved in for another powerful attack, he reacted quickly, bound his enemy's arm with his tentacles, tore off his hand, and then tore off his head, thus defeating yet another level 59 Storm Knight. At the time, he had 713 horsepower and 992 mana. Only then, he went up a level, going from 31 to 32, which completely restored his HP and mana bars. The other knights were clearly not prepared for the speed he would reach in this state, and it was then that Subaru simply descended from the skies with a devastating blow from the divine chisel, destroying everything in his path. He then eliminated 2 more knights, one at level 56 and the other at 63, and went up another level, now from 32 to 33, while remaining completely intact. He looked ahead confidently and said that the next one might appear. Meanwhile, Hirasaka was watching Subaru carefully. He remembered the conversation he'd had with Shikishima, who had clearly said that when they entered the 5-star portal, it wasn't to help Subaru, until the last second, or even to try to teach him anything. That's because, in the future, Subaru would be the player's resistance, someone who would stand by him. What he needed wasn't help, but experience. He already had the potential. All he needed was a deadly battle that would push him to the limit, and this situation was just perfect for that. Shikishima commented that Hirasaka didn't have many skills to teach Subaru either. After all, he wasn't exactly someone who taught, but someone who fought. So the best he could do was simply show his cool side, acting like a real top 1 gentleman in front of his junior. Hirasaka laughed, as if he had found it amusing, and then took out the knights with such ease that it seemed as if they were nothing at all. As he did so, he couldn't help but think of Subaru, who was trying so hard to reach his own limit. It is explained that 8 years have passed since the appearance of the first portal. In this world, a feeling of despair has spread among the best players. Back then, the highest difficulty portal was a 3-star. 3 years later, a 4-star portal appeared. Another 3 years passed, and a 5-star portal emerged. Every time the difficulty increased by 1 star, it became 10 times harder. Shikishima explained that the portal difficulty increases every 3 years. This means that next year, a 6-star portal will appear, and 4 years later, a 7-star portal. He asked Hirasaka if, by any chance, they had become 10 times stronger in the past 2 years. Hirasaka replied that they hadn't. Gold-ranked players have no choice but to join forces to challenge the 6-star portal together. Shikishima commented that if things continue like this, he's certain players won't be able to handle the emergence of increasingly difficult portals. After all, how can anyone face a 6-star portal that is 10 times harder than a 5-star? And if the estimated time is also 10 times longer, it means that if they fail to complete it, the clock breaks instantly. Because of this, they also can't simply abandon lower-level portals, which are always lacking players. Humanity has no choice but to lose. No matter how many times they try to think of a solution, more and more problems keep appearing. Hirasaka fears that the day will come when he will lose the true friends he finally found. He wondered if there really is no hope left. It was at that moment that Shikishima received a call from Kinokawa, reporting the interrogation of a player suspected of murder. She also reported the appearance of something called the Rainbow Gate. That's how they met Subaru, who at that moment was handling the knights as if they were nothing. Hirasaka was impressed, realizing that he was able to fight using only swordsmanship without relying on skills. Subaru's strikes were precise. He fought calmly and with control. He broke one knight's guard by kicking his sword and then decapitated him, defeating another level 56 Storm Knight. Subaru thought that he only needed to focus on the tip of his sword. When the wing-shaped blade of the Divine Chisel struck the enemy, he was able to defeat even high-defense enemies while significantly reducing mana consumption. Hirasaka was amazed, realizing that instead of being taught, Subaru was learning on his own through combat experience. Meanwhile, Subaru asked if Sayada was okay. She was using her Death Field, spreading lightning and blood bubbles everywhere while dodging attacks. Death Field is an ability that gives a simple command to the blood cells from the blood mold. The field she created was simple. Anything it touched exploded. However, her level wasn't high enough to defeat the knights, so the attack wasn't effective, no matter how hard she tried. Even so, it was more than enough for Sayada, who thought that even weakening them a little would reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Hirasaka. Her top priority at that moment was to protect Sayaka's body, since she was Subaru's most important friend. Suddenly, Sayada was directly attacked by a knight. However, the strike was intercepted by Subaru's Divine Chisel, leaving Sayada extremely impressed with what he did. Subaru was very grateful that she was okay, and Sayada replied that he didn't need to thank her, but should be careful too. They then returned to the battlefield. Subaru went to help Hirasaka, and commented that at this stage, he was hardly gaining any experience. Hirasaka said he noticed that too. At first, he thought it was because he was at a high level, but now hearing that, he realized it could be an X stage. In the special areas of an X stage, there are only bosses. The knights they were fighting were just puppets summoned by the boss's skills. Hirasaka stated that this was definitely the reason they were receiving so little XP. Subaru then wondered if, from the beginning, the only real enemies in that stage were the bosses. At that moment, Delta commented to Keelan that they had finally finished something. Subaru said it couldn't be that bad, since he was still leveling up somehow. But the problem was with Hirasaka, who wouldn't be able to level up at this pace. Still, he said it wasn't a total waste, since by defeating the knights, they were at least draining the boss's mana. Hirasaka thought that in a way, this made sense. But in reality, they were doing exactly what the enemies wanted, forcing them to spend their trump cards and resources. However, to their surprise, the enemies started moving before that could happen. At that moment, Hirasaka spotted 2 enemies and wondered if he should use his Dimensional Slash. He knew that this skill consumed 80% of his maximum mana, but had the power to instantly reach the enemy and split even the terrain. He was unsure whether he could cut both at once, but thought that whether it worked or not, it was his only chance to try. But the moment he prepared to activate the technique, he noticed that the rain had completely stopped. The sky became clear and open. Right after that, Delta and Killin appeared behind them. Delta, who was known as Storm, said they didn't need to try anything grand because that would be boring, and explained that they just wanted to compete. They then introduced themselves, saying that those humans were pretty strong, and asked them to fight fairly and cleanly. As soon as they appeared, the knights stopped attacking and kneeled, bowing to their masters. Hirasaka was surprised, realizing that these were bosses who could actually talk, unlike most. Subaru remembered seeing this before. Like in the case of Judith, Hirasaka thought that many bosses acted like wild animals, attacking anything that invaded their territory. But not these two. They were clearly capable of manipulating the weather, and still had enough intelligence to create strategies. So Hirasaka asked if they really had time to chat. Delta replied that yes, they did, and asked if he wanted to know something. Hirasaka took the opportunity to ask everything. He wanted to know what the gate was, what the portals were, who they were, if they were creatures from the underworld, and why they were invading their world. Delta asked if he had never heard anything directly from Ludwig. At that moment, Hirasaka was shocked, wondering if they really knew Ludwig, his patron. Until that moment, he believed it was nothing more than a rumor. But now he started to question whether Ludwig might also be a creature from the underworld. Killin then explained that they had been trapped in that world for a very long time, and Delta stated that they would tell them everything they knew. Subaru grew suspicious, wondering if they were really about to reveal the entire secret of the underworld that easily. Hirasaka, a bit desperate, asked if he could record everything because he didn't trust his own memory to remember every detail. Killin replied that it was fine. Then Killin started to say that the portal was basically, and suddenly stopped. The word simply wouldn't come out. Delta realized it was probably due to the protection. Killin apologized, saying it seemed impossible to reveal that information. Subaru then wondered if there was some kind of limit to how much these creatures could tell them. Still insisting, Hirasaka asked if at least he could write something down because Shikishima would definitely be furious if he came back empty-handed. Subaru looked at him and realized that he was completely desperate. Killin regretted it, saying that unfortunately, it was impossible. But Delta explained that if they managed to defeat them, they would get close to the answer they were searching for. So at that moment, they started preparing for the fight. What they truly wanted was to fight to satisfy the desires of their own souls. Of course, Subaru was pretty nervous, but to everyone's surprise, Killin and Delta started a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who would fight first. They played for quite a while until Delta finally won. He then chose who he wanted to fight and went straight for the glowing guy, which in this case was Hirasaka. Delta's attack was extremely fast. Hirasaka had to defend immediately using his golden sword. Just their clash alone was already destroying the entire battlefield around them. Delta laughed, saying that this guy was really good, and commented that Ludwig had indeed found the perfect vessel for himself. Now they could have fun to their heart's content. Hirasaka thought, terrified, that physically this guy was far stronger than any opponent he had ever faced in his life. Subaru, watching from a distance, wondered if that guy was truly on the same level as Hirasaka. And if that was true, then that enemy was, at the very least, a superior 5-star. But suddenly, Killin interrupted Hirasaka's thoughts. However, Killin didn't attack right away. He looked at Subaru and asked why he had to deal with the vessel of that damned immortal. Subaru realized that he was visibly disappointed about having to face the wielder of Vanquish, so he even apologized. But Killin replied that it didn't matter. It wasn't his fault. At that moment, Subaru was surprisingly calm. The fact that they could have a normal conversation without any tension completely confused his senses. Even with an extremely powerful enemy standing right in front of him, he wasn't feeling the overwhelming pressure that should be aimed at him. Killin then said that, either way, he would try to enjoy himself with him. He declared that he wanted to see how many times he could break him until he died. Right after, he fired a beam of energy, a real laser, directly at Subaru, which burned and destroyed everything in its path. Everything. Subaru realized that he should have figured it out earlier. When someone casually steps on an insect on the ground, they don't bother applying force because they know the insect will die anyway. Killin then asked if he really couldn't dodge that. He said he honestly didn't understand how someone as weak as him could be the vessel of Vanquish. There lay Subaru's body, completely charred and destroyed. Seeing this, Hirasaka tried to turn to look, but that tiny opening was enough for Delta to land a brutal hit that drew a lot of blood. Hirasaka realized he had lost his right eye from that attack. Meanwhile, Killin approached Subaru's destroyed body and picked up the divine chisel. He looked at the sword and commented that even after his laser blast, it didn't have a single scratch. He said that it was because of this sword that he had felt an absurd imbalance of power coming from him. Just holding it he could feel the pressure it emanated, and that confirmed that the chisel was likely the vessel of the immortal god Vanquish himself. It was then that Saya appeared behind him. Keelan looked and warned her that he wouldn't do that if he were her. Interfering in a one-on-one fight would get her killed too, and he was sure that guy wouldn't want to see that happen. Saya, remembering everything Subaru had told her, became so sad that she started begging, pleading for him to get up. Keelan commented that he was actually starting to feel a little bad for her, but made it clear that Subaru's legs had been completely blown off, so there was no way he could just stand up. But against all expectations, Subaru responded to Saya, saying that she was right and asked her not to interfere. Then, even with his body destroyed, Subaru stood up completely. Deep down, Saya knew he would do that. Subaru then thought that the reason he was still alive was thanks to the same defense he had used before to protect himself from Tiger's black smoke. He had induced a huge amount of semi-hardened blood, creating a kind of armor that completely covered his body. Even after losing his hands and feet, he somehow survived thanks to that blood barrier. Now he only had 117 horsepower and 951 mana left. He thought that Kylan, the Thunder, was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced in his life. The difference in power between them was so absurd that he couldn't even measure it, but at the same time, he believed that if he could survive here, he could become much stronger. Keelan, watching that, asked if he was using blood to replace his limbs. He found it disgusting and said it could only be something an immortal would do. Meanwhile, Delta was having a blast trading blows with Hirasaka. He commented that the vessel of Ludwig had his respect. Even after losing his right eye, he could still keep up with all of his attacks. In fact, it seemed like Hirasaka was shining even brighter than before, and that only made Delta even more excited. With that, Delta's attacks became increasingly sharper and more violent. They exchanged brutal blows, destroying everything around them. At one point, Hirasaka almost managed to land a precise strike to Delta's chest, but Delta dodged at the last second and countered with a devastating kick that sent Hirasaka flying. Delta commented that not everyone is strong. From the very beginning, when someone is weak, they go through moments when they feel on the edge of a cliff, exactly like what was happening now. Hirasaka then deeply thanked Storm Delta, because if he managed to defeat him, he would become much stronger. At that moment, Hirasaka activated his fifth skill, Imperial Halo, which boosts his abilities and their effects by 130%, but also drastically increases mana consumption. Delta noticed this, and commented that this was his last resort. He said it was way more impressive than he expected, and got excited, saying they would now have a wonderful fight. Meanwhile, Keelan was creating a true storm of lightning, trying to strike Subaru. Subaru thought about how the speed of lightning is 100,000 kilometers per second, and that dodging it was far harder than it seemed. The problem wasn't just the speed, but also predicting the path of the lightning while continuing to move, without making a single mistake, because if he failed, he'd be reduced to ashes. Unsatisfied, Keelan started throwing even more lightning bolts. Subaru realized this was terrible. If this kept going, even the soldiers would be annihilated. With the little HP he had left, a single lightning strike would be enough to kill him. Even though it seemed impossible, he knew he needed to defeat the soldiers, because that way, he could level up. So, he charged at one of the knights, decapitating him and defeating a level 64 Storm Knight. That made him level up from 33 to 34. The benefits of leveling up were huge. His stats increased, his mana and HP were fully restored, and even the body parts he had lost were regenerated. Keelan, watching this, noticed Subaru's limbs had grown back. He thought this mechanic was extremely favorable for him, and admitted that he did well in that moment. Seeing this, Subaru immediately recreated his prismatic blood armor and then lunged at Keelan, using his piercing strike ability. But this time, Keelan blocked the attack effortlessly with just one fist. Instantly, Subaru lost his legs again. Keelan commented that even though Subaru's power had increased a little, did he really think that would make any difference? But once again, Subaru crafted a new leg out of blood and fired multiple blood needles directly at Keelan. Seeing this, Keelan finally understood why he had been chosen as the vessel of that hated little immortal. He said that vessel itself hated giving up, desperately clinging to life, doing anything to survive, even if it was pathetic and insignificant. But despite Subaru's determination, Keelan destroyed all the blood needles with ease. Subaru realized everything was going terribly. If things kept going like this, before he could even reach his target, Keelan would just keep suppressing him through sheer overwhelming force. Keelan, looking at him, commented that he knew Subaru also understood that little tricks like that don't work in the face of overwhelming power. He said that even if he had a plan, with his current power, it was useless. What Keelan hadn't noticed was that the glass spirit, Sushi, had stolen the divine chisel. Neither Subaru nor Saya even realized that Sushi had done this. When Keelan noticed, he immediately fired a lightning bolt straight at Sushi's head and angrily asked what the hell that thing was. But to his surprise, Sushi simply revived. After all, he was a glass spirit, capable of regenerating infinitely using his master's mana. Subaru was happy, because he had actually forgotten about that detail. Sushi understood the plan and tried to help. He then tossed the divine chisel with his mouth straight towards Subaru. But at that exact moment, Keelan was already right in front of him and tore off Subaru's arm. Looking at him, Keelan asked what his plan was, finding the whole situation a joke. Subaru, unfazed, asked him what he thought, and right behind him appeared Sushi, now in giant form. However, Keelan reacted in time, dashed forward, and ripped Sushi's head off. He then wondered, completely irritated, if that damn creature could really change size, and still had an absurd regeneration speed. He figured it must be some kind of familiar, directly linked to its master's soul. At that instant, Subaru had already prepared his attack with the divine chisel. While Keelan was distracted, instead of attacking him directly, Subaru aimed at the ground. He thought it was all or nothing, and decided to bet all his mana on that attack. He used the divine chisel to wipe out all the storm knights that were still alive. He slaughtered dozens of knights at once, and hoped that would be enough to level up. And it worked. Subaru reached level 35 and instantly recovered his leg, his full HP, and all his mana. However, when it seemed like everything was finally going right, Keelan reappeared and pierced through Subaru's chest once again. Keelan looked at Subaru and told him not to play with him. He said that he threw away the opportunity that even his own familiar had given him, and instead of running to recover, he stayed there, desperately trying to survive. He asked why he kept doing all of this. Was it just to stay alive? And reminded him that they came here to defeat them. That's when Subaru asked himself why he wanted to live. Maybe it was because everyone always said he was an insect, a failure, until one day, someone said they could become strong together, and later another person also believed in his potential. Subaru realized that all he wanted was to meet her again. It was a short time, but the time they spent together was so much fun. And even if this is the last time, even if she doesn't want to forgive him for what happened, he just wants to see her again, thank her, and apologize for getting her involved in all this. And if she's willing to forgive him, then he wants them to become strong together. Keelan, completely confused, asked what the hell he was talking about, and Subaru replied that this was why he had bet everything. The second ability of the Blood Usurper only unlocks at level 35, and there's a high chance that a third gate will appear as long as he learns this new ability. Subaru then looked at Keelan and said that he had won this bet. Suddenly a rainbow gate appeared, opening with overwhelming force, slicing Keelan's arm and leg clean in half. From inside the gate emerged an entity that silently observed the entire battle. He looked at Keelan and told him to prepare himself because the sin of harming his vessel was far too heavy. That being was none other than the progenitor vampire Vanquish. Vanquish turned to Subaru and told him that he did very well and that the victory was entirely his. When Keelan tried to react and attack, Vanquish pulled Subaru's body toward him, saying to Keelan that this was just a "see you later." He warned that this kid would return stronger than ever, so it would be better for him to just wait. Filled with rage, Keelan shouted at Vanquish, saying they hadn't forgotten the day he killed them. Now that his sworn enemy was right in front of him, he wouldn't let this pass. He then launched a lightning strike directly at the gate and managed to pierce through it, entering the abominable sea of ashes and bones. Inside, Vanquish looked at Subaru and said that he really liked showing up in front of him, always on the brink of death. Subaru, surprised, asked if he was really Vanquish. Jokingly, Vanquish asked if he was confusing him with someone else. He thanked Subaru, saying that thanks to him he was regaining his power and now he was whole again. But Keelan was also inside completely furious. Subaru could feel the ground trembling just from his presence, realizing how absurdly enraged he was. Vanquish then looked at him and said not to barge in here without permission and simply go back home. Keelan, furious, replied that it was Vanquish who had interfered in the fight. He said his fight with that brat wasn't over yet, and after finishing him, Vanquish himself would be next. Vanquish, laughing, replied that you shouldn't try applying warrior codes in front of a king like him. Besides, he pointed out that invading the human world without permission and forcing a one-on-one fight was also against the rules. He said it was pathetic and disgraceful, asking if Colleen's brothers weren't ashamed of him for that. Then, staring directly at him, Vanquish asked if he really wanted to defeat him and Subaru. He said said fine. In the same instant, Vanquish began merging with Subaru's body, simply entering him. He told Subaru to lend him his body for just a second, because he was about to show him how to properly use the blood mold. Subaru, confused, asked how he did that. Vanquish replied by asking if he was level 35 now because this body was good enough. In that moment, the pressure on the battlefield skyrocketed. Killin, watching this, asked if he really planned to defeat him using that weak vessel's body. But Vanquish replied that this body wasn't weak, it was more than enough. After all, Killin had already lost a big part of his strength simply by entering that portal. Killin, furious, told him to shut up, saying he could still just return to the underworld. But before he could finish, Vanquish slapped him so hard that his head was ripped clean off. Looking at him, Vanquish said he would never return to the underworld because he would die right here. Meanwhile, inside Subaru's mind, both of them, Subaru and Vanquish, were watching everything happen. Even so, Killin's head reattached. But Vanquish was already prepared and landed a direct blow to his chest, impaling him with Vanquish's own blood. That was when Vanquish activated his ultimate ability, Blood Fusion Curse of the Maelstrom, and it looked like Killin's body had gone through a meat grinder, being completely torn apart. But even after that, Killin, with his absurd stubbornness, started reconstructing himself from pure lightning. Vanquish had to dodge Killin's thunder kick and admitted he didn't expect him to escape that. He commented that Killin actually wasn't half bad. Then he blocked the next attacks using his blood mold, and the two started exchanging blows rapidly. Killin attacked with his thunder kicks, while Vanquish fired blood projectiles that tore chunks out of Killin's body. Vanquish asked him if he was scared and told him to keep going, shouting for him to come at him. Subaru, curious, asked if Vanquish had always been this strong. Vanquish replied by asking if he was underestimating him. Subaru admitted that his first impression of him hadn't been very good. Vanquish took that as an insult and told him to cut it out, saying to look in the mirror and remember when he used to wear those ugly glasses and that horrible t-shirt. Subaru then commented that even so, he thought Killin should be way stronger, questioning how Vanquish was causing him so much damage. Vanquish explained that it was because of the blood curse he had applied. He said that this curse deals damage directly to the enemy's soul, making it extremely effective against enemies with regeneration or formless spirit bodies. Subaru thought that sounded like something a villain would use, but Vanquish replied that at least he could admit it was a pretty good ability. Enraged, Killin shouted how dare he and told him not to underestimate him, calling him a damned vampire. Subaru, curious, asked why Killin hated Vanquish so much. Vanquish explained that he had killed him once in the underworld before both of them were trapped in the portal. From that point on, the atmosphere grew much more serious. Killin started focusing way more power, his entire body surrounded by thunder. Even so, Vanquish showed no fear. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it, trading blows like a total sadist. The blood curse needles were piercing through Killin's entire body, stabbing through his arms, legs, and chest. Killin said that if he had his full power, things would be different. But Vanquish replied that no matter where they were, Killin always relied on his own power like it was everything. He said that Killin had both brains and muscles, but that was exactly what prevented warriors like him from reaching their true potential. He added that if Killin had just killed Subaru right away, this whole situation wouldn't have happened. Whether it was a fair fight or not didn't matter. The moment the gate was summoned, Killin had already lost. This was a total victory for Subaru, who had prepared way better. Using what little breath he had left, Killin tried to say something, but his body was completely destroyed. Vanquish said that this was just a small warning from him, and that Killin should take it much more seriously. And just like that, he defeated the Thunder Boss, Killin. At that moment, Killin realized he could no longer regenerate nor maintain the form of his own soul. Before dying, he cursed the damned Vanquish and simply vanished. Subaru was shocked, thinking that Vanquish destroyed Killin so easily that it felt absurd. Only now did he truly realize how insanely powerful that man was. Until then, he had never worried much about underworld beings, but now he was seriously wondering who the hell that man really was. Suddenly, the boss revived. Alarmed, Subaru asked Vanquish what was happening. Vanquish replied, telling him not to panic because that was nothing more than Kylin's leftovers. He explained that Kylin had an ability called Perusia Storm, which allowed him to revive his own body with 5% of his maximum HP after death. But this ability needed 240 days to be reused. Even with such low HP, Killin charged forward, releasing every bit of power he still had. But Vanquish simply slammed him into the ground like he was nothing. Now Killin no longer looked like the warrior from before. He was more like a wild beast, completely out of control. Subaru commented that he didn't even know resurrection abilities like that existed. Vanquish answered that it was because the souls of guys like that were high level, but they couldn't maintain consciousness after being revived. survive due to the side effects. Subaru thought that if it were vanquished, for sure he could defeat him again. But if it were him having to risk his life against an enemy who came back with even 5% of HP, that would be much harder. That is when he realized that maybe Hirasaka's opponent might have that kind of power too. Then Vanquish said that he forgot to mention something. He stepped out of Subaru's body and explained that this was the gate's trial. From now on, Subaru would have to defeat Keelan in that brutal and ferocious state. Naturally, Subaru was completely terrified. Even Vanquish admitted he was struggling to figure out exactly what this trial was supposed to be, but decided right then that this would be it. He explained very simply that if Subaru could not defeat Keelan like this, then he had no use for him, and if anything happened to him, Vanquish would not help. He told Subaru to ignite the hate and rage inside him, but Subaru replied that he had no reason to hate Keelan. Vanquish then explained that was not what he meant. What he truly wanted to teach was that the only thing anyone who truly wishes to achieve something must hate is the weakness within themselves. Maybe it was because Subaru had spent his entire life being treated like an insect by everyone around him. Deep down in the depths of his heart, he had always hated himself for feeling useless and worthless. That was exactly why he never cared about sacrificing himself for others. Deep inside, he blamed himself for being weak and for failing to protect anyone. But according to Vanquish, that was completely wrong. Vanquish explained that Subaru didn't need to blame himself for his own weakness. On the contrary, he should hate that weakness within him. Hatred does not exist to chain someone to the past, but to strengthen them so they can move forward. That is the true meaning of power. At that moment, Subaru was nearly crying. Then Vanquish told him to ignite all that rage and hatred so it would make him stronger, and one day truly happy. It was at that moment that Subaru's ability, Those Who Despise Glory, leveled up to level 2. From that moment, all of his abilities, while under the effect of hatred, increased by 45%. On top of that, he inherited the ability of the progenitor Vanquish called Blood Curse. This curse consumes extra mana when using blood formation or blood mold and causes damage directly to the opponent's soul instead of their body. Subaru then apologized to Keelan for the wait and said that he needed to borrow his body for a quick little test. Meanwhile, he was already preparing his divine chisel, while at the same time Keelan was charging a massive strike with his Thunder Fist. When their attacks finally collided, the fight became even more intense. At the same time, in another place, Hirasaka was unleashing a powerful strike against Delta. Even Delta realized that Hirasaka was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Right after Delta was grabbed and pulled by Hirasaka, who activated his second skill called Cross Edge, along with Imperial Radiance boosting his abilities by another 130%. At that moment, Hirasaka had 81,000 mana out of a total of 200,000. He realized that the mana drain from Imperial Radiance was insanely high, and he only had about 48 seconds before running completely out of mana. The estimated HP of the enemy was between 300,000 and 400,000, so he figured he would need to use his 7th ability called Star. Then Hirasaka unleashed the Volatile Dragon Strike, hitting Delta head-on, slicing his head and neck clean in half. Delta, stunned, wondered what the hell that was, because the quality of that slash had suddenly become absurdly higher. Hirasaka then threw the remains of Delta's body to the ground. Even after reconstructing himself, Delta was in a lot of pain. The precision and quality of Hirasaka's attacks had drastically improved. This was no longer just brute strength, it was pure refined technique. And now Hirasaka was more motivated than ever to win that fight. Hirasaka launched his next attack called Giant Beast Slayer, splitting Delta in half once again. Then followed with Twin Heads cutting the enemy into 3 pieces and finished with Stormbreaker, which completely obliterated Delta's body. Delta realized that his regeneration could not keep up with that absurd speed and wondered if there was truly nothing else he could do. It was then explained that Hirasaka's 7th ability, Star, allows him to use the techniques of the great commanders who once served under Ludwig, the leader of the Golden Knights. The higher the level of this ability, the more commander techniques are unlocked. Currently, it was at level 3 with the maximum being 12. Hirasaka had finally defeated the boss and thought that without a doubt that was an incredibly strong enemy. He was nearly out of mana and health. Even his crushed eye started to hurt again, so he wondered if that would heal once he leveled up. In that moment, he also found himself thinking about how Subaru was doing. Then he noticed that the Rainbow Gate was starting to collapse, but suddenly a system notification popped up saying that the boss had revived. Delta also had the Perusia Storm ability, a resurrection skill. Hirasaka realized he should have remembered that sooner. Delta then charged at him with all his remaining power, but Hirasaka could barely move. At that moment, a dimensional rift opened right in front of him. It was the exit of the Rainbow Gate. Subaru stepped out completely fired up and, without wasting any time, unleashed the Blood Curse strike, completely obliterating Delta's body. He looked at Hirasaka and said that now they were going home together. Subaru, now in his vampire form, was at level 45. His current stats were 14,000 HP, 8,000 mana, 4,000 strength, 2,800 defense, 3,300 agility, 2,800 dexterity, and 2,900 luck. With that, they finally cleared the Thunderstorm Throne 5-star dungeon. The total clear time was 22 minutes. The remaining time restored to the Celestial Clock was 7,917 hours. Hirasaka leveled up from 84 to 85, and his lost eye was fully restored. He thanked Subaru deeply because if it weren't for him, he would have died. Now he felt like he owed him his life. Subaru, a bit embarrassed, replied that he didn't need to exaggerate like that. Hirasaka, curious, asked if Subaru had leveled up too, but Subaru explained that he hadn't. He only landed the final blow on Delta, finishing the last 5% of his HP, so he didn't get any XP. That was because the portal's rule was very clear. To earn XP, the player needs to have dealt at least 20% of the total damage to the enemy. Hirasaka was surprised, saying he didn't even know that mechanic existed. Subaru was a bit annoyed, thinking how could Hirasaka be playing this game for 8 years and not know that? Then Shikishima commented that of course he forgot even after they had explained it to him more than 10 times. Right after, Subaru called out for Sayata and Sushi, and there they were alive and perfectly fine. Sayata said she was happy to see that he was safe, and Sushi was practically crying with emotion. Subaru said that now it was finally over and they could go home. When they left the portal, Udo asked if they had really managed to clear the 5-star dungeon. Upon hearing they did it in just 22 minutes, he was shocked, saying that was a record. Even the #1 healer in Japan, Hishizaki Ryuji, showed up to thank Hirasaka for his excellent work, revealing that he was the younger brother of Kusaka Masago. Hirasaka asked why they were there and who was that guy lying defeated on the ground. Udo explained that it was Yatsurugi K, a former bronze rank player who now worked under Taiga, but Yatsurugi K interrupted, saying he wasn't anyone's subordinate and that he just wanted to fight Hirasaka. Then Udo said that he received an anonymous report and rushed over, but K suddenly attacked him, so he restrained him and now planned to interrogate him about the Black Gates, since he was clearly involved with that. Then he looked at Subaru and asked how the level 5 challenge went. Hirasaka answered that he thought he was going to die in there. Udo, surprised, said that was serious, but asked them to put the details in the report later and told them to rest for now. Hirasaka appreciated the offer, but explained that he couldn't. He had been summoned and needed to go since Shikishima was waiting for him. Then Hirasaka said goodbye to Subaru, wishing him well, and Subaru thanked him for the great work. Subaru then told Sayata that maybe he had found a way to meet Sayaka again. Later on the rooftop, he was analyzing his new Blood Usurper ability called Pranavarpas. This ability allowed him to swap the original soul for the soul granted by Parivara, which could be activated by the user's will. However, if the body was dead, it couldn't be used until the body was fully recovered. Then Sayata asked if that meant that Sayaka's soul was still present inside that body. Subaru confirmed, saying yes, that was the truth. Sayata explained that although that body had been deeply damaged, it had been gradually recovering. It seemed that the soul swap could only happen when the body reached a minimum level of vital activity. Subaru then asked how she could even move in that condition. Sayata explained that technically she was an undead and could move by using his mana. Subaru, excited, wondered if that meant it was just a matter of time before Sayaka could come back. He then celebrated out loud, shouting, "Yes!" saying he was so happy. Sayata smiled and said, "Congratulations." Subaru thought that Carrion had been right from the very beginning and mentally apologized for doubting him. But then he started wondering where Sayata's soul had actually come from. Sayata, in turn, asked what reward he had received for completing Stage 5. Subaru answered that Hirasaka had given him Delta's item, so this time he had gotten 2 items. The rewards were the Thunder Earrings, which give class C level 1 efficiency, allowing all attacks to gain the Thunder attribute by consuming mana, and the Storm Earrings, also class C level 1, which give Wind attribute benefits to all actions that consume mana. Sayata commented that both were pretty useful, but Subaru said that he wanted to give one of them to her. Sayata, surprised, asked what he meant. Subaru replied that after this battle, he realized something important. There will be moments when he won't be able to protect her with all his power, and because of that, he wants to become stronger. But until that happens, he wants Sayada to protect herself. He asked her to try the earrings on now. Sayada, a little doubtful, asked if it was really okay to try them now, and Subaru replied, why not? Then she realized he was right, put on both earrings, and asked how she looked. Looking at her, Subaru said that she looked beautiful with them. At that exact moment, Sayada blushed hard, became extremely flustered, and ran away from there. Subaru, completely confused, asked where she was going. Then Sushi slapped him in the face, because he hadn't realized what had just happened. Subaru, still clueless, kept wondering what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, at the Ariaki house, Ariaki Ryuhei, their father, was wondering where those two idiots had gone. Ariaki Keiko, who was Taiga's biological mother and Subaru's stepmother, told him to stop staring out the window like that, because the whole neighborhood was going to notice. At that moment, she was distracted, choosing necklaces and jewelry. Ryohei then commented that even Subaru had now become a player, and on top of that, a hero. He said that this blood was truly proof of excellence, and that from now on, their lives would be easier than ever, as long as they kept stacking more and more money. But at that exact moment, Taiga showed up at the house. Except he was completely different now, totally transformed because of what he had suffered at the hands of Kokugaiji. Ariaki Ryohei asked who that guy was and why he had entered the house. Taiga replied that he was unpleasant, so he had already dealt with him. Right after that, Taiga appeared holding a glass of champagne for Ariaki Keiko, who asked if it was really just him. Once she realized it was, she welcomed him back, saying she was happy to see him. Taiga commented that he had come back to his mommy even in this form, and was surprised that his mother recognized him like that. Keiko then replied that after all, she was his mother, and asked if this was some kind of metamorphosis, or maybe a special ability. She added that even so, he still looked pretty handsome. Then she showed him a necklace and asked if 20 million wasn't a bit too expensive for it. Looking at her, Taiga wondered if this was really his mother, even with her real son having changed so much she didn't care in the slightest. Even so, he deeply thanked her for being there with him. In fact, he said he shouldn't have even been born. Then, without any hesitation, he simply turned his own mother into dust. Taiga commented that both this world and himself were completely worthless, and so they should disappear together. The next morning, the news spread. Around 7 in the evening, the previous night, a building collapsed in the Shinagawa district of Tokyo. 2 people were found dead. They were Ariake Ryuhei and Ariaki Keiko, a married couple who lived in the building that collapsed. Their bodies were severely damaged. When Sayada arrived, Subaru told her that man was his father. Later, he was at the crime scene together with Shikishima, just staring at the rubble, without saying a single word. Hirasaka asked Udu what he thought about all of this. Udu replied that the injuries were very similar to the ones they saw at Kinokawa, and he was sure Taiga was the one who did it. But the idea that he was really capable of killing his own parents was something deeply disturbing. Shikishima then looked at Subaru and asked if he was okay, saying he didn't need to pretend to be strong in front of them because they understood. Subaru replied that he wasn't sad. As much as he remembered his father, there was nothing that made him feel sad. And precisely because of that, he felt sad. He wondered what Taiga was thinking when he did this. And he also wondered where he was now. At that exact moment, Taiga was walking into the Federation as if absolutely nothing had happened. People didn't even recognize him right away. They were whispering that Taiga had killed his own parents, and that it was terrifying. Others said there were rumors that even Kinokawa had been defeated by him. It was as if the Demon King was the brother of the Savior. When he appeared at the front desk, the receptionist asked how she could help him. Without answering, he activated his ability, releasing a black smoke that disintegrated everything around him, killing absolutely everyone inside the Federation, leaving no one alive. At that same moment, in a plaza, a magician was performing a show, and everyone was pretty impressed. But right as the magician finished his trick, the Federation's building was completely obliterated, vanishing into thin air. Taiga then thought that there used to be so many things he lacked, like strength, intelligence, and beauty. The weak and pathetic version of himself from the past longed for those things desperately. But now that he had finally gained everything, he felt completely empty inside. He wondered what was even the purpose of continuing to live. And he also wondered if Subaru had already found his own purpose. Meanwhile, the heroes were on their way back to the Federation, and Hirasaka was absolutely furious. Shikishima immediately ordered the branch team from Tashikawa to coordinate the rescue efforts at the scene. The branches in Yokosuka, Kawasaki, and Kashiwa were to continue operating normally, ensuring they didn't damage the sky clock. He also stated that he would personally go collect information. Udo said that Taiga had managed to fool them. They said there were more leads about him at headquarters, so they were heading out for another inspection. He didn't know if this was the plan from the beginning, but if destroying the Federation HQ was really Taiga's goal, then his distraction tactic had been a complete success. Then he asked how many were killed. Shikishima replied that at least 1,500 players had died, and he couldn't even imagine how many civilian casualties there were in total. He could barely believe that bastard had caused so much destruction and complained that they should not have sent Subaru home. But suddenly he was completely shocked when he looked at his phone because he received a call from someone in the Black Faction. The man introduced himself as Kiryu Aisei and asked if they enjoyed the little declaration of war they had prepared. Hirasaka was so angry that it looked like he was about to smash the car, and Shikishima, out of patience, told him to get straight to the point because they were extremely busy thanks to him. Kiryu Aisei then warned that starting now 6 locations in Tokyo would be attacked the same way as the Federation headquarters. He also said that Taiga was in one of those places and wished them good luck. At that moment, Hirasaka had already jumped out of the car and leapt incredibly high, heading straight towards somewhere. Shikishima said that to prevent more deaths, it was better to just let Hirasaka go. Shikishima also confirmed that this idiot Kiryu Aisei was the guy who had been observing them at the school and asked if he was also going to participate in this mess. Kiryu Aisei replied that of course he was. Then Shikishima said that he hoped to meet him face to face to make sure his body ends up full of holes. Kiryu Aisei answered that he couldn't wait for that and hung up the phone. Udo immediately asked how they were supposed to identify those 6 locations. Shikishima replied that he had already figured it out. They were after Kokugaiji, who wanted to destroy the celestial clock. Taiga's ability, which is time acceleration, could wear down a human body in an instant. In other words, his goal was to accelerate the time of the gate, reducing the clock's remaining time to 0. Udo said that the most efficient gate to choose right now would be a 5-star gate with a large amount of time remaining. Shikishima then explained that the celestial clock currently had 870 days left, and that if they managed to destroy 3 5-star gates, it would be game over. He ordered the players to be deployed to each of those gates in Tokyo, and warned that as soon as they encountered any enemy, they must immediately report it to the higher ranks, especially if it was Taiga, and alert the gold ranks right away. A war was officially starting. Meanwhile, Himeno Yumeno, also from the Black Faction, asked why they made a declaration of war when they could have just attacked the locations by surprise. Araya Kohei replied that would be too boring because they wanted to defeat the gold ranks in a fair and balanced fight. Himeno complained, saying there were too many people with muscles and no brains on this team. She also asked what happened to Yatsurugi if he had been captured and crushed, along with the Federation HQ. Araya replied that from what he heard, Yatsurugi managed to escape, and that apparently he was following Ariaki Subaru under Kiryu Aisei's orders. Meanwhile, Subaru was surrounded by members of the Black Faction. There stood Kuruki Taichi and Kaga Chingo, both also part of the faction. Yatsurugi said they told him that if he wanted to fight Hirasaka, he had to defeat Subaru first. He said he had nothing personal against him, but was going to kill him, and told him not to worry because it would be a fair one-on-one fight. Subaru replied, asking if the 3 of them were really planning to fight him at once. Yatsurugi, confused, asked what he meant. Then Subaru said that he had heard everything from Shikishima and that he couldn't let any of them walk freely around Japan. He stated that he held no grudge against them, but that he would defeat them and make them reveal every detail about their plans and where Taiga was. Yatsurugi asked if the 3 of them could really gang up on Subaru. Kaga Chingo replied that he was going to humiliate him, saying there was no way Subaru could handle even one of them alone. Then he activated his ability Obsidian Guardian, which turned his skin into a stone golem. Chingo said that Subaru had a similar ability and told him to get ready to see whose armor was better. But with just 1 strike enhanced by the blood curse, Subaru completely shattered the obsidian armor. Chingo couldn't even react. He was stunned, not understanding what had happened, wondering where his armor had gone. Yatsurugi realized that Subaru had poured blood into the cracks of the armor, destroying it from the inside. He then commented that Subaru had gotten a lot stronger, and that it actually made him excited because now he really wanted to beat him himself. Subaru dodged the first strikes from the twin katanas and had to create some distance. He noticed that the way the ground crumbled was as if it was deteriorating over time, and that the black smoke on Yatsurugi's blades was probably the same as Taiga's. He concluded that direct hits would be extremely dangerous. Kuruki Taichi asked if he could just stay there watching. Yatsurugi replied sure, and even told him not to forget to record his heroic moment. Subaru, confused, wondered why they were so focused on a one-on-one fight. He wanted to understand what they were looking for, but didn't have time to think because he had to block the next attack with his blood shield. Yatsurugi then explained that the three of them were childhood friends. He was the gang leader, Chingo was his right-hand man, and Taichi was always the one watching everything from the sidelines. He said that for them, this kind of situation was totally normal. Subaru, completely confused, asked what the hell he was talking about. Weren't they members of the Black Faction here to destroy the celestial clock and annihilate humanity? Yatsurugi replied no. He said he wasn't interested in any of that. Subaru, confused, asked, then why did they join Kokugaiji? Yatsurugi answered that being the leader of a gang means getting stronger, and that if there is an opportunity for that, of course he would take it. He said he wanted to prove he could defeat the strongest player, Hirosaka Renji, and that he and his friends were aiming for the top. That was his dream. Subaru just couldn't understand. He never had this kind of entertainment as a kid. His childhood was a living hell. Meanwhile, Yatsurugi was a man who saw himself as the main character of a manga, and Subaru wasn't used to that. He thought that honestly the Black Faction couldn't be all that normal either, because these three were definitely different from the others. Subaru then said that he understood his dream, but asked if that was the reason they attacked Kosaka and those three people who were standing at the gate. Yatsurugi remembered, but said that was their own fault for crossing the front line and being weak. Without patience, Subaru punched Yatsurugi straight in the face, breaking his nose and leaving him a mess. Yatsurugi realized he had gotten even faster. Then Subaru said that those people they attacked were part of the reconnaissance department. All of them had families, children, and still fought to protect the world, and even knowing that they dared to hurt them. He said he could not accept someone sacrificing people like that for a selfish dream. Right after Subaru activated his conditional ability, Those Who Despise Glory, which boosted his stats by 45% thanks to the effect of hatred. Even Taichi, who was just watching, almost stood up, but Yatsurugi told him to shut up and not ruin his dream. When Subaru was about to strike again, the one who landed a hit on Yatsurugi was Taichi himself, punching him so hard that he knocked him out instantly. Taichi said it was better to stop there, that it was time to accept defeat, and that the three of them could do better next time. With that, Yatsurugi simply collapsed, unconscious. Subaru asked if Taichi was going to fight him, but he replied no. Taichi explained that even though they were childhood friends, he also had another identity. He revealed that he was the one who sent Taiga's appearance to Shikishima because he was actually one of his subordinates. He said that he was a spy and had infiltrated the Black Faction on purpose. He was there specifically to inform Subaru about the location of the 6 gates. The battle was about to begin. At each gate, there was a member of the Black Faction ready to face anyone who showed up. This war had already begun. The one who appeared before Taiga was none other than Shikishima, who commented that it seemed like he hit the jackpot that day because he was finally going to cut loose. Taiga, wearing that arrogant smile, replied that Shikishima would be the first to die. But Shikishima fired back, asking if he really was going to be the first to die, just like the prophecy said, where he and 2 others would fall to Taiga in the near future. Still, he made it clear that Taiga shouldn't underestimate him. Shikishima activated his 5th ability called Sulfur Rain, a technique so powerful that it could practically destroy Taiga just by touching him. But Taiga, treating it like the start of a boss fight, managed to dodge with small sidesteps, slipping away from every shot. While dodging, Taiga started remembering that Shikishima was the first person to suspect him 3 years ago. Back then, Shikishima had commented that it seemed like Taiga was leveling up way too slowly. In fact, his progress was abnormally slow. The owner of the gate that Taiga stole from Subaru was Galea the Ram, but that boss refused to cooperate with him. Even after Taiga passed level 20, which is usually when a second gate appears, nothing happened. Hirosaka even mentioned that some people only find their second gate at level 25, or even 30, suggesting that maybe Taiga had the same problem. He added that Shikishima shouldn't doubt him so much. Shikishima replied that he understood and didn't want to ruin the mood, but that Taiga's slow progress made total sense if he had stolen someone else's gate. Taiga, hearing that, thought there was no way to be certain, so the best thing was to play dumb. Then Shikishima said that, thinking about it, he knew someone with the ability to detect lies, and that maybe they should discuss this further in the next meeting. At that moment, Taiga thought that was bad news since it directly threatened his safety. Back then, he swore that one one day he would kill Shikishima, and now his childish and sick hatred was finally going to make that wish come true. Taiga had fully explored Galea's power using the ability he obtained from Kokugaiji, so he decided to use his death card, that black smoke that disintegrates everything it touches. He used the technique called storm derivation. Shikishima, staying alert, realized that he was indeed fast, but thanks to his special ability clairvoyance, which lets him locate known enemies without fail, he still had the upper hand. Shikishima thought there was no way he would lose his target. He noticed that Taiga was using some sort of teleportation, but made it clear he wasn't going to underestimate him. He activated his third ability, Ephemeral Flame, which burned everything around him. Shikishima then realized how Taiga moved. He could only teleport within the range of the smoke, and even managed to escape that attack. Analyzing the situation, Shikishima concluded that Taiga's strength was close to a gold rank level 50, maybe a little stronger, but even so, he himself was level 82 and still far above him. But suddenly a huge explosion erupted right in the middle of the city. Taiga explained that they already knew the Black Faction's goal was to lure the strongest players into the 5-star gates. That's why he accelerated the time of all the 4-star gates to their final moments. At that moment, about 200 underworld creatures were unleashed. Since no one had predicted this move, many players ended up trapped, and Taiga asked how they planned to handle that now. Shikishima, shocked, confirmed that he really did it. He really was Taiga. Taiga, with a cold gaze, said that even if soul and consciousness coexist, the Ariake Taiga they once knew was already dead. He said that everything he wanted before no longer mattered. The only thing left in his mind now was to take revenge on a world that never loved him. And because of that, he would amplify this desire, even if later he had to mourn for the past version of himself. Shikishima responded that he understood. He had always sensed it in Taiga. Fear, audacity, envy, pride, and an insane hunger for recognition from both people and the world. But now he no longer felt any of that in him. What he saw now seemed like a trump card, something created specifically to kill gold-ranked players. So he wondered if Taiga really hated himself that much that he chose to become someone else entirely. Shikishima said that regretting his past was something he could accept and even respect that feeling, but he would not allow him to destroy everything. Then he activated his ability, Moth in the Flames, and declared that he would kill him and protect this city. Taiga, staring him down, replied that he too would mourn his death. Then both unleashed their full power as the battle began. Meanwhile, Kiryu Aisei, watching from afar, noticed those blue flames, recognizing it as Shikishima fighting Taiga, but now he had his own opponent. Standing right in front of him was Hirasaka Renji, who told him to drop his weapon and surrender while he still had enough sanity left to do so. Kiryu thanked him for the advice, but replied that he had his own circumstances and his own reasons for doing what he was doing. Then it is revealed that 1 hour earlier he had been in the Black Embryo realm, talking to what appeared to be his family, his wife and son. He told them that he was going out for work, but would be back in time for dinner. But the truth was that this family didn't exist. They were nothing more than hollow puppets created by Kokugaiji, who had ordered him to eliminate everyone standing in their way. Kiryu thought that now there were 3 gold-ranked players in his way, and the others probably wouldn't get involved, each for their own reasons. He concluded that this was a perfect opportunity to finally challenge Hirasaka Renji. Hirasaka, furious, charged at him with incredible speed. Kiryu laughed, saying he was feeling lucky. Suddenly, Hirasaka was smashed down from the sky to the ground, completely floored. Kiryu then commented that for him, these gold ranks were easy prey. This was because he was using his special item called Boundary Pierce, an artifact capable of splitting any space within a 150-meter radius. And worse, physical defense doesn't work against this kind of spatial division attack. Hirasaka realized that this guy was seriously strong. He didn't fully understand what kind of ability he was using, but it seemed similar to one of his own techniques, the one that teleports strikes. So he thought that if that was the case, then he just needed to attack before the hammer swung. But the moment he advanced, he felt a seal on his body. He was completely paralyzed and got hit by the hammer. But it wasn't a direct blow. Hirasaka was struck through the dimensional fissure that Kiryu had created. Not understanding anything, he thought, what the hell was that? Then he realized that the mark on his body was a trap that immobilized him when touched. Kiryu, smiling, concluded that Hirasaka had finally figured out his ability. Kiryu activated his ability called Crest of Prevention, an installation-type skill capable of freezing anything it touches for 1 second without fail. No one besides the user can see the emblems before touching them. He thought that this entire area was filled with emblems because he had placed them everywhere. Hirasaka was basically standing in a minefield. Once again, he was caught by the seal, paralyzed and knocked down. Kiryu concluded that it was exactly as he had imagined. Hirasaka had too much confidence in his own skills, which is why he always went for a frontal assault. Even if his hammer didn't do much damage, it didn't matter. The goal wasn't to defeat him, but just to buy time, stalling Hirasaka so that the other gates could fall. Even trying to use his dimensional slash, Kiryu told him it was useless. Once again, the attack was blocked by the dimensional fissure. Hirasaka then wondered if those seals could also block abilities. Right after, he asked aloud why people like them, who had so much power, chose to use it for evil instead of protecting the world. Kiryu replied that this was a good question and tossed it back at Hirasaka. He asked why he chose to protect this world and why he was so angry now. Was it because a bunch of people he didn't even know had died? And was that rage really directed at him? Then, without giving him time to answer, he knocked Hirasaka down once more. Kiryu said that, in his opinion, anyone willing to risk their lives to protect this world was a fool. He explained that when he lost everything most precious to him, he also lost any sense of value this world had. He then asked Hirasaka, after all, who was the real lunatic here, him or Hirasaka? Hirasaka didn't attack. He just blocked the blows while remaining silent. Kiryu, confused, asked what was happening, wondering why he wasn't fighting back. He asked if by any chance Hirasaka thought he could negotiate with them. At that moment, Hirasaka sincerely said that he was sorry for the loss of Kiryu's wife and son. He said he knew that the culprit had been a player, and that because the culprit was a minor, it had been extremely difficult to convict him. It was in that moment of total darkness in Kiryu's life that Kokugaiji appeared. Faced with a pathetic, broken, and destroyed man who had lost his family, Kokugaiji offered him a choice. He asked if he wanted help, and in return promised to resurrect his family, knowing full well that Kiryu no longer cared about this world. Hirasaka, still silent, just stared at his opponent. Kiryu then asked if he intended to just stand there, get cut down, and die like that. He said he didn't care because he was going to kill him right there along with his comrades and send them all to the other side. Then Hirasaka remembered his comrades. In that moment of clarity, he activated his sixth ability, Dimensional Slash, and landed a direct cut right into Kiryu's body. The impact was so massive that Kiryu could barely stay on his feet. He even dropped his hammer. Weakened, Kiryu admitted that this sixth ability consumed 80% of Hirasaka's mana and realized that he had finally used it. He said that the strike drastically reduced both his HP and mana, but even so, his mission was already accomplished. Falling to the ground, about to die, he looked at Hirasaka and asked why he was crying. With tears in his eyes, Hirasaka replied that even he wasn't sure. He said that maybe it was because of his own perception, since during battle he could feel the emotions of his opponent flowing directly into his mind. Every time he struck Kiryu, he felt an immense amount of pain, sadness, and suffering entering him. Hirasaka said that, just as Kiryu mentioned, he doesn't fight for the good of the world. He fights to protect this world because his friends are in it, and all he wants is to stay by their side for as long as possible. He told Kiryu that he wasn't crazy. He was sure that everyone had their own personal reasons to fight, and that's exactly why Hirasaka, couldn't give up. Kiryu said that Hirasaka could leave now because this was his loss. He explained that he couldn't resist Kokugaiji's tempting offer. He just wanted his family back, no matter the consequences. Hirasaka was furious, wondering how that bastard could do this, exploiting people's weakness to manipulate them. He called Kokugaiji a damned monster, filled with indignation. Meanwhile, in the Black Embryo realm, Kokugaiji received the report that Kiryu had died, but responded that it was fine. He said that Hirasaka had already drained all his mana and could no longer use Dimensional Slash. If things continued at this pace, they would eventually win. Then, Kokugaiji dismissed those disgusting puppet copies of Kiryu's family, saying that those flesh marionettes had done an excellent job. At that moment, Subaru was facing yet another enemy. He received intel about the current situation. 19 members of the Black Faction, including Taiga, had been identified in various locations. The only one eliminated so far was Kiryu. All members of the Black Faction had received stat boosts and new abilities granted by Kokugaiji. These abilities were related to space and time manipulation. Subaru asked if these new abilities could be combined with their old ones, and T confirmed that yes, exactly that. Then a woman in front of them activated her animal recombination ability, turning into a cat, and then using her new skill to become gigantic. Subaru quickly realized her ability was a combination of transformation and gigantification, but suddenly an even bigger cat appeared and defeated the giant cat with ease. It was Sushi, who did it effortlessly. Subaru thanked him for the great job. Right after, he asked Saya if everything was fine over there and remembered that he had sent her to eliminate the monsters threatening civilians. Saya replied that everything was fine, that the southern zone of Shibuya was almost clear. Subaru praised her, saying she did an excellent job and told her that they should meet up immediately. But suddenly Saya felt something very strange and was completely shocked. At that same moment, Amamiya Hazuki, the older sister of Sayaka, and Amamiya Mizuho, the younger sister of Sayaka, both silver rank, were fighting Himeno, a former silver rank now part of the Black faction. Hazuki used the power of the Dragon King, unleashing a powerful strike called Skyfall Dragon Kick. This ability, currently at level 6, could unleash the full force of the Dragon King within her gate, temporarily boosting her attack power by 500%. Even landing a direct hit, Hazuki realized that Himeno was completely fine, without a scratch. Right after that, Mizuho appeared holding her scythe and tried to strike using the Reaper's Slash, an attack capable of cutting the opponent's HP in half without fail, as long as it lands. But at the exact moment, Himeno quickly teleported, using her blink ability, completely dodging the hit. Himeno reappeared right after and delivered a brutal kick straight to Mizuho's stomach, making her wonder what kind of absurd ability that was. In fact, Himeno's ability was existence erasure. She could completely erase her own existence from the world for a certain period of time, and if she consumed 5 times more mana, she could even move and attack while in that erased state. Hazuki tried to attack again, but of course Himeno wouldn't be hit that easily. Disappearing once more, she reappeared and landed a solid kick right to Hazuki's face, followed by a barrage of consecutive strikes. Hazuki quickly realized that the duration of Himeno's disappearance was unstable. She understood that Himeno was repeatedly phasing in and out while attacking and moving. It was a skill that combined distortion and stealth. Hazuki could barely fight back. She was basically getting beaten down. Completely sadistic Himeno said that this was so much fun. She asked if they were really Sayaka's sisters and said that the older sister had way better style, while the younger one was way cuter. She mocked them both, saying they were strong and popular with way more followers than her on social media. But right now she was so happy because even though she was always jealous of them, now she had the power to dominate them and torture them to death. Himeno made it clear that she didn't care how many people she had to kill because she was completely happy in that moment, happy for having betrayed humanity. Both sisters realized that this girl was rotten to the core. Mizuho responded, telling her that she had no idea who she was messing with. Both remembered that Subaru had called them earlier, saying that he found a way to bring Sayaka back to life. He told them not to worry because the information was reliable. Even if it took a little more time, he would definitely bring Sayaka back to them. Both declared that Sayaka was coming back home, and that's why they needed to save this world so she would have a place to return to. Himeno, mocking, asked about Sayaka, saying she had read about them in some blog a while back. She commented that there were 3 sisters, but one of them was considered a failure and asked if they weren't frustrated by that. Then suddenly Sayaka herself appeared right behind Himeno and declared that this would only last 3 minutes. She activated the Pranavarpa's technique, swapping souls with the original owner of the body. She reassigned all the experience points accumulated by her immortal body back into her living body, fully taking over once more. Sayaka was back. She was there for real. She immediately landed a punch straight to Himeno's face with so much force that even the killing earring lit up intensely. Himeno was shocked, wondering since when Sayaka had lightning powers, but Sayaka was entirely focused on finishing her. Both sisters were overwhelmed with emotion, happy to see her back. Sayaka explained that this would only be for a short while, but she had trained perfectly so they could leave everything to her. At that moment, she was level 21, but with stats equivalent to a level 40 due to her immortal body. On top of that, she had blood mold, corpse fist, and the power of the earrings. Sayaka thought that she was happy because now she could breathe the air as much as she wanted, feel the ground under her feet while standing, and more than anything, she could be someone her sisters could count on. That made her incredibly happy. She also thought how that damned girl dared to mess with her sisters. Meanwhile, Himeno was already lying on the ground, with all her teeth knocked out, completely destroyed, yet still screamed that she would never forgive that ugly little brat. But she immediately took another punch right to the face. Sayaka responded that the one who should be saying that was her. She then made it clear that she would now show the result of all her training. It was explained that currently Sayaka had a direct link with her master, and their souls were completely connected. Subaru, realizing that Sayaka was back, was completely stunned because she was just smashing Himeno's face in, completely wrecking her. Himeno quickly realized that those weren't normal punches. Each strike was infused with electricity and shockwaves. She thought she she would die if she didn't escape immediately. She tried to use teleportation, but the system error popped up, saying that the atmosphere was filled with impurities and teleport could only be used in clean air. Himeno screamed that the system was garbage and right after took another punch straight to the face. She realized that the red mist around was the impurity causing this. Meanwhile, Sayaka thought that she had made Himeno's disappearance ability completely useless by using blood mold to create that mist around blocking any attempt of escape. Sayaka dodged Himeno's next strike and told her she couldn't run anymore. Then she landed another brutal blow on her. Mizuho wondered if Sayaka had always had that kind of ability, and Hazuki commented that her close quarters combat was so much better now. Hazuki thought that Sayaka had truly grown and remembered the day when she asked if she was being kicked out of the team. That day, Hazuki explained that they weren't kicking her out. They only said she should stay away from missions for a while. They told her she couldn't keep up with the missions and they couldn't protect her. Once she leveled up, she could come back. But Sayaka, hurt, responded to forget it. If they were going to treat her like dead weight, then she wouldn't stay there anymore. And even if one day they asked her to return, she wouldn't come back. Hazuki tried to say she didn't need to take it that seriously, but Sayaka made it clear that she could be useful, so she left home determined. Later, Hazuki, talking with Mizuho, asked if she had heard anything about Sayaka recently. Mizuho replied that she heard Sayaka's levels were absorbed by a creature, and that now she had dropped back to level 8. Hazuki asked if that meant she had gotten weaker, but Mizuho assured her that wasn't the case. She said that Sayaka wouldn't give up. She knew her well and knew that she would come back so strong that no one would even recognize her. Hazuki agreed, saying that Mizuho was right about her. Both remembered that this had happened quite a while ago. Hazuki then said that they should root for her and declared that Sayaka could do it. Mizuho agreed, telling her to go ahead and crush that ugly brat. Sayaka, realizing it in the middle of the fight, gave a genuine smile and then landed a perfect hook straight into Himeno's face. Himeno wondered if those damned sisters really got along that well, because it was such a huge difference from the family she had with Marino. Everyone loved Marino, who was so cute, like a little doll. Himeno kept asking herself why they rejected her and only cared about her sister. A simple good morning from Marino got hundreds of likes, while no one liked Himeno's selfies, even when she dressed the same and said the same things. She kept asking why everyone hated her. She wondered if maybe she should try harder, be different, but quickly realized that wasn't the answer she wanted. What she really wanted was to hear that effort is also a talent, that she was beautiful the way she was. She asked herself why no one could teach her how to love herself too. Why was it always Marino who received love? In the end, the one who gave her an answer was Kokugaiji. When she met Marino, Himeno used her claws to completely destroy her face. Himeno believed that if someone stood above her, she just had to pull them down. If everyone was beneath her, then everyone would admire her. That's how it was supposed to be. But now, she was getting the worst beating of her life and couldn't understand how someone like Sayaka was standing above her. Furious, Himeno declared that she would drag her down too. But Sayaka dodged and slammed her down like she was nothing but trash. Even so, Himeno managed to escape the mist and used teleport. She decided she would hurt the ones Sayaka loved. When she reappeared, it was right in front of Mizuho, and looking at her up close, she commented that she was really pretty. Then she tried to slash her face with her claws, but it didn't work. Mizuho was protected by a shield made with blood mold. Himeno, stunned, wondered where that had come from, and of course, realized it was Sayaka's doing. Desperate, Himeno started screaming, asking why the world couldn't just be the way she wanted. She shouted that she hated everything, that she hated all this crap. That's when she came face to face with Sayaka's true power. Even without understanding her words, she screamed that all that nonsense made no sense. But Sayaka made it clear that she should prepare herself because she had dared to lay hands on her family. Himeno, completely desperate, even begged for help, but it was no use. She was completely crushed by Sayaka. Then, a massive explosion destroyed everything around. Sayaka's sisters were protected inside a barrier created with blood mold. Hazuki realized that Sayaka not only fought well, but also protected them at the same time. She remembered the day when Sayaka left the group, saying that if they were going to treat her like a burden, then she would get stronger on her own until she became someone useful. Hazuki felt proud, realizing that she truly had grown. Meanwhile, Mizuho commented that she had gotten way too strong. Looking at her sisters, Sayaka declared that she had won. Her sisters noticed that she was super pumped, but then suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing up a lot of blood. Saya, who was there, warned that there wasn't much time left for that soul swap. She needed to switch back immediately to start the healing process. Sayaka replied that she understood and thanked Saya for listening to her selfish wish. Sayaka said that she was happy to see that her sisters were safe, but that now she needed to sleep a little. Her sisters sisters looked at each other, terrified, wondering if she was going to disappear again. Saya explained that everything was fine, that she would be back soon, and asked them to wait for her because they would be a team again soon. The sisters, emotional, answered that, of course, they would wait for her. From a distance, Subaru appeared, approaching to talk to her. Sayaka and Saya asked if that was really Subaru. Subaru thought to himself that he wanted to see her, even if it was just one more time. Even if she couldn't forgive him, he wanted to thank her, apologize, and if she was willing to forgive him, he wanted for them to grow stronger together again. But Sayaka replied that she was the one who should be thanking and apologizing because he always protected her, always saved her, and yet she hurt him by dying in front of him. She promised that they would get stronger together no matter where they were. At that moment, Sayaka started to fade, thanking Saya for taking such good care of her body. She said that she had to go now before her soul completely collapsed. But before that, she asked Saya to deliver one last message to Subaru. When Subaru approached, it was no longer Sayaka, it was Saya who stood there. He asked if she was okay, and Saya replied that yes, and apologized for making him worry. Subaru then asked if Sayaka had been there. Saya confirmed, but explained that she had to go back to avoid further damaging her soul, and also to help her family. She made an enormous effort to return, even if just for a little while. Subaru said that he understood, and Saya then delivered the message that Sayaka had left for him. She said that she would be waiting for him at the red table. Meanwhile, Sayaka, now safe, heard her master's voice saying he had seen everything. She asked if her training had been good since it seemed to have worked. Her master, the Ghoul King Carrion, replied that based on her performance, he'd give her 13 points. Sayaka, shocked, said that was way too low. Others chimed in. Delta said 30 points would be fairer, while Keelan said 4 at most. He even commented that the fact she managed to last 3 minutes using his power was unbelievable. Sayaka, frustrated, said they were being way too harsh, but Keon replied that training would continue immediately. At the red table, sitting were Delta, Kylan, and Sayaka, who had returned along with Carrion. Subaru, watching from afar, wondered what exactly this red table even was. Saya, being honest, replied that she had no idea either. At that moment, the Amamiya sisters came running, shouting for Subaru. Hazuki grabbed his hands tightly, but only to thank him. She thanked him deeply for letting them see Sayaka one more time. Mizuho apologized for doubting him and promised they would never forget this debt. Subaru was so moved that he nearly cried. Mizuho then said that now was the time to wipe out those creatures, and asked Subaru to destroy them all. Hearing that Subaru replied to Saya that his master Vanquish always told him to be happy, and he admitted that he still didn't know exactly what could make him happy, that the world was becoming a more terrible place every day. But if there was something that could make him happy, it would be simply being together with all of them. He said that he would follow them wherever they were as long as his soul remained alive. With that, Sayaka's main body leveled up to 40. She partially restored her soul's memory and awakened Saya's original ability, Blood Mold. From now on, Saya could operate by consuming Sayaka's mana instead of relying solely on Subaru's. Subaru then remembered that there were people waiting for them. Meanwhile, Shikishima was still fighting Taiga, who kept dodging the flaming moths. Taiga managed to appear behind Shikishima, who realized that he was using an ability that allowed him to teleport within the smoke. But that was useless against him, because the moths would always track him no matter what. That was Shikishima's 6th ability, Moth Flame, which summoned fire moths capable of automatically tracking the target. While it was weaker in raw power compared to Sulfur Rain, it was much more energy efficient and never lost its target. Taiga realized this ability was a huge problem, because every time a moth exploded, it dissipated his smoke. That meant the area where he could teleport kept shrinking. He noticed that there were no openings, no arrogance in Shikishima, a man with 8 full years of combat experience. Taiga wondered if he should use his trump card, until he noticed that Hirasaka was activating his 5th ability, Imperial Radiance. It was then explained that 15 minutes and 37 seconds had passed since the battle between Shikishima and Taiga began, when Hirasaka Renji finally arrived to decide the fight. At that moment, memories resurfaced of how they met 8 years ago, when Hirasaka introduced himself to Shikishima, saying that from that day on, they'd be fellow gold-rank comrades, and that he was excited to work with him. Shikishima replied bluntly, telling him to stay out of his way. But Hirasaka, persistent, said there was actually something he wanted to ask him about a laptop he had received. Every time he touched it, the laptop caught fire, triggered the fire alarm, and he wanted to know if Shikishima had any countermeasure. The answer was that he should never touch a computer for the rest of his life. At that moment, Kinokawa appeared, asking if there was a fire and if they were okay. Back in the present, Taiga noticed that Hirasaka Renji was already fully prepared. Not only had he defeated Kiryu in an absurdly short time, but he also still managed to arrive there. Taiga thought that was lucky for him. Even being attacked from both sides by two gold-rank players, what should have been the worst possible scenario, he was still confident in his victory. Then Taiga opened another black gate. Shikishima wondered if it was going to release more smoke, but quickly realized it wouldn't matter. However, this time what came out wasn't smoke, but the hands of Kokugaiji. He questioned whether an underworld entity was emerging from that gate and not from a normal portal. He tried to activate his ability to get rid of it, but failed. That was very bad. Taiga realized this was the weakness of gold-ranked players. Their abilities were so powerful that they ended up interfering with each other when fighting too close. That's why there was an inevitable delay in Hirasaka's decision to help Shikishima, since he could accidentally hit him too. Taiga concluded that if Hirasaka was really that perceptive, he must have already realized this, and that decision would determine everyone's fate. He wondered whether Hirasaka would kill him right away to end the fight, or waste that opportunity just to save Shikishima from death. At that moment, Taiga questioned what his choice would be, because a fraction of 0.1 seconds would decide everything. Hirasaka activated his 7th ability star, but instead of aiming at Taiga, he chose to save Shikishima, cutting all of Kokugaiji's hands with his golden thread. But he knew that would be his end. His sword shattered, and Shikishima looked at him one last time as Hirasaka was sliced in half by Taiga's strike. As he fell, Hirasaka thought that at least he made it in time to save Shikishima, and then he died. Shikishima was left in total despair. In that instant, he remembered the first gate they ever opened together. It had been a level 3 difficulty mission that took 53 hours to clear, with only 9 hours left on the timer when they finished. Back then, Hirasaka had asked if Shikishima was okay, and Shikishima replied by asking if he was the one who defeated the boss. Hirasaka responded that he saw no other value in his own existence except fighting, but admitted that he would never have managed it without Shikishima. That's how they both leveled up and fully recovered. Hirasaka commented that the other two were also safe, and that it was only possible thanks to Shikishima, who acted as bait to lure the boss. Even so, Shikishima replied that that 3-star boss was an absolute monster, wondering if they could really keep fighting like that. Hirasaka assured him that they'd be fine, and that when the time came, they would be stronger. That's why they needed to get stronger together. Shikishima replied that he just hoped he wouldn't always be on the brink of death every time they went into a mission. Later, Kinokawa appeared, asking what that was, and Shikishima explained that he was planning to form a reconnaissance department. The idea was to create a team dedicated to mapping gates, so that at least the number of players dying in traps would decrease. Kinokawa then asked if he would be the leader, and Shikishima confirmed, saying that was indeed his plan. Kinokawa asked if that meant he had decided to protect everyone, and Shikishima replied yes. He thought it was a waste to lose any of them in battle. And when all the gates disappeared from the world one day, he wanted them all to laugh together and finally be free from that damned curse. Shikishima was thinking about all of that, but now he was crying uncontrollably over Hirasaka Renji's body. Taiga commented that humans were truly capable of throwing away their own lives to protect what they valued, and congratulated Shikishima, saying that he had been the best friend Hirasaka Renji ever had. Shikishima, overwhelmed with grief, swore that that bastard was going to die. He promised that no matter what, he would kill Taiga, and kept asking how he had the nerve to leave Renji like that. He couldn't understand why that bastard had done it. Why for someone like him? His only reason for fighting had always been to be with Renji, and with everyone who was important to him. Taiga started walking forward, ready to finish off Shikishima too, but suddenly a spiral spear appeared and blocked the attack. The one who showed up was Subaru. Taiga quickly dodged, jumping onto a nearby building, and stared at Subaru for a few seconds. Subaru immediately noticed Renji's condition, but looked at Shikishima and said that he didn't need to worry because he wouldn't let Renji disappear from this world. Subaru then activated his ability Blood Usurper, Paraivana, and at that exact moment, Renji's body was completely reconstructed. Shikishima, shocked, wondered what the hell that was. He remembered the first time he had heard about the Rainbow Gate, when Subaru had managed to revive a player named Sayaka. Shikishima then reflected whether this was the same ability Subaru had used back then to bring his friend back. The ability Paraivana was explained as a technique capable of transforming a player's soul. Anyone with a deep bond to the user could become a kin. When Subaru reached level 35, he unlocked his second ability, called Pranavarpas, which allowed him to create a second kin. Subaru apologized to Shikishima, explaining that, for now, he couldn't bring Renji back to life, but swore he would protect his body until the day he returned. He promised it with his own life. Shikishima, holding back his tears, thanked him deeply. At that moment, as Renji's body was being completely reconstructed, the golden energy suddenly turned green. But there was a problem. The soul inhabiting that body seemed utterly insane. It started talking, saying this was the human world, and honestly, it wasn't bad at all. It said the power flowing through that body was incredible, and the flesh was first class. Subaru instantly recognized that laugh. He immediately understood what was happening. Someone had possessed Renji's body. The being then introduced himself as one of Lord Vank's subordinates, Carrion, also known as the Ghoul King. Now occupying Renji's body, he declared that from this moment on he was officially a kin of Subaru, one of the 6 immortal kings serving under Vanquish. Carrion revealed that after messing with Subaru back at the trial gate, he managed to recover part of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's level up. Still, his power was far below what it used to be. Meanwhile, Taiga opened several more black gates around him and ordered the Kokugaiji members to eliminate all intruders. Carrion looked at that and remarked that it was quite the warm welcome, saying those hands belonged to that old hag Oyon. He also commented that Taiga was nothing but the Kokugaiji's babysitter. Then, activating his ability Emerald Blood Mold, he declared that Taiga was about 100 million years too early to try and challenge him. He followed up by activating his technique Impact Rain, Divine Tremor Derivation, completely obliterating all the hands summoned by Kokugaiji. Carrion then said that now he was truly ready and summoned his Screeching Scissors, his new weapons. He threw one of the scissors straight into the black gate, slicing apart the abomination that kept reaching arms through. Not even Taiga expected that. Subaru looked and said that Carrion had done an excellent job. Carrion, as usual, replied that it was nothing and immediately gave his master a tight hug, because that's just how he was. That's when Taiga finally dropped down into the battlefield, declaring that his next opponent would be Subaru. But Carrion replied that no, he would never fight him unless his master Subaru ordered it. Taiga, irritated, said that in that case, until he killed Shikishima, he wouldn't stop. Carrion asked if he was serious because his real opponent was standing right in front of him. It was Subaru. Carrion then asked if Taiga was really that dumb not to realize it. He said it had been a while since Taiga kept running away from fighting Subaru, and deep down it was because he was scared. Finally, Carrion told him to hurry up and settle that sibling fight already, because both Subaru and everyone else had far more important things to do than waste time with Taiga. Taiga asked himself if he had truly been avoiding a fight with Subaru, but quickly replied to himself that no, that wasn't it. He just didn't want anyone interfering while he dealt with Subaru. That was all. In that moment, he remembered the day they first met, when their parents got married. Subaru smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet him, introduced himself as Ariaki Subaru, and said they were going to get along. But Taiga clearly remembered the fear he felt in that moment, and even after his rebirth, that feeling had never gone away. Taiga then took a deep breath and said, "Fine, they could end it all right now." Shikishima, realizing Taiga was practically inviting Subaru to step into the portal, panicked and begged him not to do it. Carrion stepped in, saying the conversation was over, and that Subaru could leave it to him. But he also made it clear that, if needed, he would handle that ridiculous family drama himself. Subaru replied that he knew. He looked at Shikishima and told him that he'd be gone for a bit, but would be back soon. Shikishima tried to stop him, but Subaru had already entered the Black Gate. As he passed through, Subaru remembered when Taichi got curious about what Taiga had done to him in the past, and now he thought that finally they could settle that past. Only after that could he truly move forward. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji was celebrating, saying everything had gone perfectly. Thanks to Taiga, they killed Hirasaka Renji and brought the embodiment of Vanquish into the human world. It was a complete victory for the Black faction. On the other side, Subaru was thinking that he had finally found that damned Kokugaiji. Taiga told him to leave this to him, that this was his fight. Kokugaiji replied that, of course, that was the condition of their contract. Ariaki Subaru was to be killed by Taiga, and the gate contract would never be broken. He told Taiga to settle it without worrying about anything. Subaru, meanwhile, thought that what Taichi had told him was true. Kokugaiji really couldn't kill him directly. But Kokugaiji himself thought that, in the end, the result would be the same. If Taiga lost, then he himself would kill Subaru. Besides, he hadn't predicted that Hirasaka would be replaced by Carrion. But if he killed Subaru, his entire lineage would vanish too, and all his kin would die with him, just as he imagined. It would be perfect. No one left but him. No gold, no silver, no bronze. The world would belong entirely to him. He would become the king of the Black Embryo. Meanwhile, Vanquish was watching from afar, observing everything unfold. On the surface, Shikishima was annoyed, complaining because Carrion was carrying him. He told him to let go since he wasn't the real Renji, he was a fake. Carrion replied by asking who exactly he was calling a fake. Shikishima ignored him and said it was way too dangerous to let Subaru go alone to the enemy base, and that they needed to help him. Then he asked why Carrion hadn't stopped him. Carrion answered that Subaru was going to be fine because he already had a plan. Shikishima, confused, asked what plan that was and who he made it with. At that moment, a system message appeared. It informed them that the remaining time for the children's limbo had reached 0. A rank 5 gate had been completed. Shikishima realized they had managed to capture one of them. Then Miori Haji, also from the Black faction, showed up and commented that it seemed like he was the only one there taking the situation seriously. Shikishima suddenly realized something even more serious. The total accumulated penalty had reached 8,000 hours, and the celestial clock, which previously showed 340 days, now displayed only 2 days and 15 hours. At that instant, a crack appeared on the celestial clock, and the system notified that the remaining time had dropped to less than 100 hours. Serious problems were starting to occur to keep the system functioning. Shikishima thought that this had never happened before, and realized that the problem wasn't just the 5-star gate. The real problem was that the time of the 200 gates that Taiga had opened was also running out. If even one more of them hit 0, it would be game over. Then Carrion looked at him and told Shikishima to calm down, calling him an idiot, and said he was overthinking things. He stated that if Hirasaka was that important to him, then he should focus on protecting what he truly valued. Shikishima, taking a deep breath, focused, slapped his own face, and immediately regretted it because it hurt. He replied saying how deeply irritating it was to get a lecture from someone with Hirasaka's face. Then Carrion looked at him and said he should fly to the location he was sending him to, the hospital, because that's where his friends were. Meanwhile, in Kinokawa's medical room, she simply wasn't there. Shikishima looked around, confused, wondering why she wasn't there. Carrion asked what the hell he was doing in that place. At the same time, elsewhere, Udu was fighting Araya Kuhei, and Kuhei was getting absolutely wrecked. He wondered who the hell that guy was because even attacking with full power, Udu remained completely unharmed. Kuhei prepared another devastating punch, but before he could land it, Udo simply finished him off effortlessly. Kuhei couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered how it was possible for a player supposedly created only for defense to be that strong. He thought Udo was practically a living turtle, but a turtle that took 0 damage and, on top of that, dealt absurd amounts of damage. It was then explained about his class, the Simple Sage. Udu himself said that when you combine the most powerful shield with the strongest strike, there's no need to worry about your offensive power. It's that simple, and he proved it with every move. After defeating Kurei, Shikishima called him. Over the call, he informed Udu that Hirasaka Renji had died but was resurrected as someone else. Udu, confused, said he didn't understand anything at all. Shikishima told him not to worry about it for now and added that Kinokawa had disappeared. He asked if Udu knew where she was, but at that moment, as Shikishima looked up, he saw it. It was Kinokawa herself, in the sky, with arms and legs made of golden chains, fighting a gigantic dragon while firing her 68-pound cannon as if it were nothing. Udu, watching that scene, replied that yeah, he could see her right there, fighting a dragon. He asked if Shikishima wanted him to pass the phone to her. Shikishima, completely baffled, could only ask what the hell she was doing. Kinokawa herself replied that with a sky like this, no player could sleep peacefully. She was there, as always, facing the situation head-on. That was Kinokawa Sakura, level 81, gold rank, using her own chains as substitutes for her limbs while crushing the dragon in the sky. Shikishima, a bit embarrassed, apologized to her for disappointing her. Kinokawa, however, said there was no need for that, and then asked what they were going to do next. Udu replied that in this situation, they only had one option. Shikishima agreed, saying they needed to end this as quickly as possible. It was their duty, as players, to clear the gates and protect the world. That would be the message he would send to all players. It didn't matter how many gates there were. They all needed to recover the lost time, attacking the gates relentlessly, without rest, until it was done. Udu looked at him and replied that in that case, it was going to be a competition, and he warned Shikishima not to mess with the numbers afterward. Kinokawa, smiling, said that after sleeping for so long, she was finally going to have some real fun. Then Shikishima looked at the fake Renji and, irritated, still called him that. Carrion immediately replied, saying his name was Carrion, idiot. Shikishima, more serious, asked if they really didn't need to worry about Subaru. Carrion, giving a short laugh, replied that obviously they didn't. If even that person couldn't do anything about it, then no one could. Meanwhile, Koku Gaiji, completely shocked, asked how that guy was there. How was Vanquish himself in his realm? Vanquish, with an evil smile, answered that he had heard there was a baby around there with such a rotten nature that he got excited just thinking about coming down to teach him a very painful lesson. Taiga wondered if that was really the owner of the Rainbow Gate, the one who had given Subaru his power. But Subaru himself replied, telling him to look closely because that was his true enemy. He explained that their smoke and mist canceled each other out, so there was no need to use those powers. The fight would be one-on-one. No tricks, just fists. He told Taiga to get his hands ready because that would be their first and last fight as brothers. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji couldn't understand how Vanquish was in his world. Vanquish, with a mocking smile, told Subaru that he had done a great job sending the location of that world. He revealed that it was Subaru himself who had given away where Kokugaiji was hiding. Kokugaiji, completely shocked, asked how he did that, and if Subaru was the cause of all this in the end. He called him a cursed human and told him to look him straight in the eyes. But Vanquish interrupted, saying that the one Kokugaiji should be looking at was him. Right after that, Vanquish used the blood curse to bind that pathetic baby with supernatural chains. He said there was no need to worry about someone like him because he was simply a lunatic, a complete irredeemable idiot. Kokugaiji, struggling, shouted that the real idiot was Vanquish himself. Then he opened his eye with 4 pupils and activated his ability Death's Triumph, claiming that not even the immortal Vanquish could defeat him within his own world. With that, he unleashed the Mist of Time, which accelerates the decomposition of anything. As Vanquish was consumed by the mist, Taiga noticed that Kokugaiji was growing impatient, trembling with fear in that situation, and realized something even more shocking. All of this was caused by Subaru, the same boy who once felt fear towards him. And now, they were face to face. Subaru looked at him and told him to get ready. Taiga, half in disbelief, asked if he was really saying this would be a fight between brothers. He asked if he seriously thought they could fight without powers, like some random street brawl, when what was at stake was a battle of this scale. But Subaru replied that it didn't matter whether it was a big or small fight. He was still his little brother. He said that honestly, he should have done this a long time ago from the first time he met him. Back then, he was just a reserved kid. When Taiga became a player, he was scared. But that wasn't how it should have been. When the younger brother makes a mistake, it's the older brother's job to correct him. Taiga cut him off, saying he had already said it countless times. They shouldn't play at being brothers. They weren't even blood-related, and he didn't want any part in these stupid whims. Subaru then asked if Taiga really thought he could run away from him. Taiga tried to throw the first punch, but Subaru dodged and responded with a punch straight to his face. Right after, Taiga tried to activate his smoke, but Subaru immediately answered with his blood mist. But he had already warned him. That was useless. Their powers canceled each other out. Subaru then landed a heavy kick to Taiga's face, followed by another, and simply started beating him down. When Taiga finally managed to land a punch, the two clashed against each other, using only their aura and physical strength. The impact of their blows was so strong that the glass walkway they were fighting on started to crack. They were truly in a fair fight, pure exchange of punches and kicks, hitting each other's faces with neither one backing down. Subaru, wiping the blood from his mouth, looked at him and said that it seemed Taiga was finally ready for this. This was the final battle, Subaru versus Taiga, brothers fighting to the end while fate was being decided. The clash of their fists was so intense that both were thrown back, but Subaru recovered first. He lunged forward and landed a kick right in Taiga's stomach. Taiga grabbed his leg and counterattacked. They kept going like that for a long time, punch after punch, with neither of them thinking about backing down or defending, only attacking. Meanwhile, the other battle continued. Kokugaiji versus Vanquish. Kokugaiji's ability, called Death's Triumph, made anything that came into contact with his black amniotic fluid have its time accelerated, decaying in seconds, without exception. But Vanquish was just standing there, perfectly fine, with a huge grin on his face, as if nothing was happening. He looked directly at him and asked if he could now use his real power. That was when Kokugaiji realized, completely in shock, that none of that was affecting Vanquish at all. He thought this wasn't like the smoke that just dispersed. This was supposed to accelerate time by tens of thousands of years in an instant. And even so, Vanquish stood there, staring, smiling, without a single scratch. Vanquish remained motionless because he was an immortal god. Kokugaiji, now desperate, screamed that he would use everything he had and activated his ultimate ability, temporal extinction. He told Vanquish to be consumed by hundreds of millions of years of deterioration, thinking that would finally destroy him. But Vanquish responded with a simple freeze, saying that was useless. Time could not kill him, and that was exactly why he was immortal. Then he looked directly at Kokugaiji and declared that he had been pathetic from beginning to end. He said that if Kokugaiji Kokugaiji were really smart, he should have planned something better. He pointed out that Kokugaiji's mistake was not realizing that the more he used the gates, the more traces he left behind. Vanquish explained that he found Kokugaiji's location with extreme ease precisely because he opened gates that no other fool would dare to open. On top of that, he was lucky that Subaru made Carrion his kin, which means they became connected through their souls. Vanquish then confirmed that, yes, it was exactly what Kokugaiji was thinking. The moment Carrion was transferred into Hirasaka Renji's body, he told Subaru the entire plan. The perfect plan to reduce Kokugaiji to dust. And yes, it was thanks to Subaru that he got the exact location, allowing him to teleport to that place without a single mistake. Vanquish himself admitted that he didn't even know how Kokugaiji managed to survive in that world for so long. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji, panicking, thought about the condition of the contract that Taiga had made, which required him to kill Subaru with his own hands, a clause that could never be broken. Kokugaiji knew that Subaru couldn't kill him alone. That's why he let Taiga's hatred and distrust be used against him. He screamed, calling Subaru a damned insect, but Vanquish ignored him and declared that he was nothing but trash, the king of the black embryo. Vanquish stared at him and asked who had sent him. Who was it that told him that if he destroyed the celestial clock, he would gain the right to the human world? He also asked who wanted to share that world with him, and made it clear that he would not walk away unharmed after messing with his possessor. Then Vanquish activated his ability, the Dimensional Ripper, slicing Kokugaiji into several pieces. While doing this, Vanquish smiled and commented that even his voice sounded beautiful when he was screaming in pain. Kokugaiji, overwhelmed by pain, was completely losing control over his own reality. In a panic, he started screaming, desperately calling for Miss Safina. He begged, saying that Vanquish was going to kill him. He pleaded for help. That was when another presence appeared. A golden creature materialized, and Vanquish immediately recognized who it was. It was Safina herself. He looked at her and commented that he had already suspected she was behind it all. He called her a damned shining old hag. Kokugaiji, happy to see her, shouted for her to hurry up and kill that bastard. But to his shock, Safina simply crushed Kokugaiji with ease. Completely stunned, he asked why she was doing that. Safina, looking at him with disgust, replied that he dared to ask for help, even though he was a traitor. She said he tried to deceive everyone and monopolize the human world. She declared that she saw that coming from miles away. Without hesitation, she said there was a perfect place for an idiot like him, the lower gate. Safina then opened that gate. Kokugaiji, completely terrified, started screaming in despair. He yelled that he didn't want this, that he couldn't accept it. He was a king. A king couldn't lose his memories, his voice, or be condemned to wander inside a gate like a mindless beast. But even as he screamed, he was dragged into the lower gate while his entire existence was being sucked away. He was reduced to a mere one-star gate, condemned to an inferior and mindless state. Safina then looked at the immortal and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Vanquish, laughing, replied that she seemed to be doing fine too, old witch. Without wasting time, he sliced her magic bell in half and declared that he was coming to defeat her personally, and that he would do it without using any abilities, just with his bare hands. Safina, smiling, replied that she had been looking forward to this moment. Vanquish then commented that from now on, it looked like both of them would be pretty busy. He wondered if he should call the other 5 kings, along with Carrion, since his part was done. Now it was time for Subaru to finish this once and for all. Vanquish stood there watching and thought that players are capable of touching each other's souls depending on the sensitivity of each one. Vanquish was sure that Subaru and his brother could also see each other's hearts during that battle. For him, that was the conclusion of a life and also another trial that needed to be overcome. Vanquish said that Subaru couldn't afford to lose this because if he managed to get through this fight, he would be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, Subaru was still trading punches with Taiga. It was a brutal fight. No special abilities, just pure fist fight, punch after punch. Taiga was bothered by the way Subaru was looking at him. He didn't want him to look at him like that with that cursed look. Then Taiga remembered something that happened 10 years ago when he was beaten by his own mother. That day, she yelled at him because he ate the pudding she had left in the fridge and told him not to eat without permission. She shouted that he was just like his father, a worthless insect, and beat him until he passed out. All of that happened just because she had been away from home for 3 days and he, starving, ate that pudding. Sometime later, a child protection agent showed up at their house, but Keiko said she wasn't abusing him, just disciplining her son. She even had the nerve to ask if he was stupid, slammed the door in the agent's face, and complained that kids were annoying and never brought anything good. After that, she looked at her own son and asked why he was even born. In that moment, Taiga realized his mother was trash, and as her son, he was nothing but an insect to her. The man that Keiko introduced as her new husband was also trash, a useless man who just wasted her money. No matter what Taiga did, he was always met with looks of contempt. But that piece of trash had a son, and Taiga then gained an older brother. He figured for sure that guy would be an insect just like him. But no, Subaru was different. He had a smile on his face and happily introduced himself, saying that they would get along. Taiga was confused, wondering what the hell was wrong with that guy. He couldn't understand how someone could have such a bright look, that kind of smile. He thought Subaru must be as broken as he was. So why was he smiling so easily? Taiga's heart was frozen, overwhelmed by impatience and fear. In that moment, he understood that there are happy people in the world, and he wasn't one of them. He wondered if his situation was because of who he was. Even when they were in the same place, going through the same things, Subaru didn't complain, didn't despair, didn't despise anyone, and never thought about giving up. Taiga began questioning if he was rotten and weak by nature. In the end, it felt like the only insect there was him. That day, when they were watching the interview with Hirasaka Renji, the same day the gate appeared, Taiga knew his soul was rotten. But he wondered if he could accept everything he had done. He stole Subaru's gate because he was scared that Subaru would become a happier person than him. That's why he always stayed close, watching, and in the end, completely defeated Subaru. He thought that if that guy ever became happier than him, even for a moment, the distance between them would never be the same again. That's why Taiga believed Subaru should always stay behind him. With that thought, he landed a powerful punch right on Subaru's face and realized he still had a lot of strength left in his body. With every punch they traded, Taiga's memories and emotions seemed to flow directly into Subaru. He wondered if that was why he had been so scared and ended up straying from the right path. Subaru managed to dodge another extremely powerful punch from Taiga, one so strong it cracked the walkway, and both of them fell into the realm of the black embryo. Even so, Subaru didn't give up. He landed a kick so strong that it made Taiga spit blood. In that moment, Subaru wondered why they hadn't thought of doing this sooner. Why didn't they prepare so this wouldn't happen? Even so, he kept hitting Taiga, even with a sharp pain in his own heart. When the entire walkway finally shattered, Taiga fell into the black embryo realm, frozen and powerless. He lay there thinking that maybe the light falling on him were the emotions from Subaru's heart. Meanwhile, Subaru remembered when he used to ask where his mother was, but only got kicked by his father, who told him never to ask that again. Even so, when he found out he was going to have a little brother, he was truly happy. Subaru always tried to protect Taiga, even though that woman wasn't his real mother. He used to tell Taiga that everything was going to be okay. Deep down, Subaru always believed that one day things would get better, and that he would make sure of it. Taiga never liked any of that. He said it was disgusting, and told Subaru to stop pretending to be his big brother. But even so, Subaru believed he would never give up on him. As they fought, Taiga remembered the moments they had spent together. Subaru always said that Hirasaka Renji was amazing, but Taiga would only respond that Subaru was annoying and loud. At that moment, he also remembered when he stole Subaru's gate. He thought that if this thing called the brightness of the soul was the requirement to be chosen by the player's gates, then he wondered what Subaru was thinking right now. Hirasaka Renji himself once said that players can protect the people who are most important to them. That day, Subaru thought that he wanted to become a player as strong as Hirasaka, all to protect Taiga, because to him, Taiga was his one and only real brother. And Taiga, even after denying it so many times, realized that had been true for a long time. In that world, Subaru was the only one, absolutely the only one, who truly loved him. He then remembered a day when Subaru's father was kicking him, demanding that he hand something over. Even while being beaten, Subaru said he couldn't, because it was something a friend had given him. But the father shouted at him to stop being stupid. Meanwhile, Taiga, watching everything from the balcony, wondered why Subaru was being so disobedient. It was rare to see him go against his father. And yet, there he was, getting beaten so badly. Taiga had no idea what he was trying to protect. He only thought that Subaru was an idiot, until the father gave up, calling Subaru crazy. Then, all bruised and battered, Subaru went to Taiga, smiled, and said he had bought one of those packs with 3 puddings, so they could share. He asked if Taiga liked pudding. Taiga, in disbelief, wondered if that was for real. He asked himself, what the hell was wrong with that kid? No matter how hard he tried, he could never win. While eating, Taiga even replied that he didn't like pudding that much, but deep down, he wondered how amazing life could have been if he had lived the way he wanted, without that heavy weight in his chest. Vanquish, watching everything, knew that this was the end. Ariaki Taiga's body wasn't even human anymore. As soon as it reached its limit, Like all other underworld creatures, his soul would start trembling and then die. The blessing from Koko Gigij had already vanished, which meant his soul would wander aimlessly through the void forever. Taiga then thought that Subaru couldn't make that face. He couldn't look at him like that. After all, he had done nothing wrong. The one who was scared was himself, Taiga. That same Taiga that Subaru admired so much couldn't just go away. But he didn't know how to handle that, so he hated him. And every time he expressed that hatred, it only hurt more. And yet, he kept repeating that cycle. He then realized that he truly was about to disappear, and wondered which memories he should take with him in his final moments. He thought about Subaru, remembered that pudding they shared, and said that sometimes he wished he could eat that pudding again. He didn't manage to say thank you in time, but the truth was that he had been happy that day. That pudding was delicious. And so, before disappearing completely from this world, he thanked his big brother. Subaru couldn't do anything but scream and cry. He thought that if he had known that memory would be the last thing Taiga remembered before dying, maybe he would have done so much more. He wondered why people called him a savior if he couldn't even save his own brother. Defeated, crying on the ground, Venice approached. He asked if Subaru could get up, but no, Subaru just kept crying. The immortal then explained that Ariaki Taiga's greatest misfortune was that he always knew what he was doing was wrong, and yet never did anything to stop. Every time he did something wrong, his hatred for himself only grew, and the more that hatred accumulated, the more his soul was damaged, the more it became twisted. Vanquish said that this end had been inevitable for Taiga since the day he stole Subaru's gate. Subaru, devastated, asked if that was really the only solution, if there wasn't another way, if this was the only possible conclusion for his brother. Vanquish replied that this was a question he should dedicate his entire life to finding an answer for. He told Subaru that he should carry that question with him until the day he died, and, of course, never forget it. Vanquish also said that Subaru could cry as much as he wanted now. He could break down, drown in tears until he was able to stand up again, and that he, Vanquish, would wait for him, no matter how long it took. Then the system announced that the boss Ariake Taiga, level 59, had been defeated. Subaru leveled up from 45 to 48. He received the title Demon Hunter, obtained the legendary sword Ignis, the black katana, and unlocked the class skill Golden Arm Galea. On top of that, the familiar Galea, the Ram, was waiting for Subaru's approval to form a contract. 3 hours had passed since the celestial clock had cracked. The operation involving all available players to clear the gates was ongoing. By that time, the number of cleared gates had reached 195. The celestial clock, which had previously been completely unstable, now showed 417 days and 18 hours remaining. Shikishima looked at the data and commented that every detail mattered. Right after, the system notified that the remaining time on the clock had exceeded 10,000 hours. The system stabilized, deactivated emergency mode, and the celestial clock returned to normal functioning. Duakinoka even celebrated with a little fist pump in the air, while Shikishima thanked everyone for their hard work. The crisis was finally over. All that was left now was for Subaru to defeat Taiga, and victory would be theirs. Meanwhile, Carrion and Sayata were standing right in front of the Black Gate, waiting for Subaru to return. Sayata was extremely worried, but Carrion tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine. After all, they were Subaru's kin. If they were still alive there, it meant that Subaru was too. Sayata agreed, but still said that she could feel that Subaru's heart was deeply wounded and shaken. That's why she wanted to check on him as soon as possible. Carrion agreed that she was right. Suddenly, they heard Vanquish's furious scream. He was yelling that he couldn't believe Subaru. He said he was willing to wait for him to recover, willing to wait for him to cry, but he just couldn't believe that he simply fell asleep. After crying, Subaru had fallen asleep. Vanquish was shouting that this had to be a joke. He had come all the way there to help Subaru get out, and the bastard just went to sleep. With no other choice, Vanquish opened a dimensional rift, and Sushi appeared carrying Subaru, who was indeed in a deep sleep, fast asleep as if nothing had happened. Carrion, seeing that, commented that at least he was sleeping well. Sayata, on the other hand, was really happy to see that Subaru had finally returned, even if he was asleep. He was sleeping with a smile on his face, remembering the happy moments he had shared with his brother. Meanwhile, the system was undergoing repair and program updates. After a long and extensive loading process, the update finally began. At that moment, someone asked Miori Haji if Kokugaiji had really lost. Miori confirmed yes, that he had been disconnected. The abilities he had granted were also gone, so he was probably out. Another player player then asked if that had something to do with that guy from the rumors, the one who possessed the Rainbow Gate. Miori Haji replied that he wasn't sure, but that Kokugaiji was still a king. In his opinion, it was much more likely that Kokugaiji was indeed that legendary gate holder. The other player commented that the three kings would start moving now, but Miori didn't panic. After all, the celestial clock had been updated, so they decided to wait a bit and see how things would unfold. Later, Shikishima was apologizing to Hishizaki because he constantly needed to go to him for healing. Hishizaki told him not to worry about it because if Shikishima fell now, it would be the end for everyone. Then he used the Asura resurrection skill, which completely healed Shikishima's body. Shikishima commented that his skill was really amazing, and Hishizaki replied that it would have been even better if he could also heal Kinokawa's team members. Shikishima told him not to think about that because the situation was under control. But more importantly, he asked if Subaru was really okay. Carrion replied that yes, no problem, at least for now. He said that Subaru was just trying to heal his soul, which was tired and worn out. Then he asked Shikishima if, when they passed through their first gate, they didn't feel exhausted as well. Shikishima confirmed that yes, he himself slept inside it for almost 5 days. Hishizaki also confirmed that he felt the same, but mentioned that apparently Hirasaka managed to move shortly after, although he still needed to stay in bed for about 3 days. Carrion explained that the stronger the contract power is, the longer it takes for the soul to adapt. He said that if an ordinary person made a contract with someone like Lord Vanquish, they would fall into a coma for decades. Hishizaki, surprised, asked if it would really be decades. Shikishima confirmed, saying that even so, Subaru managed to make a contract with Vanquish and still walked around like nothing happened for more than a month. That only showed how different and incredibly strong Subaru's soul was. Carrion then said that of course there were limits, but he was sure that Subaru would wake up, and that's why he told Sayata not to worry so much. Meanwhile, Subaru found himself in a completely different world. He wondered if he was dreaming until an entity appeared and explained that this place was the galaxy of the universal unconscious, the place where all souls are born and where all souls die. This being explained that Subaru was currently in the sleep of the soul, experiencing this for the first and probably the last time. Subaru wondered who that being was. It wasn't Vanquish, nor Carrion, but somehow his presence felt strangely familiar, almost nostalgic. The being then told him that he needed to prepare for battle. Subaru, surprised, asked what battle that was. He said he was never really good at that sort of thing, but the being responded that the situation had now changed completely. It explained that a king from another world, even though weak, managed to invade and open a path into the human world. And more importantly, that king revealed the existence of the Vanquish Bearer to the entire multiverse. Now Subaru's existence was known to everyone. Gold, silver, copper, and even the lower and upper universes would invade his world. A devastating storm was coming, a calamity so powerful that the war against the Black Faction would seem like child's play in comparison. A cold, cruel, merciless wind was coming, and this wind would show no mercy for life or anyone's feelings. Everything would be lost, and no one would be able to stop it. Not even a gold-ranked player, not even one of the Vanquishes. Only one person could stop it, and that person was Subaru. Subaru understood that if a calamity of that scale was coming, then he needed to be ready, and the being gave him 3 important clues: the Red Table, the Half of Twilight, and the Apostles of the Dawn. But more important than any of those clues was the fact that Subaru was going to become a king. Subaru, shocked, asked if he would really become one of the kings, and the being replied yes. He explained that he himself, the one speaking there, had failed. He now existed only to return to the ocean of the unconscious. But even so, he was happy to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru, confused, asked who he was, and in that moment, the being introduced himself as Ariake Subaru, the King of Dawn. They were the same person. The being explained that he was the version of Subaru who, in the future, became the strongest person in the world, but still failed to save the world and was ultimately defeated. The King of Dawn then said that he couldn't reveal everything about the future, but he could share some important things. The King of Dawn explained that Subaru needed to save the world, and above all else, protect his friends, especially those who were most precious to him. He said that Subaru couldn't lose any of them. Then a bracelet appeared on Subaru's wrist. It was an X-rank item called Midnight Sun Resonance. This bracelet allowed its bearer to glimpse fragments of the late King of Aurora's memories and would react according to the disaster that was approaching. The King of Aurora said that it was time to wake up because the first calamity was coming. He wished Subaru good luck, and then his consciousness disappeared. Subaru woke up calmly, without being scared, but as soon as he opened his eyes, everyone around around him was completely shocked. In front of him appeared 3 doors, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Carrion, astonished, asked if they were really seeing that. 3 doors appearing at the same time. Subaru knew exactly what that was thanks to the bracelet he was carrying. He thought that no matter what happened, he could not lose his precious friends. The 3 doors then started talking. They said it was a pleasure to meet Subaru, the bearer of Vanquish. The first door introduced itself as Safina, the Golden Queen. The second was Ruin, the Silver King. And the third was Vordan, the Bronze King. They bowed and offered their gratitude to the next king, the one who was called the Savior of Divine Blood. Subaru immediately understood that this was the beginning of the first of the 8 calamities, the 3 doors. The Midnight Sun resonance bracelet reacted strongly to their presence, confirming that none of this was a dream. The conversation he had with the King of Aurora, his own future self, was real. Everything was happening right before his eyes. Upon waking, Subaru realized he was wearing the bracelet and, along with it, unlocked glimpses of memories from the future. He knew who those people were and why they had come. If those memories were true, he would lose all his friends within the next 3 months. In those memories, Shikishima would say goodbye to him over the phone. Sayada would say it was an honor to have served him. Carrion would sacrifice himself to save him. They would all do that. All of them would entrust their legacies to Subaru. Even Vanquish themselves would entrust everything to him. They would all keep dying one by one, entrusting their futures to Subaru, the savior of divine blood. And even while carrying all that burden, even inheriting everyone's legacy, in the future the King of Aurora would still lose. He would never have won without the power of Vanquish. In the end, he saw the world fading away before his eyes, unable to save anyone. He lost everything forever, and all he could do was apologize to everyone who trusted him for failing to protect them. He thought that if he had not made mistakes that day, maybe if he could return to that moment, everything would have been different. Before being completely consumed by destruction, the King of Aurora used what was left of his powers in the infinite galaxy of the universal unconscious to meet his past self and try to change the future. Subaru received that message, and even though that world where he died had appeared, he decided he would not let that happen here. He would not allow the final efforts of the King of Aurora to be in vain. He swore that he would protect everyone from the 8 calamities that were approaching. The 3 kings then formally introduced themselves. They said they were the rulers of the largest territories in the world they call the Underworld. Subaru thought that they were indeed the supreme leaders who held absolute power in the Underworld. The most powerful of them all was Safina, known as the Goddess of the Underground and Queen of Twilight, commander of the invincible Golden Knights. At her side was Ruin, the divine beast of order, supreme lord of all creatures, and master of the 9 silver tails. And finally Vordan, the leader of the nature spirits and sovereign of the demi-human race that inhabits the earth, known as the sovereign of no one, the king who does not rule over men, but over everything humanity cannot control. Carrion, completely in shock, wondered if those guys, the greatest leaders of the underworld, had really come all the way there just to say hi to Subaru. It couldn't be just that. Then Safina said that, as had already been declared, they recognized that Subaru was the right person to become the next king. And after the excellent job he did repelling the invasion of the Black Faction, she wanted to officially invite him to the Golden Kingdom, asking if he accepted the offer. Sayada, scared, asked if Subaru was really going to the underworld, but Carrion quickly told her to wait a moment. At that moment, Ruin agreed with him, saying that Carrion was right. He commented that Safina had promised not to run away with Subaru, but in truth, all 3 of them also wanted to talk to the boy. In other words, it seemed more like a competition, almost a hunt for his head. Ruin then made the proposal directly. He asked what Subaru thought about canceling the contract he had with Vanquish and forming a new contract with one of the 3 of them. He was honest in saying that Subaru's soul vessel was different from any other human, and as long as he partnered with the right owner, he could become the strongest person in the world. And when he said right, he meant the most powerful among them. After all, each of the 3 kings was the strongest in the underworld, far stronger than Vanquish himself. Carrion felt extremely offended by that, but Ruin continued, saying that he and the other players were there to protect the world from the threats of the portals, just as they, the kings, had entrusted those gates to humans. Therefore, Subaru just needed to switch to an owner worthy of his vessel and stop wasting his life among humans. Carrion, outraged, cursed Ruin, saying he would kill him right there. But Ruin was not intimidated. He simply told Carrion to shut up and, with a simple gesture, pinned his body to the ground. The pressure was not physical, but a direct overwhelming pressure on Carrion's soul, which he could barely withstand, especially now that he was limited to a human body. Ruin ordered him to stay quiet and listen. Then he explained that he was not there just to tell Subaru to change owners. In fact, they were offering exceptional conditions, unique opportunities for someone as special as him. He asked Safina if she agreed, and she replied that she did not mind, but yes, they would continue that conversation. Safina said that if Subaru became her possessor, he would receive the spear that pierces everything, along with the right to command the legendary Golden Knights. Ruin, in turn, stated that if Subaru became his possessor, he would receive the bow of infinite light and 100 high-ranked dragons. Meanwhile, Vordan offered the axe of absolute destruction, as well as 20 sacred forests, uninhabited and protected by the great spirits. All three displayed enormous pride in their offers. Now the child of the Great Soul, as they called him, would have to choose one of the doors. Carrion, outraged, told Subaru not to answer. He said that was absurd, that they were blatantly mocking them, asking how they dared to try to steal Subaru from them like that. Just because there was someone stronger than Vanquish, it did not mean Subaru should simply change his possessor. He shouted that this was not how things work. In his view, they were just scared that Subaru would keep getting stronger. Subaru thought that Carrion's loyalty was truly unshakable, but at the same time he clearly sensed the murderous intent coming from Ruin, and that was extremely dangerous. Subaru then told Carrion to calm down. Carrion, still indignant, asked if Subaru did not understand what this meant. He said this was a choice he could never undo, that accepting it would mean abandoning Vanquish and becoming someone else's possessor. He directly asked if he was really okay with that. Subaru thought that, of course, he was not. Carrion was his relative and could read his mind, so he should read it, because he would never dare to ally himself with anyone other than Vanquish. And that was precisely why the King of Aurora, his future self, had rejected that very same offer. A rejection that, in the past, caused them to turn against Earth. In other words, that choice alone was not enough to save everyone. Ruin, however, replied that they were acting as if they were manipulating Subaru. But this was a completely fair contract. After all, he had the right to choose. At that moment, Subaru realized that he had finally calmed down and understood that the Silver King deep down was willing to give him some time to think. But Carrion did not give time for more talk. He said he did not trust that damned fox and told Ruin to go straight to hell. Ruin, unfazed, replied that Carrion would be dead soon anyway. And to be honest, Subaru himself thought the same. He realized there was no way around it, that this stalemate could not continue like this. Subaru then took a deep breath and said he was ready to change, as long as the contract was truly fair and the conditions were good. Carrion, furious, shouted that Subaru was a bastard too. Sayada, in shock, asked if he was really going to do this. Subaru, staying calm, replied that if the three of them were so certain about what they were saying, then why did they not prove it to him for real? Vordan, staring directly at him, asked if Subaru was demanding that they prove themselves, gain his trust, and make him believe in them. Ruin, crossing his arms, questioned if what he actually wanted was to see each of their strengths. But Subaru shook his head. He said he did not care about strength. What he wanted were the offers. If his soul was truly different from the others, that meant other kings would also want to make a contract with him. And if that was the case, he wanted to meet all the kings. Maybe there was another king out there with a better offer to make. The shock was immediate. Everyone was surprised by what he said. Subaru then stated that soon the gathering of the underworld kings would happen, and he wanted to participate in that meeting. He thought that this would be the first step to creating a new future. Ruin immediately wondered how that human knew about this gathering. He even suspected if Carrion had told him, but soon realized that was not the case, because Carrion was just as confused as they were. In reality, Subaru was using the memories of the future as his greatest weapon. Safina wondered how far that boy's knowledge went, and Vordan, even if only internally, admitted that the kid was far too clever. Subaru, staring at all of them, thought that yes, he would change that tragic future he had seen. Meanwhile, deep in the brilliant sea, in the throne of souls, Vanquish was sitting, carefully analyzing everything that was happening. He wondered if the three kings had really already appeared before Subaru. They were moving much faster than even he expected. But more than that, what truly worried Vanquish was what Subaru himself had said. He wondered if Subaru was seriously considering the possibility of changing possessors, and above all, where that kid had gotten this information. Information that was completely secret and restricted, impossible to discover out of nowhere. Vanquish became suspicious. He opened the systems to directly analyze Subaru's internal system, and that was when he realized. He saw that Subaru was equipped with the Midnight Sun bracelet. At that moment, Vanquish muttered that this was the item of the King of Aurora. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying, well, it is Subaru." Vanquish, irritated, replied that they were really annoying and told them to stay away. But looking to the side, he saw Hirasaka, who was watching everything closely, carefully analyzing Subaru. Vanquish then asked how their training was going. Hirasaka, with his usual laid-back attitude, replied that it was time for a little break. Sayaka, who was also there, asked what kind of situation this was, because she was clearly seeing 3 open doors. Vanquish, somewhat impatient, explained that the kings of the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Gates had gone to Subaru, and apparently they were trying to make him change possessors, choosing one of them. Sayaka, outraged, said that was way too bold, and Hirasaka, smiling, commented that, as always, this was exactly what one would expect from Subaru. Vanquish, more serious, replied that this was not a joke. He said that if Subaru actually canceled the contract, he would lose all connection with him, and that meant all relatives bound to the contract would also die, including Hirasaka, Sayaka, and everyone else. Hirasaka, more serious this time, warned that Subaru could not fall into temptation. Sayaka, with tears in her eyes, said that she knew Subaru was capable of resisting. But Vanquish, staring intently at the soul panel, replied that the problem was something else. He said that if Subaru refused the offer from the 3, they would retaliate, and when the kings of the underworld failed to manipulate someone, they show no mercy. They would attack Earth without thinking twice. He said he had heard that the Golden Witch had recently obtained an extremely dangerous item. Sayata asked how dangerous this item was. Vanquish replied that the name of the item was Victim, and if used on Earth, it could completely annihilate anything within a 70-kilometer radius. This would result in the death of at least 10 million people. Sayaka was shocked and asked what the hell that was, because she believed that the Gate Masters existed to protect humans. She commented that if Subaru was not aware of this information, he would surely refuse the contract, and that would cause the kings to retaliate against Earth. Sayata stated that she could not allow that to happen. Vanquish thought that those damned kings were holding the lives of the entire Earth population as blackmail to force Subaru into accepting their contracts. Sayata then asked Vanquish if he was really going to be alright. Vanquish replied that he did not know, but he believed that someone else was helping Subaru, and that for now maybe everything would be fine. Then it was explained about the first disaster, called the 3 Doors. Difficulty A. The 3 kings of the underworld had taken an interest in Subaru and were demanding that he terminate his contract with Vanquish and form a new contract with one of them. Refusing this proposal would cause them to retaliate against Earth, but accepting it would not guarantee a safe future either. Subaru's mission was to protect his contract with Vanquish without provoking the wrath of the 3 kings. If he succeeded, he could move forward to face the second disaster. If he failed, he would be forced to accept the offer of one of the 3 kings, which would result in the end of his contract with Vanquish, causing him to lose all abilities granted by Vanquish, lose all his relatives, and lead to the death of Sayaka, Hirasaka, and everyone else. Moreover, he would become an enemy of Vanquish. There was also a second failure condition, which was simply rejecting the king's offer. This would provoke their wrath, causing the destruction of 50% of the Kanto region, killing around 10 million people, along with the deaths of several powerful players. It would also turn Subaru into an enemy of the 3 kings. At that moment, Vordan was extremely furious. Everything started shaking so much that people in the city thought it was an earthquake. Vordan, outraged, shouted, asking how a mere human dared to suggest being present at the gathering of kings. But Subaru argued that he saw no problem, since the kings themselves wanted to contract him. Then they could very well negotiate during the meeting, because that would be fairer. Subaru realized that this aggressive recruitment was actually a strategy from the kings to stall him. That is why he decided that he would not give an answer now. He would buy time until the meeting happened, because his opponents were the most powerful beings in the entire underworld, and facing them here would be practically impossible. Besides, he knew that the second disaster would appear right after resolving the first, and he needed to leave the first disaster intact to have any chance against the next. However, this strategy had a problem. Ruin realized it and commented that this was the weak point of the plan. He understood that Subaru's soul was more powerful than anyone else's, but he did not imagine he would be so arrogant. Subaru also realized that the flaw in his plan was that even trying to buy time, he would still end up angering the 3 kings. Ruin then commented to Safina that they could proceed, and that she could witness the full ferocity and atrocity of what was about to happen. At that moment, Safina was holding Victim, the bomb treasure, capable of completely annihilating Japan. Subaru realized how dangerous this was, as he remembered the memories of the King of Aurora. Victim explodes using the energy of the 3 underworld kings simultaneously, and this would result in the deaths of at least 10 million people. The same tragic future would repeat itself. Safina then said that, before anything else, she wanted to congratulate Subaru. She explained that Victim was similar to what humans called an atomic bomb, and stated that if he were foolish enough to refuse their proposals, she would use it immediately. Subaru thought that he already knew that, that, so she praised his ability to avoid making an insane choice. She also said that his boldness in trying to negotiate with them was truly impressive, and perhaps because of that, she would consider letting him attend the Gathering of Kings. Even the other kings were a bit impressed by that. However, Safina asked if he was really sure. She wanted to know if Subaru truly believed that he could face all the upcoming threats without powers, without weapons, and without the armies that the underworld kings could provide for him. At that moment, the celestial clock was at 99% of the update. Subaru realized that the update was finally about to finish. When it reached 100%, a red lightning bolt covered the entire sky. Carrion was startled and asked what that was. A system message appeared in front of all players, informing that the celestial clock had been updated and that everyone should check the new information. The message warned that if less than 100 hours remained, a penalty would be applied. Soon a massive structure began being built by the celestial clock itself. Safina then asked again if Subaru really thought he could handle all of this, because maybe it was already too late. Kinokawa was in shock, saying that it was impossible. Shikishima wondered what kind of penalty that would be. Subaru realized from the memories he saw in the bracelet that this was indeed happening at the same time as the first disaster. This was the second disaster, called the 6-star Carnage Palace. He had only 7 days left to complete it, with a limit of only 3 attempts, a maximum of 10 players, and it could not be locked due to the penalty. A 6-star portal appeared. Subaru thought that this was completely absurd, as it was 10 times harder than a 5-star portal. Safina then said she would give some advice. In the current situation, Subaru had 0% chance of clearing that portal and only 1 week to become stronger. She also informed that the next Gathering of Kings would take place in 2 weeks, and that they could provide him with the necessary power to clear that portal as long as he accepted a contract. She asked again if he would accept or not. Ruin realized that this had always been Safina's plan from the beginning. He said that she was extremely cruel and urged Subaru to answer quickly before it was too late. It was then that Subaru, staring at all of them, stated that this time he would not accept any borrowed power. The kings were completely shocked. Subaru said that he would face that portal with his own power, without any victims, and that the kings could simply sit and watch. They could negotiate fairly during the Gathering of Kings. He asked what they thought about that. Safina started laughing a lot, clearly entertained by his answer. She said that fine. For her, that was impossible no matter how many times she analyzed it. But she admitted that she was very curious to know what Subaru had planned in that little head of his, and that he was far more interesting than she expected. She confirmed that everything was fine, and granted him permission to attend the Gathering of Kings. With that, they began to withdraw. Subaru kept wondering if he had really gotten rid of the first disaster, but before leaving, Safina left one final warning. She said that if he failed to defeat the portal, she would use Victim, and that he should not forget that. Ruin replied that it was fine by him. Vorden agreed as well. Then all of them said goodbye to Subaru, warning that very soon they would meet again. Subaru was sweating from how nervous he was, saying that it was way too scary. Sayada agreed, saying of course it was, and even prepared him some coffee. But Subaru commented that at least it was solved without major problems. However, Sayada reminded him that he promised Safina he would clear the 6-star portal without a single victim. Considering the difficulty of a 5-star portal, she said she really did not know if that was actually possible. And Subaru, with all the confidence and stubbornness he had left, replied that no, he did not. The next morning, everyone woke up completely shocked because all the news was focused on an absurd event. Exactly at 6 in the morning, a new portal appeared, the largest ever seen in Japan. Everyone went into a state of confusion and even despair because director Hizaki from the Japanese Players Association announced that this was the first 6-star portal to ever appear in Japan. She also explained that she was already forming groups of high-level players to start a raid, but the time limit for it was only 1 week. Meanwhile, Subaru was still in the hospital together with Carrion and Saya, and he asked both of them to read his deepest memories. It was explained that a master and their relatives could communicate mentally because of the direct connection between their souls, but for that, the master needed to allow it. When Carrion and Saya focused on Subaru's mind, they managed to see everything that had happened. They witnessed the sequences of disasters and understood how that could lead not only to the end of that world, but to the end of all life itself. The two were completely in shock. Carrion, outraged, said it was absurd and refused to believe that Lord Vanquish could die. He could not accept something like that. Saya was also shaken because even knowing that those memories were from an alternate future, a dimension that might not even happen, it was something she wished she had never seen. Subaru apologized but explained that now they finally understood how he knew about the gathering of the 10 kings. Subaru asked if Carrion knew anything about the place where he had met his future self. Carrion replied that yes, that place was known as the Galaxy of the Universe of Unconsciousness. The the place where all consciousness is deconstructed, and where all souls return to their origin. That is the final destination not only for the souls of that world, but for the souls of all existing worlds. Even so, he found it impressive that Subaru had managed to enter there and come back as if nothing had happened. Subaru then asked if he knew anything about the King of Aurora. Carrion replied that he was a king of a very small territory within the underworld. When he was about to say something about Lord Vanquish, his information was suddenly cut off, apparently because of the rules of the underworld that do not allow certain information to be shared with the world of the living. Even so, Carrion managed to say that if the King of Aurora had granted Subaru the power to see the future, it meant that he was on their side. Then Subaru explained that he had two reasons to participate in the gathering of the 10 kings. The first was to prevent the 3 kings from using Victim on Earth. The second was to find the King of Aurora. However, Carrion and Saya finished his sentence, saying that the real reason was to make the King of Aurora an ally. Subaru felt a little embarrassed because he wanted to finish the sentence himself, but he agreed and apologized to both of them for showing that terrible destiny. He also kept thinking that even with all of that, he could not save Taiga. He remembered the words of Vanquish, who had said that since the day Taiga stole his gate, that fate was completely inevitable. Even so, Subaru wondered if there really was no other way, if he had made the right choice, and he remembered that Vanquish himself had told him that he would question this for the rest of his life, and he realized that he was right. But this time, he did not want to make the same mistake again. He did not want anyone else to die because of him, so he needed the help of both of them. Saya replied that her decision was the same as always, that she would serve him as long as her soul existed in that world, and that she would do everything to help him save the world from all those disasters for his happiness and everyone's. Carrion agreed immediately, saying that she had stolen the words right out of his mouth. Subaru was very grateful, but could not stop thinking about Taiga's tragic fate, and this time, he was determined that he would not let that fate repeat. The first step would be to deal with that second disaster, eliminate the 6-star portal, and do it without losing anyone. Everyone was truly motivated. Subaru thought about contacting Shikishima, but Carrion immediately grabbed his phone and told him not to do that because in this fight, gold-ranked players were not their allies. Meanwhile, Shikishima was also trying to call Subaru, wondering if he was still sleeping. That same night, Subaru kept reflecting on everything because Carrion explained something very important. The gate owners, who are the ones who gave powers to the players, could see and hear absolutely everything they did. So if Subaru appeared telling everything to Shikishima, his gate owner, who was one of Golden Queen Safina's subordinates, would hear everything. From there, he would report to Safina, and she would immediately launch Victim on Japan, killing millions of people, and the same would happen if he tried to tell any silver or bronze rank player. In short, no player could help him in this battle. Subaru commented that it was really very inconvenient, and it seemed that the memories of the future would end up being a secret only between the 3 of them. Carrion reminded him that actually Vanquish also knew. Saya added that besides him, the original Sayaka and also Hirasaka Renji had access to that information. Subaru agreed, realizing that all of them were watching everything directly from the underworld, so he came to a conclusion. Carrion suggested that maybe they should try to contact the underworld directly, but Subaru simply shouted, asking if Vanquish was listening. He said that they would talk as soon as the next gate appeared because he intended to level up to prevent the next disasters, and he already had some plans that Vanquish would definitely like. Carrion replied that they could hear everything, so there was no need to yell like that. He said that he almost made Hirasaka Renji deaf, but Saya had no reaction at all, which left Carrion a bit confused. Saya then asked if Subaru was going to meet some player who could help them because all she could see at the moment were mountains. Carrion agreed, also curious about what was beyond those mountains. Subaru replied that beyond the mountains was the ocean. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Sayaka was training using Keelan's power, facing the Storm Knights. She was much stronger now, easily defeating several warriors at once. Delta commented that she was already good enough to defeat several guards at the same time, and he, along with Kylan, laughed, saying they were way better teachers than Carrion. Keelan said that she had passed the test and could now rest before the fight to the death, but Sayaka confidently replied that she was definitely going to win. Delta disagreed, saying no, she was not. Sayaka then asked where Vanquish was, and Delta replied that he was probably getting to know the host, together with Hirasaka Renji. At that moment, a mysterious person was staring at her and said directly that he wanted to kill her. Hirasaka immediately refused, saying he would not do that because he wanted her to become his swordsmanship teacher. Sayaka got annoyed, told him to shut up, calling him a traitor. Even so, Hirasaka replied that he hoped they could become friends because the final battle was getting closer, and he asked her to please share her knowledge. Then Ludwig appeared, the captain of the Golden Knights and the owner of the gate gate that granted powers to Hirasaka Renji. Right after, the system revealed the mission of the second disaster, the 6-star portal called Carnage Palace, with difficulty B+. It was explained that this 6-star portal came directly from the underworld as a penalty for the Celestial Clock update. The mission was to complete this portal without anyone dying. If they succeeded, they would gain a new ally, get closer to the truth about that world, and could even expand the red table. If they failed in way A, meaning they failed to complete the raid, all participating players would die, 6-star creatures would invade the human realm, and in addition, the 3 kings would use victim. If they failed in way B, which meant completing the raid, but allowing players to die in the process, the result would also be catastrophic because they would still lose many people, and the 3 kings would use victim anyway. At that moment, Subaru was in Hitachi. Meanwhile, a player named Ginga Tsunemori, silver rank and level 67, was enjoying the morning sun. He was walking over the water thinking that when the sun rose, it always felt like a new day without a doubt. He also reflected that his ability was working well that day, although he always tested it because the origin of that power was a complete mystery, so there was always a chance it could suddenly stop working. He mentally commented that gates and abilities were such fantastical things, and it had already been 5 years since he became a player. Deep down, Ginga thought that maybe all of this was just a dream, and that maybe one day everyone would wake up. Subaru appeared beside him and agreed, saying that indeed the morning was beautiful. Ginga, curious, asked who he was, and Subaru introduced himself, saying it was a great pleasure to meet him. When Ginga asked if he was also a player, Subaru replied that he was and wanted to know what he was doing there. Ginga explained that part of his daily routine was testing whether his ability was working properly, because you never knew when something could go wrong. Hearing that, Subaru thought about what Ginga said about all of this being a dream. Then he immediately remembered everything that would happen in the future if he failed to change the course of events. He thought that if this really were a dream, it would be much more beautiful than it was right now. Then Ginga directly asked what Subaru wanted with him. Subaru was straightforward, asking if he already knew about the appearance of the 6-star portal. He said he needed him to join his group to defeat that portal. Ginga, surprised, asked if he was requesting his help for reinforcement before the raid, or if it was to directly participate in the raid itself. Subaru explained that he did not want Ginga to be just a support. He wanted him to be the main attacker, the one who would defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star portal. Instantly, Ginga replied that this was simply impossible, completely out of reality. From a distance, Carrion, who was watching everything alongside Saya, asked if that was really the indispensable guy that Subaru kept talking about, because honestly, he did not look like the most suitable person for that kind of mission. Ginga, not understanding anything, was even more surprised. He asked if they were serious about him being the main attacker of a 6-star portal, something usually reserved for gold-rank players. He was not even sure if Subaru had ever heard of him before, but he made it clear that Subaru was greatly overestimating his capabilities. He said he was just an average silver-rank player who had never even defeated a 5-star boss, so facing a 6-star one was simply impossible. Subaru told him to calm down, saying he was sure he could do it, but Ginga replied that this did not help at all. Subaru explained that obviously it was an impossible task for him right now, but when Ginga reached level 70, a new gate would appear, and the ability he would acquire at that moment would change everything. That ability was exactly what they needed to face that portal. Ginga immediately argued that this was a lie, and asked how Subaru could possibly know something like that. He started to suspect if Subaru was really a player, because this was getting very suspicious. Subaru replied that of course he was, after all, he was walking on water, right? But Ginga countered, saying that he even knew about his abilities when he himself had not yet figured everything out about them. Subaru, keeping calm, said that did not matter. He said that actually a 5-star portal was going to appear in 1 minute, so they could do that raid together. If they managed to reach level 70, then they would see who was right and who was lying. Ginga, increasingly suspicious, replied that this guy was extremely suspicious, maybe even creepy. Subaru, without losing his sense of humor, replied, asking who he was to talk about that, considering he was walking around with a paper bag on his head. Ginga replied that it was a mask and that he did not intend to show his face to anyone. Then he asked how Subaru could know that a portal was about to appear, and worse, how he even knew the number of stars. He said that made no sense, since the number of stars of a portal is proportional to the population of the region, and a 5-star portal had never appeared in that area. But before finishing his sentence, he looked at his phone and was shocked. A 5-star portal had indeed appeared exactly where they were, in Ibaraki Prefecture. Subaru had already even reserved the portal. He asked if now he finally believed. Ginga was completely in shock, not knowing what to think. In his mind, that guy was ridiculously suspicious. He started to wonder if Subaru had some kind of future predicting ability because it made no sense at all for him to know the exact location and even the time of a portal's appearance. Even so, Ginga replied that this guy was extremely very suspicious. But Subaru simply said that he had already proven his point. Ginga, still suspicious, said he was starting to get annoyed and wanted to see Subaru's player ID as well as check his registry in the association. Subaru asked if he was really going that far. He realized at that moment that gaining Ginga's trust would not be easy at all. Even so, Ginga said that he was curious and that yes, he would join Subaru in the 5-star portal. Subaru was very grateful for that. Meanwhile, Ginga kept trying to understand why he was agreeing to go with such a strange guy. He realized that despite Subaru seeming like a very kind and even friendly person, he carried a deep sense of despair. Ginga had no idea of his true intentions, but was certain that guy was only there because he was desperate. Obviously, Ginga did not believe at all that he would be useful in a 6-star portal, but he knew he would find out soon enough by following that suspicious guy. Even so, he made it very clear to himself that he was an extremely skeptical person. Trusting someone had always been very difficult for him, so he decided that he would only determine whether he could trust Subaru during that raid. Subaru was perfectly fine with that, saying that it was just a process until they trusted each other. He knew that Ginga was suspicious of everything, but he also knew that soon that would change. Ginga, irritated, thought that guy was already getting on his nerves. He questioned how Subaru, who had just met him, already knew so much about his personality. Subaru, realizing that he had almost made a mistake, apologized because he noticed he was acting like someone extremely close to Ginga. The truth was that in the memories of the future, Ginga would become Subaru's last ally, someone fundamental. This was Ginga Tsunemori, 19 years old, a player who usually spent his days around the surroundings of Ibaraki Prefecture. In the story told by the King of Aurora, he was known as the man who arrived too late. At level 70, Ginga would acquire an extremely powerful ice-type ability. With that in mind, Subaru said they could go. Later, arriving in Ishioka, where the portal appeared, Saya commented that the place was really very beautiful. Ginga, with a certain pride, explained that the place looked like a theme park, where the most beautiful flowers in the region were gathered, and that precisely during that season, it was the rose season. He also said that at night, it was possible to watch a light show that made everything even more amazing. Subaru, observing, thought that guy was really proud of his hometown. Then he announced that the portal was already reserved and asked if everything was ready to start. Determined, Ginga replied that yes, they could not let those damned creatures appear in the real world. In front of them stood the spiked tower, a place surrounded by rose thorns. Ginga commented that on the outside the roses might look beautiful, but inside they were simply horrible. Then he stepped on the ground, freezing everything around him, and summoned his glacial spear. He said he could make those roses look much prettier using his own power. The monster appeared, ready to attack him, but Ginga did not even seem to care. He used his second ability, Frost, completely freezing that creature down to its core. The cold was so intense that the wind blew his paper bag, which he used as a mask, far away, revealing his face. Confident, Ginga declared that he would destroy all those creatures without the slightest doubt. Then he activated his third ability, Crystal Blade, which formed sharp skates on his feet. Sliding over the huge sea of ice he had created, he advanced rapidly towards the creatures, cutting them all and turning each one into tiny shards of ice. He leveled up from 67 to 68, and looking at Subaru, asked if the goal was really level 70. Subaru confirmed that yes, not just for him, but also for himself, because when he reached level 50, a new gate would open for him. That was the goal for both of them. At that moment, Subaru was holding the divine chisel in his right hand and the dark Ignis in his left. Watching the battle, Carrion commented to Saya that actually Ginga's movements were not bad at all. Saya, impressed, replied that she had not even understood everything he did, but that it was simply magnificent. Subaru thought that Ginga had an extremely high level of control over his own abilities, using everything with absurd efficiency, very different from how most gold rank players fought. He realized that for the first time he was seeing a silver rank player as veteran as himself, with 5 years of combat experience. Then it was their turn to join the fight. When those creatures shaped like rose monsters charged toward them, Subaru did not even bother to dodge. By the time they realized it, he was already slashing their necks, turning each one into dust. Just like that, he easily defeated a level 53 carnivorous plant. Saya commented that he was as sharp as ever. She also explained that the power to make enemies deteriorate came directly from the the soul of Ariake Taiga. It was the power of the Dark Ignis, the sword that Subaru was using at that moment. This was a unique class item capable of channeling the power of the Child of Darkness, using Ariake Taiga's soul as its source. The sword's first ability was Black Fire, where anything touched by its black flames would rapidly incinerate. The second ability was Fulgur, which allowed the user to teleport over a short distance. This ability could be chained, but each use would double the mana cost. Saya introduced herself, saying she could handle that job for Subaru as well. It was explained that during the war against the Black Faction, Saya ended up swapping souls with Mamiya, and as a result, she became an even better relative. She then activated her Blood Brutality skill, summoning the Blood Lampreys, vampire-type creatures that fought by her side. Saya ordered the Lampreys to devour anything standing in Subaru's way, saying that everything there needed to die. Carrion, watching, commented that Saya was really amazing now, but he could start working too, especially since he was already seeing red. Then he activated his Necrotic Fist, using the Void of Death to kill everything that appeared in his path. Ginga, watching everything, thought that Subaru and his friends were truly powerful. He especially thought that the guy with the eye patch was something beyond extraordinary. He kept wondering why Subaru, who already had such strong allies, still insisted so much on having him in the group. At that moment, a huge knight with a deadly aura appeared and attacked Ginga by surprise. He could not react in time and ended up being hit, but managed to hold on, supporting himself on the ice bridge he had created. Ginga said that it was fine, but deep down he thought that finally an enemy stronger than him had appeared. This was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Ginga tried again to use his ice spear, throwing it like a freezing javelin. Even though he hit the knight and froze part of the armor, the knight still seemed fine. Taking that opening, Ginga advanced and tried to smash the knight's face with his ice blade. But when the ice shattered, they realized the armor was intact, not even scratched. Ginga understood that both the armor and shield were extremely powerful, practically nullifying most attacks. Without wasting time, the Black Rose Knight punched Ginga in the head, sending him flying. Ginga was about to be finished, but managed to save himself at the last moment, although the knight was not willing to give him any chance to recover. Without mercy, he unleashed Dark Wind toward Ginga, who tried to defend himself by activating Frost Storm. Surprisingly, he was managing to hold on. Even the knight himself was impressed. Ginga realized that even regular monsters in this portal used as many abilities as a boss. The Black Rose Knight, instead of continuing the attack, raised his sword as if inviting Ginga to a duel. Ginga thought that maybe this monster had recognized him as a worthy opponent and decided to accept the challenge. At that exact moment, a skeleton tried to attack Ginga from behind, but it was instantly frozen. Ginga commented that this would not work and that, besides everything, it was quite disrespectful to try and interrupt a duel. Ginga understood that this fight was simply a matter of survival, so he pierced the skeleton with several ice spears, turning it into a sieve. The enemy commander was impressed, and even the Black Rose Knight who was dueling was surprised, but that did not stop him from charging straight at Ginga. At that moment, Subaru appeared, even startling the skeleton with his sudden arrival. The Black Rose Knight raised his shield to defend himself and tried to warn Subaru about the dangers of that shield, but before he could do anything, he was completely engulfed by the black mist. Subaru activated the black flames of Ignis and launched his incineration strike, destroying not only the shield, but also ripping off the knight's arm, making it clear that he would never be able to regenerate that part again. Even so, the knight quickly recovered using Dark Wind. Ginga was astonished to see that this thing, which had just lost its shield and arm, simply regenerated as if nothing had happened. Without wasting time, the knight used a skill called Mystic Needles, which completely pierced Subaru's body at once, but he remained standing without showing any reaction. The others wondered whether the fight was really about to start for real or not. Subaru acknowledged that the knight was indeed strong, and commented that this time he could fight fair and square, but the knight himself replied no, apologizing and saying that, after all, he was an undead, and none of them were made to fight fair. Ginga stepped forward and said they were copying him, asking if the little knight thought it was funny just to keep imitating. Subaru replied that Ginga had done an excellent job there, but Ginga told him to stop acting like they were friends. He made it clear that, for now, what they had to do was simply crush every one of those monsters, and then they charged forward without a second thought. The Black Rose Knight, who was frozen, was completely terrified, sweating cold. Subaru activated his maximum power, and Ginga used his 4th level ability. Subaru unleashed his Mystic Piercer, while Ginga fired his Frozen Ballista. Together they completely destroyed that soldier, who was not even the boss. In fact, they were just testing their powers on him. him. Soon after, Subaru tried to talk to Ginga, who was not very interested in conversation. Even so, Subaru asked if he trusted him at least a little more now. Ginga replied that at least he could trust his abilities. Thus, the two leveled up together until reaching their respective levels. Subaru reached level 51, and Ginga went up to level 70. Two new gates appeared in front of them, indicating that they could now enter the Trials of Judgment. Ginga immediately remembered what Subaru had said before, that when he reached level 70, a new gate would appear. And it really was true. The two gates were there, waiting for them. Ginga commented that actually, there was something much more important than that. He said that Subaru was that famous rainbow player that everyone had been talking about lately. Besides that, he had predicted both the appearance of that portal and the gates. So Ginga asked how many things Subaru actually knew. Subaru thought that he knew everything. He knew his own destiny, and the destiny of everyone there. He also knew that the owner of Ginga's gate was someone linked to the Silver Kingdom, but it was impossible to pass that kind of information to him at that moment. So Subaru apologized and said he could not explain now. Ginga questioned whether he really expected him to trust him without any explanation, but before they could continue, a huge explosion happened inside the portal. That was when Carrion and Saya appeared. Saya explained that they had eliminated several monsters that started to spawn near the gate. Subaru asked if there was anything wrong with Carrion, and he replied that there were only weaklings over there, no matter how many he killed. Subaru realized that he really was not in a good mood. Meanwhile, Saya thought that those gates were exactly like in the future Subaru had shown her. This meant that the fate of the entire world depended on the ability that Ginga would acquire in this new gate. Subaru wished Ginga good luck, and he replied that maybe it was worth listening to what Subaru had to say. Subaru realized that Ginga just did not want to admit that he trusted him. He ended up chuckling, and Ginga asked why he was laughing like that. Ginga also said that he would not go with Subaru unless he was confident they could actually win that 6-star portal. But Subaru replied for him not to worry, because they would definitely succeed. Ginga kept wondering why that guy had so much confidence in his eyes, then said that they would see about that when he came back. Without wasting time, he stepped into his silver gate. Subaru also said that he would be right back because he was going to enter his own gate as well. Saya asked if he was nervous, and Subaru replied that yes, a little. Carrion asked if he already knew what the challenge behind that gate was, and if it was really that difficult, to the point that he was scared twice. Saya was extremely shocked, realizing that maybe that was exactly it. But Subaru did not say anything else. He just took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. On the other side, he found a beautiful sky and a shining sea. And right behind the gate was Amamiya Sayaka, who said she had been waiting for him for a long time. Subaru was completely emotional seeing her again. After all, Amamiya Sayaka was his best friend, who had lost her life after getting involved in his trial. Subaru thought about how long he had searched for her, wishing he could apologize and also thank her for everything she had done as his friend. But at that moment, she was smiling and celebrating his presence. That made Subaru completely speechless when he saw her again, right there in front of him. Sayaka asked if he was not going to say anything, but Subaru was clearly nervous and, not knowing what to say, asked where Vanquish was. Sayaka replied that honestly she did not know. He had said something about a meeting and simply disappeared. Then she commented that maybe he would return once Subaru completed the trial. At that moment, Subaru asked if the trial this time was her. Sayaka confirmed that, yes, and said they would fight. She explained that she wanted to see everything Subaru had, just like he did with Master Carrion, and that she expected him to fight with all his power because she would do the same. Subaru realized that deep down, Sayaka was trying to send him a message, but he decided it was fine. He would use all the power he had at his disposal. Before starting the fight, Sayaka thanked Subaru, then immediately activated her Dark Lightning skill, approaching him in the blink of an eye. Even Subaru was surprised by her speed, but when she launched her next attack, he had already vanished, dodging using Fulgur, the teleportation skill from his sword. Sayaka knew he would do that, and also knew that he could not run away from that lightning forever. Then Subaru protected himself using the cursed blood mold, preparing for a counterattack. Sayaka complained that this was not fair, but in the very next second, the two were already ready to try and take each other's heads off. Both dodged quickly, and the fight remained completely even in terms of power. They exchanged blows at such an absurd speed that it was hard to even follow. At that moment, Sayaka noticed that the blood arm created by Subaru was starting to fall apart. That was a direct effect of the black flames from Ignis, which disintegrated anything it touched. Subaru then tried to use his Mystic Piercer, but Sayaka quickly defended using her giant lightning arm, a skill called Colossal Cloud. As the two attacks collided, Subaru remembered what Sayaka had once told him, that they would become stronger together. In that instant, he realized that she had indeed become much stronger. The two attacks collided with such force that the impact seemed to shake even that entire world. From a distance, Vanquish and Keelan were watching the fight. Vanquish commented that he did not expect Keelan to have trained her so well. After all, Keelan was never that type. Keelan replied that at first, it was not such a big deal. But when he pierced Subaru's heart during that trial in the 5-star portal, he could clearly hear Subaru's feelings. At that moment, he understood how much Subaru wanted to become stronger together with Sayaka, and that made him curious to know who that important friend of his really was. Vanquish then asked what he thought of Sayaka now, and Keelan replied that she was incredible. He said that she had enormous potential and that her fighting spirit was simply impressive. Vanquish was happy to hear that and commented that surely Keelan really liked her. Keelan confirmed, saying that he was very proud and happy, both for her and for Subaru, because he knew that their wishes would come true. He was sure they would become strong together. Vanquish smiled, saying that he finally understood. Later, Sayaka was a little sad about losing, and Subaru commented that she almost won. When Subaru was about to say something, Sayaka started speaking first. She asked if he wanted to ask for help to resolve that disaster, but then said he did not even need to ask because she was already going to help. After all, they had promised that they would never abandon each other. Just as Subaru was not giving up on her, she was not going to give up on him. They were friends forever until their souls became cosmic dust. At that moment, both remembered the day they called each other friends when they swore they could become stronger together and that they would never abandon one another. This made Subaru unable to hold back his tears, which fell as he looked at the shining sea. He thanked Sayaka from the bottom of his heart for everything. Meanwhile, during Ginga's trial, he was face to face with the owner of his gate, the Arcane of Frozen Wings. Ginga said that this was his new ability, something so powerful that it would even work against a 6-star portal. In his hand was his super ability, Ice 9. For those who do not know, it could be translated as Ninth Ice or Ice 9, but the name has a very specific meaning in English, so he kept it as Ice 9. Basically, it was frozen matter in a super compressed state, capable of freezing absolutely anything. In simple terms, it was more or less that. Even though he was strong, Subaru still saw Vanquish's death in the future through the memories of the Midnight Sun bracelet. Vanquish then asked Subaru to explain everything they needed to prepare. Later, Subaru was leaving through the rainbow door back to the dungeon in the 5-star zone. As soon as he arrived, he commented that everything was frozen and wondered what had happened. Saya and Carrion were flying nearby. Subaru asked if they were okay and wanted to know what had happened. Carrion then pointed behind him where Ginga was standing, who said Subaru was late. Subaru explained that time inside the doors flowed more slowly. Ginga joked, asking if he had taken a vacation. In fact, they had already defeated the dungeon boss, and Ginga had done it alone. Now he believed what Subaru had told him because his new ability, Ice 9, was really powerful, probably even useful in the 6-star portal. The boss of that dungeon, even though it was level 88 and classified as 5 stars, was defeated in just 19 dungeon minutes. Ginga even leveled up from 70 to 74. Meanwhile, an elite team had gathered in front of the Palace of Carnage. Among them were Ryuji Hishizaki, level 61 and silver rank, Rokuro Yamada, level 74 and silver rank, leader of the Happy Club, Kanan Yamada, level 79, also silver rank, Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71, silver rank, Ryusei Udo, level 80, gold rank, and Ryo Shikishima, level 82, also gold rank. Shikishima thanked everyone for being there, including the last who arrived, like Akira Naruse, level 72, gold rank, who usually stayed in eastern Japan. Naruse commented that he hated staying in the big city because of the polluted air. Mei Fuchigami, level 70, gold rank, who also lived there, replied that it wasn't so bad. Naruse said he felt like a burden being in Tokyo without Hirosaka Renji, and that it was better to get this over with. Shikishima thought Naruse was Hirosaka's biggest fan, then explained to everyone that due to special rules, they couldn't close the door of that portal, which meant it was an open entry. The big difference between that portal and normal ones was that monsters would start appearing as soon as they entered. Therefore, they couldn't send any scouting teams and would have to go in without any intel. Naruse warned that it didn't matter, because the difficulty was 10 times greater than a 5-star dungeon, so they had to be 10 times more cautious. Even so, he reminded everyone that there was only a 1-week time limit, and if they hesitated, they would waste precious time. They needed to finish it quickly, or if a 6-star boss came out, it could kill everyone, maybe all of Japan. maybe even the whole world. But before he could continue, he was hit on the head. The one who hit him was Kinokawa Sakura, level 81, gold rank. She said she should have regrown her limbs before hitting him because his skull was too hard. Kinokawa thanked Mei, saying it was thanks to her that she was able to regenerate her arms and legs. Mei replied that they had agreed on it beforehand, but Kinokawa told Akira to shut up for a moment. Mei then asked about Mia. Kinokawa replied that she would be at her post, waiting for the injured. That was Mia Hart, level 73, gold rank, from the United States Association. She thought she had come to Japan at the worst possible time, since a 6-star portal had finally appeared there. In the United States, half of the gold-ranked players who had tried to face a portal of that level had died. She wondered how many would survive in Japan. While she was thinking about that, she saw some very interesting players approaching. It was Subaru, Saya, Carrion, and Ginga. Shikishima saw Subaru and said he had called him many times. Subaru apologized, saying he had something very urgent to deal with. Naruse asked what the rainbow player was doing there. Shikishima said that didn't matter and asked if he was joining the group. Subaru grew nervous. He didn't want to say it to Shikishima, knowing he'd get an earful, but he preferred to keep the secret for the sake of humanity. He apologized and asked if only he and his friends could enter that portal. Everyone was shocked by the request. Some were irritated, others intrigued, but most were against it. Carrion just laughed loudly, and Ginga wondered if Subaru had really said that in front of the most renowned players in all of Japan. Shikishima asked if Subaru was crazy and said he didn't understand. Naruse approached and asked if Subaru thought he was stronger than everyone else there, if he was saying he didn't need them. Subaru said that wasn't it, but Carrion interrupted, saying Subaru was right and that he got the message. Carrion said Naruse wasn't even close to Subaru's level and should leave before he got hurt. Naruse was furious and said Carrion had the same face as Renji and threatened to kill him. Carrion told Subaru that Naruse was all his now. Subaru asked what he meant by that. Naruse then asked if Subaru was friends with the fake Renji and said he would deal with him too. He activated his golden arsenal ability, but Shikishima warned that they weren't inside a portal yet. Before Naruse could do anything, Subaru landed a powerful punch on him, sending him flying and bouncing due to the force of the blow. Everyone was watching with different reactions. Subaru thought that in the future memories, Naruse would be one of the first to die inside that portal. He apologized for hitting him so hard, but explained that Naruse would have to stay there for a while. Subaru said it was ridiculous to think he didn't need gold-ranked players. The reason he wanted to enter with just his friends was because he didn't want to lose any of them. So he told Naruse to take some time to reflect. Right after, a guy named Naruse Akira was already lying on the ground, completely unconscious, because Subaru himself had knocked him out with his fists. Ginga, seeing that, wondered what that lunatic was doing. But suddenly, everyone surrounded Subaru at once, including Shikishima and the entire team that was there. Shikishima asked what the hell Subaru was doing, but he did not answer. Saya was really angry, about to explode, but Carrion asked her to wait. That was because Subaru had a plan, as always. He then explained that Naruse Akira was about to activate his ability in the middle of the city, which would cause a huge disaster. So Subaru decided to knock him out before it was too late. Since consumed by anger, Naruse would not listen to anyone. The best solution was simply to leave him unconscious immediately. A girl who was there thought that maybe she would have done something too if just a little more time had passed. But deep down, she ended up becoming very interested in that boy. Shikishima noticed that Subaru seemed to know Akira very well, even though it was the first time they were meeting. That was exactly the answer he had already prepared. Shikishima then explained that the person next to Subaru was Tsunemori Ginga, a silver-ranked player specialized in ice, and Ginga wondered how Shikishima knew about him. Shikishima continued saying that the fact that Subaru had brought Ginga there made it very clear that he had come with a thought-out synergy, a well-defined plan to deal with that portal. Then he wanted to know if Subaru knew anything about the portal. Subaru thought that, as expected, there was no way to fool Shikishima, but replied that yes, he knew. Shikishima then concluded that Subaru was not going to betray them and asked if this was one of those things that Subaru simply could not tell them. Subaru was even surprised that he understood it immediately, but confirmed that yes, that was exactly it. Shikishima then thought that maybe that was the reason why Subaru did not answer him before. It was clear that Subaru was planning something, probably getting ready to take action. He also thought that obviously they were not going to betray Subaru. If he was hiding some information, it was because he had a very good reason for it. At that moment, he looked discreetly at Carrion, who was was looking away and realized that he had probably gotten involved with those damned underworld people. Carrion, on the other hand, thought that this had absolutely nothing to do with him and that it was not his fault. Shikishima then decided to ask one last question. He wanted to know if really no one there could help Subaru, because the strongest players in Japan were right in front of him. But Subaru replied no. The number of attempts in that challenge was only 3. That meant it would be the only time Subaru could enter, and only he and his team could do it. Shikishima himself knew that it was a place full of powerful bosses, and challenging them in only 3 attempts would not be easy at all, given that Shikishima asked everyone to lower their weapons, saying that they would leave that mission to Subaru, and asked if anyone there had any objections. Kinokawa said that if he was fine with it, then she was too. The others agreed, saying that if the boss was not against it, neither were they. Hishizaki commented that, honestly, he did not understand almost anything from that conversation, but if the boss was on Subaru's side, then he was too. Another girl confirmed that if Kinokawa was fine with it, then she was as well. She even said that she was counting on Subaru, who took the opportunity to congratulate her on her full recovery. But not everyone agreed with that decision. Naruse, who was getting up after being punched, was furious. He asked if everyone there had gone crazy and how they could simply trust someone like Subaru so easily, but Shikishima replied that it was because that guy, the one Naruse was criticizing, had already risked his life countless times for many people, and in the end, he always came out victorious. He also warned Naruse himself that he would not be punished because the ability he tried to use in the middle of the city had been interrupted beforehand, but that would be his last warning. After that, Shikishima turned to Subaru, wishing him good luck, and then Subaru touched the 6-star gate, fully prepared to face it. Just by opening the gate, everyone there could already feel the heat coming from inside. Naruse even tried to shout, calling Subaru before he entered, saying that he did not trust him, but it was already too late. Subaru then commented that once he came out of the portal, he wanted to have a word with him and also apologize for punching him. But before anything else could happen, another person appeared, furious, asking if they were insane. She was outraged to see that a group of only 4 people had entered a 6-star portal and tried to convince them not to do it. She explained that in the United States, 30 gold-ranked players entered a 6-star portal, and even then, 15 of them died. So she asked if they were going to let those 4 die in vain too, making it clear that that place was a literal hell. Then it was explained about the 6-star Carnage Palace, a difficulty 6-star portal. This portal was divided into 3 main areas. The first was the Flame Gloriette Garden, a field surrounded by flames. The second was an open space, like a hall, where the obelisk of the fallen hero was located. And the third area was the audience chamber inside the palace. As soon as they entered, Subaru and his team were now in the Flame Gloriette Garden, where the minimum temperature reached 200 degrees Celsius. Between the first and second areas was the source of all that heat, the creator of that hell, the boss of the first area, Fiery Lambda. Further ahead, in the second area, was the Devourer of Heroes, a dragon that emitted waves of light, known as the Radiant Dragon Carcinos, which was at that moment engaged in a mysterious fight against the boss of the first area. Because of that, it was explained that no other creature from the underworld could inhabit these 2 areas, since the extreme heat and the light waves from those 2 bosses destroyed anything else that tried to survive there. From here, everything that happened was shown through the memories of the King of Aurora, memories that Subaru could access thanks to the Midnight Sun Resonance Bracelet. Basically, it had been a complete tragedy the first time they tried to face the 6-star portal, something that should never have happened. This was one of the memories of the future. When that group decided to enter the portal, the first thing they received was the baptism of 290 degrees Celsius. The air itself inside the place surpassed the ignition point, melting the players' eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. It was absolutely impossible to survive in that environment. Udu looked at Shikishima, remembering that he was the leader of that operation, and said it was him who needed to make a decision. Shikishima replied that he knew and asked Subaru for some kind of support. Then Subaru used his blood mold ability, creating a blood bubble around everyone, which allowed the group to breathe. Subaru explained that his ability converted mana into blood, so they could survive there for a while, but it would not last forever. Hishizaki thanked him, saying that it was already great since at least they could breathe. But Subaru warned that if he went into combat while keeping the blood dome active, his mana would run out very quickly. Everyone also realized that the environment itself was trying to kill them. And if the boss appeared at that moment, what would they do? Shikishima replied that, for now, they needed to focus on recovering. Rudd was already ready to do his job, starting to heal everyone's burns. But Subaru noticed that the temperature inside the blood bubble was rising rapidly. This could only mean that something huge was approaching at the speed of a comet. Shikishima was completely terrified just from sensing that presence. The blood bubble was starting to melt. Everyone there felt the heat rising to unbearable levels. And soon, they managed to spot the creature that was arriving. Just 1 minute after entering the portal, they were already facing the boss of the first area, Fiery Lambda. Shikishima realized that the temperature spiked drastically just from that monster approaching. In fact, the heat did not come from the portal itself, nor from the area. It was simply the body temperature of that monster that made the place a true hell. Rudd confirmed that the heat was so absurd that everything around them was disintegrating, and it was explained that the difference between a 5-star difficulty and a 6-star 1 was absolutely colossal. If it were not for Subaru's ability, the chance of survival there would be practically zero. And even so, they had little defensive strength and little attack power at that moment. Shikishima then made the smartest decision in the shortest time possible. He used his Sulfur Rain ability, launching it straight at Fiery Lambda's head, and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Akira remembered that the number of attempts in that portal was only 3. Even so, Shikishima said that he knew they were wasting a precious attempt, but there was no way to win that fight. It was better to retreat and try again another time. Naruse, holding a watch with Hirasaka Renji's face on it, agreed and said it was fine. Someone asked who would be the last to leave, and Subaru replied that it would be him. He said he would keep the Blood Dome active until everyone managed to escape safely. Shikishima then shouted for all members to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, one of the girls ran past Subaru, apologizing for it and saying that she was counting on him. But right after, she was killed by a blast of fire in front of everyone. She did not just die. Her body turned to ashes instantly. Fiery Lambda himself commented that she was just a weakling and that he did not expect much from beings who could barely breathe in his territory. That girl's team was completely furious and, ignoring Shikishima's orders, prepared to attack. Shikishima even tried to stop them, but of course they did not listen. As soon as they charged toward Lambda, both of them were killed, like they were absolutely nothing. Lambda then commented that their level simply was not enough yet to face him. Udu managed to split Lambda's body in half with his cutting wall, but they quickly realized that the attack had not hit directly. Lambda himself explained that physical attacks like that did not work against him. But then Udu shouted to Kinokawa, saying that this was her chance. Kinokawa, furious over Mei's death, immediately used her 68-pound cannon, firing 6 volleys that violently exploded everything around. Even so, Shikishima warned her to stop because it would not help. Still, Kinokawa insisted and launched her golden chain of domination skill, trying to bind the enemy. That was when Shikishima, completely out of patience, asked if anyone there really knew what the word retreat meant, because if they kept staying in that place, absolutely everyone was going to die. Udu then explained that the creature was chasing them, and that someone would have to stay behind, but suddenly, several golden arms appeared out of nowhere and pulled all of them out. It was Naruse who activated his ability, helping everyone escape from that hell. Even so, everyone was very worried about him. Naruse looked at Subaru, saying that they were veterans, right? So they should be able to handle a battle even without him. Naruse himself threw Subaru out of the portal, ensuring that he escaped, and said that he would have a rematch against Lambda. Naruse said that this would be the last time he said it, and ordered Subaru not to dare come back. Meanwhile, he thought about what Hirasaka Renji would do in that situation and concluded that this was exactly what he would do. So he decided to stay behind. Naruse activated his 5th ability, called Oaten Kiro, which allows him to summon 1 Master's Arm for every 10% of his total mana. The mana consumption and the strength of the arms depend directly on the skill level. At level 10, it would be possible to summon up to 100 arms with only 1% of mana for each. But Naruse made it clear that, in his current state, his limit was 8 arms, and to compensate he enhanced his power by activating his first ability, the Golden Armor. Lambda then said that he admired Naruse's fighting spirit and formally introduced himself as Fiery Lambda. Naruse also introduced himself, accepting that battle. Lambda said that this fight would be great, and that he would even pay his respects to his opponent. As the gate closed, Subaru watched everything, and Naruse, before disappearing behind the gate, told Subaru that he needed to defeat that monster next time and that he was counting on him. This was the first attempt at the Carnage Palace. 3 people died, 1 was seriously injured, and the group was defeated by Fiery Lambda. The raid was eventually completed, but only after a second attempt, which, unfortunately, also cost the lives of 2 more people. Back to the present, Subaru was fully protected by a blood armor. He looked ahead and confirmed that everything was exactly as he remembered from the memories. And just as he predicted, Lambda Lambda was coming. Lambda himself noticed their presence and asked if there were new guests. Subaru then replied that this time it was his turn to be defeated, and he would no longer allow any of his allies to be sacrificed. At this moment, it is explained who Fiery Lambda, also called Blazing Lambda, really is. He is a boss from the spirit race, with an unknown level, and being above 6 stars, his mere existence is considered a global threat. As a spirit, he possesses countless resistances, including total immunity to flames, freezing, explosions, along with divine and physical resistance. Living trapped inside that portal, Lambda spends his time entertaining himself in a peculiar way. He simply spends the day exchanging punches with the Light Dragon, who also lives there and seems to have a lot of fun destroying everything while the two fight constantly. Lambda looked at Carcinos and commented that today he was going to come out completely burned. Carcinos, already used to it, replied by asking how many more times he would have to fight against him until he was finally satisfied. But at that moment, Carcinos realized there seemed to be an intruder in the area and asked if Lambda also felt. Lambda confirmed that yes, and was even impressed that those creatures had managed to survive for more than 10 seconds inside his territory. He then told Carcinos that their duel was temporarily paused because it had been a long time since he hunted prey from another world. Carcinos, curious, said that he also wanted to play and hoped Lambda would be defeated this time. Lambda, annoyed, replied that this was not going to happen. He even provoked him, saying that if he wanted, Carcinos could fight alongside the invaders. Carcinos, outraged, answered that he was a damn maniac and that he had no reason to fight alongside the losing team. Meanwhile, in the third area, inside the audience chamber, was the former commander of the Golden Knights, known as the Demon Beast Slayer Iluk. At the same time, Ginga was looking around and questioning whether that was really a 6-star world, because it did not feel just like a dungeon, but rather a completely uninhabitable environment with a constant temperature of 290 degrees Celsius, making everything extremely uncomfortable even just to exist. At that moment, all members were equipped with heat-resistant blood armor, developed and crafted by Subaru himself based on the memories of the future. This armor was designed to constantly circulate fresh blood inside, cooling both the armor and the breathable air, maintaining the internal temperature similar to the human body, and protecting against the absurd heat of that place. Subaru commented that he designed that armor inspired by astronaut suits, but despite the high performance, the mana consumption was extremely inefficient. If they could not defeat the boss within 10 minutes, everyone would die the moment the armor collapsed. Carrion, without hesitation, said that they would not even need 10 minutes. If they could not kill that boss within 3 minutes, to him that would already be a defeat. Subaru, however, made it clear that that opponent was extremely superior to any of them, and that they only had one real chance to defeat him. The tension was rising. The battle was about to begin, and Ginga knew that everything would depend on his abilities. Subaru then warned the entire group that the temperature of the armors was rising rapidly and asked them to control their blood flow. He also informed them that 1 minute had already passed since they entered, meaning that guy was already arriving. Subaru then asked Ginga not to spend any mana until he gave the signal. Soon, Lambda approached. Ginga immediately felt a gigantic pressure crushing his body. He realized that even though he had heard reports from Subaru himself, what he was witnessing was completely different from anything he had imagined. Carrion, on the other hand, mentally confirmed that, as expected, there was no way to defeat that creature alone, especially being in a borrowed body, and that was exactly why he came prepared with a plan. Carrion then told Subaru that they would proceed with the plan as agreed. Lambda, curious, noticed something strange and mentally asked what kind of plan that was, finding it even amusing. He was excited and wanted to see what they would do. He wanted to see how far their power would go. But suddenly, Carrion kneeled down, started clapping, practically begging for a moment, and politely asked Lord Lambda not to attack. Carrion asked if he was really the legendary Fiery Lambda. Subaru, right after, reinforced, saying it was a huge honor to meet him, the great warrior of the Red Copper Land. Lambda, clearly confused, asked what was wrong with those people. Carrion then explained that, although they were currently in the human world, they originally came from the underworld, just like him. Carrion said that they were there because they really wanted him to listen to their speech, and besides that, they had extremely valuable information for him. Carrion then said that they had information about Lambda's siblings, more specifically about Keelan and Delta. Immediately, Lambda, surprised, asked what they meant by that, what they knew about his siblings. Carrion thought that the plan had worked. Everything was going exactly as Subaru had planned. Then it is explained what happened 12 hours earlier, at 9 in the morning. At that moment, Subaru had just finished explaining the whole plan, showing both Saya and Carrion the memories of the future, specifically of the first attempt left to face the 6-star portal. Saya, after watching everything, commented that that creature, Lambda, had enough power to instantly kill even the highest level players, and it would indeed be very difficult to deal with that. Then Carrion, suspicious, asked Subaru directly what he meant by that. Carrion realized that neither he nor Saya appeared in those memories. Then he concluded that Subaru probably did not bring the two of them in that first battle, because he was afraid that the bodies of Hirasaka and Sayaka, which they were using as vessels, would be damaged. Subaru did not answer, which confirmed Carrion's theory, who almost charged at him. Carrion made it clear that relatives were not there to be pampered, nor to sit around doing nothing, and that applied to Hirasaka and Sayaka as well. He said that Subaru needed to trust them more because they were his companions. Subaru apologized and promised that this would not happen again. Then Carrion said that was great, and that they should use Subaru in the plan because he had already fought that damn Lambda once before, and stated that he was going to kill him, no matter what method he had to use. Suddenly, Lambda appeared, quickly advancing toward them, and asked if it was true what he had just heard, if his siblings were still alive. Carrion thought that, as expected, he had fallen into the siblings' trap. Then Carcinos apologized to Lambda but warned that with his power, their bodies would simply melt. Meanwhile, Subaru started screaming that he was dying, that he could not take it anymore. And that was when Lambda, with a sadistic smile, said he would lower the temperature so no one would die. And that is exactly what he did, turning that hell back into a paradise. Subaru, relieved, thought that this was so much better, and that guy was truly benevolent. Right after, Lambda insisted on knowing about his siblings and asked if they were okay. Subaru thought that the first part of the plan had worked, and now it was time for Carrion to proceed to the next stage. Then he replied that yes, Delta and Keelan were in excellent health, immediately pointing at Ginga, saying that he was the person carrying the message from Lambda's 12 siblings. Carrion explained that even though Ginga had no combat ability, he possessed a special skill that allowed him to transmit memories. That is why Lambda should allow Ginga to touch him, so he could directly receive the message passed on by his siblings. Lambda found it strange and wanted to confirm if they were really asking for someone to touch him using a skill. Then it was explained about Ice 9, a skill acquired by Tsunemori Ginga, but one that had extremely specific conditions to be activated. The range of the technique was only 5%, consuming 100% of the user's mana, and it was a forbidden skill capable of killing anything it touched. Ginga himself reassured Lambda, saying that he did not need to worry because if he had his permission, he would touch him right now. Then it was explained what had happened inside Ginga's Judgment Gate when he received this new ability. At that moment, he questioned whether this ability would actually be effective against a 6-star boss, and, curious, asked the Arcane to explain what exactly this power was. The Arcane, owner of the Gate of Frozen Wings, saw a good opportunity not only to talk about the protection, but also about the origin of this power. He told that, according to human time, thousands of years ago, a serious problem occurred in the underworld. The king of the vast land of steel was killed by a single revolutionary. While listening, Ginga wondered if that whole story would take long, but the Arcane continued saying that this revolutionary joined others, and together they completely destroyed great nations alone. This man became a king and an immediate threat to all other nations. His name was Vanquish, someone capable of surpassing life and death, known as the Rainbow King, the one destined to build a new era. The power of Vanquish, along with the 6 kings who allied with him, was completely devastating, causing an absurd imbalance among the rulers. Ginga, curious, asked about the rainbow part of the story, but soon refocused and asked the Arcane what was the connection between this and the ability he received. The Arcane explained that Ice 9 was an ultimate skill created under the command of the Silver King, specifically to stop Vanquish. In fact, that skill in Ginga's hands was his masterpiece, something so powerful that it could completely exterminate even Vanquish, the one who overcame death itself. And that was the moment when Ginga realized that he could never use that power outside a portal, because if he did, the entire world would simply perish. Ginga thought that, even with all the risks, he would try to use that ability at least once now, precisely against that overwhelming monster in front of him, a 6-star boss. He wanted to find out if the masterpiece of the owner of that technique really worked or not. He was already approaching, ready to touch Lambda, while everyone watched tensely, with nervousness stamped on their faces. However, Lambda suddenly heated his body again, telling them to wait. He said he knew the siblings had used Ginga's mouth to transmit the message, and questioned whether there was really a need to use a skill for that. Carrion replied, saying that there was a complete map in his mind, and that it would be much more efficient if Lambda saw it directly instead of passing everything verbally. But Lambda got closer, pointed his finger in Carrion's face, and said he was starting to get irritated by the hesitation in his voice. At that moment, he revealed that he recognized Carrion as part of that group that was massacred in the the underworld. He said that at first they were all weaklings, but later they gained absurdly powerful abilities. Now he remembered who Carrion was. According to him, they were underestimated at the time, and because of that, they fell into the plan of those damn filthy demons and ended up almost all dying. They were defeated by the detestable Vanquish and his allies. Lambda had indeed recognized Carrion. Carrion thought that this bastard's memory was really good, but realized that this was going too far and could jeopardize the entire plan. So he looked directly at the one they called the paper bag, in this case Ginga, and said that they would create only one opening for him, making it clear that he could not, under any circumstances, miss the attack. At that moment, Subaru, already equipped with Ignis, quickly teleported behind Lambda, who was surprised, wondering if Subaru was really that fast, or if he had used some teleportation technique. Lambda thought that was ridiculous, thinking they were not running away but keeping melee combat against him. In his view, this was pure stupidity. It would be enough to use his heat mass again to end everything. The heat released was so extreme that it even exploded the blood armor protecting Carrion's body. But even with all his warrior instinct, Lambda made a mistake. Being completely surrounded, he tried to kill Carrion with a single blow. However, when he realized that neither Subaru nor Carrion could be killed with one attack, he found himself 2 steps behind in the situation. Subaru's attack had been calculated down to the millimeter, hitting Lambda squarely. And that was when he made another mistake. The presence of something that should never have set foot there. The existence of a formidable adversary who had even defeated him in the underworld. That adversary was precisely Carrion, who, at the same time as Subaru, activated Blood Mold. Both together used the cadaveric fist technique, hitting Lambda's chest directly. This strike activated the effects of Empty Burial, Curse, and Impact, which were the high-level killer abilities of superior assassins. Lambda, surprised, began to suspect that those two were from the dreaded Rainbow Nation. He realized that they had sacrificed their own bodies to land that blow on him. Now both were on fire, paying the price for the technique. Even so, it was truly impressive that they managed for a brief moment to restrain Lambda's movements. However, their power, unfortunately, was not enough. That level of attack would never be capable of defeating him. Now it was his turn to counterattack. He was determined. He would burn them until absolutely nothing was left. But at that exact moment, Ginga was already touching Lambda's chest. This was the opportunity for which everyone there had risked their lives, a chance that only appears once in a lifetime. So, without hesitation, Ginga activated Ice 9, placing the small ice sphere directly on Lambda's chest, even as his fingers burned in the process. For a few seconds, everyone believed that the plan had worked. Lambda, seeing that, wondered if this was their trump card. He thought it was useless since he had total immunity to any freezing effect. He believed he would never be defeated with a skill like that. In his mind, that plan was simply pathetic. But suddenly, something started going wrong. He realized that he was freezing. It was then explained that this kind of arrogance had already been the downfall of many before him. That was because Ice 9 was not technically a freezing ability. Half of Lambda's body had already been completely obliterated. He could not understand. He wondered how that was possible. Theoretically, a skill like that should not be able to affect him. He tried to regenerate the part of his body he lost, but as soon as he regenerated it, it froze again instantly. He truly had no idea what was happening. At the same time, Ginga's body was already at its limit, about to collapse. Saya did everything she could to keep him alive, fighting desperately to delay his death. And it was at that moment that Ginga realized the true nature of Ice 9. That was not simply a freezing technique. In practice, that ability transformed everything and anything into pure absolute ice. It was more like an advanced version of petrification. There are several ways to activate a petrification ability, whether through visual, physical, or even magical contact. But in the case of Ice 9, it simply transformed everything into solid ice, a definitive ability, a death sentence. In other words, even resistance against freezing was useless against it. It was impossible to defend. As soon as the part of Lambda's body that was transformed into ice came into contact with any warm part, it would simply melt, and he would turn into water. Lambda immediately realized that this was bad. He did not understand the principles behind that ability, and because of that, was slowly turning into ice and then into water. Even the flames he was emitting completely ceased. Everyone there had already moved away from Ice 9's range to avoid ending up the same way, frozen and reduced to nothing. Ginga, determined, stated that it did not matter. He would chase Lambda to the end. He would pursue every particle, every tiny element that still remained of him until he was completely obliterated. He would never escape Ice 9. And indeed, at that moment, Lambda saw no way out. His body was completely transformed into an ice statue, and suddenly everything fell silent. It was then that Ginga remembered again the conversation he had with the Arcane. That day, the Arcane told him that he was sealed inside that gate as punishment for having created that ability because it was too powerful. He said that although he had no attachment to the secular world, it was sad for him to see the fruits of his research, and even his descendants being forgotten and extinct like that. That is why he asked Ginga, his wielder, to show the world the true power of Ice 9. Back to the present, Ginga felt relieved that the ability worked. He was sure that the Arcane must also be happy, watching that from somewhere. And satisfied, he said goodbye to Lambda, thinking that this would be his definitive end. But suddenly, something pierced through his stomach. It was Lambda himself, who had somehow managed to break free from the ice statue he had been turned into. Lambda, even severely injured, said that he finally understood the nature of that ability. He realized that as long as even the smallest part of his body still existed, he could resist and would not be completely turned into ice. He told them not to underestimate fiery Lambda and charged forward, determined to burn them all and reduce everything and everyone to ashes. But in the middle of his charge, he was once again caught by a current of ice. The moment this current of ice touched his body, he was instantly frozen again, collapsing to the ground, completely immobilized. At that moment, Ginga, already nearly out of strength, looked at him and warned that he should not underestimate Ice 9. He stated that this ability was a masterpiece created by someone much smarter than him, and that there was no possible escape. Saya, seeing Ginga's condition, ordered him to stop talking immediately because if he kept going, he would die. She also told Subaru and Carrion that it was time to finish this once and for all. They needed to act fast. Without wasting any time, they seized the opportunity. Lambda was completely weakened, trapped in a constant cycle of regeneration and collapse, where his body reconstructed itself only to freeze again. Subaru, looking at him, thought that he could not let Ginga die, so he decided he would cut Lambda in half before that happened. Meanwhile, Lambda, gathering the last of his remaining strength, tried to launch a fatal attack. His intention was to kill Carrion, Subaru, and everyone inside that portal. He launched a devastating ability toward Carrion, but Carrion countered using Falling Skies together with Cadaveric Fist, while Subaru, without any fear, advanced wielding the Divine Chisel. He also used Cursed Blood, piercing straight through Lambda's body. Lambda tried to regenerate, but it was already almost impossible. His body was being destroyed from all sides, overwhelmed by curses, punctures, and freezing. In that opening, the two attacked at the same time. Carrion was fighting with a smile on his face, completely thrilled with the fight, while Subaru maintained all his focus. After almost being completely overtaken by Ice 9, Lambda, in his final thoughts, wondered if this really was his end, if he would truly be defeated by those creatures who, in his view, had used his siblings to betray him. Subaru apologized for having used Keelan and Delta against Lambda, but he really did know where the two were. Subaru explained to Lambda that as soon as he was released from that portal, he should go straight to the Bright Sea, because that was where the two were. Lambda seemed a bit hesitant and asked whether he really believed that or not. Meanwhile, the system notified that they had defeated the boss. Carrion warned everyone not to let their guard down, since those enemies had the ability to resurrect. But Subaru replied that this time it was fine. Carrion was completely shocked to realize that the ability that allowed the enemy to resurrect had been cancelled. This happened thanks to the additional effect of Ice 9, which not only freezes but also prevents any form of resurrection. Carrion understood that this was truly a killer technique, absolutely lethal, giving no chance for the target to survive. Ice 9 never left anything behind. Ginga's life was also saved, thanks to the accumulated experience that made him level up during the battle. Seeing all of this, Carcinos found it quite unexpected that the Flame Spirit had been defeated. At that moment, he was back in his second area, the Obelisk of the Fallen Hero. Carcinos commented that even a giant can die from the sting of a venomous insect, and that if he underestimated the humans who had defeated Lambda, his fate could be exactly the same. He then said that he hoped they would all return quickly because the moment they stepped into his area, he would annihilate them with the largest wave of light they had ever seen in their lives. Meanwhile, outside the portal, Shikishima asked what they were doing there. Everyone was sitting, waiting for the others to exit the portal. Kinokawa replied that they were obviously waiting for Subaru and the others. Du commented that they were worried and that the medics were getting ready to treat anyone coming out of there injured. Shikishima said it had only been 5 minutes since they entered, but everyone noted that even he was feeling restless. Shikishima admitted that he really had no idea how long it would take to clear that portal, so they might as well take a break and prepare for anything that could happen. Suddenly, everyone told him at the same same time to look behind him. Subaru and his team were already back. They had cleared the first area, the garden of the 6-star Carnage Palace, in just 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Ariaki Subaru went from level 51 to 63. Tsunemori Ginga went from level 74 to 75. Shikishima was completely shocked and asked if they had already come back. Ginga was asking for a paper bag. Someone asked if anyone had one, but the healer said no. She offered him a cap, and Ginga said that it would do and thanked her. The healer commented that she did not think he should hide his face, but Ginga replied that if it were in Tokyo, it really would not make any difference whether he showed his face or not. Shikishima asked if everyone was okay because they looked completely fine. Carrion replied by asking if he was blind since he himself was missing an arm. At that moment, someone else appeared, catching Subaru's attention. It was Akira Naruse, who asked if they had already given up because they had run out of there in just 5 minutes. Arzi commented that, after everything, they had wasted a precious attempt because of them. Subaru then held Naruse's hands, remembering the memories of the future. He became emotional and said that Naruse did it, that he did exactly what he had asked him to do. Naruse was confused, not understanding why Subaru was crying out of nowhere. Subaru replied that Naruse's sacrifice had not been in vain. Naruse, still confused, asked what he meant by sacrifice since he was not even dead. Carrion told them to stop talking nonsense, reminding them that some there did not have the memories of the future. Subaru admitted that he had forgotten about that. Carrion commented that now everyone was scared of him, and Naruse, still confused, asked if he had really heard correctly, if Subaru had actually defeated the boss. Subaru, wiping his tears, confirmed that yes, they had indeed defeated the first boss. Everyone was completely shocked, and Naruse said that he had to be lying. A 6-star boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star one. That was completely impossible. But at that moment, the system message appeared, informing them that one of the bosses had been defeated and that only 2 remained. Everyone realized that he was telling the truth. While the healer restored Carrion's arm, she asked who they were. Carrion replied that they were a team made up of the future kings. Still, someone else commented that they could not believe it. Everyone there knew very well the strength of a 5-star boss, and no matter how hard they tried to imagine it, they could not even fathom how it would be possible to defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Subaru explained that the victory had been extremely close. In fact, they only succeeded thanks to Ginga's special ability. They asked if he really had such a powerful skill. Ginga replied that it was something like instant death, requiring only a single touch on the target. Someone commented that this was incredibly powerful and that they could defeat the next boss the same way. But Ginga replied that he did not think that would be possible. He explained that, as he had said, Ice 9 only worked if he could touch the enemy. The problem was that the second boss was a dragon that could fly and fire waves of light. It would be practically impossible to get close enough to apply that ability. In other words, to face the next boss, they had no choice but to form a team with extremely high long-range firepower. Odal agreed, saying that made sense. Kinokawa commented that in that case, they would have to rely on Shikishima, and asked if he could do it. Shikishima, irritated, replied that of course, he could not do it alone, calling them all idiots. Subaru realized that the biggest problem was not even Carcenos. There was an even greater threat beyond him. They needed an extremely effective method to defeat Iluk. It was then that Shikishima approached Subaru and asked if they had any chance of victory. Subaru replied that the chance was very small, but yes, they did. Shikishima accepted that and said that from that moment on, he would pass the authority and command to Subaru. He would be responsible for planning, ordering, and leading everyone. Whatever he said, everyone had to obey. Ryuji was surprised and wondered if Shikishima was being serious. They started questioning whether Subaru, who had only 1 month of experience as a player, was really going to take on all that responsibility. Subaru confirmed it. At that moment, he was officially taking command of Shikishima. Kinokawa was extremely impressed. She remembered that, since the first time they met, she felt there was something extraordinary about him, but she never expected to see this happening so soon. Kinokawa also commented that Shikishima even seemed a little happy. Shikishima replied that of course he was. After all, they had fought for 8 consecutive years just waiting for this moment, to see who would be the next to shine. Subaru then began preparing his first order. He explained that the 6-star portal had appeared the day before, on Wednesday, at 6:15 in the morning. It was now Thursday, 9:23 a.m. The end of the line would come in a few days. Therefore, until next Wednesday at 6 a.m., they would disband for a while. No one understood anything. Everyone fell silent, completely speechless. Later, Carrion was laughing in Subaru's face. Subaru commented that he was laughing way too much. Kiryu said it was because when Subaru said disband, everyone had a hilarious look on their faces, not understanding a thing. So Subaru explained that he wasn't telling everyone to go home, but for everyone to level up. Shikishima complained that he should have said that first. Subaru asked if he was really that bad at communication. Carrion answered yes, that he was terrible. Ginga agreed immediately. Saya, observing the situation, commented that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Subaru thought he was so bad at this that they couldn't even say it directly to his face. But at that moment, Ginga caught his attention and asked why, if he told everyone to level up, they were now heading to prison. That was because, at that moment, they were on their way to the exclusive prison for players, the Panopticon. It was a facility designed and built by various players using their skills, filled with traps, anti-ability structures, and containment systems, serving as a penitentiary center. It currently housed around 300 prisoners, until, inside that prison, the one in charge called one of the inmates and informed him that he had a visitor. The rainbow player was there, waiting to speak with him, and it seemed like they had something very important to discuss. The one speaking at that moment was Q, the prison sentinel, who was addressing Kiryu Aisei. Later, already inside the prison, Subaru and his group arrived. They were received by Q himself, who informed them that he had been summoned directly by Shikishima. He introduced himself as the warden of that prison. He said his name might sound a bit strange, but that was due to the nature of his job. It was wise for him to keep his identity secret since the prisoners certainly held a lot of resentment against him. Q, presenting the prison, explained that the term panopticon means total surveillance. It was conceived and implemented by utilitarian thinkers in the 16th century, created to allow a small number of people to monitor a large number of inmates. And due to the lack of personnel capable of capturing players, this method, created so long ago, was still used today. Q was also using his special ability, capable of sealing Kiryu Aisei's power, which he would soon fully understand. His ability was called Violin Seal, capable of generating various effects by applying wax to the target. Each effect was distinguished by the color of the wax. Q explained that with this, he could easily subdue any prisoner who had a rage outbreak. At that moment, he was using a derivative of his ability, the Crimson Seal, which sealed the target's main ability and also drastically reduced their other abilities, making anyone practically a normal person. Subaru, surprised, asked if that ability wasn't too strong. Q replied that he thought so too, but unfortunately, his attributes didn't increase as he leveled up. That was because the owner of his gate was a very old man. His first trial was to give 10,000 massages to the great alchemist Zola, who was Q's gate owner, basically a senile grandpa. Subaru thought that there really were all kinds of gate owners. Q explained that he was terrible at clearing portals, but inside the prison, he was very useful. Then they proceeded to the visiting room. The time limit was 30 minutes with no permission to bring items. Subaru had no objections and authorized them to proceed. On the other side of the room, the one waiting was A, looking extremely worn out, with a completely exhausted look. A introduced himself, saying he was the half-brother of Ariaki Taiga, one of the players who should be focused on clearing the 6-star portal, but was now here, clearly with a selfish goal, just to ask about his brother. Subaru reflected on him. K, the vice leader of the Black Faction, who had been defeated by Hirasaka. He had definitely been treated with some recovery and healing ability because, at the time, he had been practically cut in half by Hirasaka. Using memories from the future, Subaru knew that the King of Dawn had met Kiryu Aisei during the 6th calamity. After the great earthquake that hit Japan, he couldn't bear seeing Kiryu Aisei in that state. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star portal, the ghost ship of madness was completely consumed by chaos. Shikishima, while fighting there, complained about that damn Subaru, who ordered him to level up to 90 before returning to the 6-star portal. Then Shikishima activated his first ability, Golden Bullets, destroying several creatures at once. But Captain Nima appeared to try to kill him. Shikishima, irritated, commented whether Subaru had any idea how hard it was to level up after level 80. Then he used his second ability, Ephemeral Flame, completely finishing off Captain Nima. After that, he commented that the experience from those monsters was nothing to him. Udo explained that it was only possible to level up like that if they targeted the most powerful monsters. Even so, the difficulty increased absurdly. It was explained that within the stars, there was a ranking hierarchy. The highest was EX class, followed by high class, then middle class, and finally lower class. Lower class monsters were 2 to 3 times stronger than 4-star monsters. Middle class, 5 times stronger. High class, 10 times, and EX class, 10 to 15 times stronger. Shikishima, still fighting, asked what exactly they were doing now. Then he activated his third ability, Night Circus. At the same time, Kinokawa told him to stop with that nonsense and used her third ability, Assassinship. She said that Shikishima had no right to complain since he was the one who passed the command to Subaru. Shikishima's attack was so powerful that it triggered the derivation of his ability, Deep Charge, blowing up everything beneath that ghost ship. Udu warned that the boss was already coming. The boss was a giant level 90 merman, but as soon as it approached, it was completely confused by what was happening. Shikishima flew straight toward the boss's face, ready to kill it, but Kinokawa said she wouldn't allow it. Shikishima used his fourth ability, Penetrating Cannon, while Kinokawa activated her first derived ability, Anchor of Domination. The two attacked together, aiming at the boss's chest. The creature turned to dust instantly. It simply died as if it were nothing. Kinokawa celebrated, saying she was the one who won, but Shikishima retorted that of course it was him because his damage was higher. The two started arguing over who dealt more damage, but it really didn't matter because they both leveled up. Kinokawa went from level 81 to 82, and Shikishima from 82 to 83. They said they didn't care about anything else. Now they were heading straight to the next portal. Udu commented that this wasn't good at all. If Shikishima and Kinokawa stayed together, there would be nothing left for anyone else. And he was right. Yamada's group could barely gain any experience and realized that it was better to split up for a while. Moreover, it was mentioned that there was a gold rank player, also clearing all the portals alone. That person was currently in the 5-star portal called Cabbage Field, and it was Akira Naruse, doing everything completely solo, currently at level 73. Then the boss of that portal appeared before him, a stork named Dreyfus, also level 90. Naruse realized, just from its presence, that it was at least middle class, or even higher. At least it would be a good fight. He activated his fifth ability, Eaten Cairo, and thought he would never lose to Subaru again. He then asked for strength from the Hirasaka Renji keychain he carried. At that exact moment, when he kissed the keychain, Hirasaka, who was at the Shining Sea, suddenly sneezed. Saika asked if he had caught a cold. Hirasaka replied that it was not the time for that because their training was about to start. Only the two of them would be facing Delta, Killen, and Ludwig. Saika commented that she hoped Subaru would manage to persuade that guy. Hirasaka asked if she was talking about Kiryu Aisei, and remembered the words Kiryu said during their battle. Hirasaka commented that it would be very difficult for Subaru to convince him. At that moment, Kiryu Aisei was completely rejecting the proposal. He said he would not help with any portal. He informed them that the visitation was over and was already getting ready to leave. Kiryu said that ever since he lost his wife and son, since they were murdered, this world meant nothing to him anymore. He no longer saw any value in this world, nor did he have any desire to try to save or help anyone. Hearing this, Subaru thought that something was wrong. He believed that Kiryu did not truly mean those words. Deep down, he still had hope. Subaru thought he needed to find a way to make him realize that, even if it took a little more time. At that moment, Yatsurugi Kei was also in the prison and commented that he heard they were there to visit Kiryu. Himeno asked if that was true. Yatsurugi Kei replied that it probably was, so they could ask him to help with the 6-star portal. Himeno asked if he could really leave that prison. Yatsurugi Kei said that he would like to fight with them a little. Himeno answered that she would never allow that since he was weak. Yatsurugi Kei then asked if she did not want to leave for a while too, but Himeno, remembering her sister, replied no. She was not very interested in leaving. Later, already in the association's limousine, Ginga thought it had been 4 hours since they left Panopticon. The atmosphere inside the car was extremely heavy. Ginga commented that he should have just gone to sleep instead of coming to this mess. He did not imagine everyone would stay completely silent for 4 straight hours. But suddenly, Kiryu Aisei finally broke the silence by calling Subaru. He asked where they were taking him. He asked if it was not to the place where his family had been murdered. Subaru replied no, that was not it. But he wanted to know if Kiryu wanted revenge. Kiryu answered that the thought had crossed his mind before, but even if he got revenge, his family would not come back to life. Kiryu Aisei asked if Subaru really thought he could help clear that so-called 6-star portal. Subaru replied simply, just saying yes, not even bothering to explain why. Ginga, observing, wondered what Subaru was trying to do. He thought about how that man, Kiryu, had his family brutally murdered. Not even the law could help him, since the culprit was a minor. It was as if everything in the world was against him, and now he carried within himself a deep sense of absolute despair. Ginga wondered what kind of negotiation Subaru intended to make with a man like that. Subaru then told Kiryu that he also never had a family. Kiryu replied coldly, asking so what? Subaru continued, saying that even Even so, he loved many other people, and that he would protect them at all costs. Ginga realized that, as expected, this was not working very well. He thought that those words, coming from a man who did not carry a shred of vengeance in his heart, would not have much effect. Still, he was curious, trying to understand what kind of move Subaru was attempting. They crossed the entire country, returning to Tokyo. They stopped at a place where some children were playing soccer. Kiryu just stood there silently watching. Ginga, confused, asked what that place was. Kiryu answered that this was the Akazaka Football Club, the team where his son used to play. Ginga was completely shocked, while Subaru just remained watching. Kiryu started remembering the day when his son played there. He remembered the moment when his son, little Seitei, thanked him for the lunchbox and said that because of that, he would score a goal. Kiryu replied back then that of course he would, but also asked him to be careful not to get hurt. In the present, he ended up repeating, without even realizing, exactly the same phrase. He also remembered his wife, who was by his side that day, offering him a sip of tea while they watched their son play. He thanked her for always being there with him, always supporting him. Ginga, shocked, turned to Subaru and said he was an extremely cruel person. He asked why Subaru brought Kiryu to that place. Subaru simply replied, "Not yet." Ginga, not understanding, asked what he meant by "not yet." At that exact moment, the children called out to Kiryu, shouting "Uncle." They remembered him. They knew he was Seitei's father. They all ran toward him as if he were someone very dear to them, because in fact he was. Kiryu, emotional, replied that it had been a long time since he last saw all of them. Since Seitei's funeral, he had not come back. Then one of the children, who seemed to be the oldest in the group, showed up holding a photo of Seitei. He said that Seitei had always been with them to this day. They always carried him in their hearts during every game. The whole team confirmed, saying that Seitei was their strength. The boy, who seemed to be the goalkeeper, announced that there would be a match next month and invited Kiryu to be there, cheering for them. He said they would win together with Seitei. Kiryu could not hold back his tears. He remembered the moment when his son excitedly told him that he had been accepted into the main team. Kiryu asked if he was having fun playing soccer, and Seitei replied yes, that it was really fun. He said that it was not like he was very strong or skilled, but that he had made great friends and asked his father to always cheer for him and his friends. At that moment, all he could do was cry. Subaru, watching all of this, commented that once again, the future had shifted a little. He remembered what had happened in the memories of the future. After the sixth calamity, during the great earthquake, Subaru found Kiryu, who had returned after the prison collapsed. Back then, Subaru asked if those shoes were his. Kiryu explained that he had gone to visit the soccer team where his son used to play, but when he arrived, everyone was dead. Even so, he noticed that the photo of Seitei was still there in the club room all that time. They had never forgotten him. But even realizing that, Kiryu asked himself what the hell he had been doing all that time, unable to protect them. Subaru realized that the tears Kiryu was shedding today were not the same as those in that future. He then said that he was happy for him right now. Ginga also recognized that yes, Subaru was right. The children then asked Kiryu to watch their practice. Subaru stepped forward and asked him, please, to lend his strength so that together they could protect this world. Kiryu, with tears in his eyes, replied that he wanted to leave behind a world where those children could play soccer in peace. He said that Subaru was truly a sly one because he knew exactly how to reach the depths of someone's heart. Kiryu then agreed to help, but imposed one condition. Subaru accepted immediately. The condition was that he could visit those children every month, whenever he wanted. Kiryu thanked him from the bottom of his heart. That night, the team was already prepared. Kiryu officially joined the group. Now, the final team to clear the second phase of the 6-star portal was complete. They decided that they would level up before entering the Great Portal. All the experience points that passed through Carrion and Saya would also go directly to Hirasaka and Sayaka, so it would not be a waste of time. Ginga and Kiryu still needed to open one more trial gate to obtain one more ability, since those abilities would be what decided the outcome of that battle. From now on, they would have to put everything they had on the line to defeat the 6-star bosses. 6 days later, on October 31st, the day of the final battle finally arrived. At 12:07, Shikishima was already at the location. He thought there were only 6 hours left until the portal opened. He also thought that he had done everything he could. Now, all they could do was believe in Subaru and his plan. At that moment, the director was calling Shikishima, and he had a bad feeling about it. Kiryu asked if this was some TV drama, trying to understand why why this was happening. Shikishima replied that there was not much he could do. The news about Hirasaka's death still had not been released, so he said he was going to send a car to pick up Carrion right now. In the very next second, there was already a car and a guy dragging Carrion by force. It was Shikishima himself who was there. Carrion asked if this was some kind of joke, saying they were kidnapping him. He said this guy with glasses could only be a kidnapper, and even as a demon, he wanted to have human rights too. At the same moment, the sushi he had left behind was already completely devoured. Ginga then asked about Subaru, and Saya replied that he was still inside that portal, leading the meeting between the gold players. Kiryu commented that after spending so much time with Subaru, he realized that he truly was an abnormal person. Ginga wanted to know if he was talking about his crazy behavior, and Saya replied, remembering the guy who walks around with a paper bag on his head. But Kiryu made it clear that he was not talking about that. He was referring to that guy's mental endurance. Kiryu then remembered the 5-star portal, the Forgotten Zone of Divine Beasts, where Subaru was ready to face the boss there, Mugen and Kwana. Kiryu explained that all players recover from physical injuries when they level up. However, this only applies to the physical body. Mental exhaustion remains. It does not matter who it is. If someone keeps fighting non-stop, there comes a time when there is no strength left to continue, making it impossible to escape death. At that moment, Subaru was knocked down and was almost completely consumed by the flowers of the forest. But Kiryu commented that this guy was different. Subaru simply stood up as if nothing had happened. Kiryu explained that over the last 6 days, while everyone else was focused on leveling up, Subaru participated in every portal, with each one of them, without taking a single day off, and he was still doing it. That is when Kiryu realized that this guy, who had barely become a player not long ago, was now on the same level as the most powerful players in this world. To him, Ariaki Subaru was a true monster. Subaru finally managed to defeat the creature. He leveled up to 90, breaking the world record as the fastest player to reach that level in human history. Subaru thought that he managed to do it just in time. Now, all that was left was to pass through the final trial gate. When he got there, they told him he was late. Vanquish said he had been waiting for him, and that now it was time to finish everything. Later, they were meeting with Carrion, who was disguised as Hirasaka. Carrion warned that if anyone dared to make fun of him, he would simply kill everyone. Kiryu then noticed a man in chains there and asked who that guy was. Shikishima explained that it was Akira Nishuri, who had tried to kill Carrion as soon as he saw him copying Hirasaka's appearance. Since then, they had to tie him up, and he had been restrained until now. Kiryu commented that it made sense since everything was being recorded. Shikishima replied that there was not much they could do against the media. What they could do at that moment was simply try to explain themselves. Besides that, he reminded everyone that after the incident with the Black Faction, a 6-star portal had appeared, which was making the entire population even more desperate. Suddenly, a woman appeared, thanking both Hirasaka and Shikishima. She was a reporter who, after the commercials, would announce secrets and stories about the new leader of the Japanese player community, known as the Savior, Ariaki Subaru. Ginga was surprised and asked how come leader. Shikishima explained that after Subaru cleared the first phase of the 6-star portal, his fame exploded. Ginga agreed, remembering that without Subaru, they would not even have gotten past the Pharaoh. At that moment, Naruse informed everyone that 18 hours had already passed and it was time to meet up as Subaru had planned. But to make things worse, a creature from the underworld appeared in the city, unleashing itself among the people. Naruse commented that this happened at the worst possible time, while Carrion, completely calm, replied that no one there needed to do absolutely anything. They asked if he was sure, and Carrion confirmed, saying yes, because Subaru was already on his way. Subaru, actually arriving, thought he was a little late, but kept wondering why a creature from the underworld was there. And when the creature was about to attack the people, Subaru appeared and said that this was enough. Everyone looked and immediately recognized the savior, Ariaki Subaru. Subaru analyzed the creature, realized it was an X-Class 4-star boss, and commented that this would be perfect for a test. He grabbed his divine chisel, which now looked completely different, and, with his absurdly powerful cuts, simply turned the dragon into grilled meat, killing it in the blink of an eye. The population was shocked, unable to believe that he had eliminated the monster with just one hit, and of course, they commented that, as always, this was expected from the savior, Ariaki Subaru. Right after that, he went up to meet the group. Saya commented that, as always, he did a great job, and that everyone was waiting for him. Shikishima joked that the savior was very popular, but Subaru did not like that fame and attention at all. Then Shikishima kicked him, asking why he was late and wanted to know if everything was ready. Subaru Subaru replied that of course everything was ready. Now they just needed to go in, kill everyone inside, and come back alive. Meanwhile, the press was watching, recording everything. They announced that it was starting. The group was about to enter the 6-star portal. No one had any idea what they would find in there, but everyone hoped they would return safely. There they were, standing in front of the gigantic 6-star portal. Shikishima confirmed that this was the Radiant Dragon, the one he always talked about. Subaru explained that, for now, that area was safe. The bosses of each area, like the one from the second area, could not pass to the first or third, and not even their attacks could cross the barriers. So, as long as they remained in the first area, they were safe. Suddenly, Carcinos appeared, catching their attention and saying that the humans had actually come. Subaru thought that he showed up way earlier than in his memory of the future. Carcinos asked what they were doing there, in his area, but completely out of any expectation, Ilak, who for some reason was in the second area, charged directly at Carcinos, activating his Albion ability and killed him with just one strike. In a matter of seconds, Ilak left Carcinos completely destroyed, with no strength even to stand. Carcinos, terrified, commented that this bastard had always been different. He said that he was not just the most powerful, but the one who ruled over everything. Then he asked where he was going, clearly not wanting to leave even a trace of the intruders. At that moment, Carcinos felt a very specific presence. He wondered if that thing was still alive, and so it was explained who that man was, the legendary demon beast slayer Ilak. The third boss of the Palace of Carnage appeared. At that moment, Subaru thanked Kiryu a lot for doing his job. Kiryu replied that it was okay after all. If his opponent was a swordsman, it was very easy for him to handle. He then placed several of his seals spread all over that area. Everyone already knew this ability well, the Crest of Interruption, which is capable of stopping anything that touches it for 1 second without fail. The crest is invisible until it is touched, but even so, Subaru thought that because Ilak's slashing attack was fast enough to disappear in a second, the defensive strategy could not rely only on the crests. Shikishima commented that he had high expectations but realized that this creature was really a monster. That was a 6-star boss who, with a single ability, turned everything into tiny pieces. If it were not for Kiryu, everyone would already be dead at that moment. Currently, Kiryu was level 83. He then asked Shikishima if Subaru already knew that the boss would be a knight. Shikishima asked what made him think that. Kiryu explained that his crest could not stop light or gas attacks, only physical ones, and the previous opponent, that Radiant Dragon, was completely annihilated by the other boss, Ilak. It almost seemed like Subaru knew the future. Kiryu wondered how he knew something like that, but Subaru simply replied that they would move according to the plan. Shikishima agreed and said that the support would stay with them. That is how the teams were formed. The first melee attack team was composed of Ariaki Subaru, level 90, Carrion, level 85, Saya, level 40, Ginga, level 86, and Fushigami, level 88. All of them were grabbed by Sushi, who swallowed them and dashed at full speed towards Ilak, who of course was already prepared with his sword. But from inside Sushi, someone activated anti-vision, making the team practically invisible. Ilak completely lost sight of them. Shikishima commented to Kiryu that they could discuss this matter about Subaru later, because for now, all they could do was trust him. Then it showed the long-range team, whose mission was to provide support in the fight against Ilak. It was composed of Kinokawa Sakura, level 91, Naru Akira, level 90, and Shikishima Ryo, level 92. Shikishima then activated his 7th ability, Imperial Control, which allowed him to simultaneously activate his 1st, 5th, and 6th abilities, all enhanced with golden power. All of this came crashing down on Ilak, like an entire army firing at him, relentlessly bombarding without stopping. Naruse wondered what the hell that ability was, and whether the Subarus would be okay in the middle of that. Imperial Control made it so that, in exchange for continuous mana consumption, the power and accuracy of all abilities increased by 10%, as well as allowing the use of multiple abilities simultaneously. Ilak realized that this was exactly one of the abilities used by one of his former Golden Knights. This made him completely furious. With a powerful slash, he managed to dissipate all the shots around him and even shattered the entire ground. He used Furious Slash, capable of destroying everything in front of him, literally. Shikishima was in shock, thinking that this had to be a joke, even wondering if that boss could simply cut the entire portal itself if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Udu was holding everyone together using his protective walls, because there was barely any ground left in that place. Naruse, trembling, said that, honestly, he thought he was going to die at that moment. Kiryu said it would be even worse if they lost sight of Ilak, because they would not know exactly where the next attack would come from. Fortunately, Shikishima could still see him thanks to his clairvoyance ability. Even so, the situation was terrible, because Ilak's strike was coming directly at them and filled almost all the space around. Udo then said that now it was his and Kiryu's job to hold this guy back. They got ready, and Kiryu placed even more crests of interruption, while Udo activated his fourth ability, the Golden Wall. Ilak's Albion strike hit that wall directly. Mia asked if the stage was vertical now, and Ginga, terrified, questioned Subaru, trying to understand what the hell was happening. Meanwhile, Sushi was completely terrified, trembling with fear, clinging to the rocks so as not to fall. Subaru thought that Ilak was much stronger and faster than in his memories of the future. Shikishima realized that Ilak's attack was clearly larger than before and warned everyone to be careful because some slashes could pierce the barrier. Right after that, a huge explosion happened. In the middle of the smoke, Ilak kept getting closer and closer. Shikishima noticed that the stage had returned to normal, but the situation was in complete chaos. He was protected by the seals and the wall, and Narusa managed to survive thanks to both of them. Shikishima asked if they were okay. They were badly injured but alive, protected by their own abilities. Kiryu then asked what Shikishima was doing standing there. He needed to continue his job. There was no time to worry about them. The focus was to make sure they defeated that boss. Kiryu said he trusted Subaru and was curious to know why Subaru had given him this opportunity, why he had given him a reason to keep living in this world. Shikishima replied that there was no need to worry because his eyes had already captured everything. He said that Subaru and the others had already reached Ilak and that Kiryu's job was done. This was just the beginning of the battle. Subaru mentally thanked Senriko because now the job was in their hands. First to take action were Saya and Carrion. Carrion then said he would leave the rest to him. The one who took over the body was Hirasaka Renji, while Saya's body was taken over by Amamiya Sayaka, who used her ability Pranavarpas. Mia and Ginga were extremely shocked by this. When Ilak charged at them, Hirasaka retaliated using his golden blade, activating Dragon's flying slash. Ilak was extremely shocked by this, and Hirasaka said it was a pleasure to meet him, calling him his dear senior. He then introduced himself as Hirasaka Renji, wielder of the essence of the Golden Knight, Commander Lodwig. Ilak became even more furious when he heard that name, Lodwig. Without wasting any time, Sayaka cast Kirin's lightning, creating a catastrophic explosion. It was explained that they received Saya and Carrion's experience points thanks to the Pranavarpas ability. Sayaka apologized, asking if she had hurt Hirasaka. He replied that he thought he was going to die, and she apologized again, explaining that she had forgotten she had increased the skill level because of the earrings she was wearing. Even so, they got a very useful piece of information. It seemed that long-range attacks could slow Ilak down a bit, but they did not deal much damage. This happened because he had an ability called Bel Hirak, which blocked 95% of all projectile damage. Sayaka then stated that this time she would give full support. She was currently level 86. Hirasaka replied that he was counting on her, and he was currently level 97. Subaru then told Mia and Ginga that now it was their time to join the fight too. Ginga asked if Subaru really wanted to get into that fight because everything was simply catastrophic. Hirasaka and Ilak were exchanging blows so powerful that it was hard to see anything. Ilak's attacks were not only extremely fast, but also heavy. Hirasaka was already expecting that kind of strength from the former commander of the Golden Knights. Ilak's sword was simply majestic. Even using two strengthening abilities at the same time, it still was not enough to block all of Ilak's strikes. This would be a problem if he were alone, but luckily that was not the case. Then it was explained what happened 6 days ago at the Shining Sea of the Underworld. Subaru said it was a long story, but explained that in the world of the King of Dawn, in the memories of the future, they had failed to complete the 6-star portal. Killin replied that he already expected that, since it was not like that was something easily possible. Subaru continued, saying that their defeat against Lambda was simply merciless. They suffered heavy damage, spent a long time recovering and leveling up. As a result, Ilak ended up killing Carcinos, but he managed to escape the portal thanks to the time limit expiring. As soon as he left, Ilak simply wiped out almost the entire population of Tokyo. In his memories, Udu and Kinokawa sacrificed themselves to protect the city. Hirasaka was completely shocked by that. Then Delta asked where he was going. Hirasaka replied that he would go make his request to Ludwig again, no matter what he had to do, because she would train him. But before he even arrived, Vanquish was already approaching with Ludwig. She agreed to help him and warned that Hirasaka's next opponent would be Ilak himself, the demon beast slayer. Ludwig made it clear that she would train him exclusively to destroy that guy, even if it meant betraying her own country. She said she would not hold back, that the training could even even break his body, but she would not care about that. Hirasaka replied that this was exactly what he wanted. In the present, Hirasaka knew that even after everything, his strength still was not comparable to Ilak's, so he needed his companions. Mia then used her third ability, Lick My Shoe, hitting Ilak right in the face with a high heel, creating an opening. Taking advantage of this, Hirasaka delivered a strike called Stonebreaker Oil, which greatly disrupted Ilak's combat posture. This opened space for Ginga to approach using his fifth ability, Iceberg Grip. The moment Ilak was about to be crushed by the iceberg, he activated Albion, shattering the iceberg into several pieces. But Hirasaka was already on his tail, using Twin-Headed Slash. Ilak managed to block with his sword, but that made him retreat a bit, and Subaru took the chance to land a necrotic punch combined with the Divine Chisel Strike. To dodge, Ilak used Fulgor, teleporting far away. At that instant, Hirasaka, who was already prepared, realized that this was the perfect opening. He charged at Ilak and unleashed the 3 consecutive techniques of Ludwig, which were Phoenix Fall, Draconic Impalement, and Bunny Demon Strike. Even after all that, Ilak was still standing, but Hirasaka kept pressing, repeatedly striking his golden armor until he finally made him spit blood for the first time. Ilak not only spat blood but was also sent flying. Ginga, completely impressed, commented that this was truly incredible. He was watching the most powerful player in the world fighting right in front of him, and even asked if he had already won. Sayaka replied that actually he was just trying to trick them, pretending to be weak so they would get closer. But she also commented that, even so, this was a good opportunity. Then she told Subaru that this time she would go to the front line. Subaru agreed, saying he would cover her. Sayaka then announced to everyone that now was the time to shine. She activated her ability, Summon of the 8 Gods of Thunder, causing several mini versions of Keelan to appear around her, all colorful and cute. And as expected, Ilak, even after spitting blood, was still standing and looked almost completely intact. At that moment, Naruse was completely amazed. He wondered if that light was his light and felt deeply moved just by seeing Hirasaka's power. Shikishima, looking at him, asked why he was standing there since they had to leave. It was time to meet their leader. The boy was practically crying from how emotional he was. Hirasaka then remembered his training with Ludwig. She had explained that to defeat Ilak, the first thing they needed to do was destroy his armor. Only the armor could reduce all received damage by half, and it had a passive effect that allowed him to recover health gradually just by wearing it. It was an extremely rare item, practically a treasure. Sayaka commented that an item like that was extremely unfair. Ludwig explained that it was not just that. Out of all the Golden Knights that had ever existed, Ilak was the most resistant, the one with the highest health, which made him incredibly powerful in prolonged battles. That was why the best strategy against him was to focus on a very intense short-term assault, based on extremely fierce attacks. Ludwig then explained to Hirasaka that right after destroying the armor, he would have to use his most powerful ability, which consisted of combining Dimensional Slash with Imperial Radiance to execute his strongest strike. But she warned that he needed to be very careful with how much mana he had left, since Dimensional Slash consumed 80% of his mana. Sayaka then stood up and said that after a few hits to the armor, someone would surely take a really nasty blow. For now, she would provide basic support to everyone, but if she could, she would also try to break the armor. After all, she was really good at hitting hard. Ludwig agreed, saying that made perfect sense. After all, Sayaka was a disciple of the God of Thunder, and no one could surpass her in terms of speed. In the current moment, Sayaka was motivating her little thunder gods, ordering all of them to go. They then transformed into electricity, fully merging with her body. Ilak himself realized that he was being surrounded by her and Hirasaka, and he was a bit impressed by Sayaka's ability. Then it was explained about the transformation of the 8 colors of the God of Thunder. In this state, she could command the 8 thunder gods at the same time. Every attack of hers now dealt massive thunder damage. Her speed increased by 1000%, and she received a 60% reduction in all physical and thermal damage. The downside was that this transformation consumed an absurd amount of mana and could not be deactivated. In other words, it would only end when all her mana was consumed. With the amount of mana Sayaka had, the time limit for this transformation was approximately 10 seconds. The countdown began. At 400ths of a second, she had already closed in on Ilak. The first strike completely cracked his armor. At 1100ths, she landed a hit right on his face. At 1800ths, she was already landing punches all over his body, and this was all before even a single second had passed. When 1 second was finally completed, she had already completely beaten him down. Mia, watching everything, was completely stunned. She was using her ability, Eagle Eyes, which allowed her to zoom in up to 100 times, a standard ability among all Golden Knights. Observing everything, Mia said that this girl was capable of fighting head-on against a 6-star boss. She was absolutely shocked, declaring that Sayaka was absurdly powerful, and asked Subaru who she was. Subaru then replied, without hesitation, that she was Amamiya Sayaka, the first companion he ever made in his entire life. Sayaka then remembered a moment she spent with Keelan, where they were testing her electricity current. Keelan confirmed that she seemed to have excellent compatibility with him. Carrion, Delta, and Vanquish called him an idiot, and Keelan replied that he would fry all of them if they kept talking. Sayaka then asked Carrion who that guy was, and he introduced himself as Thunder Keelan, explaining that according to his pact with Vanquish, he would be responsible for her training. In the current moment, Delta was watching Keelan and wondered what he was doing there, watching Sayaka's fight. Delta realized that it had been a long time since he had seen Keelan like that, smiling so much. It was explained that Sayaka's growth impressed Keelan so much that it left him completely stunned. However, her enemy was still Ilak, one of the most powerful Golden Knights, which naturally made everything even harder. At that moment, she took a deep slash right to the chest and thought that if her transformation had not been active, she would have died from that attack. Even with 60% damage reduction, that strike was extremely powerful against her body. There were still 2 seconds left on her transformation. She remembered what Vanquish had said, that Subaru's trump card should only be used for the next calamity. So, she knew she could not rely on that now. Meanwhile, Hirasaka was waiting for the perfect opening. He had Imperial Radiance activated, and at that moment, he had 83% mana. Hirasaka thought that he was counting on her and believed they could win with the next strike. With just 1 second and a few hundredths remaining on her transformation, she used all the power she still had and responded with an attack called Albion Slash. The enemy's armor was already completely cracking. She struck Ilak directly, piercing his body. At that exact moment, her transformation ended. Her mana dropped to 0, but she not only managed to destroy his chest plate, but also revealed part of the face beneath his helmet. Sayaka then said that from here on, the rest was up to Hirasaka. He thanked her a lot because they made it in time and immediately used his Dimensional Slash, now at level 10, cutting Ilak's body in half. Everyone who witnessed this scene, both inside the portal and in the underworld, was stunned to see the plan working. The destruction of the armor by Amamiya Sayaka and the most powerful strike of Hirasaka Renji left everyone certain that victory was finally within reach. However, Ilak was nowhere near accepting death. He remembered a moment from the past when he was standing before all the Golden Knights, tied up and being questioned about the meaning of his actions. At the time, he was the current commander, and Ludwig, who was the vice commander, explained that this was a royal order. She said that the aggression he committed was completely abnormal, and that if it were up to Ilak himself, he would have completely wiped out the entire nation of the Silver King. But the king's wish was peace. Ilak questioned how they could even speak of peace, saying that it did not matter if they were soldiers or civilians, all should be killed until they were completely extinct. Ludwig realized that it would be useless to try reasoning with him, and then ordered that the punishment be carried out. Ilak asked if it was her who was suggesting the execution, and Ludwig confirmed, saying that her older brother had committed countless murders, not only of enemies, but also of allies who opposed the massacre he was committing. Ilak replied saying that killing those who disobey was something natural, and did not understand why he would be executed for that. Ludwig, filled with rage, remembered that her best friend was among the people Ilak had killed. She said that he could not dare to say that was natural, and that she could no longer accept this, coming from her own brother. Ludwig declared that she would execute the Beast Slayer, and at that moment, she cut off his head, while he felt the purest hatred. Back in the present, Ilak was alive, but extremely weakened. Saya then told Hirasaka to finish him off quickly, but this time the one who activated Imperial Radiance was Ilak himself, and just the pressure of his power was enough to leave everyone there terrified. Everyone wondered what the hell that power was. His Imperial Radiance was also at level 10, increasing all his abilities by 160%. Ilak said that now he understood. He had been betrayed by his own country and thrown into a portal. Hirasaka wondered if he had regained his own consciousness. Ilak asked if Hirasaka was saying he was Ludwig's successor. Ilak then said that the gate plan that his master once mentioned really happened. Even so, he did not expect Ludwig to send her own possessor. He said this was so pathetic of his little sister that her plans had become increasingly deceitful. After laughing, he said that all those bastards around him had no idea what was about to happen. Ilak asked if they knew how the sealed ones in the the gate could return to the underworld. He explained that first, they needed to kill their possessors. At that very moment, he landed a strike directly into Sayaka's abdomen without her even realizing the attack was coming. Ilak said that this was not something good to do. After doing this, their souls become damaged and their ranks fall, forcing them to return to the underworld. Hirasaka immediately rushed to help Sayaka, obviously, but Ilak was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. He explained that the second way to return to the underworld was by killing a possessor who had a high level of power. Right after that, he stepped on Hirasaka, smashing him against the ground. Ilak explained that by killing a possessor, it was possible to absorb their soul, which forced them to return to the underworld. The principles for leveling up were basically the same. He said that if he had to choose someone, it would definitely be Hirasaka, who was level 97. Hirasaka tried to kick him away and activated the Crimson Mantle, an equipment that increased attack power by 100%, but drastically reduced defense. This made him powerful, but fragile. Combined with Imperial Radiance and the Crimson Mantle, Hirasaka's attack power was currently at 360%. On top of that, he was about to use his 12th ability, the Slayer of All Creatures, which could reach an incredible 10,000% attack power in a single blow. This was an exclusive ability of Ilak. Hirasaka and Sayaka were completely terrified because even from a relatively safe distance, they could feel all that pressure. Ginga warned Ariake that this was not going to end well, while Subaru told everyone to get out of there and run far away because if they were hit by that technique, there would probably be absolutely nothing left. Subaru thought that he did not expect Ilak to regain his consciousness. He understood that this operation had failed. They needed to retreat immediately. Ginga asked what he planned to do, and Ilak said that humans had his gratitude because thanks to them, he had become even more powerful. Now he would return to the underworld, where he could finally tear his sister apart. And, as a thank you gift, he decided that he would kill all of them, using his final technique, his 18th ability, the True Dragon Slayer Sword. At the exact moment he was preparing his abilities, Subaru was talking to his relatives through their souls. Subaru said that they needed to abort this operation because they had no choice but to change the strategy. They needed to get out of there immediately. Subaru then said that he himself was going to defeat Ilak. Everyone was confused, wondering what he meant by that. Sayaka asked if he intended to use his trump card. Hirasaka asked if he was sure he could defeat the Silver King by using that trump card now. Subaru replied that honestly, he did not know, but even so, it was better than losing his friends. Saika realized that Subaru was prioritizing their lives above all else in that moment and wondered what she herself should do, until suddenly, she literally saw a light at the end of the tunnel and asked Subaru to wait. She asked if he could feel that too, because it seemed there was something beyond his secret technique that they could use. Back to the present, when Ilak was ready to kill everyone, a mysterious energy took over his sword. Not even he knew what it was. His arms were completely paralyzed. At that moment, Kiryu appeared, saying that he had arrived just in time and commented that it had been a long time since he saw Hirasaka. Kiryu used the Crest of Interruption to completely paralyze Ilak's movements, and the one carrying him and meowing was Sushi. Hirasaka felt relieved and said that he was okay, thank goodness. Kiryu told them not to come and hug him, called them idiots, and stopped the enemy using the Crest of Interruption. Kiryu said that it was a pleasure to meet the Beast Slayer, but that they would not be seeing each other for long because he was going to die soon, since he was completely surrounded by his ability. He apologized because unfortunately, he could not shut him up as well. Ilak asked if it was him who stopped his Albion strike. Kiryu was a bit worried, his mana was almost gone, and he knew that this bluff would not last long. He thought that Subaru needed to do something, and fast. At that moment, Shikishima's team also approached. Shikishima said that the enemy was paralyzed by Kiryu, so Subaru could now put his new strategy into practice. Subaru thought that there was really something he could use besides his trump card, something only he could do. At that moment, his mind was completely filled, thinking about all the possibilities to defeat Ilak while still keeping his trump card reserved for the Silver King. Subaru spoke to Shikishima and Naruse, asking them for a favor. He asked them to become his relatives right there, at that exact moment. They accepted without hesitation, and Subaru prepared to use his ultimate ability, one he had never used before, the Blood Usurper. Then it was explained about the ability Rakta Tsunana, the last one he unlocked at level 50, directly related to the Blood Usurper, which allowed him to turn a living being into one of his relatives. Unlike Paravana, which required a bond, a deep connection connection through the soul. This ability allowed someone to become his relative with just the person's consent. Subaru asked if they were really okay with this. Naruse asked if Subaru would be okay becoming his subordinate. Subaru replied that, technically speaking, yes. Naruse thought that he would never lose to him, but replied that he did not care, just to get it over with. Naruse remembered when he was hospitalized, weak, and asked his mother to turn on the TV because he had heard that Mr. Hirasaka would appear. He was there watching him every day. Naruse said that Subaru might be the savior, but his only hero had always been Hirasaka Renji, and if it was to save Hirasaka, he would do anything. At that moment, they were still trying to hold Ilak back using freezes and crests of interruption. Ilak realized that this was a type of invisible immobilization. He understood that he was completely surrounded by it now, and thought that no one was attacking during this opening, which meant they were all waiting for something. Ilak said that all of this was useless, and easily disabled all the seals by kicking rocks at them. He explained that he was right because the seals did not interrupt specific targets, but rather anything that moved indiscriminately, which meant even rocks could trigger the seals. Kiryu was surprised, wondering how he figured out his ability so quickly. Ilak then used his 15th ability, Dimensional Slip, which worked like Hirasaka's Dimensional Slash. With that, he sliced Sushi in half and tore off Kiryu's leg. Right after that, he used his 16th ability, Dimensional Polishing, breaking absolutely everything in his path. Kiryu tried to protect himself with his mobility seals, but Ilak said that he knew this paralyzing ability lasted at least 1 second, but this ability he just created now lasted for 20 seconds. Kiryu and Sushi were hit head-on. Ilak said that was one less to worry about, and quickly dodged the next strike from Hirasaka, who asked how he dared to do that. Ilak told Hirasaka not to try so hard, that he knew his mana was already depleted, and told him to just die already. Then he used his Dimensional Slash again, but this time his strike was interrupted. Ilak asked what the hell that was. It was then that Shikishima shot him from very far away, saying that the target was back in his sights. Shikishima commented that, just as Subaru had said, projectile abilities really worked well against him. Now he was using his second ability, Golden Rifle, combined with Subaru's Cursed Blood. He fired another blood bullet that Ilak was forced to defend against. Ilak wondered what kind of curse that was because it felt like it was not piercing his body, but rather his soul. Hirasaka could hear Naruse's voice in his mind, who apologized for invading like that without permission, but asked if he was out of mana, right? And explained that he could use his weapons together with his first ability, Golden Arsenal, combined with the Cursed Blood attribute. It was explained that one of the characteristics of becoming one of Subaru's relatives is that the person can use his Cursed Blood in their abilities. In other words, all the weapons Naruse was equipping now could directly hit the enemy's soul, and everyone started arming themselves heavily. Sayaka realized that he had really turned everyone into his relatives, and Subaru was feeling a bit shaken because transforming living beings into his relatives was a very difficult decision. The problem was that once they became his relatives while alive, they could no longer be revived by Paravana if anything happened to them, even if they died in the future. But Shikishima told Subaru not to worry about that because everyone there knew the risks. Subaru did the right thing. He did it for victory. Shikishima also said that Subaru could share the memories of the future with them and apologize for leaving all that burden on Subaru's shoulders for so long. Now he said they could leave the rest to them. He then prepared his next shot while everyone was armed and ready for combat. They charged forward using Naruse's Golden Arsenal, while Shikishima provided cover, shooting directly at Ilak, so he would not notice that Hirasaka and Sayaka were already on his tail. Ilak was being hit from all sides with attacks that directly targeted his soul, and he wondered how they had so much synergy, how they managed to coordinate attacks without any signals or discussion beforehand. It was as if they were all one single living being. It was explained that this was one of the greatest benefits of combat, carried out entirely by the relatives of a single being. What mattered most in situations like this was soul communication. They were all now connected by their souls, communicating mentally. Ilak tried to attack, but again his arm was hit by the sniper, in this case Shikishima, who was preventing him from attacking every time. Shikishima commented that their way of thinking was quite similar, that it was much better to crush the enemy's attack than to try to defend, and asked if that was not true for Kiryu. Kiryu managed to completely immobilize Ilak, who could not believe what was happening. He thought he had already hit Kiryu directly with the Dimensional Slash, so there was no reason reason for him to be alive, but Kiryu had been saved by Sushi, who managed to expand his body so much that he completely protected him from the strike. Kiryu said that he could not die there because, unfortunately for Ilak, he had an appointment he did not intend to miss. Then Sayaka and Hirasaka appeared, ready to crush Ilak's head. His body was hit with such force that it started gushing blood. Ilak asked who the hell they were, those bastards, and they all responded at the same time that they were Subaru's relatives. The boss was completely defeated. Ilak still tried to save his soul so he could return to the underworld, but Hirasaka said no, that he would never return. Hirasaka then drove a small dagger directly into Ilak's chest, and his body was completely fragmented. His soul was being dragged into the galaxy of the unconscious universe, the final destination of all destroyed souls. This was the last thing Ludwig had given Hirasaka after the training, and it was meant to be used for the final blow. He wondered what exactly that weapon was. Ludwig explained that the name of that dagger was Amnesia. A soul destroyed inside a portal could still return to the underworld, but Amnesia completely broke that cycle. It buries any soul in the unconscious universe, the final destination of all souls, with no possibility of return. Hirasaka then thought that it was exactly there where Subaru met the King of Dawn. Ludwig asked him to please do this for her dignity, for the death of her friend, and for all the other hundreds of souls that he himself had already purged from this world. She begged him to completely annihilate her older brother, Ilak, the Beast Slayer. Ilak wondered what was happening to his body. Amnesia was stabbed deep into his chest. That treasure dagger, one of the rarest items kept in the treasury of the Golden Country, had the power to send a soul directly to the unconscious universe, completely breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Ilak felt his soul collapsing entirely. He could feel nothing but absolute cold inside himself. He wondered if this was really the end, and the last scream he managed to let out was all he could do before disappearing completely. His soul was dragged far, far away from there. Ludwig said that with this, all the souls were finally avenged. She remembered that in the past, she used to think her brother was amazing. He could kill dragons alone, and she always said that he was truly incredible, that one day she wanted to become like him. But in that moment, she said goodbye to her dear brother, knowing that one day she herself would also follow that same journey. She said that it was finally over. She was lying on the ground, completely out of strength, saying that she had used all her power. Naruse asked Hirasaka if it was really over. Hirasaka confirmed that yes, and said that it was also thanks to him. Hirasaka told him that he had become a real man, someone truly respectable. Naruse then remembered that he needed to talk to the owner of his gate. The owner asked if he wanted to use the success he had achieved to help Hirasaka Renji, and said that this was a very admirable mindset. That owner was the Golden Knight magic sword Delcane. Delcane said that, however, if he wished to become a human star, he should not walk the path of righteousness. He explained that he also trained a lot to be a swordsman, but without success, eventually changed his class to magic swordsman. There were times when he felt ashamed of himself, but he never hesitated to use any means to become stronger. And with that, he became one of the 7 most powerful Golden Knights of all time. Delcane told Naruse that reaching the stars, no matter the method he used, what mattered was believing in himself and never giving up, because that is exactly what true aspiration is about. Naruse, emotional, started crying and thought that, hearing those words, today he felt very close to becoming a star. Shikishima asked if everyone was okay, and Hirasaka met up with him after a long time. Naruse was watching the two, who simply did a fist bump like great friends, and he thought that was super cool. Shikishima said that they were about to head back home. Naruse wondered if that was really it, if that was their reunion after so long. He thought that veterans were really awesome. Mia warned that everyone was already gathering to return. Subaru thought that somehow they managed to deal with the second calamity, but suddenly a system message popped up for Subaru, visible only to him. He could not share it with anyone. It was a direct message from the administrator. The message said that the intervention of his relatives in the system had been recognized. Since the boss's soul of this stage had completely disappeared, it would not be converted into experience points. It was also stated that intervening in this way was not recommended, and that players should play the proper way, asking if he understood. Subaru thought that this was a direct warning from the admin himself, and that it seemed the future was arriving much faster than he expected. The mission was officially completed. Later, the media was already fully focused on the event. At that moment, it was exactly 6:15 in the morning, and the team led by Ariaki Subaru had managed to clear the 6-star portal. A huge commotion was happening in the city. Many people gathered to see it up close, to witness the complete collapse of the portal. During an interview, Subaru said that this time he had only focused on commanding. The true victory was entirely thanks to his companion. Subaru stated that from now on, They, the players, would continue protecting everyone from the creatures of the underworld, even if it cost them their own lives. Shikishima noticed that neither Subaru nor Hirasaka got nervous in front of the camera, and thought that this was not the only thing they had in common. Hirasaka explained to Shikishima that he was going back to the Shining Sea now because he needed to become a little stronger, since his goal was to protect everyone's lives. Shikishima replied that they would see each other next time. Right after that, Carrion showed up, annoyed to realize that this bastard had returned right at that moment. Shikishima asked if Carrion was back already. Hirasaka confirmed that yes, he had just come back, calling him an idiot. Subaru tried to calm them down mentally, but Shikishima thought that next time he was going to punch him right in the face. Sayata commented that she was also going back to the Shining Sea, but before that she would spend some time visiting her relatives. She asked Narusa if everything was okay, and he replied that it felt like someone was missing. In fact, the one sneaking away without anyone noticing was Ginga. The healer asked if he was going home, and he confirmed that yes. He said his mission was complete, that he had fulfilled his role alongside Subaru, and even though he did not contribute much at the end, he did his best as a silver rank. Kiryu replied that they were in the same boat. Ginga thanked Kiryu a lot for the work he did there because he was sure that Subaru would keep the promise he made to him. Kiryu commented that it seemed Ginga trusted Ariake a lot, but Ginga replied that not really. Back in the city of Hitachi, Ginga was at home, relaxed after taking a shower, watching the news report about Subaru. He thought that this week had been very long, but it was an interesting experience, since he spent all that time with the savior, Ariake Subaru. Suddenly, a new gate appeared right in front of him, and he wondered why this was happening now. Ginga asked if the arcane was there, but the one who greeted him was someone else, who said they had been waiting for him. Ginga realized he could not move anymore, and then Ruin, the Silver King of the Nine Tails, appeared asking if they could have a little chat, because he needed Ginga's help with something. The next day, November 1st, early in the morning at the Foundation's headquarters, a celebration banquet was happening. Everyone was there drinking, eating, and toasting the success of the 6-star portal. Ginga declined to join the party, saying he was going home, which was a bit far from there. Kiryu was sent back to prison, but received permission to attend the boys' soccer match. The rest of the group kept enjoying themselves, drinking and eating. Subaru asked if Shikishima was drinking juice, and even Sayaka was surprised by that. Shikishima explained that even if he drank alcohol, it would dissipate quickly from his body because of his player abilities, so drinking made no sense. Subaru asked if Sayaka visited her parents yesterday, and she replied that yes, she spent the night there. She said that everyone cried. It was a bit overwhelming for her, but she was happy because everyone was celebrating her victory. Shikishima asked if Subaru still had time today, and he replied that yes, that he just had to meet with Ginga at 6 in the evening because there was something important to discuss with him. Then Shikishima commented that if he had time, he would take the chance to buy a house now. Subaru was surprised, but Shikishima explained that he had become way too famous, that the hotel lobby where he was staying was completely crowded, and the hotel bills were getting more and more expensive, so it was easier to buy a house or an apartment. He said that with the fame he had now, having a hidden house was no longer a luxury, but a necessity, because anywhere he stayed, the place would be swarmed with people. Subaru wondered if it was really possible to buy a house that quickly, but Shikishima said he would help him with that. Until then, he would stay at Hirasaka's house, and Subaru noticed that the place was quite spacious. Shikishima commented that he was being a little too honest, and Subaru asked how big the place was. Shikishima replied that he was not sure, but guessed it was about 70 square meters. Subaru then asked how long he would stay there, and Shikishima replied that it would be until he managed to get his own house. Carrion asked Hirasaka himself, swearing on his soul, if it was really okay to use that house, and Hirasaka said yes. But Subaru thought that Naruse would definitely be furious if he found out, probably saying something like, "How dare you live in Hirasaka's house?" and other hateful things. Subaru considered asking Naruse if he wanted to live there too, but immediately imagined the answer and was not wrong. Naruse said, "Are you an idiot or what?" And Subaru concluded that it would not be a good idea. Shikishima handed him the key, saying that he could leave, but Subaru remembered that there was still plenty of time until 6 in the afternoon. Shikishima suggested that it would be good for him to take a walk around the city after all. It was the city he had protected. While walking around, Subaru started remembering the memories of the future. Now everything was different. He could walk around peacefully, drinking his coffee, watching people happily strolling through the streets. Those terrible visions he had seen before were no longer real. All of that was gone. Subaru realized that this was the city they had managed to protect. The tragedy that happened in the future of the King of Dawn did not happen this time. Later, he took a train to meet with Ginga, arriving in Hitachi at night, right on time. Subaru thought that the train station was quite beautiful, and Ginga commented that he arrived just in time. Subaru thanked him for the great job he did. Ginga replied that after the 6-star portal, he thought he was finally done with all that work, but ended up being called again. He also said that he was not much of a party person, and asked what Subaru wanted to discuss with him. Subaru then asked if next week Ginga would like to go with him to the underworld. Ginga was shocked, asking how so. The underworld, that place which was humanity's enemy. Subaru replied that yes, you could put it that way, that he needed to resolve some things there and also participate in the meeting of the kings. Ginga, still not fully understanding, asked if he was serious, if those kings really existed, and what kind of meeting that was. Subaru confirmed that yes, they exist, they gather, and he was going to attend that meeting. Ginga commented that he knew this kind of information would be shocking to anyone on the planet since nobody had detailed information about the underworld, and now Subaru was simply inviting him. Subaru replied that yes, he thought they could go together, and asked why not. Ginga replied that the way Subaru talked made it sound like he was inviting him to a beach vacation. Ginga said he could not handle this conversation anymore, and asked how Subaru planned to go to the underworld. Subaru replied that it was just a matter of waiting for contact from the other side, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Ginga said that in the past, he would have said this was absurd, but after spending so much time with Subaru, it no longer seemed that absurd. Even so, he wanted to know why Subaru was inviting him, a mere silver rank. He asked if Subaru did not have way more powerful companions. Subaru replied that eventually, yes, he would call the others too, but said that inevitably, there would come a moment when Ginga's power would be necessary again in the future. That was why he wanted to know if Ginga accepted becoming his official partner. Subaru explained that after returning from the underworld, he planned to form a team and wanted Ginga to be one of the members of that team. Even if the team did not have a name yet, its motto was simple. He said that he would never betray or abandon his friends, and asked what Ginga thought about that. Ginga replied that the first time he met Subaru, of course, he could not fully trust him. After all, out of nowhere, he was chosen to participate in that mission in the 6-star portal. However, now he realized that decision was the right one, and that thanks to Subaru's strategy, they managed to complete that crazy mission. Ginga said that he was sure Subaru possessed a very mysterious power, one that not even he fully understood. So Ginga extended his hand, saying that he would trust Subaru, just like Subaru had trusted him. Subaru analyzed for a second and shook his hand, thanking him. But at that moment, Ginga used Ice 9 directly on Subaru's hand, sealing that informal contract between them. Meanwhile, watching everything from a nearby bridge was Ruin, the Silver King, who simply waved goodbye to Subaru in silence. Ruin commented to himself that Subaru had become significantly stronger and much more dangerous in these last few days. He remembered that Subaru defeated Lambda in just a few minutes, and also managed, together with his relatives, to kill Illak, the Beast Slayer. Ruin said that both the Bronze King and the Gold Queen should be extremely cautious, but he, Ruin, was not. He reflected that there was a real possibility that Vanquish could fully return, and that would be a threat that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Ruin then concluded that even though Subaru's soul was extremely precious, unfortunately, he would have to die right there. To him, it was time to say goodbye to Subaru. Ruin was only able to do all of this thanks to his ability, the Soul Contaminator Spirit. In short, a part of Ruin's soul separates from him, called Bunrei, and enters the target's body, corrupting it. This way, Ruin can completely control that individual, and there is no mental resistance capable of withstanding this kind of control. Subaru commented that, just as he expected, in this timeline the one who was attacked was Ginga, which made perfect sense, since he was the closest silver rank to him at the moment. He wondered if the Silver King was there, but he was not visible. Ruin wondered if Subaru had noticed his presence. Subaru then explained that Ruin made 3 mistakes. First, Ginga always leaves his house with a paper bag on his head. Second, Ginga calls him Ariake, not Subaru. And third, Subaru remembered the memories of the future. At the moment of his death, Ginga said that he did not believe in Subaru, but that from the moment he said he believed in him, he would fight until the end. But in that future, Ginga said that it was fine if Subaru could not save the world, that it was fine if he wanted to run away, and that deep down, he just wanted Subaru to survive. Subaru then realized that Ginga would never say something like that. He would never say that he believed in him in that way. It was at that moment that Subaru revealed that the arm was fake, a mold made of blood blood. In other words, he was not caught by Ice Nine. Ruin was surprised, wondering if that was really a fake arm. He concluded that Subaru cut off his own arm to do this. He realized that Subaru had been expecting Ice Nine from the beginning. He knew that this kind of countermeasure could not be done by someone without conviction and determination. At that moment, Subaru directly touched Ginga's chest using cursed blood, and Ginga fell unconscious. Ruin realized that Subaru killed his Bunrei, so Ginga was no longer under his control. He thought that Subaru was handling that situation perfectly. Subaru told Ginga to wait there for a moment, that as soon as he finished that, they would continue their conversation. Ruin commented that Subaru could see the future. From inside Subaru's bag, his real arm appeared and quickly reconnected to his body. Ruin thought that besides having the power of Vanquish, he also had the power to foresee the future. He concluded that Subaru was extremely dangerous and did not care if the other kings noticed what he was doing, because he needed to kill Subaru here and now. Subaru replied that the present they had reached in this timeline was already a completely different world from the one he saw in the future. But even so, this world was still very uncertain at every moment. There was only one thing that was certain in every timeline and every world: the defeat of the Silver King. Ruin, known as the Third Calamity, decided that he would kill Subaru no matter what. The conditions were now simple. Subaru had to defeat him in direct combat. If he succeeded, he would gain a new relative, get even closer to the truth of this world, and expand the red table. The first failure, which would be falling into Ruin's plans, could no longer happen. However, the second failure would be being defeated by Ruin. If that happened, Subaru would die, Ginga would die, he would lose all his relatives, Vanquish would be extremely weakened, and the red table would be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, at Hirasaka's apartment, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Karien were watching everything Subaru was doing through the connection of souls. They thought that it had finally begun. He was going to use the trump card he had been saving all this time for this moment. Karien commented that that little fox had better prepare because today she was going to die. Ruin asked if Subaru really thought he was going to defeat him, if he thought he could compete with a king just because he killed a little commander. Ruin's footsteps were already so powerful that they were completely moving the tide. He rushed quickly towards Subaru, who was standing still without reacting. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked different. Subaru's first blow was so powerful that it practically split the oceans. Ruin was thrown far away and wondered where that power came from. Subaru was transformed. His hair was white, and his power had increased absurdly. With a simple raise of his hands, he created a large blood mold, forming countless giant hands, all ready to crush Ruin. Ruin managed to defend himself using his 9 tails, which cut all those blood arms. While fighting, he realized that Subaru was on a completely different level from just a few minutes ago. He was so focused on cutting the arms that he did not notice Subaru approaching again. When he realized it, he took another punch that sent him straight into the ocean. Of course, Subaru would not let that go. He forcibly pulled Ruin out of the ocean, using his blood bubble, realizing that even his soul, despite being a king, was being damaged by the blood curse created by Vanquish. Ruin, completely shocked, asked what the hell he was and what kind of power that was. Subaru then thought that this was the last of the 3 abilities he received from Vanquish after passing through his first door. The ability called the One Who Walks on the Sun allowed him to block sunlight, which is normally effective against vampires. But in return, this also caused his stats to be much lower. However, that form of his, activated during the night, completely removed those limiters. Now he was in his true vampire form as Ariaki Subaru. Ruin wondered if all this time, since becoming the holder of the Rainbow Gate, Subaru had been fighting with only 50% of his power. But he was not intimidated and asked if Subaru really thought he could defeat a king with that. He told him not to underestimate him. Ruin then activated the authority of the Silver King, revealing his 9 tails and using the power of the divine threads of the silver petals. He declared that he would destroy everything around and kill Subaru along with it. Subaru, however, replied that he did not plan to let him kill anyone in that battle. Then, he activated his Cleaver Uplift ability. A gigantic sphere of power was approaching, but Subaru remained calm. Meanwhile, the spectators Shikishima, Sayaka, and Karien were not the only ones watching, since the souls sitting in the Shining Sea were also following everything. This included Killin, Delta, Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka Renji. Killin commented that that ability was much stronger than Will's. Delta wondered if Ruin was already using his most powerful ability right at the start. Lambda, on the other hand, was completely lost. not understanding anything at all, and thought that his brothers were much better informed than him. Ludwig said that if Subaru failed to protect against that ability, everything around would be destroyed. Hirasaka became worried and asked if Subaru would be okay, questioning this directly to Vanquish. But at that very moment, someone told him to shut up. It was the Queen of Martyrdom, the sixth queen under Vanquish's command, the immortal best known as Saya, who replied that there was no need to worry because Subaru would meet all expectations. She was absolutely sure of it. Subaru then used the cleaver uplift. Just with his hand raised, he started cutting all the threads and petals of the Silver King. His rainbow attacks filled the dark sky, painting that night atmosphere with vibrant colors. His cleaver uplift not only completely held back Ruin's power, but also, together with the blood curse, totally destroyed the power sphere he had launched. Ruin could not believe his own eyes. Soon after, a huge explosion happened. The light spheres that had been undone collided with each other in the air, causing a chain explosion. That night, the seawater kept raining down for a long time over Ruin. The Silver King was completely stunned, shocked, even pausing to think clearly. He wondered if his divine threads had really been destroyed. He confirmed that yes, they had been dimensionally broken. Ruin then realized that this was Vanquish's secret ability. He asked Subaru if he had been hiding that vampire power all this time. Subaru replied that no, the one who really hid it was Vanquish himself, who instructed him not to tell anyone about it. Ruin, furious, said that he had even avoided using that power during the fight against Illak, using only what was necessary to stop him. Subaru replied that it was true, and that Vanquish himself warned that if he showed his true power too soon, a coward like the Silver King would never set foot in the human world. Ruin became even angrier and declared that he would completely destroy him, to the point where he would never regenerate again. Then he activated the 9 stars of the Sacred Fire ability, but this time, Subaru went directly for him, easily dodging the attacks. While dodging, he thought that that beam of light was so hot that it instantly evaporated seawater. If he got hit, he would die instantly. But he also realized that it must be very difficult for Ruin to maintain such an absurd ability active for long. Subaru then reflected that currently, Ruin's soul was divided into 9 pieces. At that exact moment, everyone in the Shining Sea asked at the same time what it meant to divide the soul. Vanquish explained that the celestial clock strictly forbids the main body of the soul of creatures from the underworld from entering the human world. And that was the trick. That was exactly how Ruin managed to reach the human world. He divided his soul into 9 pieces. By doing this, he completely bypassed the system. Lambda, completely lost, said that he had no idea what that vampire was talking about. Killen replied that he did not need to worry because he also did not understand anything, and the two of them started laughing like a couple of idiots. Hirasaka asked what Ludwig was thinking about. She replied that honestly, she had no idea what that meant, and Hirasaka admitted that he also did not understand anything at all. Vanquish, frustrated, called all of them idiots and said that the only one who understood was Delta, who simply summarized that, basically, Ruin divided himself to illegally enter the human world. Instantly, Delta's brothers called him a genius, and even Vanquish got emotional, confirming that it was exactly that. He said he was happy that at least Delta understood, but Vanquish explained that it was not just that. Ruin could borrow power from his other soul fragments to strengthen his main body, which was currently in the human world. This meant he was not limited by the portal's rules, unlike the other creatures from the underworld. However, this also had a weakness. If someone managed to destroy those 9 soul fragments, including the one in the human world, Ruin's main soul would be completely annihilated. This would even destroy his body in the underworld. That was exactly why Subaru was using all his power. He thought it was for the sake of future negotiations. Ruin, irritated, asked how long Subaru was going to keep running and dodging his attacks. He said that Subaru was all brave not long ago, but now he looked like a little coward running away. But Subaru, smoothly sliding over the water, let his blood fall, creating a strategy he had been preparing for some time. Then he answered Ruin that he was being too hasty because the truth was that he was just carefully preparing for the defeat of the Silver King. Subaru activated his Preton ability, creating a massive blood barrier that completely surrounded even Ruin himself. It was a barrier that did not stay still. It constantly moved, closing in and pressing from all sides. Then it was explained about Preton, a trap ability that locks the target inside the cursed blood, instantly reducing 10% of all enemy attributes and abilities, while continuously draining and weakening all of their power as long as they remain inside the prison. Naturally, Ruin tried to fight back, attacking with everything he had, but Subaru easily dodged all the blows. At that moment, Ruin could already clearly see his own death approaching. Subaru moved forward without giving him any space, and right away landed a punch straight in his face, completely sinking Ruin into the water. Ruin could not even react. He was just coughing up blood, completely overwhelmed, while continuing to get beaten non-stop. Subaru thought that he would keep hitting him until he was completely destroyed, until absolutely nothing was left. Of course, the Silver King couldn't respond to all this. He was being completely beaten, while his body was weakened by the cursed blood. Subaru was simply finishing him off, without giving him any chance to respond. Ruin could hardly believe that there was such a huge difference between their power. That fragment of his soul could no longer fight, and he thought he should retreat through one of the portals. Subaru commented that Ruin wasn't so bad, he seemed to be holding up well, and said that if it had been Lambda or anyone else, they would have died at least 5 times by now. As expected, Ruin was strong, but Subaru still shot the cursed blood right into his chest, causing not only his soul, but his entire body to distort into a vortex. He came out with all his limbs broken, while Subaru was practically intact. Everyone in the underworld watching was completely speechless. Ludwig wondered if the Silver King was really being humiliated like that, because even with a broken soul, Ruin shouldn't be taking such a beating. Lambda asked Delta if that person was really the same person they knew, but both Hirasaka and Saya just had a smile on their faces. Vanquish said that Subaru had done very well, and that now it was time to use the negotiation to make the Silver King one of their allies. The guys didn't understand, asking, "What do you mean, the way he was now?" Subaru then remembered a conversation he'd had on November 1st, an hour before the battle against Ilak. At the time, he asked if Vanquish really wanted that, to turn Ruin into an ally. Vanquish explained that just attending the meeting of the kings wouldn't help Subaru at all. He needed to prepare the ground. He needed an advantage for him. He said that he could offer a contract, a negotiation, bringing Ruin to the side of the immortals, but before that, he needed to beat him almost to death. Subaru asked if this negotiation was going to be based on violence, and Vanquish said yes, because Subaru needed to demonstrate power. That was the only way to make someone more powerful than him listen, and he said that, especially in Ruin's case, it was even more necessary because he's the worst kind of person to negotiate with. Vanquish explained that Ruin is a very cautious, naughty, and cowardly fox. Vanquish then remembered the conversation he'd had a long time ago with Ruin's ancestor, the Silver Queen, Fade. That day, Venice asked if she would really make this boy the next king, because the Silver Country would go to Ruin that way. Fade asked if he had come there just to pick a fight and wanted to know what he was doing there before the meeting started. Ruin knew very well who this guy was, the King of the Rainbow, the immortal vampire Vanquish. Vanquish then told Ruin that he had seen him running away from the fight earlier and asked him if he wanted to know why. Fade told the undead bastard to shut up, but Ruin really wanted to know the answer. Vanquish then explained that he ran away from the fight because, for him, the fear of being there was greater than the happiness of winning a fight, and that he is exactly that kind of person. However, he said that this was fine, but that when taking on the duty of a king you can't be a coward, and that it would be good for him to change his ways and the way he is. Vanquish even patted him on the head and said that if he could change, he could become a good king. After that, he left with all 6 of his kings at his disposal. Fade remarked that Vanquish was getting a bit arrogant after he'd risen a few ranks, but she still admitted that he really was a good example of a king. Ruin also agreed, thinking about his duty as king. At that moment, Ruin woke up after his beating, because he had been knocked unconscious. He was on a small island made of blood, sitting on a throne of blood that Subaru had made just to negotiate. Of course, he tried to escape, but he couldn't. Subaru explained that there was no point in trying to escape, because his soul was trying to return to its original form, and that if he tried to leave this throne, things would be much worse. The battle was over, he had lost. Ruin asked why Subaru didn't just destroy him, and Subaru replied that he wanted to do business. He said he wanted to cooperate with the Silver King and make a request at the next meeting of the kings. But for that to happen, Ruin had to become his relative. Ruin didn't understand, asking what that meant. And at that very moment, everyone in the underworld asked the same question. Delta asked if that was right. Saya asked if he was trying to make a relative out of the Silver King. Hirasaka said he thought it would be very difficult. And Ludwig looked at Vanquish and asked what kind of thing that damn vampire had said to Subaru. Vanquish explained that he wasn't the one who came up with the idea of becoming related. It was Subaru's own doing, and they decided to just watch for now. He also commented that there was something much more shocking coming, which made everyone even more worried. Subaru then explained that his limit of relatives is currently 6, and that there is 1 spot available. He offered it to Ruin to fill. Ruin responded by asking if he was an idiot by any chance, saying that he would never accept shit like that. Subaru made it clear that he would keep him alive if he accepted, and explained that, even with his soul split, that was still his main body. If it was destroyed there, the power and status of Ruin's main body would drop a lot, which would totally unbalance the scales between the three main kings. Subaru said it would be very bad for him, didn't he? Ruin replied that that wasn't enough for him to accept becoming a relative. He said that it didn't worry him so much. What really worried him and all the other kings was that Vanquish would regain the power he had at his peak, and anything that could give Vanquish an advantage was completely out of the question. Subaru replied that he already imagined that wouldn't be enough to convince him, but added that if Ruin became his relative, he could give him information about the future. Ruin said that this was just idle chatter, and that there was no proof that Subaru could really see the future. Only at that moment, he realized exactly what he had just said. Subaru asked if he had finally understood, because if he became his relative, he could directly access the memories of the future through the soul connection, because you can't lie using words from the soul. But Subaru regretted it, saying that unfortunately, the future had already been altered thanks to his companions. Ruin's response today was to be expected. While they were talking about the connection of souls, Shikishima commented that it was actually thanks to him. Sayaka replied that she didn't understand these complicated things. An said that he didn't care about complications either and that he could leave it to him. Subaru then politely asked everyone to keep quiet for the time being. Ruin asked exactly what he meant by that. He said that if the future had already been altered, then there was no point in becoming related to him, right? Subaru replied that he had the memories of the next 8 calamities to befall the human world. He listed them one by one. The 3 gates, the Palace of Carnificina, the Silver King himself, Emperor Fictus, reaching level 99, the Great Damnado Memoriae earthquake, and the Mist. And he revealed that the person responsible for causing all 8 of these calamities was none other than the administrator of the celestial clock, the supreme enemy of them all. This is the being who exerts enormous pressure on the heavens and observes everything they do at all times. Subaru then said that the administrator had appeared and that from then on, the real negotiation would begin. Just then, Ginga woke up on a beach, remembering everything that had happened. He looked up at the sky and asked what the hell that shit was, and realized that it was the 2 big eyes of the celestial clock watching everything. Subaru said that there was the administrator, and even Ruben was completely terrified. In other words, that being was the creator of the celestial clock, and none of the deities or kings knew of his existence. No one knew his true identity, or what he really was. He was the greatest mystery not only in that world, but in all the others. Subaru asked what he was doing there because they hadn't even started talking about the main part. They had only mentioned his name. He said he might as well sit in the corner and wait. And that's exactly what the administrator did. He simply closed his eyes and sat still. Ruin wondered if he had just left out of the blue. Subaru replied that it was their job to monitor all the worlds. Ruin asked if Subaru had ever fought him in the future. Subaru replied that yes, he had, but he also confessed that he lost that fight and that next time he would win. And for that to happen, he needs the Silver King's help. Ruin wondered if Subaru was really serious about turning him into a relative. Apparently, Subaru knew everything that was going to happen in the future, and the only way Ruin could also survive the administrator was if he used Subaru's soul connection, probably because the administrator will also be his enemy. Even so, it was a huge risk. If he let this chance slip away, he might never know all the information in this world again. He remembered Vanquish's words, calling him a coward, and thought that he couldn't be a king if he didn't make decisions. He understood that he shouldn't be afraid of losing something, because if he wanted his people to live well in the years to come, he needed to make a decision. So he looked at Ariaki Subaru and said that he had shown a lot of power. He recognized that he had targeted exactly the most vulnerable part of the Silver King and the Silver Country. He admitted that Subaru had clearly shown how beneficial it was to be his ally, and said that that was a great way to negotiate. Subaru replied that of course it was all thanks to Vanquish, and then Ruin asked if he was really okay with it. He's just tried to use one of Subaru's companions to try to kill him, but it's still okay for him to ally himself with such a person. Subaru asked if Ruin did it just to protect his own country, and he knows he did, not least because Ruin manifested his divided soul, something that would only appear when he was about to lose. Ruin did it for his country, so that the people there can live without regret. Vanquish was very proud of this decision. Vanquish himself said that Ruin has become a good king and that he has nothing to worry about, because if he becomes one of their allies, everyone else, and of course he too, will do everything to protect him, just as they do everyone else. Ruin wondered if this had been Vanquish's secret weapon all along. Ruben then said that it's fine, he'll become his relative, and so they shook hands, sealing the deal. After that, Subaru went back to talk to Ginga, who was just waking up. Ginga asked why he was all chummy with the Silver King, and Subaru replied that they had become friends. Ginga said that it's okay, it's crazy, but it's okay, and Subaru said that he wasn't even that surprised. Ginga replied that if he was surprised by everything Subaru does, it wouldn't be healthy for him. Ruin then apologized for what he did to Ginga earlier and asked if they could put it behind them. Ginga said he didn't really care, but asked if the arcane was alright. Ruin replied that of course he's fine, after all, he's one of his people, and asked if he wanted to confirm it. Ginga said that he would confirm it later, but that now he had a more important question. He asked what the hell those eyes were that appeared next to the celestial clock. Subaru said that he would explain in detail later, but in short, it was the crisis, which would cause all the problems in all the worlds. Ginga wondered if this was the secret that Subaru kept in his mind, and asked how soon it would start. Subaru replied that it will start in 2.5 months, maybe even sooner, because the future has changed. Ginga thought that this was true because it's an extremely critical thing, and things always end up happening sooner than expected. At that moment, he remembered a moment from his past, when his sister, Tsunemori Hajiro, asked why he wasn't there yet. She said that the uncle from the copper door was there crying because he hadn't arrived yet, that he was feeling very lonely, and that Ginga was the main star of the family and of everything. Ginga asked if his sister had heard him, and Hajiro said yes, that he was always late. Ginga explained that he was making a portal together with his team, a 4-star portal, and that they believed in him, so he couldn't betray them or be late. That was 3 years ago when Tsunemori Ginga was 16. Ginga said he was probably going to move to Tokyo the following year, and asked his sister to help convince his parents that he needed to move. Hajiro told him to get there soon because everyone was already there, and warned that they were going to finish off the fries that Mom had made. Ginga got angry and said that he wouldn't accept that, so he assured her that he would be there in less than 30 minutes. Hajiro rushed over and told everyone that he would be there in less than 30 minutes, but in fact, no one was eating Mom's fries. They kept them strictly for Ginga. Just as he was passing through the bridge, a 4-star portal stopped time. This was a portal that nobody knew existed, right in the middle of the ocean. It broke, and the creatures that were trapped there were freed. The place where the monster appeared was right next to the Tsunemori family home. By the time Ginga arrived, it was too late. This was precisely because he was always late. Ginga wondered why this had happened, apologized desperately, and couldn't understand why he was always late. He wanted to apologize for being late for the meeting, but at that moment the creature appeared in front of him, and Ginga asked him why he had done it. After he had dealt with the situation, he was asked if he wanted the house to be rebuilt. Ginga said yes, but asked that, if possible, they keep the original parts intact so that everything would remain as it was. When the house was rebuilt, he offered his condolences and showed his respect to his family and everyone who was there. Ginga thought he didn't make it. He became a player, became more powerful to protect his family and protect everyone, but he wasn't there when they really needed him. For that, he apologized more than anyone else. He apologized sincerely. When he passed in the street, people recognized him as the child gambler, Tsunemori's son, who had his family completely destroyed. They said he wasn't there when they needed him most. That's why Ginga started wearing that paper bag on his head. At the time, he was part of Giulietta's group, which was the strongest silver rank group at the time. He was asked if Ginga really wasn't going to Tokyo. He replied that he was very disappointed. They believed him, but Ginga apologized and said he wouldn't go anywhere other than his homeland. He said goodbye and confirmed that his ability was working, because that day nothing appeared either. No portal above the sea. He did it every day. He didn't believe in anything other than himself because he knew that otherworldly creatures could appear at any moment. He never wanted to feel that pain again. He wanted to be prepared. He wanted to arrive on time. That's why every day he stood there over the ocean, watching to make sure that damn portal didn't appear again. In the present, he told Subaru to make him a relative too. He said that he's going to fight too, and that even if Subaru refuses, just because he's related to him, he'll keep fighting. This time, he's going to protect everything until the end. We are then shown a memory from the future, January 2024, when the 7th calamity took place, called the Damnatio Memoriae, an ability of mental destruction that affected the entire human kingdom. All of humanity except the players was exterminated. In that memory, Subaru was on Ritachi Beach, and a person came up and asked him what he was doing there. Subaru asked who he was. He introduced himself as Tsunemori Ginga, a silver rank. Subaru also introduced himself. Ginga was impressed by him. Subaru explained that he had defeated the creature that was there, but hadn't been able to stop the ability from activating. He said he was too late. Ginga asked if he hadn't made it in time either, realizing that they had that in common. At the present time in November 2023, Subaru was about to turn the Ginga into his relative. So he used the Rakta Snana, placing the mark of the immortal vampire on on Ginga, officially turning him into his relative. The Ginga felt his senses expanding, perceived a new power growing inside him, and thought that this was what it felt like to become a kinsman. He has received the relative's favor, which gives a 45% increase in all statuses, and this increase grows even more based on Subaru's level. If it's a dead relative, he receives the blood mold skill. If it's a living relative, he receives cursed blood. He also gains access to the conversation of souls, and can now make contracts with beings from the underworld. The Master's favor is also explained. Subaru can have up to 6 undead relatives and 6 living relatives. He receives 10% of the status of all his relatives, has absolute authority over them, can use the conversation of souls, prevent this conversation, and even consume a relative's soul to survive death. In addition, he can receive a treasure from each relative when certain conditions are met. Ginga said that he now belonged to Subaru. Sayada asked if they could hear them, and Ken asked, literally, "People of Brazil, can you hear me?" Yes, it was exactly like that in the original work, and at that moment, Ginga almost went deaf. Shikishima asked them, for God's sake, to cut it out. He explained to Ginga that it was the conversation of souls, like a voice chat between relatives. On this channel, only true thoughts can be transmitted, so everything you hear there is 100% honest and sincere. Ginga thought that was kinda nice. He asked if he could mutate other people, and Shikishima confirmed that yes, he could. Sayada asked him not to do that at the moment, because they needed to talk first. Then they asked if Ruin was ready, because now it was his turn. Ruin thought that it didn't look like Ginga had become so obedient out of the blue. In fact, it looked like he had turned into a puppy. Subaru said that it was fine. It was time to go. When he went to make the contract with Ruin, he felt an absurd power. His power increased every time he got a new relative, based on 10% of their status. But this was completely different. It was so much more power. His aura grew so much that it could even be seen on the horizon. Ruin realized that he now understood. He had also become a new relative of Subaru's, and his body in the underworld, his original body, had gained a lot more power. He probably received 45% of his master's power, and Subaru also received 10% of Ruin's own power. Subaru realized that the power he received didn't come from his split soul. It came directly from his main body, and that reminded him of how absurdly powerful kings are. Ruin confirmed that. He is the pinnacle of all demonic beasts. Turning other people into his kin or companions is a supreme vanquish ability, one that strengthens not only the master, but also all his kin. This is exactly why the Rainbow Country grew so much at the time when it was at its peak. Back then, they were simply untouchable until their last year. Ruin commented that at that point, he could even subdue the other 2 main kings, but told Subaru not to worry, because he had joined him for a good reason. Soon afterwards, he used the Silver Star, said that Subaru could go up, and asked if he wanted to see Vanquish, didn't he? Ginga asked if it was okay to go up in that cloud, and Ruin confirmed that yes, it was safe. So they had a very nice trip. In fact, it was very quick, the most efficient transportation possible. Later, they were already in Tokyo, at Hirosaka Renji's apartment. Everyone was there, all the living and dead relatives. Ginga thought that group was a really impressive team. Subaru asked Naruse something, but Naruse cut him off on the spot. He asked Subaru not to say a word. He was wearing a mask and blindfolded. He said that, as well as being a fan of Hirosaka, he still hadn't forgiven Subaru for them having acted secretly on their own. Subaru thought that the life of a fan like him must be very difficult, but he still said that they could start. Now he had the blood drop key, a unique item he had acquired after passing the trial against Sayaka. He opened a gate directly onto the Shining Sea, which remains in the human realm for 5 minutes. But as everyone was gathered there, the time was extended, and the gate would remain open for 50 minutes. Then he opened the Gate of Blood. Ruin wondered if this place really existed in the underworld, a shining sea like that. Subaru told him he could go in first. When Ruin entered, he was completely shocked. He said that this place was the Seat of Souls. Ruin asked if he really didn't know anything about it. Subaru explained that it was a skill that created a tiny space within the underworld, like a subspace. It was a very high-level skill. The location was completely hidden in the underworld. That's why no one could find Vanquish all that time. Vanquish himself said it wasn't just that. Not even the Watch Administrator could see them there. Vanquish explained that, before disappearing after his defeat by the administrators, he used what was left of his power to create that seat. Even though he was completely destroyed at the time, all screwed up, he was still alive. Today, he has recovered 30% of his power, and this is, of course, thanks to Subaru. Ruin got a little nervous, and Vanquish said that it had been a long time since he had seen the little fox. He asked how he had spent the last millennium without Vanquish. Ruin replied that it hadn't been too bad. Carrion commented that all the time Ruin kept saying that he was stronger than Vanquish. Ruin was a little put out and asked if they could change the subject. Shikishima told Vanquish that this was the second time he had seen him, but the first first time he had spoken to him, and then introduced himself as Shikishima Ryo. Vanquish replied that he remembered him, that he was a very important ally for Subaru. By then, everyone was talking and exchanging ideas. It was a lively meeting. Carrion also took the opportunity to tell Ruin not to get too cocky just because he was now a relative. Ruin said it wasn't part of his personality. Sayaka asked if Saya had made new clothes for her. Saya said yes, now that she had recovered her memories of Judith. Narusi asked how Hirasaka had been all this time, and Hirasaka replied that he was fine, training hard. Subaru asked Ginga if the owner of his door was okay. Ginga confirmed that he was, as he had confirmed earlier. Vanquish and Shikishima were very irritated by the parallel talk and ordered everyone to sit down. Subaru said he was going to prepare some cushions, which were obviously made of blood, so everyone sat down on the blood cushions, as if it were a picnic. Vanquish said that Subaru and his companions were going to attend the meeting of the kings. Subaru confirmed that it was. Vanquish said that it was fine, because the Rainbow Country was also going to take part. Ruin wondered if he was serious, since the only new members of Rainbow Country were Lambda, Kylan, Delta, and Ludwig. Ludwig thought that Safina wouldn't be happy to see her there. Vanquish commented that Ruin was very lucky indeed, because he would have the opportunity to see the meeting of the 6 immortal kings again. Ruin asked if they were going to come themselves, because he never liked those guys. Vanquish asked Subaru to explain to everyone how the underworld operation worked. Subaru stood up and said he was going to explain exactly why he had brought them all together for the meeting of the kings. Saya commented that they had already managed to prevent many calamities, and Carrion said that the only thing left to do now was to make an ally of the Aurora King. Subaru replied that he had already had a conversation with Vanquish and that they now had more planned. The main reason they were holding that meeting was so that they could completely abolish all the Plutons, which are the paths that lead to the underworld. Sayaka asked if he was really going to do that in front of all the kings, and Ginga stood up, very angry, asking if that was even possible. Subaru replied that, taking into account that they are the ones being invaded and are taking part in this assembly, this is a reasonable demand. They will discuss the terms of negotiation with Ruin and the others soon, but before that, he wanted to explain what they would have to deal with in the future. All the other calamities that were yet to come. So far, they had repelled 3 calamities. There were 5 left, and what they most needed to focus on now were Calamity 5 and 6. Saya asked if the 4th calamity would happen the following month. Subaru explained that they couldn't prevent the 4th calamity, but they knew exactly where and when it would happen. This meant that they could defeat it, since they were much stronger than in the other future. He said that was why he was going to skip the explanation of the 4th calamity and go straight to the 5th. The 5th calamity is when someone reaches level 99, and this made Sayaka completely angry, saying that they had to stop it at all costs. Even Keelan was curious, wanting to know why she was so angry. Naruse asked what kind of calamity it was. Subaru explained that a player upon reaching level 99 would automatically be possessed by an ability. This ability would create a gap in time, using an ability manipulation very similar to Ruin's own. So the owner of the door could manifest completely in the human world using that player's body, and it would be a manifestation without any limit. The owner of a door is infinitely more powerful than a 6-star boss. Naru said that it was really bad, and Subaru explained that the person who would be possessed was Amamiya Hazuki, Sayaka's older sister, and that's why she was so angry. It is explained that, in the other future, after Hazuki lost her little sister, she was seriously injured, and without waiting for reinforcements or anyone who could help her, she kept fighting. She stayed inside that portal almost forever until she finally reached level 99. Then she acquired an automatic skill called Regal Birth, where the player's soul would be completely consumed, along with all their experience points. At that moment, the demon Goel took over her body, being born in its pure form, without any restrictions. Carrion told Sayaka to calm down a bit, because she was going to end up destroying Puff, and asked what Subaru's plan was. Subaru explained that the owner of Hazuki's door is from the Silver Kingdom. Ruin then asked if Goel had done it. He said he could try to convince him not to do it, but he wasn't sure it would work. Sayaka said she could give him a bun, if he could, and Ruin replied that he appreciated the sentiment. Keelan seemed to know this Goel guy, but Subaru said they were going to focus on the main problem now, because the 6th calamity couldn't happen. The Great Earthquake, which was supposed to be caused by his brother, Ariaka Taiga. Then it's explained what happened in the fight against the Black Faction in the King of Dawn timeline. In that timeline, they were unable to defeat Taiga or Kokugaiji. After that, the taiga rapidly increased its power and accelerated the movement of Japan's tectonic plates, causing the Great Earthquake. Carrion commented that the sixth calamity won't happen because his brother is dead, so it's kind of already been prevented, right? Naruze asked what the problem was if it really wasn't going to happen. Subaru replied that the problem is that they defeated Taiga and Kokugaiji in this current timeline, and not in the other one. Sayaka commented that they were lucky on that one. Shikishima explained that basically the paths that connect this future have been divided into 3 timelines. The first is the present where they are, dodging all the events. The second is where everything went wrong, even before the King of Aurora could pass on the memories to Subaru. And the third is completely different. Shikishima said that the timeline should have split after Subaru obtained the Aurora King's memories. But even so, Taiga was already dead before that happened. This means that there was a divergence that happened before Subaru met the Aurora King. Sayaka asked him if he could explain it properly to those 2 monkeys who didn't understand anything. Naruse replied by asking her not to call Hirasaka a monkey. Shikishima summed it up for everyone, saying that there is an X factor that altered the future before Subaru himself could change it, which means that they don't know if this factor is for them, against them, or if it's yet to resurface. Subaru said that this X factor must be very close to them. Sayaka commented that unfortunately the meeting was over because the door appeared again and said that the meal was great. Then Sayaka went to Saya to do the soul swap. They connected. Saya became the vampire that everyone knows, and Sayaka took over Saya's body, which is that of Judith. Sayaka asked if her clothes had changed again, and Saya replied that she felt more comfortable that way. Sayaka said that next time she would be the one with the body, and Saya said she could count on her. Vanquish then asked Subaru to stay a little longer because he wanted to talk. Vanquish commented that they hadn't caught up and asked how things were going. Subaru replied by asking if he was a teenager's father now. Vanquish commented that the team Subaru formed was very lively and that the first time he met him, he never imagined that he would be able to form such a large family. Vanquish said that at first they were both very sad, weren't they? Subaru confirmed that yes, he was right. Stopping to think, he realized that he had come a long way in a short time. At first, he won the fame, money, and status that Taiga stole from him. But after what Vanquish said, teaching him to love himself and try to be truly happy, everything changed. Now he does everything the way he wants. He loves his friends, his companions, and he also loves this current version of him, which is capable of doing all this. He wants to keep following that same path of happiness. The whole strange adventure began there, with that rainbow door. Subaru said he wanted just a little bit more of that. He wanted to continue on this journey. Vanquish told him not to worry because he still had a long way to go, and that knowing Subaru the way he is, one day he'll be able to achieve what even Vanquish himself couldn't. Subaru then asked if everything was alright with Vanquish, because there was something about him that seemed strange. Vanquish replied that he could leave because they will meet again in the underworld. At that moment, in the Land of Gold, Safina was taking a shower and commented that that player had actually managed to beat the 6-star portal without any victims. She said that she had finally met an interesting person, that she wanted to know more about him, wanted more of him. She said that 7 days had passed in the human world and asked them to send that boy an invitation, allowing him to attend the meeting of the kings. Safina declared that Ariaki Subaru would be her special guest. On November 1st, at 11:35 in the evening, Subaru was sleeping on the floor for some reason when a bright light woke him up. It was a message from the Land of Gold. He came across a letter of invitation and commented that, at last, the letter of invitation to attend the meeting of the kings had arrived. 3 days later, in the park near Hirasaka's apartment, Subaru said it was almost time, as the Golden Queen had warned. Naruse told everyone to put on warm clothes, but he didn't know if that would be enough. Subaru replied that he honestly didn't know either. In the King of the Dawn's memoirs, there was nothing about the meeting of the kings. Apart from the Shining Sea, he had never been anywhere else in the underworld. Naruse commented that it made sense. In a timeline where he couldn't prevent any calamities, it really didn't make sense for someone to stop and chat. Subaru then asked where Carrion and Saya were. Saya replied that she had no idea either. Carrion explained that the doors themselves didn't exist until they were sealed, and that he also didn't know of any way to return from the underworld with an intact body. In the end, he didn't know anything either. Ginga asked why exactly they were there in the park. Couldn't they do this inside a room as usual? But just then, a golden door appeared right in front of them. Ginga looked at it and said that now he understood. It definitely wouldn't fit inside a room, because it wasn't just a door, it was a whole gigantic arch, similar to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Out of that arch came a golden knight, the messenger. She introduced herself as Ixis, saying that she had come to fetch Ariake Subaru to take him to the meeting of the kings. She also explained that she was the captain of the Golden Custody, an order under the direct command of Queen Safina. Naruse asked what this custody was. Shikishima replied that they were the queen's personal bodyguards. Subaru asked Carrion, but he didn't know who this person was either. He thought she was probably much younger than Ludwig, probably part of the new generation of Golden Knights. Subaru introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet her, and thanked her for everything. Ixis replied that without further ado, he could enter the Golden Arch. The Great Door, unlike ordinary doors, had no limitations in terms of space or power. A single step would take them directly to the underworld. And so it was. They suddenly found themselves in a very cold place, full of snow. But looking up at the sky, it didn't look anything like the real world. There were several floating, disconnected islands with a huge star illuminating everything. Subaru commented that this was the underworld, and everyone was very surprised. Carrion and Saya found it very nostalgic. Naruse asked what exactly that place was. Ixis explained that, unlike the human world, there all the lands are around the core. Those broken fragments were all the countries. The climate got hotter and hotter as they got closer to the big sun in the center. She also explained that when a country closer to the sun overlapped another below it, it blocked out the light, making it nighttime there. Naruse commented that they actually had their own sun down there in the underworld. Shikishima noticed that it was very cold and commented that they were a long way from the center. Ixis confirmed this, saying that he was a fast learner and that it was no wonder he was the possessor of Mr. Barrage. She explained that they were currently on the outer rim, as the name implied, the area furthest from the center, and that territory was considered ultra-peripheral. Ginga wondered if it went any further than that. Naruse asked if that place wasn't the Land of Gold. Ixis replied that, of course not. The Land of Gold was on the largest continent, the one they could see up there. Carrion asked if the meeting was really going to take place down there in the cold. Then Ixis called Ariake Subaru directly, explaining that the underworld had around 200 countries, all varying in size and scale. However, with the exception of the third king, unfortunately all the other kings disapproved of Subaru's presence at the meeting. She explained that for most kings, the possessors were nothing more than sacrifices needed to resurrect their own souls inside the gates. Some of these kings considered the possessors even lower than slaves. Ginga, indignant, asked if it was serious. Ixis confirmed it, saying that if they took Subaru and his allies directly to the Land of Gold, they could be surrounded and killed there in the underworld. Carrion asked what the hell she was trying to say. Ixis replied that she was trying to say that she couldn't even imagine how pathetic beings like them wanted to remain in a meeting between kings. Then she undid her golden wall, revealing that the entire island they were on was made of her own golden wall. Subaru wondered if she had done it all by herself. Ixis then used her 14th ability called Golden Repulsor, throwing them all away. She explained that as they were direct guests of her queen, she wasn't going to kill them, however. They needed to prove that they deserved to be at the meeting. The Golden Repulsor sent all the targets to a random location 1,000 kilometers away. Ixis said that everyone already knew where the meeting was, the Golden Country, and that they had exactly 72 hours to get there. She said she would meet them again, if they made it alive. Each of them was sent to a different place, 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru told Ixis that it was fine. They'd see each other in a bit. Then they all disappeared. Ixis commented that they could try as hard as they wanted. Subaru appeared in the middle of nowhere, in complete disaster, and thought that he had promised Ixis that they would see each other soon, but he hadn't expected everyone to be separated. He also realized that they were so far apart that even the communication between their souls didn't work. Despite this, he thought the place looked a little familiar. That's when he was suddenly attacked by a creature. He blocked the attack as if it were nothing, but was still almost knocked to the ground. He wondered if that enemy was really strong. The creature lunged at him again, but Subaru found it a bit strange because he didn't feel any hostility or desire to kill in its attacks. So he kicked the creature a long way away as if it were nothing more than a soccer ball. The creature, which flew away, responded by saying that it wasn't too bad for Ariake Subaru. Subaru was confused, wondering if he knew that creature, and asked who it was. The creature replied by asking if he had really forgotten, even after killing him in such a horrible way. Subaru asked if it was serious, if he had really killed that creature. The creature confirmed that it was, and explained that it couldn't blame him for forgetting. After all, its appearance had changed a lot. Then it introduced itself again, saying that it was the great kobold of the Karakau Canyon, known as Guax the Blue Wind. Subaru immediately remembered and asked if he was the first boss he had faced in that 2-star portal. When he was still at level 1, he realized that he really had changed a lot. Guax asked if he was surprised, and Subaru confirmed it, remembering the cruel way he had killed him back then. He then understood why that place seemed so nostalgic to him. He was in Bronze Country, in the Karakau Canyon. Later, Guax was carrying Subaru on his back, while he explained that basically, the gates are like a prison for the soul. All the people who have committed sins in the underworld end up trapped inside a door. Inside, you can regain your original power and appearance, but the place where you stand inside the door is always the same as where you lived before you died. And the lower the stars on the portal, the lower the difficulty, and also the lower the chance of all this happening. Subaru found this incredibly amusing, but Guax asked him if he was really listening to what he was saying. Guax explained that he had been placed inside a damn 2-star portal, so he had lost consciousness while he was inside. Subaru tried to make sense of it all, and realized that this possibility of existing again was like a memory on a cell phone. The stars and the difficulty of the portal were the capacity of this memory. Subaru thought that in the memories of the future, there was nothing about it. So he asked Guax where they were going. Guax replied that they were going to find the person who had personally told him that Subaru was arriving in the underworld. He asked if Subaru wanted to go to the Golden Country because if they found that person, he could help him. Subaru wanted to know why Guax was doing this for him. Guax then asked him if he knew what the condition was to get out of a portal. Subaru thought for a moment and remembered that Hukuk had talked about it. He said yes, the condition is to kill or be killed by a person who has a stronger owner than him. Guax confirmed this, saying that in another world, he had killed Subaru and had therefore been able to return to his original body. Now he was just returning the favor. Subaru asked about that goblin leader. Guax replied that he died again, then went back to another portal, saying that he's an idiot. Even so, Subaru commented that it was a very strange method of punishment. He wondered why they go to such lengths to throw souls into the doors. One person replied that this is because in the underworld, the soul can be exchanged for energy and vice versa. Subaru then realized that this person was the one who was waiting for him, sipping a very fine cup of tea. She explained that, to put it in a nutshell, the civilization of the underworld is a civilization based on skill. Therefore, every possible skill can be used as a catalyst thanks to soul energy. High-quality souls don't return to the world, offering the owner a great benefit. Subaru knew this very well, so much so that the Midnight Sun Resonance bracelet reacted to that person's presence. Guax said that it was he who had brought Subaru to her. The person thanked him, and Subaru was surprised, hardly believing that this person had been there all along. Then she introduced herself, saying that this was their first meeting in this timeline. He was the owner of the bracelet that was with Subaru, the one that gave power to another Ariake Subaru who couldn't save his own timeline. He is the king of Aurora, Sybil. Meanwhile, in another place near a volcano was Saya. She realized that Ixis's ability sent each of them to a random place, based on each person's luck. This happened to everyone else too. Perhaps those with a higher luck status were sent to more predestined places. However, in her case, it seemed that her luck had been absurd, because she was facing a volcano, and from within it would emerge a great creature. Saya recognized it immediately, and told her that it was Gwel, the Dragon King responsible for causing the 5th calamity by killing Sayaka's sister. Saya said she would face him, even if he was granting an ability to his current possessor, Amamiya Hazuki. Gwel asked who she was and how she knew so much about him and his possessor. Saya replied that she would introduce herself, but in a different way. So she changed her clothes, putting on a long dress, and introduced herself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith. Meanwhile, Shikishima was in trouble, realizing that he had been sent to a very strange place. He wondered exactly what country he was in. When someone questioned how he was saying that place was weird, since that was her and Tobit's house. He said that if he had a problem with their house, he could leave. Shikishima was surprised, thinking it was a house, and realized that it was the first time he had met a creature from the underworld that actually looked like a person. So he apologized for the intrusion and explained that he was there due to strange circumstances. The two noticed that their eyebrows were exactly the same. She then asked Tobit what they should do, commenting that maybe he wasn't such a bad person. Shikishima asked who they were. She was surprised and asked if he didn't know who she was and what country he came from. Then Shikishima introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Esther, the Ghost King, and Tobit introduced himself as the Revenant King. Esther commented that he could speak up, yes. Shikishima was surprised and asked if the 6 kings weren't Carrion's partners. Esther replied that this meeting had been awaited for a long time. Shikishima became even more confused, wondering if it was he who had kept them waiting until two other people appeared. One of them complained, asking why Alco hadn't arrived yet and wondering who that kid in front of them was. She commented that she thought he looked pretty cute. The big guy introduced himself as the King of Wrath, Barnabas, and the woman who was smoking and asking about alcohol introduced herself as Maria, the zombie queen. She commented that that little boy could be the starter. Shikishima replied that he knew he had come to the underworld, but he hadn't expected to appear there. He realized that he was in the land of bronze, at the meeting place of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Later, while they were talking, Shikishima explained that he was related to the possessor of the vanquish. Maria then said that this meant that he was her freshman, her junior, and that she would be his sensei from now on. Maria said that this was very good, wasn't it? And asked Shikishima to be polite to her. Shikishima thought that honestly, he didn't know why, but he didn't feel like doing it. Meanwhile, he wondered what that drink was, because even a gambler like him could get drunk. Maria replied that that boozy was fine. She had brewed it herself. Esther then asked if Shikishima had become a relative even though he was alive. Shikishima was surprised and asked how he knew that. Esther explained that he doesn't smell a reversion. People like Judith and Carrion, who fight by converting their souls, have that smell, and it's called reversion. Esther said that since he was there, why not choose one of them? That way he could win a free reversal from one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, a chance he would never have again in his life. He asked if that wasn't true for Tobit, and Tobit replied that it probably was. Esther got annoyed, asking what they meant by probably. But before they could continue, they realized that Shikishima was asleep. Maria told them to leave him alone, that he had fainted because of the boozy she had made. She said that this could only mean that he was mentally and physically worn out, probably from anxiety, judging by the look on his face. Maria commented that it was getting too noisy in there, so he went to sleep at the right time. She also told Tobit not to get up, that this time she would take care of the guests. All around, various creatures from the underworld surrounded the meeting place, ready to attack them. Maria commented that she hated to interrupt the drinking, but there were some very annoying wyverns showing up. She said that half of them were going to become brewer's yeast, and the other half were going to become zombies. Meanwhile, Saya was in a direct exchange with Guel, who spat several fiery meteors in her direction. She made no effort to dodge. She thought that Guel was the king of the lava dragons, and normally he would be much stronger than her. And as the undead she was now, fire was still one of her weaknesses. Even so, she now had Sayaka's determination. She would never let it go. She couldn't leave Sayaka in that state. She then activated her queenly authority, creating a skeletal being. She summoned a poisonous dragon called Vizuki. It was explained that this ability, called Skeletal Specimen, is a unique ability of the authority of the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith, which transforms a target whose soul has been destroyed into an undead at her command. The target is able to use any ability they had before they died, although their power is reduced. Guel immediately recognized the creature. Vizuki then used his pseudo-authority, spreading poison everywhere. Guel realized that this was the king of the poison dragons, Vizuki, and wondered if he was under Judith's command. Judith replied, asking if he was an old friend of his, and said that if so, there was nothing to worry about, because soon Guel himself would become one too. Guel was furious, calling that necromancer repulsive. As soon as Vizuki came at him, a violent fight broke out. There was lava and poison everywhere, bites, thrusts, and fierce blows from both sides. Judith thought that provocation always worked against dragons, since they have extremely fragile pride, and she realized that perhaps she too was like that now. Now that she had recovered her memories, she understood the reason for all the action she had taken, the reason for her loyalty to Subaru, and why she had also lost her memories when she became Sayaka's reverse. Then it was explained what happened immediately after they completed that 2-star portal, where Judith herself was the head. She said that she had finally recovered her original soul, her intellect, and everything that she was. She realized that her intellect, her personality, and her consciousness had been completely taken over when she was trapped inside that 2-star portal. She was dragging herself around like a miserable being and would have stayed there for eternity. Only those who have been through it know what agony and humiliation it is. She then said that she could finally return to the underworld, but when she saw Sayaka's condition, she realized that her wounds were very serious. She wouldn't survive. Judith despaired and asked where the man who was with her was. Judith noticed the rainbow door, the door of her vanquished king, and realized at that moment that Subaru was Vanquish's possessor. That meant he had the power to make her a relative. She remembered the fight she had against him and realized that he seemed to be an extremely strong person. She then began to wonder if it was a good idea to become that man's relative. Now she understood perfectly why she had taken those actions in the past. Judith had gained a great admiration for Sayaka during that fight, precisely because of her innocence, her lack of responsibility, and the honest way she fought. That's exactly why, when Subaru made her his relative, she showed up. Judith became Sayaka's reverse, and the undying loyalty she came to have for Subaru was an expression of her deep gratitude for him, who had broken the spell that imprisoned her in that cursed 2-star portal. Now her loyalty was no longer only to Subaru, but also to the whole family he had built. In fact, Judith was glad to have lost her memories, because the arrogant Judith of the past would never have stood by him. She really loved those days in her new life. She learned many things from everyone, and was now understanding the true meaning of her memories. She wanted to help Subaru and all the friends she had made, from the bottom of her heart, so she sent Vazuki to kill that bastard once and for all. At this point, Guel was being squeezed, almost out of breath, and Vazuki was ready to rip his head off and devour it. However, Guel used his kingly authority, activating his volcanic eruption ability, which completely destroyed Vazuki's skeletal body. Guel said that, in the past, he would have defeated him easily, but commented that Judith's soul became much weaker after she was trapped in that portal. He said that now it was the end for her. Judith replied that yes, she had indeed lost a lot of power, and that she was borrowing Sayata's body, so maybe it really was the end for her. Even so, she said that she had bought herself time and was now going to leave the rest in his hands, Kylan's own. It was then that a bolt of lightning simply fell on Guel's head. The violence of the lightning was so absurd that it split him in half. Guel, completely at a loss to understand, asked why the Thunder King was there. Keelan replied by asking if it wasn't obvious, since that wretch had made his precious student cry. Then it was explained what had happened a few minutes before. Back in the Shining Sea, Keelan had gone straight to Vanquish and asked him to please open a portal for him. Vanquish replied that, of course, he couldn't allow it, because if he opened a door directly to the underworld, he would be caught by the administrator. Keelan replied that he would go back and forth at the speed of thunder. Vanquish asked if it was to save Sayada's little sister, and Keelan confirmed that it was, because it was too early for her to face a Dragon King alone. Vanquish asked why Keelan wanted to help her as a master, questioning why he would go to such lengths for a student. Keelan replied that every living being is always undergoing some kind of test, and that one must always have the intention of breaking new ground. He said that if anyone had to break that new level, it would be him, precisely because of his dedication. He said that he had endured the eternal darkness of that gate, but that perhaps he had made a mistake along the way. Keelan then told Vanquish about the expectations he had not only of Ariake Subaru, but also of that mission and that request, which, in the end, wouldn't be exactly what he expected. Vanquish, a little impatient, replied that Keelan talked too much, even though he was a warrior, and then opened a blood door for him. He said that, as a mere dragon king, the god of thunder could come and go in a matter of seconds. And that's exactly what he did. Keelan killed the lava dragon king Guel, and so the fifth calamity was prevented from happening. The next second, he was back and asked where Vanquish and Sayata were. When Keelan looked up, he saw that Sayaka was bowing to him, thanking him from the bottom of her heart and crying with emotion. Keelan told her to get up, calling her an idiot, and said that if she really was a disciple of the god of thunder, then she should always walk with dignity. Sayaka replied that it was fine, thanked her master, and also mentally thanked Saya for saving her sister. Saya was very happy about this. She even turned red and replied that she had no reason to thank her so much, because she had also benefited from everything that had happened. Saya explained that she had managed to create a new kind of skeleton, Guel himself, and said that he was now working for her. It was then that, right in front of them, a completely retarded person appeared, the Silver King Ruin, who commented that it looked like Guel had died before he could try to persuade him. Judith asked if it was all right to actually kill a resident of the Silver Country. Ruin replied that Guel had always been a difficult beast to deal with, and that many people had never liked him very much. He said he was just going to declare that his death was due to natural causes, and asked if that was all right. Saya replied that he was definitely a fox in disguise, but Judith reminded her that, according to Subaru's memory, it really should have happened then. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Carrion commented that, apparently, he was the only one who had arrived directly at the meeting point, because he was already exactly in the castle town, in the Golden Country. Carrion said that he didn't hate the hospitality they were giving him, but that, theoretically, it shouldn't be just for guests. This was because Carrion had already defeated all the soldiers who showed up when one of the Golden Knights appeared, saying that his soldiers had been rude, and introduced himself as one of the 7 knights, the Flame of Death Barrage. Carrion immediately realized that he was the owner of Shikishima's door. Barrage Barrage then said he was going to guide Carrion to a place where he could rest until the meeting started. But suddenly, a soldier messenger came running up and warned him that something bad had happened. Barrage, a little annoyed, replied that he was in front of a guest and ordered the soldier to hold back. But the messenger insisted, saying that it was very serious indeed. He told him that Your Majesty's Safina was not in the castle. Barrage, surprised, asked what that meant. Khan was also indignant and asked if that damned old woman really wasn't in the castle. He said there was something very wrong there, or maybe it was really starting. Barrage then asked what exactly was starting, and at that very moment, a red crack also appeared in the sky, making it clear that something very serious was going on. Meanwhile, in the Carrion Valley, Subaru told Sybil that he knew he was there and had already sent a guide to fetch him. Subaru then asked the King of the Aurora how far into the future he could see. Sybil replied that his range wasn't that wide at the moment because everything was currently directly related to Subaru. This was because the future of humans was connected to the true thermal light that he had inherited from his mother, the former Aurora Queen. It was an ability that allowed him to see the future of everyone who was directly linked to her and her descendants. Subaru then wondered if he was somehow related to Sybil, but Sybil replied that no. His connection was not with Subaru, but with Vanquish, the owner of Subaru's door. He revealed that the King of the Rainbow, Vanquish, was Sybil's own father, the King of the Aurora. Subaru, completely surprised, asked what that meant, and Sybil explained that his father, Vanquish himself, had placed his expectations and his powers in the hands of a human rather than himself or his sister, which in itself was extremely interesting. He said that he wanted to see for himself if that soul machine really worked, and he would do it in his last moment of life. Meanwhile, that crack continued to spread and fill the skies of the underworld. At that very moment, on the throne of the Copper King, he too was wondering what the hell was going on there. Sybil looked at Subaru and said that he knew about this event, didn't he? Subaru replied that yes. That was the event that happened just before the meeting of the kings, the first invasion. Something was invading the underworld at that very moment with the aim of carrying out a huge massacre, destroying all the creatures of the underworld. And that's how it was explained why Ariaki Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and exactly when it would take place. In fact, he didn't know exactly about the meeting because it never actually took place, precisely because of the administrator's third invasion. The underworld was destroyed before it could take place. That, in fact, was the beginning of the end. But Subaru looked at Sybil and said that this wasn't going to be his last moment because he was going to make sure that that damn meeting of the kings happened. And that was exactly why they were all there. They were all those who walk on the sun. It was then explained about the event forced by the administrators, known as the First Invasion. The administrators' aim was to massacre everyone who lived in the bronze, silver, and gold countries. By doing this, they were going to drastically reduce the number of door owners and consequently reduce the number of players in the human world. In fact, the moment Guel was killed, Hazuki went back to being a normal human because she had completely lost her powers. This happened because the owner of her door died, and that's exactly the administrator's plan to kill all the door owners because then no players will be left and humanity will no longer have enough power to deal with the portals. This would lead directly to the extinction of humans. Subaru thought that the administrator's strategy was perfect for killing two birds with one stone. Sybil explained that they had sent a vanguard of 30,000 soldiers to each of the three countries. Only in that place, the Copper King himself was going to deal with many of these soldiers because his skills are perfect for this kind of combat. Even so, he wished Ariaki Subaru good luck, making it clear that his own skills were not very good for direct combat. Subaru wondered if he was just playing hard to get because he knew from the start that he was going to protect the King of the Dawn with everything he had. Then he asked where Guaches was, and he was already charging at the soldiers. Guaches knew that he could be easily defeated, but he still decided that he wouldn't let these bastards invade his homeland. He used the skill Morning Wind, a huge blow with his claw, but to his surprise, it didn't leave a scratch on the first soldier, who promptly hit him in the chest. Despite this, Subaru managed to save Guaches using his own blood and asked Sybil to take care of him. Sybil replied that he was already aware and would do so. Subaru then turned to the soldiers and, with a serious look on his face, said that he was very sorry, but that, unfortunately, he would have to destroy every single one of them. He then activated his Phlegethon ability, the river of lava from hell, which began to engulf everything around it. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country, in the castle where the queen was staying, the golden soldiers were being completely completely massacred. Barrage was shocked, saying that this army was absurdly powerful and wondered where so much power came from. It was at that moment that Carrion activated his kingly authority, using the King of the Ghouls ability. Carrion said that it wasn't very good to use that power for a long time inside a human body, but since that old witch wasn't there, he would have to do the job. Barrage, indignant, asked how he dared to call their queen an old hag. Then it was explained about the Ghoul King's transformation, an extreme strengthening ability of Hirasaka's, available when he is in the reversed state. This ability brings the user's body and soul close to the level of the Ghoul King himself, increasing all his abilities by an absurd 480%. The consequence, however, is that it consumes an immense amount of mana and also gradually corrodes the user's flesh. The first skill Carrion used was Shocking Rain, which completely filled the skies. Soon after, he also activated the Necrotic Fist, which, combined with the Earthquake of the Realms, completely destroyed everything around him. Barrage, in shock, asked if he was an idiot, because if he carried on like that, he would end up destroying the whole country. Carrion replied that he didn't have time to worry about his surroundings with so many enemies appearing. The angry Barrage said that all he had to do was get closer to the enemies, but Carrion replied that their armor is designed to resist close-range attacks, calling him an idiot. Barrage asked Carrion if he knew those guys. Carrion replied that he would explain later and asked if he wasn't the owner of Shikishima's door, saying that if so, he could finish off those soldiers. Barrage said he was a little reluctant to do that, but since close-range attacks didn't work, he had no other choice. So he activated his 7th skill, Imperial Control, and at that moment, it became clear that his name made perfect sense, because his barrage of attacks went out and destroyed everything, causing a huge explosion. Carrion, seeing this, said that the attack was really good, and that he could also help out. So he used the Earthquake of the Realms again, breaking the ground even more and devastating everything. It was at that moment that Ixis appeared, asking who those guys were. Meanwhile, in Silver Country, in Guel's old nest, Judith was using his body to exterminate the soldiers. She activated the Flaming Bite skill, burning them all, while thinking she could feel a power equivalent to 5 stars coming from each of those soldiers. It was a good thing she was under Guel's command now. It was then that she came across the Silver King's ability, Silver Petal Divine Threads, where he was simply disintegrating the soldiers as if they were absolutely nothing. Judith thought that this guy's strength was truly incomparable, and now she understood what the Silver King's real body was. Ruin then summoned his Imperial Dragon army and ordered them to open fire. All the dragons fired at once, destroying the soldiers in the sky completely. Ruin thought that an elite might be able to defend itself against those soldiers, but it was still strange that such strong enemies were invading the underworld. He reflected that with the new power he possessed, they were no longer a real threat to him. And in a way, he hadn't really expected that being a member of Subaru's family would bring so many advantages. He thought he would have to thank them for it later. Meanwhile, in the Royal Garden of the Bronze Country, Vordan was facing serious problems. He realized that, although he was extremely strong in hand-to-hand combat, that kind of attack wouldn't work properly against those soldiers. So he ordered all his subordinates to attack from a distance, saying that the spirits would have to deal with it. Vordan thought he wasn't prepared for such a deep attack on his territory, and even worse, a surprise attack. He began to wonder how the other regions were doing, especially those far from his kingdom. He knew he would have to prepare for considerable losses. Just as he was about to activate his king's authority, a gigantic wave of blood appeared. It was the Phlegathon, which swept across the field, taking all the soldiers with it. They were dragged away and drowned by the blood of the primordial vampire. Subaru appeared, simply disintegrating them all with the Phlegathon's firestorm, burning and melting each of them as if they were nothing. Subaru looked over and said he was glad to see that Vordan was okay. Meanwhile, in the Karakau Canyon, Sybil was now witnessing the true power of Subaru, who, at that moment, was using 10% of the Silver King's power. The scene was so terrifying that it looked like it had come straight out of hell. Vordan, looking on, asked what the hell Subaru was doing there. Subaru replied that he was going to deal with half the enemies and Vordan would take the other half. He also said that, most likely, the head of those soldiers would soon appear and that they would have to join forces to face him. And just as Subaru said that, he appeared. The head of the administrator's soldiers, the crimson-ranked player Hyodo Kotetsu, appeared before them. Subaru, looking at him, commented that he had arrived much earlier than he had expected, and so that part of the story came to an end. After many hours narrating this work, I hope you enjoyed it. The story is really incredible, and I've put a lot of care into it. I'm already used to it, so it's going to be difficult to narrate other works, but that's it. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, which is extremely important.